Li Qi traveled to a stormy world of high martial arts. Originally a Jianghu reckless, mixed with the bottom, survival is difficult. After activating the Supreme Martial Arts system, you can earn potential points by killing targets, which can be used to strengthen your martial arts skills. With this, Li Qi's strength advances rapidly, and all the way to defeat all the strong enemies, from the chaotic world to kill a way out of life. Chapter 1, Reading? Read what the hell. Great Han Dynasty, Xingfeng Prefecture, Chuan County, west of the county town. Li Qi sat in front of the door of a dilapidated wooden house, and looked around from time to time with a hint of bewilderment in his expression. What the hell? I crossed over? Li Qi tightened the somewhat old single coat on his body, looked at the crowd of people moving in and out of the street, and the incessant shouts of vendors, and was momentarily unable to return to his senses. The scenery here is ancient and unpretentious, and has long since ceased to be the same world as it was. A large amount of memories soon flooded into his mind. Li Qi's brows tightened and crumpled slightly. These memories were being rapidly absorbed and digested by his brain. A short while later, Li Qi's gaze had a trace of realization. So that's how it is. After inheriting the memories of this body, Li Qi also had a clear understanding of his situation. The predecessor of this body was also called Li Qi, originally a scholar in the county town of Chuan, with a poor background, now all alone. Many years ago, the predecessor's mother's body bones are weak. After giving birth to him not long after the disease died, his father was an old scholar who sold paintings and calligraphy after his wife's death, or sold ink and paper to earn money to bring up his predecessor. But just 2 months ago, this old showman is gone too. Great Han Dynasty turbulent times, military disasters, even more rebels in rebellion. Many places have been people do not live. 2 months ago a group of rebels killed over, passing through the Chuan County in this place has made a lot of noise. The old showman's calligraphy and painting stall was smashed by a few rebel soldiers, but also robbed the stall of silver money, which is the old showman and Li Qi to make ends meet. The old showman was not angry, and a few rebels' theories, full of words, but a few soldiers and gangsters and how will waste words with a showman. Soldiers and gangsters directly hold down the old showman, is a beating, beat comfortably, then a burst of laughter. Long gone, the old showman is old, there is no 4 or 2 meat on the body, weak and thin. Where can withstand this kind of cleaning up? On the spot driving a crane to the west, go very uneventful. Wherever the rebels went, like locusts crossing the border, caused a lot of tragedy, such as the old showman. Such a miserable experience is far more than one person. Many people were rebels' oppression and bullying, died in the street. When such a thing happened, many of the victims, one by one, cried out and went to the yamen to beat the drums and call for justice. But they were beaten out by a group of yamen like wolves and tigers with clubs and rods. The entrance to the yamen opens to the south. Don't come in if you have reason or money. Who cares about the deaths of these ordinary people? If you disturb the officials' peace and quiet, I'll break your legs. After being warned, no one went to the authorities to seek redress. After the old showman's accident, Li Qi's predecessor did not cry and did not make a fuss, and seemed to grow up a lot in an instant, and returned home after burying the old showman, and then folded the pen and burned the book, and swept away all these useless things. The old showman's greatest wish when he was alive was for his son to study well and get a meritocracy to honor his family. But what time is it? Rebels have risen in all directions, and the people's lives are becoming more and more insecure. Chaos has arrived. Reading? What the fuck are you reading? Well, read. Fistfuls of food. In order not to follow in the footsteps of the old showman, the predecessor righteously threw away the useless book, and decisively ran away from the river and mixed with the gangs. There were quite a few Jianghu forces in Chuan County City, and the Rui Gang was one of them. Rui Gang, the name takes the meaning of auspiciousness and good fortune. The main focus is a joyful celebration. Although the strength of this gang is not strong, only second-rate in Chuan County City, but there is no treacherous industry, the reputation is still good. The predecessor then chose this gang, and responsible for receiving the newcomers' gang members in the sight of not yet less than the age of the crown. Thin physique of the scholar, surprisingly did not reject Li Qi. Simple understanding of the life and follow the foot after the smooth led this kid to join the Rui Gang. There were many frictions and fights between gangs, and deaths and injuries were inevitable. And even though Li Qi did not have a backer or a strong physique, Rui Gang was willing to take him in. No matter what, more cannon fodder was always good. After entering the Rui Gang, Li Qi paid a visit to the gang leader Huang Yuanqing, and was given a mountain-breaking fist, as well as a body-strengthening pill, which was a benefit for all those who joined the Rui Gang. Gangs usually intentionally cultivate their own disciples, or gift martial arts pills to enhance the strength of these disciples, so that these disciples can better fight with other gangs and grab more territory. Or maybe it's a reward of gold and silver to gather people together. The mountain-breaking fist that was bestowed upon him was only a lower-grade martial art, a very common punching and kicking art, but it still delighted the predecessor, and that was the biggest purpose of him joining the gang. Only by acquiring power is the only way to stand in the midst of chaos. Until now, the predecessor joined the Rui gang has been 2 months, served the strong body Dan, diligently cultivate unceasingly, practicing hard martial arts, broken mountain fist. This martial arts is considered to be the beginning, relying on a dare to fight and dare to kill the ruthlessness, but also counted on the Rui gang to stand firmly on the footing. As a gang force in the city of Chuan County, Rui gang naturally could not only have the mountain-breaking fist as a kung fu. Of course, there are other good martial arts available for the gang members to learn, but in addition to the mountain-breaking fist, also want to learn other martial arts techniques, that will have to pay a certain price. It is impossible to give you unconditionally. It can be a merit for the gang, with the merit in exchange for martial arts feats, while some feats can also be exchanged for silver money. It was said that the gang leader Huang Yuanqing had a technique called wind-breaking blade technique in his hands, and that was a mid-grade martial art that could cultivate the true chi of the martial arts path, which made everyone in the gang's eyes glaze over. But many years have passed, but never heard of anyone from the hands of Huang Gangmaster to get this sword method. See Huang Gangmaster to this sword method of rare strength, presumably intends to bring this kung fu to the coffin. Many people also extinguished this mind. Li Qi slowly got up, sighed quietly, patted away the dust on his body. All the encounters of the predecessor are quite tragic and saddening, but there is one thing that Li Qi feels that the predecessor has done very well. That is to join a gang. In a world of chaos, where human life is like grass, mastery of force is a must. Nowadays, the dynasty is in turmoil. Chaos. Continue to insist on reading to obtain a merit is very stupid, and want to rely on the merit to enter the civil service is even more impossible. Their own what conditions are not clear. There's nothing wrong with joining the Rui gang. There really isn't a more suitable path at the moment. Although I'm afraid I can't count on Huang Yuanqing's windbreaker blade technique, but the other martial arts of the Rui gang must be gotten. So much for Richie's thoughts. Continuously learning more and more powerful martial arts techniques and constantly improving your martial arts cultivation in order to control your own destiny in this chaotic world. He turned and looked at the dilapidated cabin behind him with a complex expression. This is all the family property that the old showman left to himself, although it is broken, but it's already too much better than those displaced refugees. Richie stepped forward, pushed open the creaking wooden door, and entered. The room was dimly lit, and it took the opening of a window to brighten it up a bit. Li Qi stood in the middle of the room and looked around, and his eyebrows became more and more wrinkled. There was only one bed, one table, one cabinet, and a couple of crooked stools that were about to fall apart, and that was all the furniture in the room. This is a little too tragic. Originally, after crossing over to a martial arts world with transcendent powers and being able to follow a path that was very different from his previous life, there were still a few moments of joy in Li Qi's heart. But when he looked at this starting point that was so low that it could not be any lower, he couldn't help but feel a pang of helplessness in his heart. Let's see, there should be something of value here. Li Qi's eyes turned to a 3-foot scroll hanging by the window. Green clouds and white cranes picture. In the scroll, 6 cranes are standing on the pines in the mountains, with different forms and postures, either lifting their wings to fly, or combing their feathers to take a rest, or chasing and playing, which are vivid. And the scroll of the mountains above the white clouds. Clouds and mist scrolling, through a hint of the high remote spiritual meaning. The painting is exquisite and delicate, and it reveals the transcendent and elegant spirit of the person who painted it. According to the old showman, I'm afraid that the origin of this painting of green clouds and white cranes is not clean. Not only there are traces of soil on the person who dealt in the painting, but also there is a very heavy smell of soil on the scroll, so I'm afraid that it was stolen from the tomb. The old showman on the calligraphy and painting quite a study. Most of his life are doing the business of selling calligraphy and painting. A glance at the picture of the green clouds and white cranes is not simple. This picture of extraordinary painting skills, far-reaching, which seems to hide the deep meaning of the absolute extraordinary goods. It's worth it. Therefore, the old showman did not hesitate to buy this painting from the suspected Tufu Z guy with 3 tails of silver. The old showman's eyes are poisonous. Know that this painting is worth 100 gold, but the person who sells the painting is shallow, do not know the treasures, and then sold the painting cheaply, so that the old show took advantage of a big bargain. At a very low cost will be the picture of the green clouds and white cranes in the hand. And the old showman also said that this painting is precious and can be collected. And if you encounter difficulties in the future, you can also exchange this painting for silver money to get through the difficulties. Richie felt that it was time. He was in quite a difficult situation. His family was poor and he had to spend money everywhere, especially on the Rui gang side. Li-Chi desperately needed silver money to exchange for better martial arts techniques. The strengthening elixir he had taken was very effective. It could strengthen his physique, enhance his cultivation, and speed up his cultivation. And he also planned to use the silver money to purchase some elixirs. Right now there was no time to slowly accumulate contributions and then exchange them for resources. That was too slow. It was faster to just buy them with money. In this strange and dangerous world, the sense of uneasiness was incessantly intruding on Li-Chi's nerves, and now he had to seize every opportunity to improve his strength before he could do so. Just as Li-Chi stepped forward and prepared to take down this green cloud white crane picture, a sudden change occurred. The green cloud white crane diagram suddenly emitted a faint millimeter of light and flickered like breathing. At the same time there was even a dark blue curtain of light that appeared in Richi's line of sight. Includable martial arts found. Supreme martial arts system activated. Martial arts in the collection. You get the middle grade martial arts. Sword dance of the crane in the clouds. With such a sight, Li-Chi couldn't help but widen his eyes and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This is system? My golden handshake has arrived. Chapter 2 Martial Arts System, Chance in Painting. Looking at the curtain of light floating in front of him, Li-Chi was very excited. Not only did he cross over, but he also obtained a system. Supreme Martial Arts System. After the death of the target, this system can absorb the life force escaping from the target and convert it into potential points. Potential points can be used to strengthen the mastery level of martial arts feats. Richie quickly figured out what the system was for. As long as one could obtain a steady stream of potential points, one would be able to quickly raise the mastery level of martial arts feats up, and one's strength would skyrocket. Great stuff! Richie's eyes were glowing with excitement, and he saw his details. Name, Li-Chi. Realm, Early Body Tempering Realm. Martial Arts, Mountain Breaking Fist, Crane Dancing Sword in the Cloud. Potential points, 0. Li-Chi's current martial realm was the early stage of the Body Tempering Realm, and the martial realms from low to high were the Body Tempering Realm, the True Chi Realm, the True Yuan Realm, and there were even higher realms upwards. It was just that Li-Chi's current level was too low, and he didn't know what kind of martial realm was behind the True Yuan Realm anymore. The so-called Body Tempering Realm, as the name suggests, required constant tempering of the body, strengthening the muscles and bones, in order to go further and break through to the next realm. This stage of the martial artist's strength has increased greatly. His body is strong and powerful. He can easily knock down a dozen or so ordinary people. Even if he manages to carry a tripod with his strength, it's not surprising that he pulls up 9 oxen upside down. And when the body tempering realm martial artists had polished and refined their flesh to a considerable degree, they would be able to attempt to contact the internal heart technique and practice a strand of martial true chi. If a martial artist steps into this realm, that is the so-called true chi realm. True chi is strong, can hurt people as well as themselves. If the strength of the body is not strong enough but strong practice of internal force, it will only backfire on itself. Li-Chi's Mountain Breaking Fist was only a lower grade martial art, which didn't involve any internal heart techniques, and it wasn't enough to support Li-Chi to break through the limit of the body tempering realm, allowing Li-Chi to step into the level of the true chi realm. At worst, it would have to be a mid-grade martial art before there would be internal techniques that would allow one to arrive at a stronger true chi realm. Just now, Li-Chi was wondering where to get some high-quality martial arts techniques in the future and was agonizing over it. But he never expected that not only did he activate the system while checking out this green cloud white crane picture, but he also got a precious mid-grade martial arts technique from this scroll. It's really incredible. Sword Dance in the Cloud. Grade, Medium Grade Martial Arts. Mastery Level, Uninitiated, 1 point of potential is expended to initiate. Moves, Wings Dance in Spring and Autumn. Crane Wings and Feathers. Crane Walking. Crane Shadow Chasing the Wind. Crane Sounding in Autumn and Water. Crane Dancing in the Nine Heavens. Introduction. The Crane Dance Sword in the Clouds is the basic martial art of the Pine and Crane Wancho sect, divided into 2 chapters. The upper and lower chapters, fused from the Crane Dance Sword, and the White Cloud Heart Technique. The upper chapter of the Crane Dance Sword is the method for the body tempering realm, while the lower chapter of the White Cloud Heart Technique is the method for the True Chi realm. After acquiring this technique, a large amount of messages related to the Crane Dancing Sword in the Clouds kept pouring into Li-Chi's mind, and he figured out the whole thing. The Crane Dance Sword in the Clouds is a martial art called Pine and Crane Manju sect, in which the words cloud and crane are the essence of this martial art. Li-Chi looked back at the picture of green clouds and white cranes hanging by the window and immediately saw the mystery of the scroll. In this scroll, 6 white cranes jumped on it, with different demeanor, one of the white cranes soaring on wings, dashing posture, but also a hint of the sharpness of the meaning, and this white crane soaring on the wings of the white cranes displayed is precisely, crane dance sword in the cloud, in a style of sword. The wings dance in the spring and autumn, and next to this white crane is a white crane that is grooming its feathers and resting slightly, and this white crane corresponds to another sword style in, crane dance sword in the clouds, crane wing convergence feather. There were a total of 6 white cranes in the scroll, which exactly corresponded to the 6 sword techniques in the, crane dancing sword in the clouds, sword. Not only that, the scroll's several clouds are even more uncomplicated, the wisps of cloudy air. Surprisingly, it depicted the traveling chi diagram of an internal martial art. A few white clouds correspond to the next part of, crane dancing sword in the clouds, white cloud mind technique, and this deeply hidden, crane dance sword in the clouds, was unexpectedly detected by the system and extracted from it, fulfilling Li Chi. So it goes. Richi struck a sigh, instantly figuring out a lot of things. No wonder the old showman will feel that this picture of green clouds and white cranes is not simple. This picture is not only extraordinary painting, far-reaching intention, which seems to be hidden deep meaning. It is because this scroll hides a middle-grade martial arts. The old showman has not practiced martial arts, cannot see the doorway in this scroll, but he is proficient in calligraphy and painting, but also noticed some abnormalities, and a bite of this painting is by no means simple. And the old showman did guess correctly, but neither he nor Li Chi expected that this scroll was actually an object of inheritance of a martial arts school. After the euphoria, Li Chi also gradually calmed down. He noticed the origin of this sword technique. Pine and Crane 100,000 Longevity Sect. This was obviously a martial arts sect with a very imposing name. I'm afraid that the origin was not simple. Li Chi had never heard of this sect before, and did not know whether this sect was evil or not. The green cloud and white crane diagram came from the wrong place and was probably dug out of the tomb. So this is a big deal. What to do? To learn or not to learn? After only a moment's hesitation, Li Chi's eyes crossed. Learn it. Fear your hammer. I didn't dig the grave anyway. There's a right to be wronged. Look for whoever you want. Just don't come to me. In today's chaotic world, where soldiers and bandits are rampant and displaced people are scattered, it is hard to even survive. So where is the heart to look ahead here? It's only right to grab every opportunity to improve your strength and grab every opportunity to get out of the bottom now. Richie, he really wants to progress too much. His current strength is still only at the early stage of the body tempering realm, and when he puts it out into this jungle, he is a Kalami that is so small that it can't be any smaller, and any expert that jumps out and calls his name can kill him. Something for later. It's better to talk about it later. For now, let's learn this sword art first. Even if the people of the Pine Crane Longevity Sect looked for him later, Li Chi might not be in trouble. After all, he was the one who had activated the system, and there was no chance that he might not be able to touch base with the people of the Pine Crane Longevity Sect. Just as Richie was considering the possibilities, there was a sudden knock on the door of the room. Richie, come on out. Something's happened to the gang. The voice outside the door was familiar. A gang member who was close to Richie. Li Chi's face changed and he immediately stepped forward and took down the green cloud and white crane picture hanging by the window, carefully storing it away before opening the door to the house. Autumn, what happened? Chapter 3. The Great War will begin. Han Yangqiu was also a member of the Rui gang, living close to Li Chi, and the two of them were still on good terms, except that right now, Han Yangqiu's complexion had obvious tension and panic in it. Something's wrong. The Changle gang's men smashed up a few of our restaurants, killing and injuring more than 24 of our brothers. Hearing Han Yangqiu say this, Li Chi's face also gained a trace of gravity. Changle gang is also one of the gang forces in Chuan County City. This gang's name is more festive than the Rui gang, and many people suspect that the fortune teller that the Changle gang looked for to take the name in the first place, and Rui gang's side was looking for the same person. Although the name of the Changle gang festive, but dry camp but not a few personnel. Not only casinos and brothels are involved, but also did a lot of forced prostitution things. Reputation in the city of Chuan County is also the most smelly group. Rui gang and Changle gang have few interactions, and the power of Changle gang is also slightly weaker than Rui gang, and the gang leader Huang Yuancheng is even more disdainful of those people in Changle gang. In the words of this gang leader, I, Mr. Huang, do not share the same fate as gambling and drugs. Even if there was a clash between two gangs in the city of Chuan County, it was still relatively restrained, and if it wasn't a special situation they would all avoid large-scale deaths and injuries. And as it is now, Rui gang's many properties have been smashed, and there are also so many dead and injured gang members. I'm afraid that things can't be made good. How did this happen all of a sudden? Li Chi asked in a deep voice. Han Yangqiu also shook his head. I'm not sure what kind of madness the people on the Changle gang side have gone through. Right now, gang leader Huang is gathering his men, and he's probably going to retaliate back viciously. Let's hurry over there. We'll be punished if we're late. Li Qi didn't say much, and after locking the door of his room, he rushed towards Rui Gang's side. The Rui Gang's gang compound was not far from Li Qi's house. Crossing 2 streets to get there, Li Qi and Han Yangqiu hurried all the way to a courtyard covering a wide area, where a lot of people had already come. A group of gang members gathered together, all with ugly faces, whispering to each other. Li Qi and Han Yangqiu squeezed into the crowd and saw the figure lying in the open space in the middle of the crowd. This time there were about 24 dead and wounded gang members. All of them were carried back. Some of them had already cooled down, and those who hadn't cooled down were also very seriously injured, and one by one they were moaning and wailing on the ground. Ouch! Ouch! I'm dying. The group of from the Changle gang, you will take my, avenge me. If I can pull through this time, I will never let go of those people from the Changle gang. The sounds of wailing and moaning were endless, and those who heard them were moved. Rui Gang's industry. Besides the restaurant, there is also a medicine store, and the doctor who sits in the medicine store has also rushed over, and is treating the injuries of the gang members who are not dead. Li Qi saw a gang member whose body had been chopped 7 or 8 times. The other party's body was rolled over with skin and flesh, blood dripping. The tragic situation was shocking, and he was already in his deathbed. Soon, the gang member's chest stopped heaving and his moans disappeared. Potential points +1. A prompt passed in front of Richie's eyes. Li Qi was shocked in his heart and did not move to look at the prompt. That's how you get potential points? Previously, he had thought that he needed to kill the target himself in order to gain potential points, but that was not the case. Even if this gang member's death had absolutely nothing to do with him, the system would likewise be able to acquire potential points. Soon, a few more gang members' injuries were too severe and they died one after another. Potential points +1. Potential points +1. A prompt kept passing in front of Li Qi's eyes. Li Qi didn't dawdle and immediately took this opportunity to fumble around, and soon he figured out some of the system's characteristics. The first thing is that it doesn't have to be a target that is killed by the host in order to gain potential points. The system can gain potential points just as well by being killed by someone else. Second, the distance to gain potential points is 100 paces. As long as someone dies within this range, the system captures the life energy that escapes from the deceased and converts it into potential points. There was also the fact that his system page was only visible to Richie himself and no one else. Great! Li Qi's heart couldn't help but rejoice. These traits were very friendly to him, meaning that he could obtain more potential points more easily. Soon, one after another, several more gang members were seriously injured and died one by one, and Li Qi gained a total of 6 potential points. Looking at the extra potential points on his personal panel, Li Qi's heart was also slightly relieved. Arriving with 6 potential points when he needed them the most was like a gift from the snow. It's not much, but it'll do for a while. Soon, Huang Yuanqing, the leader of the Rui gang, also arrived. The gang members surrounding the area dispersed, making way for Huang Yuanqing to walk in. Huang Gangmaster was over 30 years old, with a powerful body. He was also the strongest person in the Rui gang. He had practiced martial True Qi early and stepped into the True Qi realm. His body exuded a compelling might. He looked at the gang members lying on the ground, one by one, seriously injured, dying. The flesh on his face was uncontrollably twitching, and his gaze was even more cold to frightening. Everyone could see that this gang master had already reached the edge of violent anger. Dr. Hu was bending down to treat the wounded, also stood up, walked towards Huang Yuanqing, and arched his hand. Gang master, forgive me for my incompetence. 6 of the gang members were too badly injured and were not saved. Huang Yuanqing's face barely squeezed out a smile and said, no harm done. Hard work Dr. Hu. Dr. Hu's medical skills are exquisite, especially good at treating traumatic injuries. The gang's injuries are almost all cured by Dr. Hu. In the Rui gang, Dr. Hu has a not low prestige. All people are very respectful of him. After treating all the injured, Dr. Hu also left the place, and now only the Rui gang's gang members were left here. Huang Yuanqing looked around, his eyes crossing from one gang member's face to another, and said in a chilling voice, the people of the Changle gang dared to lay such a cruel hand on my Rui gang. You guys say, what to do? Kill back, avenge your brothers, make the Changle gang pay, kill kill kill. These gangs were furious, each hissing, and many of the dead and injured were even their own brothers. How could this not make people angry? And Huang Yuanqing nodded in satisfaction. Very well, gather all the men and follow me to kill the Changle gang. Richie squeezed into the crowd, his face momentarily bewildered. In his last life, he was just a 996 social animal, living a dull and ordinary life every day, and now as soon as he crosses over, he has to participate in a gang firefight. Isn't it also a little too exciting? Although he had inherited all the memories of his predecessor, he still felt a little uncomfortable at the moment. Huang Yuanqing, who was standing in the crowd, said in a loud voice, "Anyone who kills one person from the Changle gang will be credited with one minor merit. Whoever kills 5 people will be credited once. Anyone who runs away from the battlefield will be punished as a gang rebel. 3 knives and 6 holes. This is another rebel gang and 3 cuts and 6 holes." Li Qi knows in his heart, this matter absolutely cannot be good. There will be a bloodbath on both sides. Chapter 4, Strengthening Martial Arts. Realm Enhancement. Rui Gang's summoning order has been issued. Many of the gang members in the distance are rapidly returning, and so on all the people gathered. It's the time for the war to break out. Huang Yuanqing left after giving a few words of explanation. He also had some things he needed to go prepare. Another half hour at most, and it's going to happen. Looking at the constant stream of gang members arriving here and the growing number of people in the courtyard, Han Yangqiu said with a grave expression. Richie nodded, frowning slightly. It was almost out of time, and he had some things he needed to take care of, so he pulled a random excuse. I'm going to make it easier. Then he found an unoccupied corner and opened his system page. Name, Li Qi. Realm, Early Body Tempering Realm. Martial Arts, Mountain Breaking Fist, Crane Dancing Sword in the Cloud. Potential points, 6. With 6 potential points in hand, you can start strengthening the wave. Just now, there were many people and eyes. Li Qi was not sure if he would have any light and shadow effects when he used his potential points to enhance his feats. It would not be good if he was seen, but now he could try it. Raise the Crane Dance Sword in the Clouds, upper chapter. Immediately 1 point of potential was missing on the system page. A large amount of cultivation memories kept pouring into Li Qi's mind, as if he had already been practicing the Crane Dancing Sword in the Cloud for a month long. Not only that, but Richie's body had gotten a little more robust under his clothes. Li Qi could clearly feel that his power had increased significantly, and after a slight adaptation, he continued, keep lifting. The very system page is once again missing 5 points of potential, and his mastery level of Crane Dance Sword in the Cloud, upper chapter has gone from introductory to skillful. The 5 levels of mastery of martial arts feats, from low to high, are introductory, proficient, successful, and great success. If one wanted to use normal means to raise an inferior martial art to the introductory level, an ordinary person would need to practice diligently for a month to do so, and the time it takes to rise to the level of skillful mastery takes as long as a year. And by consuming 6 points of potential with the help of the system, Li Qi instantly crossed over the level that others would need more than a year to reach, and raised the Crane Dance Sword in the Clouds, upper chapter to the level of proficiency. Sword techniques at this level could already be used to fight against the enemy and exert a good effect. At this time, Li Qi's martial realm had also improved, reaching the middle stage from the early stage of the layer-hardened body realm. His body had become even stronger and more powerful, and his torso underneath his clothes had appeared to have very obvious muscle lines that were full of strength. Great! Li Qi's palms clenched slightly, feeling the power that kept surging out of his torso. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes, and he wasn't as worried about the gang firefight that was to follow. Rui Gang had more than 200 people up and down, except for 2 of the gang leader's close friends who had broken through the limit of the body tempering realm and stepped into the level of the true Qi realm. All the other members of the gang were body tempering realm martial artists, and the middle stage of the body tempering realm was considered to be a good hand amongst these ordinary members of the gang. By now, Richie was out of the bottom of the gang and had a fighting chance. Perhaps the next firefight is an opportunity too, maybe? Richie thought in his mind. It is foreseeable that the ensuing gang firefight is bound to be quite grueling, with deaths and injuries inevitable, and as long as someone dies in front of Li Qi, he would be able to obtain a steady stream of potential points. He had just strengthened and upgraded martial arts techniques twice in a row, verifying that there would be no light and shadow effects during the process of strengthening and upgrading, and that the movement was very small, which was a good thing. Li Qi could completely enhance and strengthen his martial arts techniques on the battlefield of killing. As long as you collect enough potential points, you can immediately use them and quickly transform them into your strength. War on war. At the thought of this, a hint of excitement grew in Li Qi's eyes, and he became expectant of the upcoming great battle. After gang leader Huang's summoning order was sent out, more and more people rushed to the gang's premises. Many of them had already been carrying swords and knives, fully armed and ready to strike, and everyone could feel a biting aura of murder. After all the manpower had arrived, Huang Yuanqing reappeared and he came in front of everyone while all the gang members gazed at him. I'm sure I don't need to tell you. Everyone knows what happened. Those scumbags from the Changle gang smashed the gang's restaurant, killing and injuring quite a few of our brothers. This revenge will not go unrewarded. How can my Rui gang gain a foothold in this Chuan county? Today, we must make those bastards pay in blood. After Huang Yuanqing let out a loud shout, the gang below also shouted out sternly, kill back, revenge, revenge. Rui gang in the group of anger. Li Qi crowded in the pile of people, eyes calm. His heart began to quickly calculate how he should respond in the next big battle. Soon, the Rui gang came out in full force, with over 200 people killing in the direction of the Changle gang. Hundreds of gang members with guns and sticks passed through the streets, each with a murderous look on their faces, and such a big commotion had startled many people. The residents on both sides of the street immediately avoided and retreated backward, fearing that they had been affected, and many of them even whispered, "What's going on? They're all from the Rui gang. Where are they going? I heard that it's the Changle gang's people who put their hands on the Rui gang, and this is to take revenge." The Rui gang? Aha! Those grandchildren of the Changle gang. Someone should have cleaned up their mess a long time ago. Alas, some days ago there were rebels wreaking havoc, and now there are more and more gang firefights in the city. The world is in chaos. The Rui gang's crowd didn't look away and traveled straight ahead, quickly arriving outside the Changle gang's compound. Huang Yuanqing stood before the crowd, looking in the direction of the Changle gang, his body's true essence surging, his voice traveling far and wide. Scum of the Changle gang, come out and die, all of you. Chapter 5, Is a sword such an inconvenient thing? After Huang Yuanqing opened his mouth to call for battle, the door to the opposite side of the compound opened, and quite a few people poured out from inside. The Changle gang's people were also present. Their numbers were on par with the Rui gang's side, so it seemed that the other side had also prepared for this. A young man with a lean figure walked out from the crowd of the Changle gang. He was the gang leader of the Changle gang, Shi Chun. Shi Chun looked at the furious Huang Yuanqing with a teasing face. Yo, isn't this gang master Huang? What brings you here? Why don't you go in and have a seat? I'll be sure to treat you well. Looking at the gagging, fearless Shi Chun, Huang Yuanqing's anger increased. Surname Shi, you're less likely to pretend to be here. Your people didn't follow the rules, smashed my restaurant for no reason, and killed or injured more than 20 brothers. You're not trying to muddle through, are you? Shi Chun hemmed and hawed. But it was just that a few of my men drank a few cups of wine in your restaurant, and when the wine got to their heads, they acted on impulse and did something like this, so I hope you'll forgive me. Those few henchmen have already been ruthlessly cleaned up by me. I think this matter, just let it go? Shi Chun said playfully, unconcerned. This kind of behavior even made the Rui gang's group of people curse it angrily at once. Huang Yuanqing took a deep breath and said in a chilling voice, if that's your answer, then go to hell. Kill. After a stern shout, the men and horses from both sides immediately engaged in battle. Shi Chun of the Changle gang was also a true Qi realm martial artist, but only at the early stage of the true Qi realm. His strength was not yet as good as Huang Yuanqing's, but he was not afraid at all when he made a move with Huang Yuanqing, and held his sword and chopped at Huang Yuanqing's neck. Windbreaker blade technique. This was Huang Yuanqing's famous martial art. A long sword flashed past to block Shi Chun's long sword that chopped at him. Both sides' swords intertwined. A sword chi erupted between the two sides. All of the gangs on both sides fought furiously, and the streets were momentarily filled with shouts and killings. Richie, stay close to me. Han Yanqiu greeted and leaned against Li Qi's side, and the two of them covered each other as they dealt with the incoming Changle gangsters. Such as street fighting and killing things has not been the first time to happen. Li Qi and Han Yanqiu have had a few times to cooperate. The same retreat under quite a few tacit understanding. Got it. Autumn. Li Qi responded and moved closer to Han Yanqiu without being swept away by the chaotic crowd. Han Yanqiu's strength is still the early stage of the body-quenching realm. He did not even think that Li Qi's strength has broken through the middle stage of the body-quenching realm, has long exceeded him. Usually Han Yanqiu is experienced in battle, and Li Qi is also much care, but now Li Qi was the dominant of the two. A big man from the Changle gang locked onto Li Qi's figure, dodged Han Yanqiu's attack, and killed towards Li Qi with his sword. Ha ha ha, little brat of the Rui gang, you're not even hairy yet and you're here to mix with the Jianghu? Fuck you, because Li Qi is young and tender. Because of the years of reading and reciting poetry, the body has a soft scroll breath, which is very conspicuous in the perennial blood-licking Jianghu mangan. Although Li Qi had been hanging out in the Jianghu for more than 2 months, and the aura of books on his body had diminished quite a bit, he was still very noticeable, and this Changle gang's big man noticed Li Qi's presence at a glance. as the saying goes, a persimmon should pick the soft one to pinch. And this is even more true in this battlefield where swords are blind, and immediately some people hit Li Qi's body with their ideas. The big man held a sword and stabbed at Li Qi's chest. Li Qi's gaze was cold and a murderous aura flashed in his eyes. Crane shadow chasing wind. This was a stance amongst the crane dancing sword in the clouds, which allowed for rapid movement, like a crane traveling through the wind, making it difficult for the enemy to catch on. Li Qi's figure shifted slightly and dodged the sword stabbed by the big man. The long sword slashed against Li Qi's shoulder and did not injure Li Qi, and Li Qi took the opportunity to get closer to the big man, bursting into the inner circle of the big man. His right hand shot up electrically, merging his fingers into a sword and instantly stabbing at the big man's throat. Crane wings gathering feathers. This was also a sword style in the crane dance sword in the clouds. Its sword tip slightly trembled, like a crane's wings converging, slashing through the opponent with the side of the sword, attacking them unawares. A very stealthy and difficult to defend sword style. Although Li Qi has no sword in his hand, but is a sword not such an inconvenient thing? Even without a sword in his hand, Li Qi could use his strong body and sinews at the middle stage of the body tempering realm to form a sword with his fingers. The same could be done to kill the enemy. The sword finger heavily stabbed above this big man's throat, penetrating more than 2 inches deep. With the force infused, the big man's throat shattered and bruised rapidly. As the throat suffered a heavy blow, severe pain and a sense of suffocation came one after another. The big man's eyes went black, his body fell backward towards the sky, and the long sword he was holding also fell out of his hand. Li Yuan flipped his wrist and copied this long sword with one hand. Then the sword was gently sent forward, and the tip of the sword instantly cut between the big man's neck. Potential points +1. After killing the big man, Richie once again got his hands on 1 point of potential. At the same time, the killing around them had already entered white heat, and large-scale deaths and injuries had begun to appear. Potential points +1. Potential points +1. Potential points +1. A hint kept crossing Richie's vision. As long as someone died within 100 paces of Li Qi, the system would be able to acquire potential points, and the potential points in Richie's hand were also rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Right, that's it. Looking at the dabbling potential points that kept rising, Li Qi's gaze took on a look of excitement. As long as he gathered 10 points of potential, he would be able to strengthen the martial art of crane dancing sword in the clouds once again, raising it to the mastery level of proficiency. After killing the big man, Han Yangqiu looked over, looking at the big man who had already fallen to the ground with a stunned face and said incredulously, "Ah, you've already solved it?" Li Qi slashed back an incoming enemy with his sword and responded, "Well, good luck. It's already been taken care of by me." And Han Yangqiu breathed a sigh of relief. The sword-wielding man had just broken through his defense and attacked Li Qi behind him. Originally he was worried and was planning to turn back to rush to his aid when he didn't expect that Li Qi had not only already taken care of the man, but even the other party's sword had been snatched into his hands. "That's good. Pay more attention. Call me if you need anything." The two men turned their backs on each other and greeted each other, while Li Qi and the others were fighting hard. The center of the battlefield was being fought. The two true Qi realm martial artists fought each other, forming a separate battle circle. "Huang Gangmaster, earlier I paid a visit to your door and negotiated with you in a good voice, sparing no expense to buy those several of your restaurants. You are good, do not appreciate not to say, actually gave me a face. How about now? The taverns have all been smashed by me, so take those 2 broken taverns and play slowly by yourself. He. Shi Chun scoffed as he exchanged blows with Huang Yuanqing, and Huang Yuanqing was even more furious, his face shaking with anger. Good. So playful, huh? You must die here today." The compelling murderous aura attacked, making people feel like falling into an ice cellar. But Shi Chun's expression remained good and calm, not seeing any semblance of panic, as he slowly said, "Gangmaster Huang, you are mistaken. It's not me who will die today, but you." Just then, a figure leapt out from the silhouettes and killed towards Huang Yuanqing. At the sight of the figure, Huang Yuanqing instantly recognized the identity of the visitor and called out, "Demon Silver Hand Shui Gu?" The visitor is also a true Qi realm martial artist, and like Huang Yuanqing, he is also in the middle stage of the true Qi realm. Shui Gu's reputation is well known. A pair of magic silver hands are indestructible, and those who are in them will die without their blood and flesh bursting. Shui Gu's pair of meaty palms were densely covered with true Qi, emitting a faint silver color as he slapped towards Huang Yuanqing's head, and Shi Chun also seized this opportunity and chopped towards Huang Yuanqing with his sword. Under the two-phase attack, Huang Yuanqing had reached a moment of great danger. Chapter 6 Crazy Harvest. The skyrocketing potential points. The strength of the Changdal gang was not as strong as the Rui gang, Whether it was the number and strength of the gang members, or the strength gap between the two gang leaders, the Changle gang was weaker than the Rui gang. Generally speaking, the Changle gang shouldn't mess with the Rui gang, or else they would easily suffer a big loss. But the truth was that the Changle gang not only dared to mess with the Rui gang, they also did it thoroughly, without any regard for the consequences. That's odd. Although Shirchun of the Changle gang was not a good person and had done many things that caused the wrath of the heavens and the people, this guy still had no problem with his brain and did not look like someone who would make such an unwise move. Maybe the other side has some kind of leverage? After the incident, Huang Yuanqing thought about this. Huang Yuanqing was also prepared for this, and he didn't panic too much when he saw the appearance of the demon Silver Hand Cui Gu. At this moment, Cui Gu and Shirchun teamed up to surround Huang Yuanqing, and he let out a loud cry, exhaling his breath and crossing his sword in front of him, the true chi in his body boiling violently. Wind-breaking blade technique of Wind Scroll. In just a single breath, Huang Yuanqing chopped out 6 slashes. Heavy blade shadows intertwined in front of them. An even more translucent blade chi chopped out and flew towards Shirchun and the two of them. Knife chi near the body. The two did not dare to be slow. Cui Gu's palm was covered with true chi. Towards the incoming knife chi slapped. Devil's silver hands. This type of palm technique is continuous. The palm force is fierce. Will be a knife chi slapped scattered. Because of the protection of his true chi, as if he was wearing a pair of fine iron gauntlets, Cui Gu's hands were not cut by the blade chi, but the massive force attached to the blade chi pushed his body to keep retreating. And Shirchun, who was on the side, also performed his sword technique and blocked Huang Yuanqing's blade chi. After forcing the duo back with several slashes in a row, the true chi in Huang Yuanqing's body was directly reduced by 30%. A hint of fatigue permeated his body as he looked at the duo with hatred and gritted his teeth. So it is. No wonder you, Shirchun, dared to hit my Rui gang. So this is what you're relying on? Shirchun stood on his sword and laughed strangely. Ha 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 ha. Huang Yuanqing, I told you, you will definitely die here today. Stop resisting and die in peace. It's not just you. Everyone in your Rui gang will die. Regarding Shirchun's shouting, Huang Yuanqing no longer paid any attention to it, but instead looked towards Cui Gu, who was standing next to Shirchun, and said in a deep voice, Trevor Valley, what do you say? You and I have no grudges, and you have to come and wade through this mess? Cui Gu was a solo traveler, and although there were forces that tried to recruit him, they were all rejected by him, and he usually wandered away from the major forces. This time, it would be Cui Gu who would be the one to intervene in this, which was out of Huang Yuanqing's expectation. Facing Huang Yuanqing's questioning, Cui Gu's face was indifferent as he didn't answer Huang Yuanqing, but instead looked at Shirchun next to him. It's the same old rules. After resolving Huang Yuanqing, I want half of Rui Gang's benefits. If you pull a stunt afterward, I'll finish you off, too. Shirchun nodded and affirmed. Don't worry, I won't back out. That's good. Huang Yuanqing's face was chilled. Looking at this duo had been beating themselves up for a long time. Rui Gang has quite a few industries, and all of them are well run, although it is not so much as to make money day by day, but the gold and silver earned is also quite a lot. And now the wealth of the Rui Gang is causing covetousness among the bystanders, all of whom have people beating down their doors. Huang Yuanqing's face was grim. He was not even dead yet, and the two of them, Cui Gu and Shirchun, were already discussing how to divide his property, which made the killing intent in his heart even greater. Well, it seems that the only way for you and I to die on our side, to realize the end of this matter. Huang Yuanqing adjusted his breathing to recover the depleted true chi in his body as quickly as possible while at the same time, he droned, Brother Chen, still not making a move to help? At this time, a silhouette appeared on the roof next to it. It was a long and strong man, Chen Xiaohan. Chen Xiaohan was also a reputable martial arts powerhouse. His cultivation had reached the late true chi realm, stronger than everyone present, and after seeing Chen Xiaohan appear, Shirchun couldn't help but exclaim, Chen Xiaohan, why are you here? Huang Yuanqing and Chen Xiaohan are good friends for many years, just that the two people rarely move around on weekdays, so that many people do not know the relationship between these two people. At this moment, Chen Xiaohan appeared, out of everyone's expectation. Chen Xiaohan, who was standing on the roof, laughed loudly, and with a flash of his figure, he appeared beside Huang Yuanqing and slowly said, What's the rush? I'm not here. After the incident of Rui Gang, Huang Yuanqing keenly sensed the abnormality, and thought that this matter might be fraudulent and must be dealt with cautiously. So he sent a letter to Chen Xiaohan at a rapid speed to come to help him with his fist. And after Chen Xiaohan showed up, Huang Yuanqing also took a long breath of relief, his heart settling down quite a bit. On the other hand, the two from the opposite side of the Changle gang did not look so good. Chui Gu wore a fearful expression on his face, not daring to look directly at Chen Xiaohan. His eyes wandered around, already considering an escape route. Shi Chun, on the other hand, was even worse. His face was pale, and on his face was a panic that was hard to hide. Chen Xiaohan? How come? How could it be you? A strong person at the late stage of the true Qi realm was enough to easily suppress several people at the early stage of the true Qi realm. He, Shi Chun, in front of Chen Xiaohan, not to mention resisting, even escaping smoothly was an extravagant hope. On the other hand, Chen Xiaohan's complexion was good and calm, nonchalantly sizing up this duo and snorting, "You two aren't small in guts, daring to make a move against the Rui gang and letting me make a trip over from so far away. Die." After letting out a low cry, Chen Xiaohan killed towards the two true Qi martial artists on the opposite side, and Li Qi, who had been in the middle of the melee, had also been paying attention to the changes in the core battlefield. First a demon's silver hand Chui Gu appeared, and then Chen Xiaohan appeared. The situation changed several times, which was astonishing. In the end, the situation was completely reversed in favor of his side, and Li Qi breathed a sigh of relief. After all, that Shi Chun just said that not only is Huang Yuanqing going to be finished, but everyone in the Rui gang is going to die here, which is not good. Fortunately, such a thing did not happen. After a few fights, the number of people who had died at Li Qi's hands had exceeded 5, in addition to the number of people who had died at the hands of others, and the number of potential points in Li Qi's hands had reached as many as 18. In the short time since the start of the Great War, Li Qi easily arrived at a large number of potential points, ready for the next enhancement. Li Qi's mind darkened as he called out the system page and began to operate it. Continue to raise the crane dancing sword in the clouds, upper chapter. The system page was suddenly missing 10 points of potential, and a large number of memories appeared out of nowhere and flooded into his mind. At the same time, his body was once again strengthened, with his muscles becoming more and more robust and full, and his sinews and bones becoming harder and tougher. 10 breaths later, the reinforcement ended. The upper chapter of Crane Dancing Sword in the Clouds had been raised to the level of proficiency, and his martial realm had also broken through to the late stage of the body tempering realm. Such strength in the Rui gang among the many gangs cannot be said to be the top, but it also belongs to the first echelon. After his strength skyrocketed once again, the light in Li Qi's eyes flickered. Good, keep killing. Chapter 7, Strength Enhancement. Mental State Transformation. Two gangs pouring out of their nests and erupting into a fight on the scale of hundreds of people. A scene this big doesn't happen all the time. Weekday gang friction are small fights, each other much restraint, and this time the two gangs firefight for many people is a disaster. But for Li Qi, is the opportunity. Both sides were now killing each other, and people were dying every moment. The potential points in Li Qi's hand were rising rapidly. Potential points, 10. Potential points, 20. Potential points, 30. The potential points in Li Qi's hand quickly broke through 50 points and ran towards the 100-point mark. If it wasn't for the fact that the occasion was really inappropriate, Li Qi almost couldn't hold back and laughed outright. By now, Li Qi had completely adapted to this battlefield and to this world. He even felt a few moments of coziness, a few moments of ease. Keep killing, don't ever stop. Li Qi's eyes were tinted with a faint scarlet color, and killing intent filled them, as if it was a ferocious beast that chose to devour others. He didn't notice in the slightest that Han Yangqiu, who had been there close to him, had changed color, and Han Yangqiu's eyes were filled with shock and even a hint of fear when he looked at Li Qi. There were already more than 10 people who died under Li Qi's hands. Li Qi's lapel was already soaked with blood, emitting a pungent smell of blood, but Li Qi's body did not have a single wound. All this blood is the enemy's. That would be scary. Killing 10 people in a row yet being able to return unharmed. This was no longer the Li Qi he knew. Han Yangqiu even saw a late-stage body-tempering realm martial artist from the Changle gang being run through Li Qi's throat with a sword, and then dying miserably on the spot with his neck covered. How is this possible? How could Li Qi have such strength? Han Yangqiu's heart was shaken. The gaze he looked at Li Qi had a trace of strangeness in his fear, feeling that the person in front of him was not the same Li Qi he once was, and Han Yangqiu himself didn't even notice that he unconsciously took a few steps back, pulling away from Li Qi. The number of people who had died at the hands of Li Qi was too many, and had already attracted the attention of many people on the Changle gang's side, as two late-stage body-tempering realm martial artists came towards Li Qi to kill him. How dare you! How dare you slaughter so many of my Changle gang's brothers? You won't be able to stay today. Die! Looking at the two martial artists attacking towards him, Li Qi smiled. His sash was now stained with blood and his killing intent was boiling like a blood-bathed killing god. Crane dancing sword in the clouds, of wing dance in spring and autumn. This was also one of the swordsmanship styles, whose sword posture was stretched out, with the sword and arms flying together, as if the wings of a flying crane were dancing in the air. The sword in Li Qi's hand danced continuously, sword light intertwining and enveloping towards these two martial artists who were coming towards him. Coincidentally, these two late-stage body-tempering realm martial artists were also using sword techniques. The three long swords clashed together, splashing out a shower of sparks, and the gap is showing. Although these two martial artists were also late-stage body-tempering realm martial artists like Li Qi, the quality of their swordsmanship was very ordinary and was only an unusual lower-grade martial art, while Li Qi's crane dancing sword in the clouds was a middle-grade martial art and was much more subtle. Secondly, Li Qi's crane dancing sword in the clouds had already reached the mastery level of proficiency, a high realm. If an ordinary person wants to practice a sword technique to the proficient realm, it is not 3 years of hard work, but if the cultivator is gifted in sword technique, he can shorten this time. However, Li Qi had reached the sword art realm in just a day's time, and his strength had increased tremendously. The two martial artists who fought with Li Qi, whether it was the quality of their martial arts techniques or their mastery of them, there was a huge gap between them and Li Qi, although it's 2 against 1, but they were the ones being suppressed. Li Qi flipped his wrist, and the various sword styles in crane dancing sword in the cloud were at his fingertips, forcing the two late-stage body-tempering realm martial artists to jump up and down in a terrible way. This son's strength is odd. We can't even hold him? How can it be? It's just a little kid. How can it be so difficult to deal with? Look out! One of the martial artists cried out in pain. Li Qi's swordsmanship was not only light and ethereal, but also extremely fast. A sword pierced through the wrist of the sword wielder in the instant he did not react. Blood spilled out from his wrist, and as severe pain struck him, this martial artist let out a cry of pain, and a trace of fear was added to his eyes. He knew he had kicked the bucket. Although the person in front of him was not very old and had a childish face, his sword art attainments were far above the two of them. It was absolutely impossible for them to defeat this person. Run! Knowing that they could not be defeated, the two martial artists intended to take off and leave, but it was already too late. Li Qi twisted his wrist, and the tip of his sword flashed out, directly severing the wrist of this martial artist opposite him. The palm holding the sword flew far away. Ah-ha-ha! Screams rang out, but immediately came to an abrupt end, and a thin line of blood had already appeared between this martial artist's throat, and a large amount of blood could not stop gushing out from it. Noisy! After sealing his throat with a sword, Li Qi's sword gently shook off the blood stained on it. Potential points +2. Killing this late-stage body-tempering realm martial artist, Li Qi harvested 2 potential points. The stronger the strength, the more life energy escaped from the death of the person, the more potential points that could be converted out. After killing one of them, the remaining late-stage body-tempering realm martial artists were so frightened that they turned around and ran without looking back. But how could Li Qi let the potential point in front of him run away? He easily caught up with the opponent and then killed him with a sword. Potential points +2. As one after another fell at Li Qi's feet, his state of mind changed, from being touched at the beginning, to indifference, and finally to numbness. It's a chaotic world where it's either you or me, and the weak have no power to survive. In order not to be the one lying on the ground, Li Qi only had to kill the incoming enemies one by one. There was no time to be sad here. Li Qi feels that his current state of mind, colder than the man who had been killing fish in RTD for 10 years. The fight between the Rui gang and the Changle gang never stopped, and the battlefield that was at the center of it was also divided into winners and losers. Chen Xiaohan seized one of Shi Chun's brakes and hit the other party's chest with a palm. The huge palm force burst out explosively. Shi Chun's back exploded into a bowl-sized round hole. The blood, flesh and internal organs were turned into crumbs and flew out from it. Shi Chun's eyes widened. Blood spilled out of his mouth and nose. His martial true chi rapidly faded. He opened his mouth to say something, but he could no longer say anything, and eventually collapsed softly to the ground, dying miserably. The leader of the crime, Shi Chun, is dead. Why don't you surrender quickly? After killing Shi Chun, Chen Xiaohan exhaled and bellowed. The Changle gang members who saw this were all startled, revealing a look of horror. The gang leader is dead? Run! Run! Can't win! Run for your life! The gang leader was dead. The people of the Changle gang no longer had the heart to continue fighting. They scattered and fled. The defeat of the Changle gang was finalized, and the Rui gang's men took advantage of the situation to cover up a wave of people, chasing towards these routed people. By this point Richie was also relieved. No matter what, Rui Gang's battle was considered won, and he didn't have to worry about how to go to the end of the world after losing the battle, and his heart let out a slight sigh of relief. After killing for a long time, Li Qi also felt a trace of fatigue. After slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid breath, he also chased towards the fleeing Changle gang members. Things like potential points were never too much no matter what. Wouldn't it be a pity not to take the opportunity to harvest a little more? Li Qi would not let go of such an opportunity. To this point, no more Changle gang in Xuan County City. Chapter 8 Rewarding Merits and Redeeming Feats. After the great battle, the tumultuous streets calmed down. Changle gang leader died on the spot. A large part of the gang members were killed, and some of them escaped, and the whole Changle gang disappeared from the sight of the residents of Chuan County City. After the dust had settled, and after arranging for some of the manpower to stay behind to clean up the battlefield, everyone else returned to the Rui gang's compound for a little rest and recuperation. Now, it's time to discuss the merits. All the information about this big battle against the Changle gang was quickly sent to Huang Yuanqing. Aside from some of the battle deaths and the very badly injured and wounded, most of the people were gathered here, and everyone looked at the gang leader who was checking the list in front of them, all of them with a look of anticipation on their faces. Soon, Huang Yuanqing finished reading the list and raised his head to look at the people in front of him, taking on the Changle gang and winning the battle this time. Very good. Congratulations, anyone who participates in the war. 3 taels of bounty. 5 taels of bounty for those seriously injured. Those who die in battle will be rewarded with 10 taels and their families, and a generous burial. Once this statement was made, those who heard it all cheered, and they all thanked the master of the gang in a loud voice. Master Gang is wise. My subordinate is willing to die for the gang master. Thank you, gang leader. Rui gang. Rui gang. The silver required for this reward is a lot of silver, a great deal of silver, but having just defeated the Changle gang, which has quite a lot of gold and silver jewels on its side, the matter can be resolved with a small share out of it. Changle gang this time is prepared. About how to take down the Rui gang early countermeasures, even take down the Rui gang how to split the benefits have thought about. Rui gang-like goods are designed to be reckoned with, which makes Huang Yuanqing was furious, and after counter-killing the Changle gang, Huang Yuanqing didn't even hesitate for a second and directly swallowed it whole. Still want to swallow my Rui gang? Watch me swallow you first. Huang Yuanqing fiercely let out a mouthful of bad breath, then slightly sidled his head and looked at a close associate next to him, asking, "This killing, can anyone escape from the battlefield?" When these words were asked, the hearts of the people present were all tightened, and everyone knew what would happen to those who fled from the battlefield. This close associate stepped forward and respectfully returned back to the gangmaster. In this fierce battle against the Changle gang, my Rui gang had a total of 243 disciples on the battlefield. These 243 brothers, some were killed in battle, some were wounded, and some were seriously injured and unconscious, but none of them fled from the battlefield. Hearing his close friend say this, the smile on Huang Yuanqing's face increased. Good. You guys have done a very good job. It's not a waste of my usual cultivation of you. Huang Yuanqing is very happy. The mood is rarely like this now. The mood has been so free. Good. As I also said before, anyone who kills the enemy will get war credit. Tian Feng, you read out the war credit of all the brothers. Yes, gang leader. Tian Feng, a close associate of Huang Yuanqing, took out a list from his arms and read them out one by one. Yi Cheng, 2 kills, 2 minor merits. Yang Guanyu, kill 1 enemy and get 1 minor merit. Shi Wenbin, kill 5 of the enemy and take 1 credit. Tian Feng read them one by one and soon reached Li Qi. Li Qi, killed 16 of the enemy, 3 major merits and 1 minor merit. As he read this, Tian Feng paused for a moment, his eyes looking towards Li Qi. Not only is Tian Feng, the rest of the gang have looked at Li Qi standing in the crowd. Even Huang Yuanqing was incredulous and opened his mouth to ask, 16 kills? Tian Feng, you're not mistaken? Tian Feng said in a respectful voice, I have verified twice about Li Qi's battle results, and it is indeed true. With Tian Feng's assurance, the people present were even more shocked and sucked in a breath of cool air, while Huang Yuanqing's gaze also fell dead on Li Qi. Li Qi stood calmly in the crowd with a smile on his face. A gaze fell on his body, especially Huang Yuanqing, who was also staring at himself. The pressure was on him, but Li Qi did not move as if he were a mountain. He was not affected at all. This calm demeanor alone made Huang Yuanqing think highly of him. Li Qi, how did you kill so many people? Li Qi arched his hand. It was all done by a moment of luck. It's not worth mentioning, haha. Huang Yuanqing was dumbfounded and shook his head helplessly. Of the 200 or so people in the gang, Li Qi he remembered and was impressed. 2 months ago, Li Qi worshipped under him. At that time, Li Qi was just a down-and-out scholar. Not only his body was thin, but also his temperament was soft and weak. The 3 words good bully were written all over his body, and he was very conspicuous among a group of fierce and vicious Jianghu Han. At first, Huang Yuanqing judged that Li Qi might not live for more than a month after joining the Rui gang, but the truth had greatly exceeded his expectations. 2 months have passed. Li Qi not only survived, he also became a fierce man of the jungle who could kill 16 people in a row. Even the bookishness in Richie's body subsided a lot. Looking back, how much more like the old days. Li Qi was drenched in blood. The clothes on his body had already been soaked in blood. Huang Yuanqing took a closer look. Li Qi didn't even have a single wound on his body, and all the blood on his body was someone else's. This is outrageous, killing so many people without any injuries. Even if you look at the entire Rui gang, there aren't many people who can do this. Could it be that this son is still not a martial arts genius? An idea flashed through Huang Yuanqing's mind, and he looked at Li Qi with more than a hint of consternation. In any case, the rise of Richie is a good thing. Although Rui gang won the battle just now, but also killed and injured a lot of brothers. Now it is the plan to use people. Even if Huang Yuanqing has doubts about Li Qi's current strength, now is not the time to calculate this matter. After Huang Yuanqing complimented him a few times, the matter was closed. After the credit was read out to them, the people received their bounty and retired to their own homes. And Li Qi's heart was also excited as he walked directly towards the palmist who was in charge of the gang's merit exchange. It's finally time to exchange for a feat. Chapter 9, Lightness. Steward Zhang. Excuse me. I need to exchange my battle merit for a merit law now. Li Qi came straight to the steward and said as such. This steward Zhang, on the other hand, looked at Li Qi with a surprised expression. I have no problem if you want to change your martial arts technique, but don't you need to take a break? In the crowd after receiving the bounty, all have left. Everyone just experienced a big battle. Are not yet 2 incense sticks of time? The body are more or less some injuries. Are dealing with injuries to go. Even if some people were not injured, they still felt a wave of fatigue. Gang firefights were not child's play. It was a job that would cost them their lives. And these people went back to rest. How could it be like Richie? When the battle merit arrives, you come with all guns blazing to exchange it for a feat. He hadn't even bothered to change his clothes, and now he was covered in blood and fishy breath. Even though the fight was over, Li Qi's body still exuded a faint aura of fury. There was even a hint of exuberance. That's too much of a spike for you, isn't it? Looking at the face of a stunned steward, Li Qi heatedly laughed. Ha, just got my hands on a large amount of war credit if I don't immediately realize it. I really have trouble sleeping and eating. Hearing Li Qi say this, Steward Zhang could only helplessly shake his head. Well, you come with me. With that, Steward Zhang led Li Qi towards the depths of the gang's premises. The Rui gang's martial arts techniques were stored in the treasury of the resident, which was heavily guarded and a bit far away from here. While following the steward along, Li Qi opened his system page and began to check out the harvests after this great battle. Name, Li Qi. Realm, Late Body Tempering Realm. Martial Arts, Mountain Breaking Fist, Crane Dancing Sword in the Cloud. Potential points, 172. 172 points of potential. When he saw this number, Richie's heart was on fire. Although there were only 16 people who died at the hands of Li Qi, there were many others who were not killed by Li Qi but also had their potential points collected by the system. In particular, the more powerful the existence died, the more potential points were collected. A martial artist at the late stage of the body tempering realm could provide 2 points of potential, and that Shur-chan at the early stage of the true Qi realm when he was killed, even provided Li Qi with 5 points of potential. If all 172 points of this potential were used up, there was no telling how much Li Qi's strength would increase. Must be able to step into the true Qi realm. Passing through several courtyards and corridors, Li Qi arrived in front of a tightly guarded warehouse, and after passing through the inspection of several gang members, he followed Steward Zhang into it. This is the gang's storehouse. You should be here for the first time. Let me remind you first, don't touch anything you shouldn't, or don't blame me if you get hurt by triggering the mechanism. Richie nodded. Got it. The two of them came to a row of bookshelves, and Steward Zhang took a pamphlet from it and handed it to Li Qi, saying, take a look at this first. It has all the martial arts techniques you can redeem. Talk to me if you fancy any of them. Li Qi took the pamphlet and realized that it was an inventory of the martial arts techniques within the gang. There were only 8 martial arts techniques that could be exchanged in the Rui gang, of which there were 6 lower-grade martial arts and 2 middle-grade martial arts. The number of this gonfu was much less than Li Qi expected, making him slightly disappointed, but then relieved. After all, Rui Gang was only a second-rate gang in the city of Chuan County, not comparable to those top-tier forces. It was already good to have these gongfu. Richie didn't dawdle and immediately flipped through it. This martial art specializes in attacking the opponent's vitals and veins, and can either kill or maim the victim. Redeeming this skill requires one minor merit: Iron Crotch Kung Fu. Lower grade martial arts. This is a kind of body protection hard work, can greatly reduce the attacks against the vitals. If this martial arts practiced to the high depths, there will be an unexpected wonderful use. Redemption requires two minor feats. Centipede Technique. Lower grade martial art. This martial art is a lightweight stance, especially good at parading against walls. Redemption requires four minor feats. Li Qi read through the pamphlet and gained a comprehensive understanding of the martial arts techniques collected in the Rui Gang. To exchange for a lower grade martial art, only a small amount of merit was needed, but if one wanted to exchange for a middle grade martial art, then one would need a large amount of merit to do so. Even if the two martial arts were the same as lower grade martial arts, there was also a difference between higher and lower, and some martial arts belonged to the category that was not powerful enough or popular even when placed in the lower grade martial arts. Therefore, some lower grade martial arts could be redeemed with only one minor credit, while others required four minor credits to be redeemed. Li Qi's eyes turned, constantly crossing back and forth from these 8 martial arts, thinking about how he should choose. Thinking back to the scene when he had just fiercely fought the Changle Gang's group, Li Qi quickly knew what kind of gong method he needed. Lightness. When the group of the Changle Gang fled in defeat, a very serious shortcoming was exposed when he himself and the Rui Gang's men chased down the fleeing soldiers together. That is, his legs are too short, can't run fast enough. Although there were stance-type moves in Crane Dancing Sword in the Clouds, it wasn't a proper lightweight skill, and it was still inferior for rushing or chasing enemies. If he had a light skill in the beginning, he could run a little faster, would have been able to chase down more enemies. You'll be able to get more potential points. It's just a pity that he ran slowly at that time, letting quite a few people from the Changle Gang escape. And now I can't help but think of it with a pang of chest thumping. Li Qi's gaze landed on the centipede technique, a lightweight body technique, before skimming it over again, no longer paying attention to it. The centipede technique was considered a good light skill in the lower grade martial arts, but there were better light skills in this booklet. Fly on the grass. Flying on the grass, medium grade martial arts. This light skill allows the practitioner to be as light as a swallow, as fit as a fiddle, and is especially good at rushing over long distances. If practiced to a high depth, one can step on the grass and use the power to move. Redemption requires 3 times of great merit, a very good light skill, much stronger than centipede technique. Li Qi took a glance at this, flying on grass, light skill. Although the name sounds a bit rotten, it is actually a powerful light skill. I'm about to exchange it for this, flying on grass, so I'll be bothering Steward Zhang. With that, Li Qi returned the pamphlet to Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang nodded. Yes, you have 3 times of great merit in your hand, which is just enough to exchange for this light skill. He placed the pamphlet back on the shelf before re-picking up a yellowed booklet with 3 large letters. Flying on the grass. You can only look through this martial art here. You can't take it away. You have 1 hour to memorize it. Good. Also, I want to remind you of one thing. This martial art is something that you yourself have exchanged for with your merits and can only be practiced by yourself. If you are found to have taught this martial art to others privately, gang rules will be served. Don't worry, Steward. I know the rules. Steward Zhang nodded with satisfaction before handing this book, Flying on Grass, to Li Qi. Richie flipped through the book to take a look, and once again, a prompt flashed before his eyes. Includable martial arts found. Martial arts in the collection. You get the middle grade martial arts. Flying on grass. A new martial art soon appeared on Li Qi's system page, and a large amount of memories related to flying on grass flowed into his mind in a steady stream. In just a few breaths of time, Li Qi had already learned this martial art, and although he had not yet started practicing it, he already had an incomparable understanding of the flying on grass martial art, as if he had already been looking through it for a long time. Having a system is really convenient, Li Qi's heart murmured. Although he had learned this, flying on grass, in order to avoid arousing unnecessary suspicion and trouble, he still pretended to look through the book 2 or 3 times before returning it to Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang was shocked. You finished reading this? You memorized all of it? Want to see it again? Without even a single tea break, Li Qi returned the secret book, making Steward Zhang very incredulous. In the past, the brothers in the gang came here to look through the secret books. Which one is not before and after to look through a dozen times? Must be rubbed full of an hour before they are willing to retreat from the book, for fear that they look at the wrong or remember to miss. Li Qi, on the other hand, casually flipped through it a few times before returning the secret book, and even looked a bit careless. Li Qi laughed. I have a good memory and am very good at memorizing these texts. After remembering that Li Qi used to be a scholar and recited poetry and sutras every day, Steward Zhang relieved himself and said no more. Putting the secret books back on the bookshelf, Li Qi didn't stay long after the needed gongfu arrived, so he said his goodbyes and left the place, returning to his home. He first cleaned his body and then after changing back into a clean outfit, he couldn't wait to open the system page, his eyes flashing with excitement. Well, it's time to boost another wave. Chapter 10, Martial True Chi. Let's break through the realm first. Raise the Ukraine dance sword in the clouds, upper chapter. He had 20 less potential points, and this martial art was immediately raised to the realm of minor achievement. Keep lifting. Li Qi drank while his potential points were reduced by 30 points once again, and the Ukraine dancing sword in the clouds, upper chapter was raised to the state of great accomplishment. Li Qi felt that he knew this martial art so well that it seemed as if this martial art was his own creation, and the Ukraine dancing sword in the clouds no longer had any semblance of a secret to speak of in his eyes. And now, Li Qi's martial realm had reached the peak of the body-tempering realm. The physical body is incredibly strong. As long as the body slightly exerted itself, muscles like steel wires twisted and knotted would appear on the body, and explosive power would continuously gush out from the body. Want to cultivate a martial arts technique to the realm of great accomplishment, and raise the martial realm to the peak of the body-hardening realm, reaching the point where there is no advancement. It is not easy. Regular people need to put in a lot of effort, need to put in a decade or even a few decades of hard work before they can reach it. Some people were not qualified enough to reach Li Qi's current realm even after a lifetime. So in order to be able to break through the hardened body to reach the true Qi realm, many would use some special means to do so. For example, take the secret medicine, borrowing the power of the elixir to break through his limits and enter the true Qi realm. Some would even take forbidden medicines with great hidden dangers to break through the realm. There is an end to man's power. To be able to break through the realm, had to be. But no matter whether it is a secret medicine or a forbidden medicine, it is something that is very difficult for ordinary people to get, and it is also very expensive, and it is absolutely difficult to get it without paying a considerable price. But everyone did not expect that in a certain dilapidated cabin in a corner of Chuan County City, a young man had reached this realm without the aid of any pills, and had done so in a very short period of time, and would probably be scared out of his wits. And Richie is now ready to take the next step, strengthen and enhance the next chapter of Crane Dance Sword in the Clouds. The next part of Crane Dancing Sword in the Clouds was the White Cloud Heart Technique, which was the cultivation method of the true Qi realm, and with Li Qi's current condition he was already qualified to cultivate this heart technique. His potential points had once again decreased by 3 points, and this White Cloud Heart Technique had been initiated. Soon, a very different feeling emerged from Richie's body. A faint breath was coiled in Li Qi's dantian, which was permeated with a hint of wetness and a slight coolness, as if it was a cloud hovering in the mountains. And this breath is the true Qi of martial arts. Name, Li Qi. Realm, Early Jinqi realm. Martial arts, mountain breaking fist, crane dancing sword in the cloud, flying on the grass. Potential points, 119. Li Qi's cultivation level had now completely stepped into the true Qi realm. Under his intentional manipulation, the White Cloud True Qi condensed by the White Cloud Heart Technique wandered around in all parts of his body, as agile and light as the white mist in the mountains. Li Qi raised his hand and a strand of True Qi came out through his body and floated in his palm. Looking at this wisp of True Qi that was like a cloud, Li Qi's heart was agitated and he said heavily, finally stepping into this realm. He drew the long sword at his waist and raised his hand. A thin sword Qi flew out and landed on the ground, cutting a tiny but extremely deep sword mark into the ground. Martial True Qi could come out through the body, so martial artists at this stage could easily chop out sword Qi or blade Qi and injure their enemies 100 paces away. Previously, when Huang Yuanqing was fighting Shi Chun and Cui Gu, Li Qi had seen this gangmaster chopping out a huge blade Qi, which was dazzling, incredibly sharp, and extremely powerful, and Li Qi was envious. And now that Li Qi had also stepped into the true Qi realm, he could similarly chop out sword Qi. Li Qi had also completely separated himself from the bottom of the martial artists. A true Qi realm martial artist was a strong person who could set the stage no matter where he was placed. Keep lifting. Li Qi continued to raise his feet twice, raising the lower part of the crane dancing sword in the clouds to the level of proficiency, and the white cloud true Qi in his body swelled several times. Both the strength and total amount of the true Qi had increased several times, and Li Qi's realm had also stepped into the middle stage of the true Qi realm, and he was a powerhouse of the same realm as Huang Yuanqing, the Rui Gang's gang leader. Li Qi had wanted to continue to improve, but the martial true Qi in his body was growing too fast, giving his body a swollen feeling. After pondering for a moment, Li Qi stopped raising the crane dance sword in the clouds, and then his gaze fell back on, flying on grass. Raise, fly on grass. Li Qi still had enough potential points in his hand, and directly raised, flying on grass, to the minor achievement realm in one breath, because flying on grass was a simple light skill. It did not involve internal heart techniques, so upgrading him did not put an extra burden on Li Qi's body, and he was easily upgraded to this realm. And this also brought a great boost to Li Qi's strength. Li Qi felt that his legs were so light that it seemed like he could get out of the gravity with just a slight stomp and directly float up. Li Qi's toes flicked on the ground and his body flickered away, appearing directly from one corner of the wooden house to another. So fast. Li Qi's face was happy and his heart was excited. In his previous life when he was watching those martial arts movies, those warriors were all excellent in lightness and flying. Li Qi was envious. He didn't expect that after coming to this world he himself also possessed such amazing lightness and was able to do these things as well. Just now Li Qi hasn't used the true qi of martial arts in his body. Just using the strength of his body and the skills of light kung fu, he can have such a fast speed. And when he applies the true qi of martial arts to his light kung fu stance, the speed was even faster. Like instantaneous transportation. Li Qi's figure constantly flashed back and forth in the wooden house, without any regularity or trajectory as far as his speed was concerned. Had already exceeded the limit of what normal human eyes could capture. Flying on grass, there is no specialized heart method, which also means that almost any martial true qi practiced by any heart method could be exerted on top of this light skill, and the white cloud true qi practiced by Li Qi with the white cloud heart technique was light and agile, and was actually very compatible with the flying on the grass, exerting the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. When Li Qi performed his light power and stepped on his feet, a faint cloudy air was born at the tip of his feet. The speed was extremely fast, not to mention that it seemed like an immortal traveling on clouds. I didn't realize there were surprises. After discovering this, Li Qi also felt grateful. He didn't expect that the light skill chosen from Rui's gang would be the most suitable for him. After mastering the crane dancing sword in the clouds and flying on grass, which were two medium-grade martial arts, Li Qi was able to fight and run. And with his tactical options being flexible and varied, he no longer had any obvious shortcomings. Those who can't beat him can't run. Those who could beat him instead couldn't catch up again. Survivability is greatly increased. With Li Qi's current strength, it was already difficult to get him killed, and the sense of uneasiness that had been lingering in Li Qi's heart had invariably dissipated. Just as Li Qi too tried these two middle-grade martial arts, that Chen Xiaohan who came to give Rui a helping hand with his fist also came back. He met Huang Yuanqing, but his face carried a hint of helplessness and gravity. Seeing Chen Xiaohan's face look different, Huang Yuanqing was startled and immediately stepped forward. Why does Brother Chen look like this? But what's changed? Chapter 11, Shinwu Army. The storm is about to arrive. When Chen Xiaohan killed Shi Chun with a single blow earlier, Cui Gu saw the situation and turned his head to run, while Chen Xiaohan chased after him. Chen Xiaohan wasn't worried about the ordinary gang members of the Chang'e gang. Huang Yuanqing and the others would be able to deal with them, whereas the true Qi realm martial arts powerhouses were a different story, especially Cui Gu. This guy was in existence at the middle stage of the true Qi realm. He must not be allowed to get away. Chen Xiaohan and Cui Gu chased and fled. The two quickly left Chuan County. Cui Gu was a real Qi realm powerhouse, not only extremely fast, actually also proficient in the art of escape. Frozen ran out of a long distance have not been caught up by Chen Xiaohan, which makes Chen Xiaohan was greatly angry. Moreover, Cui Gu had intentionally erased the traces of his escape, which made it even more difficult for Chen Xiaohan to pursue him. Chen Xiaohan almost lost Cui Gu several times, but he was lucky and froze to catch up with Cui Gu again with the subtle traces. The two of them exchanged blows in the mountain forest, and for a while, their true qi erupted, and violent booms resounded through the mountain forest. During the exchange of blows between the two sides, Chen Xiaohan severely injured Cui Gu with a palm and looked to be able to take him down, but Cui Gu used the secret technique of overdrawing his physical strength and life, instantly breaking away from the battlefield and disappearing from his sight with a speed that was hard for Chen Xiaohan to reach as well. What? Trevor Valley ran away? Huang Yuanqing's face changed in shock. Chen Xiaohan is his good friend for many years. He is more than clear about the strength of Chen Xiaohan. Thought Chen Xiaohan will be able to take down Cui Gu, this guy, but he never thought that Cui Gu can really escape from the hands of Chen Xiaohan. That's something to worry about. Cui Gu was also a fierce man of the Jianghu. Today the two sides made a deadly enemy, but failed to kill the other side. The hidden danger in the future was not small. Huang Yuanqing also did not want to be missed by such a strong martial arts practitioner in the future. He is in the light. Cui Gu is in the dark. If in the future, Cui Gu really caught his pain, come to revenge then. That is not a joke. Get rid of evil. This is a truth summarized in blood and life. Huang Yuanqing sighed helplessly and squeezed out a smile on his face. It's just that, if Cui Gu ran away, so be it. This time, I still have to thank Brother Chen for stepping in, or else the Rui gang might have been lost at this moment. Chen Xiaohan laughed, signaling Huang Yuanqing need not care. Xian brother polite. You and I many years of friendship. No need to talk about these. Later with me to drink some is the proper. Then Chen Xiaohan patted Huang Yuanqing and said in relief. Xian Di, and don't worry, although that Cui Gu ran away, he was hit by one of my palms and has long been seriously injured. And he also cast the overdraft mysterious technique. It will only add to his injuries. When he recovers from his injuries it will take 3 to 5 years anyways. And even if they barely recover from their injuries, can they maintain their current realm? Are still hard to say. There is no need to worry about Cui Gu's matter. Virtuous brother, the next time I find out about his trail I will strike again. Hearing Chen Xiaohan say this, Huang Yuanqing was also quite relieved and was grateful to him again. However, Chen Xiaohan's words turned to another matter. Compared to Cui Gu, the other thing is what Haiyunji should be worried about. Oh, what is it? Shinwu Army. When he heard these 3 words, Huang Yuanqing's face changed and he lost his voice. Divine Martial Army? Could it be that? The Divine Martial Army was the Tiger and Wolf division of the Great Han Dynasty, numbering over 500,000, and was so prestigious that no one knew about it. Why then is it said to be a tiger and a wolf? Because this army has both the bravery of tigers and wolves, and also the brutality of tigers and wolves. The Divine Martial Army's military style was extremely tough, and there had been a lot of broken things that had happened, and its reputation was mixed, and there were even many people who disliked this army. And just as Chen Xiaohan was chasing after Cui Gu, he was surprised to find a vanguard of the Divine Martial Army among the mountains and forests. The opposite side was heavily outnumbered, more than 20,000, and after observing the movements of this vanguard army, he felt that they seemed to be heading towards this side of Chuan County City. Sage brother, if my brother's expectations are not wrong, that 20,000-man vanguard of the Shinwu army will arrive at Chuan County City in less than a few days, and it is estimated that it is rushing towards those rebels who came to earlier. You have to make preparations early. Huang Yuanqing already understood what Chen Xiaohan meant. 2 months ago there were rebels crossing the border and passing through Chuan County City. These rebels only stayed in Chuan County City for 2 days' time before leaving, but they didn't go far. Instead they stayed in Fuping County, which is near Chuan County City. Fuping County is a major grain-producing county in Chuan County, and is known as the Granary of Chuan. It was the rebels who saw the huge grain reserves in Fuping County and not only defeated the officials and soldiers of Fuping County, but also built fortifications there, with the appearance of intending to garrison Fuping for a long period of time. And that Shinwu army. It is precisely the rebels who are rushing towards Fuping County. Now that the rebels are all over the place, the official army of Dahan is also putting out fires in all directions to quell the rebellion. Fuping County is not far from Chuan County, only 20 miles. If this Shinwu army and the rebels broke out in a big battle, Chuan County is the first to bear the brunt. Those of the rebel army need not be mentioned. And the Divine Martial Army is no good either. They are tyrannical and overbearing in their affairs, and they are no better than the rebels, as Huang Yuanqing knows only too well. Huang Yuanqing's face was unsightly as he said in an astringent voice, "Are those people from the Divine Martial Army about to come?" And Chen Xiaohan nodded, "Exactly. So what my brother means is, in these few days, you keep a low profile and take advantage of the fact that this news hasn't spread yet to get rid of those properties of the Changle gang as early as possible." Huang Yuanqing took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. Although they had gone through a big battle to take down the Changle gang, and the other party's industry had entered Huang Yuanqing's hands, the Rui gang side had also suffered a lot of casualties, and their battle strength had slipped, and there was a situation where they were short of manpower. If it was in the past then there was no need to worry too much. Even if the Rui gang didn't have enough manpower, the people from other forces wouldn't easily come to knock on the door. But if the Divine Warrior Army could be a different story. Shinwu army acting tough, 100 taboo, trickery like jackals. If those people see the benefits, Rui gang cannot keep down. That being the case, realizing those industries of the Changle gang in a timely manner was the right thing to do. Chen Xiaohan also pushed aside and analyzed with him, letting Huang Yuanqing understand the key to this matter. Huang Yuanqing was grateful in his heart and hurriedly said, "Brother Chen is thinking of me in this way. If there is something I can help you with in the future, just ask. I will go through fire and water. I will not hesitate to do so." Ha ha ha. Virtuous brother is polite. You and I don't have to be. My brother has been killing for a long time and is a bit tired, so I will go and rest for a while, and later on, I will drink with my virtuous brother. Alright, Brother Chen should go rest first. I'll go arrange for the banquet. At the time of the secret discussion between Huang Shaoqing and Chen Xiaohanshong, everyone did not know that a huge storm was coming. After Li Qi exchanged his feats and went home to finish strengthening, he went to bed early. He was also long exhausted after a big battle. The next day, Richie got up early, refreshed after washing up. I felt as if I had an inexhaustible supply of energy. He touched out the 3 tails of gold in his arms, and immediately smiled. This is all the bounty that he killed yesterday and took his life in return. In this world, 1 tael of gold could be exchanged for 10 tael of silver, and 1 tael of silver would allow a family of 3 to live comfortably for a month. 3 taels of gold is not a small fortune. Don't tell me that Richie hasn't been this generous in his life. He has never been this generous in his last life either. With money in hand, it's only natural to go and spend some, and haven't been out to see it properly since I came to this world. Li Qi laughed, put the gold back into his arms, then pushed open the door to leave the cabin and walk up the street. Chapter 12, A Long and Troubled World. Li Qi walked on the streets of Chuan County City with a calm demeanor, as if he was a cockney who was hanging out. It was just that the clothes he was wearing were a little old and thin, and he looked a little shabby. Although Li Qi had already advanced to the true Qi realm, with a strong martial true Qi flowing all over his body, and he didn't feel cold even in a single coat. This outfit didn't look like a rich man, but like a poor dude. Li Qi looked down at the clothes he was wearing, then turned around decisively and walked towards a nearby clothes store. A few moments later, a newly dressed Li Qi stepped out. Very good, now you look like a rich man. Now that we are wearing new clothes, we can't go back to the old ways. Richie is going to do something different, like drinking flower wine. It just so happened that he hadn't eaten his breakfast yet. Li Qi has long known that there is a flower house over the Changel Gang, named Yichwei Lu, and he has long wanted to go to see it. And now Rui Gang annexed the Changel Gang. This Yichwei Lu naturally also became the property of the Rui Gang. That Li Qi in Yichwei Lu is also considered an insider. Go to Playtime may also be able to enjoy concessions, a discount or something. Thinking of this, Li Qi became even more excited and immediately rushed in the direction of Yichwei Lu. Turning a few street corners, Li Qi arrived in front of Yichwei Lu's door and immediately noticed the abnormality. A few guards standing in front of the gate of Yichwei building. Li Qi did not recognize any of them. Strange, according to the rules, shouldn't the people who look after Yichwei House be the brothers of the gang? How come it's all outsiders? Li Qi came to one of the guards and asked politely, "This brother, isn't this Yichwei Lu the property of Rui Gang? But I see that a few don't seem to be people from Rui Gang." This guard hemmed and hawed. "This is what you don't understand, right? That's right. Yesterday, the Rui Gang dried out the Changel Gang and took this Yichwei House. But our Master Yen also took a liking to this Yichwei Lu. It was dished up by our Master Yen from the Rui Gang side, and now it's Master Yen's property." After a bit of understanding, Li Qi learned that Rui Gang had already transferred Yichwei Lu, which made him incredibly surprised. This Master Yen is a gentry who lives in the east of the city, and he is the owner of this Yichwei House. To know such as leaning on the Chui Lu this kind of flower house profits cannot be small. Said it is the day into the gold is not too much. The transfer of such a good industry is really let a person is incredible. The gang even transferred out the Yichwei House? What was he thinking? Gang leader? Li Qi was puzzled in his heart. What happened was greatly out of his expectation. Somehow, a cloud of suspicion enveloped Li Qi's heart, and a faint sense of ill will surged, and Li Qi was no longer in the mood to drink flowery wine, and turned straight away. He casually bought 2 meat pies on the side of the road and ate them as he walked. The crowds on the streets kept passing by Richie, and it was now the morning market, and the yells were rising and falling. Cookies for sale, big, round cookies, hot cookies for sale, selling herbal tea, 2 cents a bowl. The best rouge is on sale. Richie mixed in the crowd, feeling the mundane fireworks. What he heard and saw at this moment was so real, as if the experience of his last life was only a dream. Looks like there's really no going back. That's just it. It's better if we don't go back. Let's just live our lives here. The last world was a mundane world, and a world where the space for ordinary people to survive was extremely compressed, and there was nothing to remember if you couldn't go back. Living the moment is what matters. Moreover, this world possessed a transcendent martial arts civilization, and Li Qi had activated the system with the possibility of controlling his own destiny. The world is what's worth fighting for. Big brother, give some food. I'm starving. A weak voice rang in Richie's ears, and then a pair of dirty little hands pulled on Richie's coat. Richie looked sideways to see that it was a skinny boy pulling him back. This child was no more than 8 or 9 years old, his dark little face looking at Li Qi, his eyes full of hope looking at the meat pie in Li Qi's hand. This is a street child. Recently, with the rebels rising and the world becoming more and more chaotic, more and more displaced people are fleeing around. As Li Qi traveled along, he had already seen quite a few stragglers begging along the streets, some even selling their children, which was miserable. Looking at this half-grown child in front of him, Li Qi was speechless for a moment. In the last life such a child where will experience the war, all stay in the school to enjoy a calm and beautiful childhood, while the child in front of him was unable to eat, reduced to begging. The new clothes he had just bought were grabbed by this beggar and had an extra patch of dirt on them, but Richie wasn't angry. He reached out and stroked the beggar's head, then handed the other man the meatloaf in his hand. Here, the meatloaf had already been eaten by Li Qi, and there was only half of it left, but this little beggar didn't mind it, and took the meatloaf and wolfed it down. Thank you, brother. Thanks. Li Qi nodded without saying much and turned to leave. He had also just gotten out of the bottom of society, and had just solved his own subsistence. He was not capable of saving this little beggar, and even less capable of saving the millions of stragglers. All he could do, only give each other half a cooking pie. Maybe later when his strength becomes stronger and his strength goes straight to the top, only then will he be able to say to this absurd and chaotic world, I'm going to go to your big man. Li Qi sighed and walked alone. He thought of something and drew the long sword on his waist and put it in front of his eyes, his brows slightly frowning. It was the long sword that had been taken from the Changle gang. Only an unusual iron sword of ordinary quality was no longer enough after Li Qi broke through the True Qi realm. When he swung the iron sword, it seemed that the slightest force this sword would break from it, and this sword was no longer able to utilize Li Qi's full strength. It just so happens that you have money in your hand. Go get a better longsword. Chapter 13 Between Armed and Unarmed. A high wall exists. After Li Qi mastered the crane dancing sword in the cloud, with the sharp blade in his hand, he killed a lot of enemies on his own, especially against those two-handed martial artists. Li Qi, who was holding a long sword, had a considerable advantage. Between armed and unarmed, there exists a high wall. It is a simple fact that something like a sharp blade can drastically close the gap between individuals and greatly increase the efficiency of a kill. But unfortunately, many people do not recognize this truth. Otherwise a certain big man in Kunshin back then would not have raised his bowels and gone away. Li Qi, on the other hand, clearly recognizes the importance of weapon technology. The crane dancing sword in the clouds is enough for him to use for a long time, and he also intends to major in swordsmanship. If he can have a good quality longsword in his hand, his battle power would increase exponentially. Li Qi strolled through the streets, going around in circles, and soon found a blacksmith store and walked into it. This was the largest blacksmith store in Chuan County City. The owner was named Tai Lao San, a burly man in his 40s, and his ironworking skills were top-notch in the large Chuan County City. After Li Qi entered the store, a fellow enthusiastically greeted him. Guest please, do you need to buy anything? Seeing that Li Qi was dressed in new clothes of excellent quality, he knew that this was a master who was not poor in money, and the fellow's attitude towards Li Qi became even more enthusiastic. Li Qi threw the long sword hanging from his waist onto a nearby table and said, I need to buy a better long sword. If it's of this color, just don't take it out. The store's fellow glanced at the iron sword on the table and laughed. That's natural. This way please, customer. The fellow brought Li Qi to a nearby shelf, took down a steel long sword from it, and handed it to Li Qi. The whole body of this sword is made of fine steel, tough and sharp, blowing away hair, and you can buy it for only 4 taels of silver. Is there a better one? Change it. Okay, guest, please look at this one. Li Qi selected the long swords in the store piece by piece. None of them were satisfactory. And in the end, even the owner of the store, Tai Lao San, was startled and rushed over from the backyard of the store. In the end, this Tai Lao San took out his masterpiece, a 3-foot dragon tattooed sword, and placed it in front of Li Qi. Before Li Qi finally nodded with satisfaction. This sword is called the dragon pattern sword, because I added a large number of precious materials to this sword, coupled with a special forging process. After the sword is formed, the sword body shows a dragon scale-like pattern. Hence the name Dragon Pattern Sword. For 2 taels of gold, you can take it away. Li Qi picked up this dragon pattern sword. The place where it entered his hand was heavy and solid, exuding a cold texture. Gently waving it, unusually smooth. Good sword, said he. Secretly transported a stream of true qi, poured into the dragon pattern sword. True qi in which the flow is unimpeded, just like his own arm. As Li Qi injected his true qi into the dragon-marked sword, Tai Lao San, who was standing next to him, stiffened and his pupils contracted uncontrollably, and although there didn't seem to be any obvious abnormality on the outside, his heart trembled tremendously. True qi, This person is actually a true Qi realm martial arts powerhouse? Tai Lao-san was not a martial artist, just an ordinary ironworker, but his craftsmanship was extremely good, and every piece of weapon he built was a fine product, and often there would be martial artists who would come to buy weapons, and among them, there was even a number of martial arts powerhouses who had already stepped into the realm of true Qi. When these people came to buy weapons, they would usually test their swords and blades, and they were still running their martial arts true Qi in front of him, cutting out a sword and blade Qi. Tai Lao-san had seen too many people running martial true Qi and was very familiar with people at this level. Even though just now Li Qi was secretly running his true Qi in a very stealthy manner, he was still detected by Tai Lao-san. He had never expected that such a young scion was actually a true Qi realm martial arts powerhouse. This person was probably the youngest true Qi realm martial artist in the entire Chuan County city. After Li Qi paid the money, he was satisfied and left with the dragon-marked sword, while Tai Lao-san was still in a state of shock for a long time. The fellow standing next to him sensed Tai Lao-san's abnormality and opened his mouth to ask, "Master, what's wrong with you?" Tai Lao-san shook his head, his face returning to normal. "It's fine." He had already figured out that this person had stepped into the true Qi realm at such a young age, and was bound to be an extraordinary genius, but he, Tai Lao-san, did not recognize the other party, and had never heard of such a figure in Chuan County. Combined with the scene when Li Qi had just covertly utilized his martial true Qi, Tai Lao-san guessed that the other party did not want to reveal his cultivation or his identity, and naturally, Tai Lao-san wouldn't bother with meddling in the matter. If he broke the matter or ventured forward to inquire about it, I'm afraid that he would still get into trouble. Tai Lao-san is a human savant, and soon remembered Chu the key to it, so he put Li Qi's matter to the back of his mind and stopped paying attention to it. He kicked the fellow still standing next to him and said in a bad mood, "What are you still standing there for? Go to the backyard and help me make iron. It has been so long since the craft has not made any progress." Dude Noinoi reluctantly headed for the backyard. Li Qi walked down the street while lovingly playing with the dragon sword that had just arrived in his hands. His heart was satisfied. Right at this moment, a voice sounded behind Li Qi. "Li Qi, you're here too?" Li Qi turned his head to see that it was one of the gang's members, Banquet Wunshu. Yan Wunshu was a martial artist at the peak layer of the body tempering realm, and at any time, he might break through the body refining limit and step into the true Qi realm, and he had a high status in the Rui gang, and Li Qi and Banquet Wunshu had never had any dealings. Today Banquet Wunshu saw him and greeted him very enthusiastically, making Li Qi a little surprised. "Brother Munjushri, what are you?" Banquet Wunshu walked over and laughed. "Don't just stand there. Come, let's walk and talk. Go have a drink together." "My treat. I have you to thank for that. Yesterday's fierce battle against the Changle gang. If you hadn't come to my aid in time, I might have been injured in bed." Chapter 14, Anomalies. No matter where they were, there would be small groups in classes, and a martial artist of Fei Wenshu's level naturally had a not-so-low status in the Rui gang. Apart from the gang leader Huang Yuanqing, and his two cronies who are at the true Qi realm, it's the peak body tempering realm martial artists like Fei Yan Wenshu who have the strongest strength. Of course this was without considering Li Qi. If Li Qi exposed his true cultivation, not to mention a small Rui gang, even the entire Chuan County city would be shaken. And a martial artist of Banquet Wenshu's level has little to do with ordinary gang members. Everyone has their own small circle, not to mention that before, Li Qi's strength was mediocre, and he was still a small transparency. I have you to thank for that. Yesterday's fierce battle against the Changle gang. If you hadn't come to my aid in time, I might have been injured in bed. Hearing Banquet Wenshu say this, Li Qi was even more surprised. "Brother Munjushri, I don't understand what you mean." And Banquet Wenshu explained it to Li Qi. It turned out that yesterday, Li Qi was too tough when he fought the Changle gang's group, killing people in his way, killing Buddha in his way, and all the enemies in front of him were all killed by him. And in the midst of this, Li Qi also killed his opponent who was catching up with Fei Wenshu in passing. Not only did this behavior of robbing monsters not cause Banquet Wenshu's displeasure, it also made him greatly grateful, because at that time, Fei Wenshu killed for a long time. A moment of physical strength, and physical strength is not good, and also suffered some minor injuries. The opposite side of a Changle gang of experts on him seized the opportunity and Fei Wenshu dead. The situation was already 10,000% critical when he tried to take down Yan Wenju while he was in a poor state. But everyone didn't expect that moment when the sky fell on a fierce man and Li Qi came out of nowhere. Li Qi stabbed his sword through the throat of the Changle gang's expert and then floated away. Wherever they passed, they left a trail of corpses. A scene like that stunned Banquet Wenshu. When he saw Li Qi on the street today, Banquet Wenshu immediately greeted him and went up to thank him. After figuring out the reason for this, Li Qi smiled lightly. "I see, Brother Wenshu doesn't need to be thankful. We are all brothers in the gang. It's only right to help each other. The two of them linked arms and arrived at a nearby restaurant, where Banquet Wenshu introduced Li Qi into a private room. Entering it and taking a look, Richie realized that someone was already drinking inside. Brothers, I met Brother Li Qi outside. Come on, make room and let's all have a few drinks. The few people in the box Li Qi recognized, they were also people in the gang, and they were all in the small circle of Fei Yen Wenshu. Although these people usually do not deliberately reject the gang's bottom gang members, but there is always a faint sense of detachment. Seeing Li Qi today, there was a huge shift in these people's attitudes, and each of them was incredibly enthusiastic, immediately vacating a seat for Li Qi to be seated. Today's time is different from the past. Li Qi's strong rise, martial arts cultivation by leaps and bounds. The discerning can see that Li Qi's future achievements are bound to be not small. Do not take advantage of the relationship still dawdling. What? Being on good terms with Richie won't always be good, but it will never be bad. These people are human beings and know what they have to do now. Banquet Wenshu raised his cup. Brother Li Qi, I'd like to thank you for your help yesterday. I'll drink to you. Li Qi also returned the toast. We are all brothers in our own family. Brother Wenshu is polite. We all went back and forth, and after a few glasses of wine, the relationship got a lot closer. Banquet Wenshu had his own mind. Li Qi was a talented person, showing such strength at such a young age. He planned to pull Li Qi into his small circle as well, and Li Qi didn't have the intention to refuse. Before his level was too low, contact with too few people. A lot of things are still unclear. It is just the right opportunity to take advantage of this opportunity to open up the situation. The atmosphere was lively as everyone drank and chatted, and Richie asked the question he had been wondering about. Brother Wenshu, have you heard about what happened at Itsue House? I just went around there and found that Itsue House has been transferred out, and the current owner of Itsue House is Master Yen from the east of the city. After a cup of wine, Banquet Wenshu sighed a long sigh. Not to mention Itsue Lu, Xin Feng Yuan, Shui Wei residents, have all been transferred out. Those properties of the Changle gang are not left behind in any way, and I don't know what the gang leader is thinking. Li Qi's face changed. All transferred out? Yes. Fei Wenshu nodded helplessly and answered in a deep voice. After joining the Rui gang, the members of the gang would get a monthly payment every month, and people would naturally be paid for buying lives for the Rui gang. If the more industries the gang has and the better it is run, the more monthly money the gang members can share. Originally, everyone was still thinking that after annexing the Longleaf gang's industries, their monthly money would go up by a huge amount, but everyone did not expect that Huang Yuanqing would actually resell all of these industries, which made many people feel puzzled. Does Brother Munjushri know why this is? Yen Wenshu shook his head helplessly. How would I know what the gang master is thinking? We dare not say anything. We dare not ask anything. Just keep our heads down and do our work. At this point, that sense of unease in Li Qi's heart became even stronger. His heart felt uneasy when he learned that Itsue House had changed ownership before, and it was even worse now. Something must have happened. Li Qi's brain raced, pondering the possibilities. In his impression, the gang leader Huang Yuanqing was by no means a helpful guy. Handing over these industries that were making money day in and day out was simply like doing charity. This was not something that Huang Yuanqing would do. This kind of big transfer of industry, in Li Qi's opinion, is more like breaking off the tail to survive. As this thought appeared in Li Qi's mind, Li Qi was startled violently and a coldness surged up his back. Huang Yuanqing must know something. Something is going to happen soon, and it's never good. Li Qi took a deep breath and tried to press down the uneasiness in his heart. There is no hurry. Huang Yuanqing knows that something will happen, but it shouldn't be too serious. If it's really that kind of life-threatening danger, Huang Yuanqing should have run away a long time ago, instead of being busy transferring the industry there. Li Qi's heart is a little bit more at ease, although the crisis will come soon, but shouldn't be too serious. There's no hurry. Soldiers come and go. Let's see what happens first. Responding to all changes with no change. This was Li Qi's intention. While Li Qi was contemplating the various aspects of it in his mind, he did not show the slightest expression on his face, and no one at the wine table noticed Li Qi's abnormality. There were a lot of delicacies and wines on the table, and the people were talking to each other, and in the midst of this joy, the vast majority of people didn't even notice. A huge cloud of gloom was looming towards Chuan County. Chapter 15, Attack on the Street. The pattern opens. After having contact with Fei Wenju and the others, Li Qi's status in the Rui gang had risen. There were more and more cliques trying to accept Li Qi, and Li Qi turned into a hot potato in the Rui gang. In addition, Richie was exposed to some of the gang's fattest errands, those errands where there was very little to do, but the rewards were great. After Li Qi spent 2 taels of gold to purchase the dragon sword, the silver in his waistband also increased once again. His situation was too much better than before, and he didn't need to tighten his pants belt to live his life. And has been and Li Qi walk very close to Han Yangqiu but invisible and Li Qi estranged a lot, as if the two have a layer of separation between the two. Not like before, Li Qi can only helplessly shrug his shoulders. After solving the strong enemy of the Changle gang, the brothers in the gang were all very happy, and after scoring a huge bounty they were splurging and enjoying themselves every day. The only one who noticed anything unusual was Li Qi. He didn't dare to be slow, and immediately made preparations, including the picking up of supplies, as well as planning the escape route from Chuan County City, and so on. Since the last time he strengthened his martial arts and improved the 2 techniques, crane dancing sword in the clouds, and flying on grass, Li Qi only had 2 potential points left in his hand, and since he was unable to further improve his techniques, he thought about where he could go to get some potential points back. However, in order to obtain potential points someone had to die for it to work. Li Qi had wandered around the county town and froze without finding any opportunity to collect potential points. Not a good idea. Li Qi walked down the street, secretly musing, without potential points I can't upgrade my feats. It will greatly slow down the speed of my strength increase. Could it be that this martial arts technique, I still have to practice it myself? Even without the system's boost, Li Qi could still rely on himself to cultivate his own gong methods to raise his realm, but his own qualifications weren't much better, just a middle-aged man's stature, so practicing on his own would be too slow. Right now what Li Qi lacks is time. He needed to maximize his strength in a short period of time in order to better cope with the upcoming crisis. Just as Li Qi was pondering where he should go to get some potential points back, he was suddenly stopped in his tracks. Yo, this little brother, nice clothes on you. Why don't you lend your brothers some money to spend? Li Qi raised his head and saw 2 big men with cross-faced faces blocking his way. You've been stopped and robbed by a gangster? Obviously these 2 big men is a repeat offender. The nearby residents saw the situation, are a face of fear to avoid, for fear that they are affected, and the people in the neighborhood didn't dare to meet the eyes of these 2 ruffians at all, fearing that they would be targeted as well. Looking at these 2 big men who blocked the road, Li Qi's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, but immediately stretched. It's true that what you think is what you get. What happens if I don't give? Li Qi laughed and asked with a relaxed expression. One of the big men's face had more than a hint of ruthlessness. He drew a dagger from his sleeve and slowly approached Li Qi. If you don't give, we'll just have to make you see blood. For a gentry like Li Qi, these 2 landlubbers were more than familiar with the fact that they were all softies from well-to-do families, and with a little lesson, they could make the other party hand over their money honestly. Even if Li Qi's waist hangs a long sword that looks good, these 2 gangsters do not take it seriously, mainly because Li Qi's face is too deceptive. Li Qi is not only young and tender, but also with a hint of scholarly spirit. It looks like a very good bullying appearance. Li Qi such a person at a glance know which pampered son of the family to learn others to run the rivers and lakes, hanging a long sword on his waist out blindly wandering. Today, I will let you see the evil of the Jianghu. Looking at the 2 big men who kept approaching him, the smile on Li Qi's face grew even bigger. This, on the contrary, made the 2 big men a bit puzzled. What are you laughing at? Are you scared out of your mind? Or is this kid just not right in the head in the first place? Just as these 2 big men were wondering in their minds, Li Qi's hands probed out like lightning and instantly pinched the necks of these 2 big men. With such a terrifying speed, this duo was instantly taken, where they didn't know they had kicked the bucket one. The fear of death enveloped the duo. A look of panic appeared on their faces and they were about to open their mouths to beg for mercy, but it was already too late. Li Qi's true chi flowed around his body, and with a spurt of strength between his palms and a forceful twist, the heads of the 2 landlubbers rotated 180 degrees. Gabba! As the crisp sound of a broken branch rang out, the bodies of the 2 landlubbers fell to the ground, twitching for a moment, then no sound. Potential points +1. Potential points +1. Li Qi's frown opened, quietly gazing at the 2 unlucky people who had already hung up. Go on the road in peace. Pay attention in your next life. For the killing of the 2 bullying gangsters, Li Qi's heart is not half a burden. He looked at this to know that these 2 guys are recidivists. The result of this 2 people is to get rid of the harm for the people. Not to mention the fact that both of them were still taking the initiative. Not only did he want to rob Li Qi's belongings, but he also threatened to let Li Qi see blood. So it was even more unlikely that Li Qi would let the 2 of them go. After killing these 2 landlubbers, Li Qi didn't worry about whether or not there was any power behind the 2 of them sheltering them, and whether or not he would encounter retaliation afterward. This street in Chuan County City. Ask around to find out who the father is. If you want to retaliate against him, Li Qi, you have to investigate what his Li Qi is from. If the forces behind the groundhogs were to learn about Li Qi's record of sweeping away the 16 members of the Changle gang, there was no chance that they wouldn't retaliate again. No, people are always bullies. The rules of the Jianghu: the harder you hit, the more stable the prestige. The factual situation is that the more ruthless and decisive Li Qi strikes. Instead, there would be a lot less trouble. And with 2 potential points in hand, Richie's pattern opened up instantly. The appearance of these 2 landlubbers gave Richie ideas, and he now knew where he should go to get more potential points. Chapter 16, The Great Wind Rises and the Clouds Fly. At this moment in time, the government's power is mainly placed on the suppression of the rebels, for the folks' grasp weakened a lot, so all kinds of bulls, ghosts, gods and snakes have run out. So much so that these 2 landlubbers of mediocre strength dared to commit murder and robbery in the street. And even if someone went to report to the police, the officials would most probably not care. If we kill all the ruffians in this Chuan County city, how many potential points would there be? As soon as the idea surfaced in his mind, Li Qi immediately rejected it again. Killing all the landlubbers in the city is making too much noise. Too much of everything was too much. And Richie might get into unforeseen trouble if he really did that. And these gangsters do not go to work every day. They usually rob and extort once and then stop, and then do not know where to go to have a good time. And when the money is spent, they will come out again to commit crimes and evils. Trying to find and kill each and every one of these landlubbers and obtaining potential points was too inefficient to meet Li Qi's expectations, and Li Qi quickly dismissed the idea. So is there a suitable target for harvesting other than these scattered landlubbers? Of course there is. That is, mountain bandits and horsemen. Today's situation, the situation in Han has been chaotic. Not only have the rebels, but also a lot of bandits and horse thieves entrenched in the mountains and forests of the main road, robbing the passing merchants. It would be fine if they only robbed money, but these mountain bandits and horsemen sometimes want money as well as their lives, and have committed many horrific and tragic crimes. Today I, Li Qi, am going to do justice to heaven. Li Qi bought some meat patties on the street, then casually found a few stragglers who had fled here and gave them the patties. Seeing the big fragrant meat patties, each of these stragglers' eyes were glowing, and they accepted them with 1,000 thanks, then wolfed them down. Richie also took the opportunity to ask how all these people had escaped and pry for the information he needed. To these stragglers outside where there is danger, where it is relatively safe, they know very well. Some of these stragglers even escaped from the mountain bandits under the butcher's knife, survived, with the meat pie to open the way. Facing Li Qi's inquiry, these stragglers knew everything and said everything. Li Qi quickly figured out the distribution of mountain bandits and horsemen outside of Chuan County at a very low cost. A great wind rises and the clouds fly, and a fierce warrior walks in all directions. Horse bandits, at all times, must be eliminated. It's not an option. Li Qi this time will ask for war on behalf of the people. After a little preparation, Li Qi set off and left the county town of Chuan. Li Qi's current dress had changed a lot. He was dressed in black with a black scarf covering his face. His body was masked tightly, only revealing 2 eyes outside. There was no way around it. He was out doing good deeds now, and it had always been his virtue to do good deeds without leaving his name. In his current outfit, even if the old showman was revived, he wouldn't be able to recognize him, and in order to hide his identity, he didn't even bring his dragon sword. The dragon sword is not an out-of-print weapon. Although 2 taels of gold apiece is not affordable to everyone, and not many people own this sword, but if someone witnessed him hunting mountain bandits and horsemen with the dragon sword in hand, it is possible to narrow down the search and find him out through the dragon sword. After leaving Chuan County, Li Qi no longer hid his strength. His powerful true qi flowed through his entire body, and he fully performed the lightweight skill of flying on grass, and his figure shot off towards the distance. Under the infusion of Bai Yun's true qi, a palm-sized cloud of qi materialized from the tip of his foot, and with a light step in the air, his figure instantly appeared 10 feet away. Li Qi was 3 feet off the ground. His feet stepped on the white clouds, and he walked in the air, his posture floating, like an exiled immortal who descended to the earthly world. Regarding the situation near Chuan County Town, Li Qi already had some understanding. 30 miles south of Chuan County Town in the Red Leaf Mountain, where a group of about 40 mountain bandits were entrenched, and these people also repaired a fortress named Flying Eagle Fortress. Flying Eagle walled named Guo Feiying is also the leader of this group of mountain thieves. This person is the peak of the realm of body-hardening martial artist. Rumor has it that this person is very good at lightness of touch. Wherever he stares at the prey rarely able to escape, will be killed by its pursuit. Outside the Flying Eagle King's title, and Li Qi's first prey, is this Flying Eagle King? Flying Eagle walled those 40 or so mountain bandits Li Qi also took. Li Qi hurried along and soon crossed a distance of 30 miles to reach Red Leaf Mountain. Upon arriving here, Richi also noticed the abnormality. All the way to Rush, other places more or less can still see some silhouettes, but this Red Leaf Mountain within 10 miles of the vicinity is very few people. Flying Eagle King reputation, no, the powerful are far away from this place, will never be from this area through and through, and the guys who didn't know any better are pretty much dead after breaking into the place. After arriving at the place, Li Qi also began to search, and soon he found a secret post hidden among the mountains and forests, where 2 mountain thieves were staking out the area and monitoring the situation nearby. Found it. At the time Li Qi saw the 2 mountain bandits, the other party also discovered his trail. What man? How dare you trespass the Flying Eagle walled city? Li Qi had not hidden his figure, walked out from the shadows and smiled at the 2 mountain bandits. The other party called himself Flying Eagle walled. Li Qi knew that he had found the right person. What man? Good question. Kill your people. Before the 2 mountain thieves could speak, this masked man in black dodged and came to his face. Li Qi hemmed and hawed. He merged his fingers into a sword and gently slashed forward. A pure white sword chi flew out, instantly lording it over one of the mountain thieves. Potential points +1. Martial true chi? When the mountain bandit next to him saw Li Qi's tactics, he knew that the one in front of him was actually a true chi realm expert, and he instantly turned pale and begged for forgiveness. Good man, spare your life. Discuss everything. Never do anything. Li Qi said indifferently. Tell me about your Flying Eagle walled city and I can consider letting you go. This mountain thief immediately told what he knew, and after figuring out the situation, Li Qi didn't hesitate and snapped the mountain thief's neck. Be my power. After watching the potential points increase by 1 point again, Richie left satisfied. One of these 2 mountain bandits is the one who makes the sword, and the quality is still good, or a fine steel long sword, was picked up by Li Qi to take away. He had already learned the exact location of the Flying Eagle walled city, and immediately rushed towards the direction of the Flying Eagle walled city. On the way, Li Qi discovered a few more secret outposts of the Flying Eagle walled city one after another, and by the way, he slaughtered all of the mountain thieves that he encountered, and the potential points in his hand once again grew steadily. Guo Feiying had just returned from a hijacking outside, and not only had he snatched back gold and silver, but he had even snatched a lot of women back. What would happen to a woman who fell into the hands of a mountain bandit? Think with your butt to know. Right now in the Flying Eagle walled city is holding a banquet. Not only there is the sound of men's rampant laughter, there is even the sound of women's cries. Just when these people were in the middle of their fun, the door of the cottage hall was cut open by a sharp sword chi, and a black figure walked in from outside. Hey, you guys are pretty good at this. Richie walked in from outside with a smile on his face. After seeing the mess in the hall and the unclothed women, the chill in Li Qi's smile intensified a few points. Seeing the sudden intrusion of outsiders, many of the mountain thieves jumped up, drew their weapons and shouted, "What kind of person dares to come to Flying Eagle walled village to sow their wild oats? Unwilling thing, go to hell, kill him." Quite a few mountain bandits surrounded towards Li Qi, while the leader of that mountain stronghold, Guo Feiying, never said a word, and after he saw Li Qi use his sword chi to chop open the gate, his pupils were a huge shock. True Chi realm powerhouse. He knew there was trouble this time. A strong person of the True Chi realm was not something he could fight against. Not only did he not encircle and kill towards Li Qi like some ordinary mountain thieves, instead, he retreated without a trace, intending to escape from here, and with a single glance, Li Qi noticed a big bald man in the crowd who was constantly retreating, and he locked his gaze on the other party with a deadly glare. You're Guo Feiying, aren't you? Guo Feiying felt bad and turned to run. Chapter 17. Guo Feiying is very resourceful. Since the grass as a bandit has been careful, never to provoke the existence of those who cannot deal with their own, and anyone he chose to lay his hands on was not as strong as him, and was intercepted and killed in droves. A toss down. The number of mountain bandits under his command is increasing, and later also repaired a fortress, is considered to have a place to settle down. In the midst of the chaos, this Guo Feiying even wrestled a gag of Flying Eagle King, but Guo Feiying was very clear about what kind of goods he was, just a peak of the body tempering realm. In front of those strong people who had already broken through the True Chi realm, he, Guo Feiying, was just a younger brother. He lacked resources. There were no martial arts techniques to break through the True Chi realm, and there were no secret medicines to assist him in breaking through the realm. So if he wanted to break through the True Chi realm, I'm afraid there was not much hope in his life. So other people often call him Flying Eagle King, but he himself never dared to king himself. After seeing Li Qi show real Chi realm cultivation, Guo Feiying secretly to suffer. not the slightest intention to, and Li Qi hard. And those ordinary mountain bandits have drunk too much alcohol on the head, were still distinguished the situation. One by one without hesitation toward Li Qi surrounded and killed. Guo Feiying heart secretly happy. Some ordinary mountain bandits for him to attract fire. He escaped the possibility of heaven is greater. But he never thought that his bald head was too conspicuous, like a firefly in the pitch black, so distinct and outstanding that Li Qi noticed him at a glance. He turned around and fled, and had only just run 2 steps away when Li Qi actually appeared in front of him in an instant, blocking his way. Guo Feiying's eyes almost glared out. So fast? He had just completely failed to see Li Qi's movements before the other party had already blocked in front of him. Such a terrifying lightweight stance he had only seen in his life. Bean-sized beads of sweat continuously rolled down from Guo Feiying's forehead. He tried to squeeze out a fawning smile and said dryly, "This lord, is there any misunderstanding between us? I am willing to." Before the other party could finish his sentence, Li Qi interrupted, "There is no misunderstanding." At the same time, the steel longsword in his hand stabbed out and penetrated Guo Feiying's knees. Guo Feiying screamed miserably as his knee bled out and he fell to the ground clutching his leg, letting out a miserable howl. Li Qi was not in a hurry to kill him and kept him alive for the time being. He had something to ask him later. After Guo Feiying had his legs wasted by Li Qi and fell to the ground with a scream, the group of mountain thieves in the hall of the cottage suddenly had a jolt and sobered up a lot. Guo Feiying was the strongest existence among them, but this Feiying king had been laid down. So how could these minions of theirs be a match for this person? Run! I don't know who howled, but these mountain thieves scattered and fled. And how could Li Qi let these guys run away? He immediately performed a lightweight stance and chased after them. His figure flashed back and forth like a ghost, easily catching up with these mountain thieves. And then one by one, he finished them off. In less than 10 breaths of time, all the remaining mountain thieves in the entire mountain fortress, except for Guo Feiying, were all dead. They were all killed by a single blow. And blood continued to flow out of the corpses, soaking the ground, and a pungent smell of blood emanated from the air. Such a horrifying figure made Guo Feiying, who was lying on the ground, feel a chill in his heart, while those women who were taken captive were even more frightened and almost fainted. Blood dripped from Li Qi's long sword, and the murderous aura emanating from his body made people feel like falling into an ice cellar, and each one of these women kept retreating like frightened quails, fearing that they would be affected by this god of murder. Li Qi ignored the women as he turned around and came in front of Guo Feiying, who was ashen-faced as death, and then gazed at him silently. Guo Feiying's voice trembled. "My lord, spare my life." Li Qi's voice was indifferent as he slowly said, "I ask, you answer." Guo Feiying immediately nodded his head. "Your honor, feel free to ask. I know everything and say everything." After some inquiries, Li Qi also further clarified the situation of the nearby mountain bandits and horsemen. "Mountain thieves know best. We are all doing is robbing the hook. There is usually a territory division between different mountain bandits, and sometimes there will even be a business conflict. Each other fight what?" And Guo Feiying, as the biggest mountain bandit in this area, naturally knew exactly what was going on with the other mountain bandits and horsemen in the vicinity, and immediately shook out all of these fellow bandits. Previously, Li Qi's knowledge of the thieves and bandits came from the stragglers, which was not always accurate and might have omissions. And with Guo Feiying, the industry elite's revelation, Li Qi knew the situation of the nearby bandits like the back of his hand. "My lord, I have told you all I know. Can you spare?" Before Guo Feiying could finish his sentence, he was penetrated by Li Qi's sword through his throat. Potential points +2. Li Qi shook his long sword and shook off the blood on it. "Be a good person in your next life." After killing all the mountain bandits here, Li Qi turned to look at the group of women hiding not far away, a faint smile on his face. "Don't be afraid. I've killed all the mountain bandits. You're saved." He looked at the wine and food laid out in the hall, then said to the women, "You should all be hungry. Eat something to fill your stomachs and get out of here." Seeing that Li Qi had come to rescue them, these women's guts grew, and after thanking Li Qi, they put on their clothes and started to eat. They hadn't eaten for a long time, and they were indeed hungry. Li no longer paid attention to these captive women, but instead looked at his system page. Potential points, 53. His current, crane dancing sword in the clouds, lower chapter was at the mastery level of proficiency, and he needed 50 potential points to raise it to the minor achievement realm. Now that he had enough potential points, Li Qi didn't dawdle and immediately began to strengthen it. His system page was instantly reduced by 50 points of potential, and a large amount of cultivation memories flooded into his mind. Li Qi felt as if he had spent 10 years of light in a very short period of time. During these 10 years he had diligently practiced the crane dancing sword in the clouds every day, and his understanding of this sword art was pure and unparalleled. The white cloud true chi within Li Qi's body also swelled once again, and a large amount of true chi appeared out of thin air, and the total amount of true chi in his body unexpectedly skyrocketed by more than double out of thin air. As of this moment, Li Qi had also stepped into the late stage of the true chi realm. Li Qi's strength has now surpassed Rui Gang's gang leader Huang Yuanqing and reached that level of Chen Shaoan, and the people in Chuan County City who have the ability to threaten him. There aren't many left. After the reinforcement was over, Li Qi felt the power that had surged again and was thrilled. This is the right move. There's nothing wrong with running out to hunt bandits. After slightly acclimatizing to his increased strength, Richie got up and walked towards a cave at the back of the cottage. Just now, while questioning Guo Feiying, Li Qi learned that there was a cave in the back being used by these mountain bandits to store sundries, and there were quite a few goodies they had looted inside. And naturally, these good things can't be left here to be cheap. Li Qi wants to get rid of all of them. Chapter 18 Peak of the True Chi Realm. The cave at the back of the cottage had even been fitted with an iron door, and although Li Qi didn't have a key on him, this couldn't stop him. He drew out his steel longsword, and his true chi flowed over the blade, adding to its sharpness. The longsword sliced through, like cutting tofu, cutting this iron door into two halves, and Li Qi walked through the cracked iron door and into it. There was a lot of food piled up in the cave, and a lot of gold and silver jewelry. Richie's eyes lit up and he immediately began to pack up. The portable silver tickets were carried on his body, while those heavy gold and silver were packed in a box. And then Li Qi performed his light power to take the box away and found a hidden place nearby to bury it. The gold and silver things are too much and too heavy for Li Qi to carry with him, so he first hides them nearby and comes back later to take them away. While looking through the cave, Li Qi also saw a green blade sword, a long sword with a light greenish color that exuded an unusually hard texture. The quality of the Qingfeng sword was not as good as Li Qi's dragon-marked sword, but it was much better than this steel longsword in his hand right now. Li Qi threw the steel longsword in his hand and then replaced it with the Qingfeng sword. After looking around to make sure nothing was missing from the cave, he stepped out. He returned to the hall of the cottage. The women were still eating in the hall, and Richie sat down and took a chicken leg from the table's wine and food and ate it. He was also a little hungry. He had a lot to do today and had to fill his stomach. After he had eaten and drunk enough, Richie brought some dry food with him and got up and addressed these women in the hall. I'm going to go now, so get out of here as soon as you've eaten almost enough. It's not safe here. There's some food in the cave in the back, and you can take some of that with you to leave if you can carry it. After saying this, Li Qi stopped staying and turned around to leave. These women did not think that their captivity to this place can still leave alive. To Li Qi incomparably thankful, and Li Qi's figure also very quickly disappeared in the sight of these women. After destroying the Flying Eagle walled city, Li Qi did not stop moving and continued to rush towards several other nearby places where the bandits were located. With the information provided by Guo Feiying, Li Qi was able to find the next mountain bandits' stronghold very accurately. This was a group of 30 or so mountain bandits, smaller than Guo Feiying's gang, and the one in charge was a late-stage body-tempering realm martial artist, and his strength was also weaker than Guo Feiying's. Li Qi didn't talk nonsense after finding this group of mountain thieves. He directly made his move and quickly chopped these mountain thieves under his sword, once again harvesting 40 potential points. After finishing, Li Qi cleaned up the battlefield, rolled away all the goodies left behind by the mountain bandits, and then quickly left the place. He was extremely fast, coming and going as he pleased within the range of 180 miles, and group after group of mountain thieves and horse bandits were plucked out by Li Qi. Before destroying each group of bandits, Li Qi would leave a ton to force the other bandits in the neighborhood. So Li Qi searched for bandits extremely efficiently, and in just one day's time, he destroyed 5 groups of bandits. After a busy day, Li Qi even had time to rush back to Chuan County town for a dinner. Everyone did not realize that on this ordinary day, nearly 200 bandits had already been killed by him outside the city. After getting his hands on a large amount of potential points, Li Qi returned home and continued to enhance the crane dancing sword in the clouds, completely raising this kung fu to the state of great accomplishment. And Li Qi also smoothly stepped into the peak of the true Qi realm. At the same time, Li Qi also mastered a very special ability, Sword Qi Transformation. If a martial artist stepped into the true Qi realm, he or she would be able to exude true Qi and injure the enemy 100 paces away, and chopping out a blade or sword Qi would be a very simple thing to do. However, after Li Qi had cultivated this sword art to the state of great accomplishment, he was able to take it a step further and do something even more unimaginable. And that was the transformation of sword Qi into form. Li Qi's mind moved. A tiny strand of sword Qi flew out from his fingertips. The pure white and sharp sword Qi coiled around his fingertips, and after slightly wriggling, It transformed into a small white bird that stood on top of his fingertips. The bird spreads its wings and pecks its feathers and comes alive. Under Li Qi's manipulation, this wisp of sword chi either turned into a flying bird or a swimming fish and surrounded Li Qi. The power possessed by any martial arts technique after it was cultivated to the realm of great accomplishment was astonishing, and the power exerted by the sword art of crane dancing sword in the clouds, when it reached its great accomplishment, was almost terrifying. Such strength was already based on the pinnacle in Chuan County City. As long as he went and didn't die, it was almost impossible for him to die. The true chi in Li Qi's body was incomparably majestic, like a storm swirling and roaring in his dantian. It exuded a terrifying might. Finally reached this level, Li Qi took a long breath of relief. His heart settled like never before. He was carrying the supreme martial Dao system, which allowed him to use potential points to enhance his martial arts, and he also knew that it wouldn't take long for him to reach the peak of the true chi realm. But really, when this day came, his heart was still a bit incredulous. For ordinary people, it was difficult to make a mark in the martial arts together, and if you want to break through the limit of body hardening and arrive at the true chi realm, or even reach the peak of the true chi realm, such a thing was even more difficult. Without a long period of diligent study and practice, without considerable qualifications, and without a certain amount of luck and resources, it was absolutely impossible to get this far. However, Li Qi had spent only a handful of days to reach this realm with the help of the system, which had completely exceeded the knowledge of everyone in this world. Already at the peak of the true chi realm, it's time to think about how to break through to the next level of the realm. The next realm of the true chi realm is named the true element realm. When a martial artist in the realm of true chi raises and polishes the martial true chi in his body to its limit, he can try to liquefy this gaseous true chi into a liquid form of true essence. True essence is essentially true chi after it has been highly liquefied. Its quality was extremely high, and its power far exceeded true chi by more than 10 times. One true origin realm martial artist was enough to easily crush 10 true chi realm martial artists, the so-called Houtianjinchi, the innate true essence. True element realm martial artists were also called innate martial artists. After reaching this realm, the innate martial artist's life essence had been greatly sublimated and could easily live for 200 years. That kind of martial arts realm made Li Qi's heart sore and he couldn't calm down for a long time. The problem before Li Qi was how to break through the true chi realm and arrive at the stronger true yuan realm. The key to this lies in the gong method. As long as there were enough potential points, any martial arts technique Li Qi could quickly improve up. But Li Qi didn't have a true element realm technique right now, so it would be a tricky situation. Where can I get a true element realm martial arts technique? Li Qi thought of the Rui Gang and Huang Yuanqing, but he immediately dismissed it. Although Huang Yuanqing was the head of a gang, it seemed unlikely to Li Qi that the other party would have martial arts techniques at this level of the true element realm in their hands. After all, Huang Yuanqing was only the leader of a second-rate gang in Chuan County City, and his background was a little less meaningful. After thinking for a while, Li Qi had no thoughts and could only put it down for the time being. That's just it. There's no hurry in this matter. Just pay more attention in the future. In the following days, Li Qi went out to hunt bandits every day and returned at sunset. The potential points in his hand rose rapidly and soon exceeded 300 points. The bandits in the vicinity of Chuan County City were almost swept away by him, and he froze and killed a small piece of clean land. In order to be able to continue gaining potential points, Li Qi had to hunt farther and farther away, and the area he was moving in became larger and larger. A lot of bandits had died in a short period of time, and such a change had alarmed the people in the city, and many forces had noticed. There are those who clap their hands. There are those who look on with cold eyes. There are also those who are disturbed in their hearts. As for Li Qi's outstanding lightness, he traveled back and forth between the wilderness and the county every day without alerting anyone. Even those of the Rui gang who were close to Li Qi did not notice Li Qi's abnormality, and only thought it was Li Qi who had won the 3 taels of bounty and had gone somewhere to have fun in style. In the entire city of Chuan County, no one even connected the bandits who died tragically outside the city with Li Qi. On the 4th day, Li Qi came back out of town on a business run. He quickly spotted the target. There was a group of 20 or so horse bandits attacking a merchant caravan, and the two sides fought together, shouting and killing. Li Qi fixed his eyes on it and immediately noticed the abnormality. There was even a strong person of the true chi realm in this group of horse bandits. A horse bandit of the true chi realm? Interesting. The corner of Li Qi's mouth picked up and a hint of playfulness surfaced, so he immediately performed lightweight skills and rushed over. Chapter 19. You're using Zhao Yulong to scare me? Generally speaking, the strength of those who did looting in the wilderness would not be too strong, and the peak of the body tempering realm would be the top. The number of mountain thieves and horse bandits who died in Li Qi's hands these days exceeded 100. and not a single one of them was in the true Qi realm. The true Qi realm was a strong party no matter where it was placed. Even supporting the existence of a gang was no problem, and it was completely possible to go through more and more nourishing and decent days. If any true Qi realm martial artist went to become a mountain bandit or horse bandit, they might have to be nagged for the rest of their lives. But today, Li Qi actually did see a true Qi realm horse bandit robbing a caravan. As he took a closer look, he realized that this fellow was actually still a mid-stage true Qi realm martial artist, which made it even more interesting. Li Qi guessed a few of the reasons for this after a little thought, and then made a decisive move. The group of horse bandits who are attacking the caravan are all wearing hoods to hide their faces, and a pair of eyes are scanning the 4 directions with a sharp eye. They also saw Li Qi's figure, and the true Qi realm horse bandit's face froze when he saw that a man in black was running at a very fast speed. True Qi realm? After seeing Li Qi's terrifying speed that far exceeded the hardened body realm, he knew that the visitor was also a true Qi realm powerhouse. And after his side clearly had a large group of men and the other party dared to come alone, this true Qi realm horse bandit knew that the visitor was not good. The wind chaser is on business. Idle people retreat. He exhaled and his voice carried far and wide. Li Qi ignored it, and the speed of his feet did not decrease, and he soon rushed into the group of horse bandits. Hold him back. Don't let him do anything bad. The true Qi realm horse bandit shouted in exasperation, while he also accelerated his attack on the merchant team. He kept killing towards one of the merchant team's consuls while calling out, "Kill these people and leave immediately." After Li Qi rushed into the horse bandits, he drew out his Qingfeng sword. The sword light intertwined and enveloped a few horse bandits. The long sword instantly penetrated the bodies of these horse bandits. Potential points +2. Potential points +2. Potential points +2. The strength of these horse bandits was very strong. The weakest of them were all late-stage body-tempering realm martial artists. It was very unusual that such strength actually ran to become horse bandits. Originally, that horse bandit leader thought that the visitor was just an ordinary true Qi realm, and with the large number of men on their side, they were able to hold the other side for a moment or two, but he didn't expect that in just a few breaths of time, several of his men would die under this person's sword. The people in such a scene of the merchant team also saw it, and knowing that this black-robed man who suddenly appeared was from their side, someone immediately shouted, "Help is coming! Everyone hold on!" Upon hearing this, the merchant's group of guards fought the horse bandits even harder. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and the leader of the horse bandits became furious, as he turned back to look dead at the man in black who was charging back and forth among the horse bandits. "It's all because of you. How dare you badger me?" After cursing angrily, this person's body was filled with true Qi flow, and his already burly physique swelled once again, as if he was an iron tower, emitting a lofty aura. At this moment, Li Qi was fighting against 2 horse bandits. His long sword danced like a ghost, cutting the necks of these 2 horse bandits at an incredible angle and decapitating them. Potential points +2. Potential points +2. A strange movement came from behind him, and a stern and rigid aura came towards the back of Li Qi's heart. Someone launched a sneak attack from behind. Li Qi did not look back, slightly sidestepped, and counter-stabbed behind himself with a sword. Crane dancing sword in the clouds of wing dance in spring and autumn. Li Qi's sword stretched out, floating and agile, instantly blocking the huge palm that was slapping from behind. The sharp sword and the palm of the hand met. Sparks popped out, and even made the sound of gold and iron clashing. Li Qi's face was strange and he gave a light heap. Since his sword technique had become a great success, the sword in his hand split gold and broke jade, and nothing could not be chopped, and nothing could not be chopped. However, when he stabbed the palm of the person behind him with this sword, he unexpectedly felt a trace of resistance, as if he had stabbed on a thick cowhide. This is protective hard work? Richie's mind was clear. Martial artists who protected their bodies with hard skills were rare, and even fewer were true Qi realm martial artists who practiced body protection hard skills. In an instant Li Qi increased his strength, the true Qi in his body boiled and tumbled. The terrifying true Qi erupted on the Qingfeng sword, and then not a trace of resistance could be felt anymore. The blade easily pierced through the palm of this horse bandit leader. This sword not only pierced through the horse bandit leader's palm, but also went through the horse bandit leader's shoulder at the same time. Ah! The horse bandit leader let out a miserable scream. He did not expect that his body protection hard power would be easily broken by the person in front of him. An intense pain came from his palms and shoulders. Peak true Qi realm? He also finally saw the realm of the person in front of him. Surprisingly, he was a terrifyingly strong person at the peak of the true Qi realm. How can that be? How could it be a strong person at the peak of the true Qi realm? It was really hard for him to believe that he would run into a terrifying powerhouse at the peak of the true Qi realm here. and that the other party had easily crushed him. Li Qi slowly turned back and looked at the tall True Qi Realm Horse Bandit and slowly said, "The body protection hard skills are well practiced, but it's still a bit short of the mark." With that said, Li Qi twisted his wrist and held his sword upwards with a fierce pick. The horse bandit leader's entire left arm was unexpectedly chopped off directly. Ah ha ah! The horse bandit leader let out a mournful scream. His other hand pressed down dead center on his left side where his broken arm was. Staggering back, his face twisted and already deformed from pain and fear, he no longer tangled with Li Qi and turned around to flee, exercising his lightweight stance to flee into the distance. Looking at the fleeing horse bandit leader, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Li Qi's mouth, and instead of chasing after him, he accelerated the speed of killing ordinary horse bandits. But when these ordinary horse bandits saw that their leader was injured and ran away, how could they dare to fight hard with Li Qi? They also gave a cry of alarm and each of them fled by taking the road. Li Qi fully utilized his lightweight skills to catch up with these ordinary horse bandits one by one and cut them down. Then Li Qi chased after the horse bandit leader in the direction he fled. The opponent had been chopped off an arm, and despite the emergency measures that had been taken, blood continued to drip down from the broken arm, leaving clear traces of blood on the ground. Li Qi quickly caught up with the fleeing horse bandit leader based on these traces. The other party was now losing too much blood, pale, weak and in a sorry state, no longer as fierce as before. With an acceleration of his footsteps, Li Qi quickly surpassed the horse bandit leader and blocked his opponent's path. "It ends here." These words were like Hades demanding his life, and the horse bandit leader stopped in his tracks, his body trembling uncontrollably. With a cross in his heart, he directly ripped off his hood with one hand, revealing his true face, which was a bearded hulk of a man, who colorfully said, "You can't kill me." Li Qi raised his eyebrows. "Why?" "Because I'm Wei Biao of the Jade Dragon Gang." Li Qi froze. He knew about this Jade Dragon Gang. The three words Jade Dragon Gang carried a lot of weight because the Jade Dragon Gang was the #1 gang in Chuan County City. The Jade Dragon Gang had a large number of people, nearly 1,000, and there were as many as 10 true Qi realm martial artists among them. It is said that Zhao Yulong, the leader of the Jade Dragon Gang, is even a top expert at the peak of the true Qi realm. Wei Biao stood up and slowly said, "I recognize that your strength is not bad, but my Jade Dragon Gang is not a good match either. If your excellency wants to kill me today, in the future, the gang master Zhao Yulong will find me. How will your excellency respond?" Wei Biao emphasized the word Zhao Yulong, reminding Li Qi not to be foolish, or he could not afford the revenge of the Jade Dragon Gang. After reporting out his identity, Wei Biao also breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling that he had grasped the situation for a few moments, he continued to speak. "Your excellency, why don't you just let me go and let this matter end? Or else the Jade Dragon Gang." Before Wei Biao could finish his sentence, Li Qi swept past Wei Biao in a flash, and the Qingfeng sword in his hand also cut through Wei Biao's neck. A head rolled to the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't it? Scare me with Zhao Yulong? Zhao Yulong is here. I'll kill it as it is. Richie snorted. This Wei Biao hadn't understood the situation clearly. He even dared to blabber there and threaten himself. Li Qi was too lazy to listen to his farting and directly killed him with a sword. Potential points +5. After the potential points arrived, Li Qi laughed, then fumbled around Wei Biao's corpse. This kind of true Qi realm martial artists usually had good things on them, so naturally, Li Qi wouldn't let it go, and he quickly found a book from Wei Biao's body. This is Iron Refining Body? Chapter 20. Your Gongfu was very good, but unfortunately it will be mine next. After Li Qi touched this tome from Wei Biao's body, a prompt also flashed before his eyes. Includable martial arts found. Martial arts in the collection. You get a medium-grade martial art, Iron Refining Body. Li Qi was delighted. Iron Refining Body? He immediately began to check the details of this martial art. Iron Refining Body. Grade, medium-grade martial arts. Mastery level, uninitiated, 3 points of potential can be consumed to be initiated. Stances, Vajra style, Pagoda style. Introduction. Iron Refining Body is a hard body protection skill, which can be used with breathing techniques to practice body protection chi from the outside and the inside, and the body's defense power is greatly increased. After seeing this martial arts technique, Li Qi's heart was clear. He thought that Wei Biao must have practiced this body protection hard technique to have such a powerful defense. Li Qi was very interested in this Iron Refining Body. This technique could just be used to strengthen his physical body defense, allowing him to not be afraid of backstabbing sneak attacks, making up for one of his shortcomings. Looking at the headless Wei Biao, the corner of his mouth grinned. Your Iron Refined Body is very good. It's a pity that it will be mine next. After thinking for a moment, Li Qi took off Wei Biao's coat, then wrapped his head and took it away. As the Jade Dragon Gang was the #1 gang in Chuan County City, its reputation was still okay on weekdays, at least on the surface. The Jade Dragon Gang hadn't done anything to harm the world, and everyone was a modest gentleman. But Wei Biao, one of the Jade Dragon Gang's true Qi realm powerhouses, is out robbing with a bunch of people. This is very intriguing. Wei Biao brought 20 or so martial artists with not weak strength, one by one, all wearing a hood, hiding their faces, disguised as a group of horse bandits called wind-chasing pirates outside to rob the road. The reason for this was not hard to guess, because of greed. Nowadays, the world is getting more and more chaotic. Bandits are rampant. A lot of merchants on the road have been robbed, and the Jade Dragon Gang has more than a few ideas that shouldn't be there. Since those mountain bandits and horsemen can go and rob the road, why can't we do it? Kill and set fire to the gold belt, build bridges and pave roads without corpses. Robbing to get money can be much faster than doing business, and there is a risk of doing business, not likely to lose money. If you go for it, then you're sure to get something. It's a no-brainer. And what happened in the wilderness? And what does it have to do with my Jade Dragon Gang? As long as you don't leave any survivors, as long as you don't get caught in the act, and if you blame it on the other bandits afterward, nothing will happen. Once you get back to the county and take off your horse bandits' traveling clothes, everyone is still humble and decent. Jade Dragon Gang under the banner of the Wind Chasers have a strong martial artist in the middle of the real Qi realm to lead the team, specializing in picking those large caravans of 180 people. As long as they make a single order is made, it will be a huge income. This Wind Chaser pirates had already robbed and killed several large merchant caravans, and with their mouths full of oil, they had become more and more skillful in their business skills. But unfortunately, today they bumped into Li Qi, and then they all planted. Doing more than one thing will get you killed. Li Qi carried Wei Biao's head all the way in a hurry and quickly returned to the intercepted merchants, and 100 or so people saw Li Qi's figure approaching quickly from afar. That master is back. The Wind Chaser that escaped earlier was also killed by him? What's he doing back here? Shouldn't be trying to rob us too, right? Bah, don't talk nonsense. If we annoy this unknown powerhouse in the middle of nowhere, it's hard to say what kind of things will happen. People who didn't want to do it were forced to do it by you. As Li Qi approached, the merchant's pipe's face piled up with smiles and carefully greeted him. This lord, you have returned. My humble self, Su He, thank you for your righteousness just now. If you hadn't repelled those outlaws, the 100 or so people in our merchant team would have been in danger. Suwa didn't ask about Li Qi's origin, and the first thing he said when he opened his mouth was to say thank you, showing his character of being shrewd in the world. And Li Qi nodded and casually coped, punishing the wicked and eliminating the evil, acting on behalf of heaven. This is what we martial arts practitioners should do. There is no need to say thank you. Saying that, Li Qi threw the cloth bag in his hand forward and threw it into Sui's hand. The evil leader has been executed by me. The head is here. You can take it back and deal with it on your own. Suwa froze, took the ball of cloth bag, slightly opened a slit, and saw the human head inside. Wei. After seeing the face of this human head, Suwa's face changed and a name opened his mouth, but then came to an abrupt end. The latter word was swallowed alive again. Suha helplessly glanced at the human head in the cloth bag, then said to Li Qi with a bitter smile, Your Excellency has gone out of his way to bring back the head of this outlaw, which is an explanation to those dead brothers, in lieu of those fallen brothers. Thank you, Your Excellency. A wisp of a smile appeared on Li Qi's face under his facecloth, and in his heart, he praised that this Suwa was very uptight and had a good brain. There's no need to be polite. It's the job of people like us who practice martial arts. He could have left on his own after beheading the Wind Chaser pirates and getting his potential points in hand, but he also made it a point to send Wei Biao's head back and hand it over to the hands of the steward of this merchant team. So naturally, he had his own plans. Wei Biao was a member of the Jade Dragon Gang, and now that the Jade Dragon Gang had lost a true Qi realm martial artist and a group of not-so-weak body-tempering realm, they were bound to not let it go, and would definitely find a way to find out who the murderer was. Li Qi wasn't afraid of those people from the Jade Dragon Gang, but he didn't have the time to deal with them right now. He still had a lot of things to do, and the intervention of the Jade Dragon Gang might disrupt his next plans. That's why he brought back Wei Biao's head and sent it to Suwa's hands, just to make this matter explicit and push this merchant team to the forefront to share the Jade Dragon Gang's hatred. Li Qi has seen it. This merchant group is very large. The number of people is more than 100. The power behind its energy is bound to be not small. It might not be comparable to the Jade Dragon Gang, but it should be enough to use as a shield. So he also sensed the deep meaning behind Li Qi's move, and in his heart, he knew that he might have been used as a shield, and also felt a hint of stifled anger, but then he was relieved. No matter what, Richie had saved them all. It's indisputable. They were in no position to accuse Richie of this move, so Suwa immediately organized his language, only saying that this head was an explanation for his dead brother, only saying that Li Chi was deeply righteous. What's more, this is a fierce man with unfathomable strength. Even if Suhi has some unpleasant words in his heart, he wouldn't dare to say. Li Chi nodded with satisfaction. In that case, let's part ways and see you again on its day. Suhi also responded, great kindness is not to be thanked. If you have something to use me for in the future, you can come to Linglong Chamber of Commerce to look for me, and I will definitely serve as a dog and horse. Li Chi had already turned to leave, but when he heard Suhi's words, his footsteps lurched and stopped. He turned back to Suhi and asked, are you guys from the Linglong Chamber of Commerce? Seeing Li Chi's eyes gleaming at himself, Suhi had no reason to panic in his heart and Nua said, I am none other than the young steward of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Li Chi hemmed and hawed. Don't say. I really do have something I need to trouble you guys with. Chapter 21 Linglong Chamber of Commerce. The name Linglong Chamber of Commerce was one that Li Chi had heard of long ago. This was a very large-scale chamber of commerce, with many towns having their branches. Even in the county town of Chuan there was the Linglong Chamber of Commerce stationed there. Li Chi had thought that the force behind this merchant team might be strong, but he hadn't thought that this would be someone from Linglong Chamber of Commerce. It was simply a pleasant surprise. Don't tell me. I really do have something I need to trouble you with. Hearing Li Chi say this, Sui's face slightly and imperceptibly stiffened, and he cursed himself in his heart, regretting that he had just talked too much and said something about dogs and horses. Originally it was just a parting remark. Suwa did not expect Li Chi to chime in. At the sight of Li Chi, Suwa always had an inexplicable sense of grasping at straws. Not only was this person's strength unfathomable, but he also acted in an unconventional manner and would always make some unexpected moves, making Suwa feel very passive. Looking at Li Chi's eager eyes, Suhi could only ask stiffly, I don't know what your honor is up to? I want to buy a true element realm martial arts technique. A true origin realm martial arts technique? Suwa's voice changed in shock. Li Chi nodded his head and said in confirmation, yes, the true elemental realms martial arts techniques, which are also known as upper grade martial arts. The price is not a problem. As long as you have it, I will buy it. The Linglong Chamber of Commerce had a wide radius of power, wide connections, and many paths, making it the most likely place to obtain a top-grade martial art. Just now when Sui said that he was from Linglong Chamber of Commerce, Li Chi's heart was delighted. It was simply a matter of what was missing, and Sua's face also has more than a trace of bitter smile. Your Excellency is really difficult for me. If it's a middle grade school that's fine, I can get it now, but the top-grade martial arts school is not easy to get. Li Chi laughed. It is not good to get. It's not impossible to get. The value of the top-grade martial arts far exceeds that of the middle-grade martial arts, and once it appears it is bound to be madly snatched by many strong people, and letting Linglong Chamber of Commerce get such a martial arts over to Li Chi to trade, the difficulty is not small. After contemplating for a moment, Sui slowly said, 3 years ago, my Linglong Chamber of Commerce obtained a top-grade martial art called the Xuanchu Blade Technique, which attracted many strong traders to bid for it, and it was eventually auctioned off at a price of 3,000 taels of gold. If Your Excellency really wants to buy a top-grade martial art directly from the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, I'm afraid it won't be less than this amount. Li Chi chest, waist straight, money is not a problem. 3,000 taels of gold cannot be difficult for me. This is not Li Chi in blowing air. These days he hit down a dozen gangs of bandits. Bandits plundered the wealth as much as into the hands of Li Chi. 3,000 gold for him is not a far-fetched number, even if there is still a gap from 3,000 taels of gold now. But as long as we work hard again and go to brush some more mountain bandits and horsemen, the money will naturally come. Seeing Li Chi being so trenchant, Sui froze for a moment before nodding and saying, in that case, then I can make the decision that if Linglong Chamber of Commerce gets a top-grade martial art it can be traded to Your Excellency on a priority basis. Your Excellency saved us. This matter will definitely be done for Your Excellency. When I return, I will immediately arrange for people to look for clues to the top-grade martial arts. As soon as the top-grade martial arts arrive, I'll send someone to contact Your Excellency. Li Chi was satisfied, and after the two exchanged contact information, they left on their own. After getting away from the caravan, Richie was in a good mood. He hadn't expected to be so rewarded this time out. Where to find a top-grade martial art had always been a difficult problem weighing on Li Chi's head, and there was surprisingly hope that this problem could be solved. Continue to go hunting bandits. You can harvest potential points as well as obtain gold and silver for purchasing feats. In the following days, Li Chi searched more and more vigorously for mountain thieves and horse bandits, and when they were found, they were kabushed on the spot. and within 100 miles of Chuan County town, froze by Li Qi killed a piece of clear sky. Everyone knew that there was a supreme fierce man who was frantically hunting bandits, killing them with fear. There are even a number of bandits who have gone gold and chosen to be good people again. The world says this is the living Buddha on earth. Everyone was so grateful to this living bodhisattva that some people even set up a living shrine so that this living bodhisattva could enjoy incense offerings. But while others were rejoicing, Li Qi was not happy. He had killed too hard during this time, and the remaining bandits fled and dispersed, and many of them switched careers. It sent his business plummeting. What the hell? Where is your backbone? Where is your integrity? What happened to your integrity? What are you doing here? It had become increasingly difficult for Li Qi to find the bandits these days. He had managed to inquire about the location of a mountain bandits fortress, and when he arrived here he found that the fortress was already empty. The mountain bandits have long since run out of sight. Li Qi took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. That's all, just go away. All from good. From good. From good. He turned around somewhat forlornly and slowly left the place, but shortly after Richie left, another group of people broke in. Where are the people? He just had a stop here and has left. We didn't make it. That guy's lightness is extremely good. It's hard to catch up with him. He can't run away even if he's good at light skills. He must be made to pay. These people who broke into the mountain fortress were clearly the strongest members of the Jade Dragon Gang. There are 5 people on this trip. One of them has a particularly powerful aura emanating from his body. And this person is the leader of the Jade Dragon Gang, Zhao Yulong. Zhao Yulong came to the center of the cottage and looked around, his gaze crossing over the empty cottage, and said in a chilling voice, "Keep looking. Find that man and kill him." Chapter 22, The Divine Military Forces. Now it was hard to find the mountain bandits and horsemen outside. Li Qi no longer wasted time to continue to look for them. He decided to rest for a while after he returned to the county. He was indeed a bit tired after running around these days. Richie washed up and went to bed early. The next day, Li Qi got up early in the morning. He felt refreshed and the fatigue accumulated from many days of running around was swept away. It was only when Richie pushed open the door of his room and was about to go get some breakfast that he noticed something unusual. The atmosphere on the streets is not right today. A surprisingly large number of officers and soldiers were lined up, patrolling back and forth through the streets. Li Qi's face froze, then stopped an old man passing by. "Old man, may I ask what's going on? How come there are so many officials and soldiers here?" The old man glanced at Li Qi. "They are the Divine Martial Army. The Divine Martial Army has entered the city." The Divine Warrior Army? It was the first time Li Qi had heard of this army. He quickly asked, "Kid has not heard of this Divine Martial Army. Can old uncle elaborate?" But this old man seems to be very afraid of this Shinu army. He said somewhat evasively, "Don't talk about them, if you can. Not say it, just don't say it." Then it turned and left. Richie looked at the departing old man in dismay, shook his head, and then walked toward the gang. The gang must know something. Better go to the gang and ask. As Li Qi walked along, he saw quite a number of Shinwu army soldiers on the streets, which were stationed at various street entrances and roads, their eyes patrolling back and forth. And Li Qi also found that the gates of the county city were also manned by the Divine Martial Army, where they questioned the people entering and exiting the gates. Looking at these soldiers, Li Qi's eyebrows could not help but slightly wrinkle. The eyes of these soldiers made him feel a little uncomfortable. The eyes of these soldiers surveying the passing people. It was as if a wolf was looking at a white rabbit. Soon Li Qi returned to the Rui Gang's compound, while he also saw Fei Wenshu, who had recently gotten closer, and asked, "Brother Wenshu, inquire about something. Why is there suddenly a Shinwu army entering the city?" Yan Wenshu said helplessly. What else could be the reason? The Shinwu army, being an official army, naturally came for those rebels. Rebels? Richie looked puzzled. The next door Fuping County has a large number of rebels stationed in it, he knows. But what are these Shinwu army doing in this Chuan County city if they don't go directly to attack the rebels in Fuping County? The soldiers were guarding the street entrances and main roads, and even at the city gates, there were manpower arranged to interrogate suspicious people coming and going, as if they were planning to station here for a long period of time. Moreover, the attitude of the people in the city towards the Shinwu army was also very strange. They seemed to be very fearful and scornful. Li Qi continued to ask, "Can Brother Wenshu understand this Shinwu army?" For some reason the townspeople seemed to be afraid of them. After some explanation from Fei Wenshu, Li Qi also figured out the reason. Because the Divine Warrior Army has a bad reputation. Shinwu Army is the official army of the Great Han Dynasty. Suppressing bandits and counterinsurgency is the duty. But this Shinwu army sometimes both kill bandits, but the Divine Warrior Army sometimes kills both bandits and civilians. There have been a lot of fiascos. Yan Wenshu said very euphemistically, but the meaning was already expressed in place, almost as if he had directly said that the Shinwu army had killed Liang and risked their honor. Shinwu army is the true meaning of the tiger and wolf division. Its brutality and viciousness. The brutality and viciousness of the army is even more than that of the tigers and wolves. Li Qi shook his head. No wonder when he had just asked the old man on the street about the Shinwu army. The other party was too secretive to say much. Dared to chew the cud on the main road, commenting on the Shinwu army. If the soldiers of the Shinwu army here, I fear for my life. And Banquet Wenshu patted Li Qi's shoulder and kindly reminded, Brother Li, although our Rui gang hasn't done anything out of the ordinary, we're still a bit at odds with those from the Divine Martial Army. Try not to clash with them during this time, or you'll easily suffer. Aha! When Li Qi saw that many of the brothers in the gang were there, but only the gang leader and a few of the top brass were missing, he asked, where are the gang leader and the others? How come I don't see them? The gangmaster has been invited away by people from the Divine Warrior Army, saying that they are conferring about the extermination of the rebels. It's not just us, the Rui gang, but the heads of several other forces in the county have also been called over. Richi froze, his mind puzzled. Rui gang is a Jianghu power, neither under the jurisdiction of the army, also do not eat the royal food. How Shinwu army want to fight bandits and counterinsurgency is their own thing. What's it got to do with these gangsters? Do you still want to call on the forces of the Jianghu to help you quell the rebellion? While Li Qi was having doubts in his mind, the city lord's mansion of Chuan County City was already abuzz with people. Here the heads of all the forces gathered and made a lot of noise. Gentlemen, I, Luo Yangyan, am an official 5th-ranked Ranger General, commanding the Shinwu Vanguard Army in the matter of pacifying the rebels of Fuping County. This time, I have summoned all of you to come here, but also to discuss the matter of eliminating bandits. Before Ranger General Luo Yangyan could finish his sentence, someone interrupted. You pacify your rebellion. What's it got to do with us? At these words, the room fell silent. Jun Luo Yangyan's eyes rolled, locking onto a figure in the crowd. It was a big man with a rough face. Everyone knew him. He was the head of a second-rate gang in the city, named Feng Zhua. Speaking was interrupted. Luo Yangyan was not annoyed, as if he did not hear it. Only the look in his eyes had more than a hint of coldness, while he still said to himself, 2 months ago, the rebels passed through the county town of Chuan and stayed there for 3 long days before heading to Fuping County a little later. This general has received a secret report that although most of the rebels are over in Fuping County, the city of Chuan County, there are still quite a few rebel spies planted here. This time, I have summoned all of you to come here, and I also want to greet you first, and I want to ask you to help me pay more attention to whether there are any suspicious people in the city. If those rebel spies happen to be hiding under your command, and let me find out that you and the rebels are involved, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Luo Yangyan's words meant something, more implied threatening intent. The hearts of the people present were furious, and even their breathing was a few points thicker. Don't you fucking fart here. You're abusing your power and trying to throw dirt on us. We're not going to eat your ass. That Feng Zhua was the first to press on and scolded. At this moment, Luo Yangyan, who had been ignoring Feng Zhua, was no longer silent, and his gaze fell straight onto Feng Zhua's body as he chilled his voice. It's really strange. This general came to fight the bandits and quell the rebels, searching for rebel spies. This is a good thing that benefits the country and the people. Why do you, this melon goon, repeatedly speak out to cause trouble? Could it be that you and the rebels are involved? See this general, this arrangement. Heart anxious not? Come on man. This Feng is very suspicious. Take him down. Luo Yangyan let out a loud shout, and a number of swords and axes men immediately appeared around and surrounded towards Feng Zhua. In this instant, Feng Zhua's face instantly went white as he watched 110 cold, glittering swordsmen and axemen surround him with a fierce smile on their faces. Feng Zhua was not involved with the rebels, and his repeated interruptions of Luo Yangyan's speech were also due to his fiery character, which had always been the case. If it was a normal day he acted like this in the city of Chuan County, it would not be a big problem, but he chose the wrong object this time. The one he contradicted was the Divine Martial Army. Surname Luo, don't you spit blood here. I'm not halfway with the rebels. You're being vindictive. Luo Yangyan said calmly, yes or no. This general has his own decision. You and be at ease and wait in the prison. Feng Zhua was completely flustered. If they are really taken down by these knife and axe men and taken to the prison, then there is still good? When the time comes, anyone not guilty will be guilty. Never let them catch you. The thought flashed through Feng Zhua's mind before he turned around and ran. He knocked over a few sword and axe fighters, wanting to break out of the siege. At this point, Luo Yangyan, who had been keeping a cold face, finally smiled. Not only did he collude with the rebels, but he also dared to resist arrest by force and storm the army. His crime is punishable. The martial true chi in Luo Yangyan's body instantly erupted. His figure moved and instantly appeared in front of Feng Zhua. The 100 battles long sword at his waist was sheathed and chopped at Feng Zhua. In the instant that everyone did not react, the knife-like cut between Feng Zhua's neck. A human head slowly fell to the ground. Luo Yangyan shook off the blood on his long sword, put it away and sheathed it, slowly turning back to look at the crowd present, an oozing smile on his face. The sinner has been executed. Do you have any objection? Chapter 23. The court is also difficult. Li Qi didn't stay in Rui Gang for a long time. Huang Yuanqing came back from outside. Only this Huang Gang master's face was so dark that it was scary. The people in the gang were aghast in their hearts. They had never seen Huang Yuanqing's face look so ugly before. When Huang Yuanqing returned, he gathered everyone in the gang and said in a chilling voice, "The Divine Martial Army has entered the city. I don't think there's any need to say more about what these are. We all know in our hearts, the Divine Martial Army's people will stay in Chuan for a period of time. So all of you be peaceful and don't clash with the Divine Martial Army's people, or I won't be able to save you." As the backbone of the gang, Huang Yuanqing was the pillar of all, and should not have said such stifling and demoralizing words, but the situation was stronger than the people and had to be. Just now Chuan, a number of gangs of the top of the forces are in the city's main house, but also saw the main general of the Shenwu army side. The other side, just because of a verbal dispute, actually beheaded a Chuan County city's gangmaster in public. Witnessing such a thing happen, everyone's hearts were shaken. All the gang forces of Chuan are here, and Luo Yangyan dared to make a move in public, treating the others as if they were nothing, simply rampant to the extreme. However, when the crowd saw Luo Yangyan's strength, none of them dared to snap. The peak of the true Qi realm. The crowd didn't expect that Luo Yangyan was a top powerhouse at the peak of the true Qi realm. Feng Zhua's strength is not too weak, with a true Qi realm middle stage cultivation, but under this Luo Yangyan, surprisingly, he didn't even last a single move and was killed on the spot. Now no one dared to squeak. Luo Yangyan was not only strong, but also acted in a tyrannical and overbearing manner, and there were tens of thousands of elite soldiers under his command, which was not even the same level of existence as these Jianghu forces of theirs. If you piss off this god of death, I will be the next to suffer. No one dared to continue to contradict Luo Yangyan anymore. If he was really set up as a rebel, he would have to go and play 9 clans of elimination. After Luo Yangyan had killed and established his authority, he made some demands in passing, saying that he would buy some armaments among these gangs' forces, including but not limited to grain and rice, meat, charcoal, horses, leather, and so on. If it is a normal purchase is not a problem, but the price given by Luo Yangyan is fully 30% lower than the market price. In the words of Law Wingyin, it is not easy for the court, and the court does not have any money, so I hope that everyone will understand. Everyone was shaking with anger. What kind of rebellion is this? This is clearly to fight the fall. God knows how many kickbacks you, Law Wingyin, can take. Looking at Luo Yangyan again have found the rebel spy's posture. A group of gang leaders froze in anger, can only stifle the other party's request. And this matter Huang Yuanqing cannot hide. His hands happen to have a grain and rice store, also belongs to the category of Luo Yangyan procurement. Thinking that he would bleed heavily next, Huang Yuanqing's face darkened even more. When the people of Rui Gang saw that Huang Yuanqing's face was as gloomy as water, no one dared to ask too many questions. They all sang and answered Huang Yuanqing's arrangement. After ordering once, Huang Yuanqing left, while the people in the gang also left individually. Soon, all kinds of news spread all over the city of Chuan County, and Li Qi also figured out what exactly happened, and his heart called out to the good guys. It's really worthy of being the Shenwu army, acting like this. No wonder the people are as afraid of tigers and wolves. No wonder there are rebels everywhere. The Qi of this great Han, I'm afraid it's about to run out. Li Qi sighed in his heart and lamented. But none of these things had anything to do with him. Although he was a strong person at the peak of the true Qi realm, his apparent identity was just a member of a second-rate gang in the county. No one would care about him, and it's Huang Yuanqing who will hemorrhage money, and he'll still get the monthly payment he's supposed to receive, and it won't affect him. Regardless of those, go back and upgrade your feats. Li Qi had hunted bandits for many days and collected quite a few potential points. After returning home, Richi summoned the system page, which showed his gains during this period of time. Potential points, 580. With so many potential points, it was enough for him to use for a long time. He hadn't dealt with this technique after the arrival of Iron Refining Body. Now it was the right time to upgrade it. Consumes 3 points of potential. Iron Refining Body has been initiated. Consumes 10 points of potential. Iron refining body reaches proficiency. Consuming 100 points of potential. Iron refining body accomplished. Comprehend the special physique. Iron body. Potential points were spent out in an endless stream. The mastery level of the iron refining body, a body protection hard skill, continued to rise. Li Qi's body continued to expand, his muscles bulging high, and a terrifying power filled his body. And when he raised the iron refining body to the realm of great achievement, a different color actually appeared on his skin all over his body. A light lead gray color surfaced on the surface of his body, emitting a faint metallic luster. It was as if his body was cast in metal. Iron body. When the iron refining body, a hard body protection skill, is practiced to a great extent and reaches the point of no advancement, a special physique will be born. Not only do those with an iron body see a dramatic increase in their strength and defense, but the speed of recovery from injuries and physical strength is likewise dramatically increased. After seeing this special physique, which was covered in a faint metallic luster, Li Qi was overjoyed, and the enhancement that this body protecting hard technique had brought to him far exceeded his expectations. As we all know, body protection hard skills are notoriously difficult to train. If one wanted to cultivate body protecting hard skills, one needed to consume a lot of time to polish the physical body. The process was painful and unbearable, and sometimes it needed to be supplemented with specialized secret medicines to consolidate and enhance the effects of the cultivation before one could achieve anything. Li Qi, on the other hand, had practiced this iron refining body to its great completion in a short period of time, reaching its theoretical limit. Once again, Li Qi felt the power of his system, which was simply heaven-defying, able to turn the impossible into the possible. Li Qi drew out his dragon-marked sword and pressed the tip of the sword on top of his palm and gradually increased the force. The tip of the sword quickly sank into the flesh, but the palm of the hand merely sunk into a small, fingernail-sized crater. The tip of the sword did not pierce the skin. When Li Qi raised his strength to 50%, the skin on his palm still hadn't been pierced, and Richie didn't keep stabbing harder anymore. His dragon-marked sword was already bending under the immense pressure, and if he continued to put more force on it, the dragon-marked sword might break. The dragon-lance sword lifted from his palm, its blade re-straightening tautly, while his palm was left with only a small white dot, not even a trace of blood. Under the flow of the body-protecting true qi, even the small white dot on the palm of his hand quickly hid itself and disappeared. What a terrifying defense! Li Qi compared in his mind. If he once again faced that Wei Biao who was in the middle stage of the true qi realm, his current physical body's defense could completely ignore the other party's attack. After the reinforcement ended, Li Qi's body shrank, and an extremely strong and powerful body-protecting true qi returned to his body. While his body quickly became smaller and regained its previous appearance, Li Qi pushed open the door of the room and slowly said, "Go over to Linglong Chamber of Commerce and take a look. It just so happens that I have quite a lot of money on me." Chapter 24, Making a Big Purchase. Strange Feats and Strange Arts. Li Qi cleared a lot of mountain bandits and horse bandits. The inconvenient gold and silver were buried and hidden, while the easy-to-carry silver bills Li Qi has a lot of them. He was now ready to cash in his hand and buy something he needed. Although there was nothing left of the gang contribution in Li Qi's hand, the martial arts techniques in Rui Gang could also be exchanged with gold and silver money. But Li Qi had already looked down on those martial arts techniques of Rui Gang. Not only were they few in number, but also the quality was average. The last time he was in contact with Linglong Chamber of Commerce's Su Hua, the negotiation of trading top-grade martial arts inspired him greatly. Linglong Chamber of Commerce had a wide range of business, and the sale of martial arts feats was also involved. Perhaps it was difficult to purchase top-grade martial arts, but going to purchase some middle-grade martial arts was nothing. Li Qi was going to go and purchase some more middle-grade techniques to perfect his martial arts system. There was also a branch of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce in the city of Chuan County. Li Qi did not disguise his appearance, and when he arrived in front of the main gate of the Chamber of Commerce, he just waltzed in. "Can I get you anything, sir? I need to purchase some martial arts techniques, the grade of which cannot be lower than mid-grade. Martial arts techniques are available. This way please, guest," said the store assistant. Led Li Qi to a nearby elegant room, brewed a pot of tea for Li Qi, and then handed Li Qi a beautiful booklet. "Please take a look, customer. This is the mid-grade martial arts we can trade. Take your time to choose, and talk to me if you see which one you like." "Good." Li Qi opened it and realized that there were quite a lot of goodies in it. Meteor sword recipe, medium-grade sword technique. This sword technique is extremely fast, cultivated to great completion. The sword out like a meteor. Inscrutable. 15 taels of gold are required for purchase. Dragon snake swimming body technique, medium-grade lightweight skill. This lightweight stance has a strange footwork, like a dragon snake swimming around. swift as electricity. Purchase requires 20 taels of gold. Xian Ice Palm, medium grade palm. This palm is extremely cold as Xian ice, and can freeze the enemy. Purchase requires 25 taels of gold. The number of mid-grade martial arts that could be used for trading here at the Linglong Chamber of Commerce was extremely high, far exceeding the Rui Gang's side. Not only that, the Linglong Chamber of Commerce also had many types of martial arts techniques, including fists, palms, swords and knives, light footwork, body protection hard techniques, and even poison techniques. Li Qi raised his head and glanced at the fellow standing next to him in surprise. You guys really have a lot of good stuff here. The fellow smiled proudly. That's natural. Who in the hundreds of miles around knows about my Linglong Chamber of Commerce? There are certainly a lot of good things here. Li Qi nodded and also pondered over what types of martial arts techniques he still needed. He had, flying on grass, for lightness. Whether it was used to rush or chase the enemy, it was already enough to use. The sword technique has, crane dancing sword in the cloud, which is extremely powerful in combat. There was also the iron refining body of the Grand Completion realm, which allowed his physical body's defense and recovery power to increase dramatically, and he was not afraid of sieges and protracted battles. Armed with these three martial arts, Li Qi no longer had any obvious shortcomings. What other martial arts do I need? While pondering, Li Qi saw the name of a martial arts technique and couldn't help but see his eyes light up. Xian Yu Gong? This gong method was very special. It was a health-improving gong method. Jade is a good thing to wear. Jade can tend to good luck and avoid bad luck, to resolve the evil spirits, to drive away evil spirits. And jade is a kind of traditional Chinese medicine, has the effect of calming and tranquilizing the mind, clearing away heat and detoxification. Astringent muscle, can cure palpitations and insomnia, sores and swollen poisons and other illnesses. So this, Xian Yu Gong, is also the same. Practicing this gong can not only dispel poison and heal injuries, transform the evil spirits to drive away evil spirits, but also have the effect of prolonging life. Li Qi is now so strong that he is not afraid to fight head-on. Even if he encounters a strong person who is difficult to defeat, he can still perform light skills to escape. What he is most afraid of now is that the other party will come to the dark side with him. For example, poisoning. This is an underhanded tactic. The poisoning techniques of the masters of this path are even more extremely clever, so that people cannot be defended against. Li Qi is also difficult to guarantee that he will not be poisoned in the future. And this, Xian Yu Gong, can detoxify 100 poisons, so it can just eliminate the hidden danger in this regard. Li Qi's heart was certain, and he selected this, Xian Yu Gong. In addition, Li Qi also selected a strange gong named Mirror Shadow. This, shadow in the mirror, could imitate the appearance and movements of others and change one's breath. If practiced to a high depth, it would be like shining a shadow in a mirror, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Mirror Shadow, this technique is very good. Similar to transfiguration, not only can you change your appearance, but you can also converge your breath. When used well, it is a divine skill. After determining the martial arts techniques to be purchased, Li Qi returned the booklet to the fellow next to him. It cost 40 taels of gold to purchase the Xian Yu Gong, while the mirror in the shadow technique was even more expensive, costing a full 60 taels of gold. Li Qi pulled out a thick pile of silver bills from his arms and settled the silver money on the spot. 100 taels of gold is not a small amount of money. Here Linglong Chamber of Commerce's head also rushed over and warmly entertained Li Qi. I didn't know that your guest had come to the door, so I'm sorry to be rude. I am Su Hua, the steward of the Chuan Linglong Chamber of Commerce. In the future, if there is anything I can help with, Your Excellency, feel free to ask. Li Qi was a bit amused in his heart. He and Su Hua were old acquaintances, and he had saved his life. But the benefactor did not recognize Su Hua in person. Before Li Qi was walking outside, not only did he hide his face, but he also used a false voice, so that Su He did not recognize his identity. Li Qi's face was as usual, and he said lightly, "The money is settled. Give me the feats." And an apologetic smile appeared on Su Hua's face. "I'm afraid that will require Your Excellency to wait a little while. How precious are martial arts techniques, and those martial arts techniques are not here. This is just a branch of Linglong Chamber of Commerce. It can't keep those precious martial arts techniques." After some explanation, Richie also figured out the reason. The number of medium-grade martial arts recorded on the inventory just now was nearly 100, and it was natural that such a large number of medium-grade martial arts could not be placed here. But at the Linglong Chamber of Commerce's headquarters, the manpower here in the branch is limited. If people know that this small Linglong Chamber of Commerce's branch actually has so many martial arts techniques, will certainly be coveted, even if it gets bloodied up overnight. It's not surprising. Only the Linglong Chamber of Commerce headquarters could keep these martial arts techniques. After Li Qi placed the order, there would be an expert to escort the purchased martial arts techniques over. In order to ensure that the martial arts techniques would be delivered safely, the route and time of the escort were confidential. Even Su-hee, the steward, was not aware of it. Your Excellency might as well go back and wait for a few days, and when the item arrives, I will send someone to inform you. Richie shrugged. That's fine. After he told the other where he lived, he turned away. In the following days, Li Qi's life regained its calmness, doing some errands for the gang when he had nothing to do, or pondering over martial arts techniques on his own. The days were full and fast, but after a few days had passed, there was also a new movement on the side of the Divine Warrior Army, and a storm that swept through the city came quietly. Chapter 25. What is a soldier and a bandit? The world is in turmoil, and soldiers and bandits are rampant. So, what is a soldier and a bandit? Richie had never understood it before, but he did now. A soldier is a bandit. A bandit is a soldier. The Xinwu army entered the city and gave Li Qi a show of the essence of this. When Li Qi had just finished collecting the monthly money from the gang and passed by Itsue building on his way home, he found that it was exceptionally noisy, with many nearby people gathering here and whispering about something. Ugh, that's too bad. When something like this happens, the Yen family is afraid that it will not be easy for them in the future. The Yen family? There may not be a Yen family in the future. Alas. Never mind. No more talk. No more talk. Let's all disperse. Words are not enough. Say no more. Li Qi squeezed into the crowd to take a look and froze in his tracks. The entrance of Izue house. There was actually a man hanging from a hemp rope. Master Yen? This Yen Master Li Qi but recognize. This is the county city famous gentry. The family is solid. A lot of money. A few days ago after beating down the Changle gang this Ichue Lu fell into the hands of Huang Yuancheng, and after that was Huang Yuancheng disc out. It is transferred to the hands of this Yen master. At that time, Li Qi also intended to come to Ichue Lu to open his eyes, but after learning that Ichue Lu changed ownership, he lost interest and returned in defeat. See you today, the owner of this Ichue Lu. Surprisingly, he was hung at the gate. At a closer look, Master Yen had a lot of bruises on his body, and he was motionless, having been dead for a long time. Ah, this? Richie's eyes widened in disbelief. The owner of the Leaning Tower just died? The body was also hung in front of the gate of Itsue house? What kind of people do that? After some questioning, Richie also figured out what was going on. Or is it because of the Xinwu army? In the past not long, a few Xinwu army small school came to this Ichue Lu leisure, ordered a few girls to play, so not happy, but after finishing, they didn't give any money and left. Ichue Lu sighed how to let. Immediately in these several Xinwu army small schools started a dispute. Ichue Lu guards stopped these small school. Must be the other side to give money before they can go. This can be stabbed the hornet's nest. The Divine Warrior Army had always been arrogant and used to being domineering. Only they had asked for money from others. When had they ever been asked for money? So what if you don't pay? White whoring is justified. Next time it's not so sure. A few brawny juniors seated on the spot and drew their long swords to decapitate a few common guards, splattering blood all over the ground. But they do so is not yet relieved. Immediately Ichue Lu boss also pulled out, punched and hammered to death, and hung in front of the Ichue Lu door. How can it be so fierce and savage? Is this the official army of Dahan? If the government army is still like this, I'm afraid that this Dahan, it has been rotten to the bone. He looked at the little old man who was hung in front of the door of Itsue house and only felt that the world was so absurd and ridiculous. Suddenly Richie understood something. He finally knew why Huang Yuanqing had transferred all of the Changle gang's properties. Huang Yuanqing must have received the news beforehand. He knew that the Divine Martial Army would definitely come to Chuan County City. Huang Yuanqing foresaw what would happen today. If not in time to transfer this Ichue Lu, then today was hung at the gate. It will not be Master Yin. Rather, it was him, Huang Yuanqing. On the first day that the Divine Military Army entered the county city of Chuan, they beheaded a county gang leader Feng Zhua, and if they found a reason to kill Huang Yuanqing as well, it wouldn't be strange. What a sly one, Li Qi sighed. Before he didn't really look down on this Huang Yuanqing guy. The other party was just a second-rate gang leader, and Li Qi's strength had far exceeded the other party. But the fall wind has not yet moved the cicada first. This old geezer still has a few tricks up his sleeve. Li Qi shook his head and turned around to leave Ichue Lu. There was far more than one incident such as Master Huang's. The same tragedy kept playing out everywhere, and the culprit for all of this was none other than the Divine Warrior Army. At this moment, Li Qi's impression of the Divine Warrior Army was already poor. What the Xinwu army did was practically no different from the rebels who had been traveling through Chuan 2 months ago, But what happened next refreshed Li Qi's perception of the Divine Martial Army once again. A large number of soldiers in armor from the Divine Martial Army gathered, then rushed into a small gang called the Blood Rainbow Hall, decapitating all of the 100 or so people above and below the Blood Rainbow Hall. The reason given to the public is, the Blood Rainbow Hall was hiding rebel spies and resisting arrest, so they were all put to death. This is a big deal. A club was gone when they said it was gone, and more than 100 people died horribly in front of everyone's eyes. This is no ordinary gang firefight. The Jianghu thing Jianghu. If the Blood Rainbow Hall is destroyed by another Jianghu power, that's nothing. There will always be Jianghu power will fall, but also constantly have a new power is born. But what happened this time is of a completely different nature. It's an army siege. The elite soldiers are arrayed, armored and armed with strong bows and crossbows, attacking the city and pulling down the fortress, as if breaking through a bamboo tube. Not many Jianghu forces could carry this kind of battle. And the fact that a small jungle gang had attracted a siege from the army had deeply touched the nerves of the other gangs in Chuan County City. If the Xinwu army is next to deal with itself, what should I do? There was a moment of panic. After the Divine Martial Army broke through the Blood Rainbow Hall, a large number of soldiers cleaned up the corpses in it and busied themselves with moving the Blood Rainbow Hall's things out of the hall, including gold, silver, and jewels, and all of these soldiers were beaming with joy. Such a sight was more than enough to silence those who witnessed it. The Divine Martial Army had not only captured the Blood Rainbow Hall, but had also eaten it dry, and the people dared not speak out in anger. I'm afraid hiding rebel spies is fake. I'm afraid it's not true that they're harboring rebel agents. It's true that they're enriching themselves. Soon, a greater commotion emerged as well. Huang Yuanqing gathered all the gang members and announced something that was hard for everyone to accept. An order just came from the Divine Martial Army's side. Have every gang in Chuan County City must send a team of 50 men to the Divine Warrior Army to form a vanguard to assist them in attacking the rebels in Fuping. At these words, the audience was in an uproar. On what grounds? My jungle gangs still have to attack the rebels? Tell them to get the hell out of here. What is he, the Divine Martial Army, doing? He didn't go to attack the rebels and let us go? I say he's immortal. It's just a bunch of inappropriate son of man. I'm not the son of a man. Chapter 26, Hatefulness. Chuan County City. In a side room of the city lord's mansion, the two of them sat opposite each other, and a pot of tea was placed on top of the long case. You're making too much noise. County Governor Zhou Ru gently sipped a mouthful of tea and said calmly, and Luo Yangyan, who was sitting on the opposite side, hemmed and hawed, full of concern. What's the commotion? It's just cleaning up some useless Jianghu haymakers. What kind of movement can there be? Just now, Luo Yangyan once again summoned the leaders of all the gangs in the county and announced a major event. He asked all the gangs to spare a portion of their men to assist him in the attack on the rebels in the county of Fushan, which had once aroused violent opposition. And Law gave his own version of the story. Since that Blood Rainbow Hall is harboring rebel spies, who can guarantee that there are no spies lurking in other county gangs? There are no spies hiding in other county gangs? It's easy to incriminate yourself. Each gang will divide some of their manpower to go forward to attack the rebels, and beheading the rebels' heads will be a token of surrender, which will prove your innocence. If you cower or refuse to perform, then you are suspicious. And the Divine Warrior Army has always been merciless in its treatment of suspicious people, either sending them to prison or killing them on the spot. Just like the Blood Rainbow Hall before, the Divine Martial Army had just annihilated the Blood Rainbow Hall, coming with boundless ferocious might. And at this moment, the bones of the Blood Rainbow Hall's people were not yet cold, so no one wanted to follow in the Blood Rainbow Hall's footsteps. Although everyone's heart was full of grievances, the situation was stronger than others, so they could only accede to the matter. Recalling the suffocating looks of those Jianghu mangaka, Luo Yangyan only felt a burst of amusement. He tilted his head back and drank a cup of clear tea, his heart flowing freely. The Xinwu army could have gone straight to attack Fuping County without having to enter the city to come here for a turn, but he came anyway. This mouth fat meat do not bite. Wouldn't it be a shame? Naturally, there is no reason to miss it. And things went very smoothly, but after slightly knocking these Jianghu gangs around, there was a steady stream of favors coming in. The Divine Martial Army had only stayed in Chuan County City for 7 days, and the benefits that came to hand were more than his 3 years of offerings. So how could this not make one happy? With the proceeds of these few days and something to go around a bit later, he felt that his official rank could be brought up a bit further. Luo Yangyan looked at the county guard in front of him. His complexion slightly slowed down, and said in a peaceful manner, "These Jianghu reckless people are lawless, and from time to time, they will make some nasty things. I take the opportunity to crack down on them and cut down on their manpower. And in the future, they will surely be peaceful a lot. This is also for the sake of Lord Zhou. It's not easy for Lord Zhou to govern Chuan, and even though I, Lao Zhou, am a military man, I'm willing to share Lord Zhou's worries. Luo Yangyan's words were watertight and beautiful inside and outside the words, but Zhou Ru did not buy it, still drinking tea without slowing down, and Luo Yangyan continued. The Xinwu army has temporarily stayed in Chuan for a few days, but it has also caused a lot of trouble for Lord Zhou. If Lord Zhou doesn't mind, I have some hometown specialties here. I'll send a few of my kin pawns over later. At this moment, Zhou Ru's face had more than a hint of a smile, gently sipping a mouthful of tea. Rather, it's letting Lord Luo break the bank. While the atmosphere in the city lord's mansion was cordial, the entire Chuan County city had already set off shockwaves. A message quickly spread throughout the county. The gangs are going to send in an attack on the rebels as well? It's simply a slip of the tongue. The Jianghu and the Grassy Knights still have to worry about the court and go to attack the rebels, which is something that has never happened before. But it did happen. The Rui gang was noisy, angry and disorganized. This matter is settled, and later I will finalize the men who will go forward to attack the rebels. Huang Yuanqing said so. When Li Qi heard the words attacking the rebels, he was struck by a sudden abnormality. A hint of blood-red color emerged in his eyes, in which killing intent filled the air, several times wanting to storm out, and there was even a monstrous hatred filling his heart. Li Qi sensed his abnormality, and with a shock in his heart, he immediately suppressed this inexplicable killing intent. What was that all about? What's wrong with me? A trace of sweat couldn't help but appear between Li Qi's forehead. He immediately checked the abnormalities on his body and quickly figured out what was going on. His predecessor had an ill-fated life, not only a life of poverty and hardship. His mother died early. Even his father died at the hands of the rebels. It was the final straw that broke the camel's back and made a huge shift in the predecessor's character. Overnight, the cowardly and useless scholar died, and there was one more outlaw in the Jianghu. Father's murder. Uncommon ground. This hatred from his former body had been hidden deep within his body and had never gone away. Just now when Huang Yuanqing said the words attack the rebels, it directly touched this hatred, and instantly exploded, shaking Li Qi's mind. I see. Is this your hatred? Li Qi released. Take on your flesh. Take on your karma. Go at ease. Regarding the attack on the rebels, Li Qi was not as angry and resistant as the rest of the gang. On the contrary, he wanted to laugh a little. Previously, he was still annoyed by the fact that there was no one to kill the thieves from the good and he couldn't continue to harvest potential points. Now this opportunity has come again. This scene of tens of thousands of people fighting and killing each other in blood was simply too good for Li Qi. Even if he did nothing and casually wandered around this battlefield, he would reap thousands of potential points. Isn't this more comfortable than roaming the hills in search of mountain bandits and horsemen? The efficiency of harvesting potential points is increased 100-fold. Li Qi ordered a top-grade martial art from Linglong Hall and also bought 2 middle-grade martial arts. There were areas where he needed to spend potential points. Right now it's a real snooze fest. How generous has the heavens been to me? Li Qi stroked his palm and sighed. His heart was so free that he couldn't wait to drink 3 cups of pain. And now Huang Yuanqing also started to point out people. And those who were pointed out by him were going to go over to the Divine Martial Army, and were going to go to the battlefield. Jiang Xin, Liao Honglang, Zhu 5, Gue Ming Su. The names were read out one by one. Those who were read out cried and wailed, and those who were not read out hid behind one by one, hoping that this Huang gangmaster would not notice them. Soon, Li Qi's name was among them, and he was delighted in his heart, secretly saying that he didn't need to think of ways to mix into this team anymore. It didn't take long for the names to be read out, and 50 unlucky people appeared, while the rest who weren't read out had a look of gratitude on their faces. And the chosen ones don't dare to run away, because if they do, whether it's the Rui gang or the Divine Warrior Army, would not let them go, especially those who are dragging their families and have children. Okay, you guys go back and get ready. Let's go over to the Divine Warrior Army tomorrow. Chapter 27, A true warrior's life is born between heaven and earth. How can a warrior live under others for a long time? After Huang Yuanqing finished counting the number of people, he also lost interest and turned around to leave, leaving behind the crowd of people with different expressions. Alas, this divine martial army is really something, to have made such a mess. First Feng Zhuo was killed, then the Blood Rainbow Hall is gone, and now this mess. Things that give birth to sons with no ass. If I can't beat them, I'll fucking fight them. It says that they are asking us to assist them in attacking the rebels, but surely they are asking us to die, to be cannon fodder. Whatever, I'll be sure to hide when the time comes. Me too. A group of people were talking. Those who had been chosen were indignant. while those who hadn't been chosen had a look of gratitude on their faces as they turned around and left this place of wrongdoing. At this time, Han Yangqiu also walked over and said bitterly, "Li Qi, you've been chosen as well." Li Qi looked at Han Yangqiu and nodded with a calm expression. "Yes, it's all the same." Han Yangqiu was also chosen. He was only a martial artist at the early stage of the body tempering realm, at the bottom of the gang, and was also selected by Huang Yuanqing to go to the Divine Martial Army. Luo Yangyan let these people go to the battlefield to die, intentionally cut the manpower and strength of the various gangs in Chuan, sold Chuan Sheriff a good, and Huang Yuanqing this they are not little cute, will not send out all the elites within their own gangs. Most of the people selected in this selection were the lower level people in the gangs, and most of their strengths were early and mid body tempering realm martial artists, with only a few late body tempering realm ones. After this battle, the Rui gang might have suffered heavy losses, but not so much as to break their bones, and there was hope that they could recover again in a short period of time. In the collision and wrestling of various forces, these bottom-level personnel do not have the ability to decide their own destiny. They are just chips used by various forces to play and exchange. Li Qi laughed coldly in his heart. Although he intended to head to the battlefield to harvest the potential points, but to be actively pushed out to die like this now, his heart was still a little upset. Originally, as a member of the Rui gang, he still had a few feelings of belonging to the Rui gang, but now this feeling of belonging had faded quite a bit. After the Divine Martial Army's attack on the rebels is over and enough potential points have been collected, it's also time to leave. With my current strength, I can go to all the places in this world. Besides, a great man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? When this idea suddenly surfaced in his mind, Li Qi's heart was uncontrollably excited. The predecessor is just a scholar, living in a corner, never went out of the house in his life. 2 ears do not hear things outside the window, and only read the Book of Sages, and know very little about the outside world. And when Li Qi crossed over to this place, he was also busy killing and surviving all the time, and he couldn't say he knew much about the outside world. He would like to go out and walk around, to see that this world has a powerful martial arts civilization, and he would like to go and see what kind of world this. What kind of world is it? A faint smile grew on Richie's face. The Han Yangqiu in front of him was distracted and didn't notice Li Qi's expression. He had come less close to Li Qi during this period of time, but now that the great disaster was approaching, he once again came together with Li Qi, and Li Qi also knew the other party's intention and said in relief, "It's okay, brother Qiu. When the time comes, you and I will be closer together. Don't get separated." With Li Qi's words, Han Yangqiu's heart settled down quite a bit, and he gave Li Qi a grateful look. "Thanks then, brother." He knew that Li Qi's cultivation had skyrocketed and his strength had far exceeded his, and he came to look for Li Qi with the intention of seeking refuge, hoping that Li Qi would take care of him after entering the battlefield. Li Qi didn't have a bad impression of Han Yangqiu. He had followed him in the very beginning after he entered the Jianghu. The other party had helped him when he was the weakest and most helpless, and he hadn't been shy about giving back. There were quite a few people with intentions like Han Yangqiu's, and immediately, many people surrounded Li Qi, similarly coming to seek refuge. Li Qi was one of the strongest few in this trip to the Divine Warrior Army, and the other gang members of average strength surrounded him with warm and flattering smiles on their faces. "Little brother Li, when you go over to the Divine Martial Army tomorrow, you'll have to take care of old brother a bit more. Old brother doesn't have anything else on him. It's just a small amount of money. Please accept it." A big and thick man said and stuffed a heavy gold ingot into Li Qi's hand. Although the man had a look of flesh pain, he still gritted his teeth and sent it out. "There's no way around it. It's money for life." The other gang members were also constantly stuffing all kinds of benefits into Li Qi's hands, and some people who didn't have anything on them were even rushing home to get it. So Li Qi couldn't help but cry and laugh for a while. After dealing with these people, Richie also returned home, placing the contents of his arms on a nearby table, speechless for a moment. After being silent for a long time, he finally sighed and went to wash up, and while Li Qi was preparing to go to sleep, the door of his room was knocked. "Is brother Li asleep? I'm Song Shunan, a brother of the gang, visiting late at night to discuss something. Please open the door." Li Qi rubbed his eyes and opened the door to his room, seeing a smiling Song Shunan. This person he recognized was also the person who was going to go over to the Divine Martial Army tomorrow. "Brother Shunan, please come in. What are you?" Song Shunan's late-night visit made Li Qi feel a hint of surprise and opened his mouth to ask, and Song Shunan revealed a bitter smile. "It's still not for tomorrow's matter. Old brother, I have nothing else on me, except for this family heirloom martial art. There's nothing left that I can hold on to." With that, Song Shunan took out a booklet from his bosom and handed it to Li Qi. Li Qi took a look at it, and 5 big words were written on it. Mountain River Qi Xing Technique? Song Shunan smiled faintly. That's right, it's exactly this mountain river walking Qi technique. This is my Song family's martial art. It can significantly increase the total amount of true Qi in the body and the speed of recovery of true Qi. It's a secret art belonging to the true Qi realm. Naiha Song family descendants are not good. Has been several generations no one to break through the limit of body quenching stepped into the real Qi realm, so that this family heirloom in the dust. Today, I will gift this secret art to Brother Li. I only hope that after traveling to the Divine Martial Army tomorrow Brother Li will be able to protect me. Song Shunan slowly told the reason for this, his face full of sighs and shame. He saw a lot of people in the gang pulling Li Qi's strings, and he also hoped to get Li Qi's shelter, but he didn't have any silver taels on him to give away. Although the gang gave out 3 taels of gold the other day, but he owed a lot of foreign debts, and that money had long been taken away to pay off his debts. There was only one family secret art in his possession now, so he rushed back home to transcribe a copy of this secret art before sending it to Li Qi. This matter Song Shunan also thought very clearly. He is not good at practicing martial arts talent. After practicing for many years he is only in the middle of the body tempering realm. His strength is ordinary. It is difficult to survive on the battlefield. Since this was the case, he would use this mountain river Qi Xing technique as a bargaining chip in exchange for Li Qi's shelter. Survive first. As long as he was still alive, he could continue to cultivate and practice martial arts in the future, and he could still slowly break through the realm, and there was still a chance to cultivate this mountain and river walking Qi technique. But if people are dead, then there's nothing left. This Shanha Xingqi technique could only be taken into his coffin as well. After delivering the secret art, Song Shunan politely said a few words and turned to leave, leaving behind a dumbfounded Li Qi. Li Qi never expected that he was pushed out to attack the rebels and not only raked in a lot of money. Surprisingly, he had also acquired a secret art of the true Qi realm. Includable martial arts found. Martial arts in the collection. You get a medium-grade martial art. Mountain and river walking Qi technique. Chapter 28, Mountain River Walking Qi Technique. When defecting to a gang, there were people who had no foundation in martial arts and had almost zero combat power, just like Li Qi. However, there are more people who have brought their skills to join the masters and have martial arts on their bodies. If they go to mix with the gangs without a little bit of kung fu in their hands, it is easy for them to get into trouble. And Li Qi never expected that Song Shunan, who is usually unassuming in the Rui gang, unexpectedly harboring a medium-grade secret art. This could be much more valuable than an ordinary middle-grade martial art. Mountain and river. Grade, medium-grade martial arts. Mastery level, uninitiated, 3 potential points consumed to initiate. Stance, none. Introduction, this is a secret art of the true Qi realm, which imitates the movements and veins of mountains and rivers, and takes the essence of their divine essence, and can greatly strengthen the martial true Qi in the body. Cultivating this art to its full completion can greatly increase the total amount of true Qi and the speed of recovery. After carefully reading the description of this secret art, Li Qi's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Li Qi hadn't even seen such a secret art when he was at the Linglong Chamber of Commerce before, but he didn't expect to actually get his hands on one now. He glanced at the system page. Potential points, 392. There were still nearly 400 potential points, enough to raise a medium-grade martial art to the top, so he immediately began to strengthen it. Consumes 3 points of potential. The Shanha Xingqi technique has been initiated. Consumes 10 points of potential. The mountain and river walking Qi technique has reached proficiency. Consuming 100 points of potential, the Shanha Xingqi technique has come to fruition. After the great completion of this feat, Li Qi felt that the true Qi in his body was like a torrential river, unceasing. Originally, he had already reached the peak of the true Qi realm, and his martial true Qi had long since reached its limit, to the point where there was no way to advance. But after practicing the secret art of the mountain and river walking Qi technique, the martial true Qi in his body unexpectedly skyrocketed once again. The total amount is a full 3 times higher. What an incredible secret art! I didn't expect it to have such an effect. After carefully feeling the soaring true Qi in his body, Li Qi sked. With such a horrifying total amount of true Qi in him, it was enough to easily crush several powerhouses of the same realm. Even against that true essence realm innate martial artist, was not without the power to fight. After thoroughly mastering this secret art, Li Qi carefully put away the secret book and then lay down on the bed, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. Thinking back on his experiences during this period of time, Li Qi always had an uncanny feeling. It seemed that every time a crisis came, he was always able to break out of the situation and benefit from it. First, the Rui gang and the Changdal gang broke out into a firefight, activated the system themselves, and also obtained a medium-grade sword technique, crane dancing sword in the clouds. And when he was fighting with the Changle gang, he acquired a lot of potential points, killing 16 enemies, and his own status in the gang has risen. Later, he was stopped on the street by 2 ungrateful landlubbers and robbed of his money, which reminded him of the way to go out and hunt bandits to harvest potential points. And he also accidentally obtained the body protecting technique. His own opportunity to break through the true element realm came as a result. By now, the Shinu army was in rebellion, and he himself had still gained a lot of benefits from it. Wave after wave of crises came, many people were scourged and died horribly, but they always survived and had a good time themselves. Richie found himself, never seemed to be pushed to the brink, and this also gave Li Chi a wake-up call. Although he hadn't encountered any real crisis so far, he had to be constantly vigilant. This was a dangerous martial arts world, a cruel world where force overrode the law. The slightest mistake will be the death of the body and soul. Richie kept thinking about it, and sleepiness hit him, and he fell asleep quickly. Day 2. After Li Chi prepared himself, he rushed towards the direction of the Divine Martial Army. The soldiers of the Shinwu army were stationed in an open space north of the county city, and before Li Chi could get close, he saw a crowd of people in the distance. Kill! 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 Now it is late autumn. The day is still early. The sun rises but a few moments. The coldness is attacking people. But the Shinwu army side has already early drills up. The reason why the Shinwu army is named after the word Shinwu is because the strength of this army is quite remarkable. From the lieutenant down to the ordinary pawns. The army was named after the word Shinwu because the strength of the army was quite impressive. Especially the generals among them. Not only were each of them at true Qi realm cultivation, but they were also the most capable ones in the true Qi realm. Perhaps the reputation of the Divine Warrior Army was not good, but this force was unquestionable. In addition to Li Chi, there were already quite a few gang members who had arrived here early, and they couldn't help but be staggered when they saw this formidable military lineup, and a trace of fear invisibly grew within them. The Divine Martial Army side had also long since arranged for manpower to greet these gang members, and a lieutenant drove his horse in, approaching the crowd and pulling on the reins. The steed stood up and hissed, "Are you guys from the various gangs in the county?" "Aha, yes, that's right, right. It is none other than this lord." The voices that answered were sparse, and they answered in different ways, making it hard to listen for a while undisguised contempt surfaced in the eyes of this lieutenant. Soldiers and these Jianghu people have never dealt with each other. Especially do not look at the Jianghu people free and loose virtues. This lieutenant's eyes glanced around the circle, looking at each and every one of the gang members who were dressed in flowers in different forms, and his heart despised them even more. He bellowed, "This lieutenant's name is Che Ingfeng, and he is in charge of taking over you. This is the Divine Martial Army, not your gangs. If you are free-spirited and violate military discipline, military law will be served." This named Che Ingfeng lieutenant saw the crowd, not to mention, first reprimanded a pass. Let many people frowned. Some people want to attack also pressed down. After counting the number of people, there were a total of 1,500 gang members who had arrived here. But these people were not allowed to enter the confines of the Divine Martial Army's barracks. Instead, a piece of land was set aside outside for them to stay, and some soldiers were also arranged to watch over the side, preventing these people from making trouble and causing trouble. What the hell is wrong with these people? Just leave us hanging? What's that look in their eyes? Looking at us like we're thieves. Grandpa's thirsty. Grandpa wants water. The old man wants to take a shit. It's so boring. The crowd was loud and disgruntled. On the other hand, Li Chi found a place where there were fewer people to meditate with his eyes closed, constantly moving the true Qi in his body and familiarizing himself with his own power, not being affected by the noises in the outside world in the slightest. In his eyes, the vast majority of these men would never survive the battlefield. They're all just moving potential points. Scream while you can. Just scream a little more. The people of Rui Gang also naturally gathered together. There were quite a few people surrounding Li Chi. When these people saw Li Chi's calm and composed demeanor, they also settled down quite a bit and were not as noisy. Time passes slowly. When the sun was up and there was more than a hint of heat in the air, there was finally movement on the side of the Divine Martial Army. Che Ingfeng drove his horse and shouted, "Everyone listen to the order. Depart at once. Proceed to Fuping County. Prepare to attack the rebels." Chapter 29 The First Battle Against the Rebels. After the people from the various gangs in the county arrived, the Divine Martial Army's side didn't pay much attention at all. Not to mention pre-post training like military formation drills. Even the standard blade armor was not issued. Just a little dry food and drinking water for each person. Let these people go to war, like child's play. This kind of behavior made Richie frown straight away. It seems like the Divine Martial Army side is really planning to use these people as cannon fodder. For cannon fodder. Is there a need for military formation drills? Not at all. Even issuing an extra set of bladed armor is a waste. Li Chi sneered in his heart, packed his things and set off. The army opened up. More than 20,000 Shinwu soldiers left the city gates and marched towards the northern Fuping County with great vigor. Each of the Shinwu soldiers stood tall like a pine, holding their spears tightly, their blades flashing with a cold light. War horses neighing, hooves sounding like thunder, iron horsemen like a tide, galloping on the official road outside the city. But the other line painted a very different picture. These people, one by one, old and young, are all different. The clothes on their bodies are flowery and green. The weapons in their hands are also various. One by one, cursing and grinning, walking on the official road is like a group of that Skid Row. The soldiers next to him glanced over with sideways glances. The look of disdain and dislike on their faces was undisguised. They were simply ashamed to be with them. This strange combination of armies rushed towards Fuping County, and the commotion on the way was not small, alarming many scouts. After these scouts discovered the whereabouts of the Shinwu army, they immediately returned and rushed towards Fuping County, reporting the situation at a rapid pace. Tens of thousands of people traveled for more than an hour, and arrived outside the county town of Fuping, and immediately lined up their troops. The county side is also prepared. The walls are full of rebels, and there are more than a few stone throwers ready to go. The two armies confronted each other, and a solemn and murderous aura permeated heaven and earth, with flags hunting and armor clanging against each other. In front of the formation of the Divine Martial Army, a man clad in Xian armor, holding a long sword of 100 battles, with a torch-like gaze, majestic and calm, leaped out of the formation on horseback, and shouted, "Rebel boy, surrender quickly and you will be spared from death." This person is none other than Luo Yangnian. His bellow full of true qi almost turned into a materialized wave of sound that swept in all directions. The rebels on the Fuping side also had a general officer come out and shouted, "Heaven and earth are not benevolent, taking everything as ruminants. The imperial power has no mercy and treats the people as grass. Now I gather together and vow to break this injustice and return peace to the world." The two armies drank and cursed, saying only that the other was not right, wanting to give up without a fight, and Richie almost laughed out loud at what he heard down there. These people were all righteous, as if only they could represent justice, only they could represent righteousness, and the other side were all rebels, but both sides were half a catty, and neither side was any better, whether it is the rebel army's behavior, or the official army's behavior, all of them are disgraceful. Let's not make fun of anyone if we don't talk about the second brother. If the conditions didn't allow it, Richie would have wanted to hug a bucket of popcorn and sit down to enjoy how these two groups of people argued and tugged at each other. After both sides had screamed and cursed for a long time, Luo Yangnian lost interest as he sneered, "Since you guys are stubborn, don't blame me for not being polite. The whole army listens to the order, kill for me." The rebel side was also shouting and killing. The city gate opened, and a large number of troops and horses killed out from it. The rebels were outnumbered and charged straight out of the city. The soldiers of the Divine Martial Army had already engaged the rebels, and it was the same on Li Chi's side. Lieutenant Che Ingfan, who was the supervisor of the gang's crowd, shouted, "Everyone listen to the order. Charge with the army to kill the rebels. Death to those who back away." Hundreds of strong archers had already bent their bows and aimed their arrows at the crowd, and if anyone dared to retreat, they would release their arrows. The situation was stronger than the men, and now it was a case of going on without them, and in spite of all the reluctance of these men, they rushed toward the rebels with a shout. Up to this point, the great war between the Divine Martial Army and the rebel army broke out completely. One by one, the soldiers held lances and formed a formation to stab the opposite enemy. A body was easily pierced through, and there was even a lance that stabbed through several people, skewering them like sugar gourds. The knife and axe handlers kept chopping, and the limbs and broken arms flew up high. The cavalry charged back and forth, and many people were smashed to pieces, planted on the ground, and then trampled into mud by the iron hooves of the horses. Above the city wall, bows and crossbows were fired, and even more boulders fell from the sky, and the people below were either pierced through by arrows or smashed into flesh by the boulders. The battlefield of tens of thousands of people had turned into a giant meat grinder, with people dying every moment. In such a battlefield, individual martial valor is drastically weakened. So what can you do if you are well practiced in kung fu? You can carry a sword, but can you carry a boulder? You can kill 10 people, so you can kill 100, 1,000? Without a considerable degree of force, it is simply not possible to stir up a situation on such a battlefield and break out of it. At this moment, Li Qi's potential points were growing at an astonishing rate, and in just a few breaths of time it had already broken 100. Look at this situation. It won't even take long for the potential to break 1,000. Looking at the potential points that were rising like a rocket, Li Qi's heart was thrilled, while his face couldn't suppress a smile. A long spear stabbed from the left front. Li Qi slightly sidestepped, letting go of this rebel's attack. Then the dragon sword in his hand gently stabbed forward, piercing through the rebel's throat. A few more rebels came to kill, but they were also easily countered by Li Qi. The gang members who had sought refuge before also leaned over and surrounded Li Qi, who would also help out a little when he could. Li Qi from beginning to end only showed the cultivation of the peak of the body-hardening realm, as well as a hand of exquisite to the peak of the sword art. A strong to the horror of the martial arts real Qi dense but not send. No one present even realized that this was a top-level powerhouse at the peak of the true Qi realm. Che Yingfeng commanded from the rear. Where there were more rebels, let these gang members charge to where, sharing the firepower for the main force of the Divine Warrior Army. A lot of people died in one go. But after a few observations, Che Yingfeng could see that something wasn't right. No matter what kind of rebel team was on the other side, there was always a small group of gang members who could survive and kill the rebels. He also noticed Li Qi and was alarmed in his heart. The son even has such sword skills? Chapter 30, Vengeance Avenged. The Divine Martial Army and the Rebel Army were at war, and both sides were already killing each other. Everyone was trying to kill the enemy in front of them by all means. A rebel with not-so-weak martial arts skills danced his lance and pierced through a Shinu army soldier, picking the soldier up like a piece of bacon. This soldier who had been picked up had not yet died, and before a scream could be cried out in his mouth, he was shaken by the rebel martial artist's lance and directly flung away, smashing over quite a few of the nearby Shinwu army soldiers. The Divine Warrior Army? Bullshit Divine Martial Army. Bunch of losers. This rebel soldier with outstanding martial arts skills was also a lieutenant, with outstanding combat strength among the rebels, and could easily suppress ordinary soldiers on the battlefield. After picking over a few Divine Martial Army soldiers in a row, he stared at a group of somewhat strange fellows. These people were not wearing armor on their bodies. The weapons in their hands were varied, not the army's standard weapons, and their formations were so disorganized and chaotic that they looked downright ludicrous. These stragglers are the unlucky ones mentioned in the intelligence, right? A sneer flashed in the eyes of the rebel lieutenant. The temporary recruitment of quite a few gang members to act as death squads on the side of the Divine Warrior Army had caused quite a commotion, and even the rebels stationed nearby had received the news, and immediately recognized the identities of these people upon seeing them. A pathetic bunch. This is no place for you. Let me send you on your way. A trace of bloodlust flashed across the face of this rebel lieutenant, and with a thrust of his spear, he came straight to kill. The rebels who specialized in killing could be much fiercer than ordinary Jianghu people. Not only were they powerful, but their killing skills were also much more proficient, giving them a huge advantage against these gang members. The lance kept stabbing out, and shaking out a flower of the lance, like a viper spitting out a letter. In an instant, several gang members were pierced through their vitals, and fell to the ground with a scream, dying. The rebel lieutenant locked onto a young man who looked a little flustered and completely unaccustomed to the battlefield, and stabbed a gun swiftly towards his opponent's brow. The killing machine came, and Han Yangqiu was like falling into an ice cellar. He wanted to dodge, but the other party was a martial artist at the peak of the body-tempering realm. Not only was his strength much stronger than him, the one-pistol technique was even more refined. Can't hide from. It's over. Between life and death. Han Yangqiu's face was pale, but at that moment, a long sword stabbed out from diagonally behind. The tip of the sword and the tip of the gun clashed heavily, sparks erupting and blocking the sudden shot. The man with the gun gave a surprised cry, and then he saw a brilliant sword light up in front of his eyes, and the blade of the sword drew a subtle trajectory and swept past his throat. Blood splatters flew, and the hooting and hollering came to an abrupt end. Potential points +2. After killing this good fighter, a faint voice rang in Han Yangqiu's ears. Autumn, be careful, don't get carried away. After saying this, Li Qi's body was like electricity, turning around to fight other rebels fiercely. Anyone who had spent money on buying his life to seek shelter, Richie would come to his aid once or twice, but everything can be 1 or 2, not 3. After saving you twice, if you still cannot defeat the rebels, then Li Qi will not continue to care more. He's not the parent of these people. It's already a kindness to save you twice. If a third crisis occurs, then go on your way with peace of mind. It's fate. What can be done about it? Even so, under Li Qi's limited care, these people from the Rui gang had the highest survival rate of all the gangs. The two sides had been fighting for a long time, and the potential points in Li Qi's hand had unconsciously broken 1,000 without him noticing. On the battlefield of such a high-intensity killing, Li Qi had completely entered the state, the murderous sword in his hand swinging faster and faster. With every swing of the sword, a rebel was bound to fall to the ground by its strike. The inexplicable killing intent that fills Li Qi's heart is becoming more and more prevalent, and the hatred for the rebels left over from his predecessor is also fading away. To be able to decimate so many rebels, there are no more regrets. The great revenge was avenged. Li Qi's apparent strength was only a peak body tempering realm. As long as he didn't meet a true Qi realm powerhouse, he wouldn't reveal himself. He intentionally avoided the opposite true Qi realm powerhouse, and the true Qi realm powerhouse in the rebel army didn't notice him either. Luo Yangyan and a general on the rebel side fought furiously. The other party was only a late-stage true Qi realm martial artist. His strength was not yet as good as his. It was only a matter of time before he could take down the other party. Qian Xin, don't resist. Suffer death in peace. Luo Yangyan's face smiled fiercely. His battle sword kept chopping at the other side. The moves in his hand became more and more ferocious. As long as the rebel army's main general was chopped to death, the 30,000 rebel army could be broken naturally. Only this rebel general named Qian Xin had a stoic face, a look of utter disinterest in the powerful enemy in front of him, and even more than a hint of sneer in his eyes. I won't die. The one who should die is you. Luo Yangyan's heart was shocked. Qian Xin's expression let him detect a hint of bad. He long in that battlefield fighting. What kind of intrigue and trickery has not seen, and immediately perceived that there is a fraud. There's no way Qian Xin didn't know that a hard fight was bound to result in defeat, but he still tangled and fought with me and didn't retreat. The fearlessness in his eyes doesn't look fake. He must have something to rely on. Does it mean that? At that moment, a loud and clear sound of military trumpets rang out on the side of the divine martial army, and another group of rebel men and horses suddenly appeared. A 20,000-man rebel cavalry galloped in. The cavalry armor was as tough as iron and stone. The lances were sharper than frosty blades, and they glittered with a biting cold light in the sunlight. Luo Yangyan's eyes glared. How could there suddenly be reinforcements from the rebels to kill? A morose smile appeared on Qian Xin's face on the opposite side. I told you, I won't die. It's you who should die. Saying that, Qian Xin's stance turned sharp and deadlocked Luo Yangyan. Luo Yangyan bellowed. The enemy reinforcements are killing. Retreat. The situation is already very clear. The battlefield more than 20,000 cavalry. The threat to the Shinwu army is very great. If you continue to entangle the Shinwu army, 20,000 people may be wiped out in this. With Luo Yangyan's order, the group of divine martial army did not engage in battle and turned to retreat. The two rebel armies became 1 and 2 and chased them all the way in the back. And after a lot of deaths, the Shinwu army group finally retreated back to Chuan County City. This attack on the rebels returned hastily, and after counting the number of people afterwards, Luo Yangyan was even more furious. The divine martial army had lost more than 3,000 men, while on the side of the gang members, there were no more than 400 people left dead, and some gangs were even completely wiped out in a miserable manner. After returning to the tent, Luo Yangyan's face sank like water. The imperative battle was lost, which made him very angry in his heart. Check it now. Find out where that rebel cavalry came from. Chapter 31. The scouts sent out by the Divine Warrior Army quickly figured out what was going on with the rebel cavalry that had been reinforced. It turned out that when the Shinwu army decided to attack Fuping County, that 20,000-man rebel cavalry came in hot from Xinlu County, 200 miles away, on fast horseback. After learning the details of this, Luo Yangyan was furious. Waste. You bunch of losers. What are you all doing? So many people came from outside and you guys didn't even notice? Nor did you probe in advance. It's all crap. Pull them out and chop them up for me. After killing a few scouts, the anger in Luo Yangyan's heart eased a little, and he immediately thought about how to deal with the rebels who were coming with reinforcements. While the internal chaos of the Divine Martial Army was overwhelming, the situation outside wasn't much better. Although the gang side came back nearly 400 people, but these people almost all with injuries. Many people are still missing arms and legs, is already dying. A moment of mourning in all directions. These people's injuries were in dire need of treatment, but it was impossible for the Divine Martial Army's side to treat the injuries of these gang members. They had quite a number of injuries as well, and they were too busy themselves, so how could they care about this motley army? The people were immediately dismissed and left to deal with their injuries on their own, and many of them directly cursed. Doggone the Shinwu army, you're just going to send us away? At least give us some medicine. The entire Shinwu army shall not die. Asterisk 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 ah. Fucking ah. One day the sword will be in my hand, and I'll kill all the Shinwu dogs in the world. The group of people dispersed with curses, while the Rui Gang's people gathered together, many of whom had been saved by Li Qi and were grateful. Brother Li, a great favor is not appreciated. If you have any use for it in the future, just ask. That's right, but wherever there's a use for it, a certain person will surely die by all means. Li Qi, you gave me this life, from now on you're my blood brother. Kissing brother. The Rui Gang had the most survivors, and they were all grateful to Li Qi, whose status among these people had risen to a momentary high. A group of people flanked Li Qi and left the Divine Martial Army. Some people proposed to go to a restaurant together to have a drink. Li Qi did not object, and the people were happy to go, having just come down from the battlefield, with one face after another falling in front of them. All of them have mixed feelings: suffocation, pain, fear, and celebration. There should be everything. After arriving at the restaurant, the delicacies and wines were soon served, and the people drank freely and noisily. Li Qi sat in the middle of the crowd, coping with their toasts while realizing the rewards of this great battle. The biggest change in him is, the strand of hatred in his body disappeared. Hundreds of rebels died at the hands of Li Qi, and the old showman was able to rest in peace, avenged. No more regrets. This banquet was a good time for the guests and hosts. Li Qi drank a lot of wine, but he was a top martial artist at the peak of the true Qi realm. The majestic martial true Qi in his body was able to dissolve the alcohol with a slight movement. Many people beside him were drunk, but only Li Qi was still sober. After the banquet dispersed, Li Qi rushed towards his home, and when he got close to the house, he realized that someone had already been waiting at his door. May I ask if your excellency is Lord Li Qi? You are? I'm from the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Those 2 items that Lord Li ordered have arrived, so you can go pick them up. This person is Linglong Chamber of Commerce's boy. Specially came here to inform Li Qi about this matter, but Li Qi went out to fight with the army and was not at home, so this boy waited until now. Li Qi knew what was going on as soon as he heard it and his eyes lit up. Okay, take me there. The boy in the front to lead the way. To Li Qi's attitude respectfully, come before Suwa, and he explained over. Li Qi is a big customer, must not be offended, must be treated respectfully. The 2 of them soon arrived at Linglong Chamber of Commerce, and although the night was now dark, the place was still lit up with lights, seemingly waiting for someone. After entering the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, Li Qi saw Su He, and a tall and thin man he didn't recognize. Lord Li, you're finally here. Please, please, please. The 2 medium-grade martial arts you ordered have arrived. Suwa immediately greeted Li Qi warmly. At this time, a tall and thin man next to Su He gave a cold snort of dissatisfaction. Humph, a little body-quenching realm guy. How dare he make me wait for so long? What an uncharacteristic thing to say. If the Chamber of Commerce hadn't entrusted me, I would have left long ago. What bad luck. This person's name is Yuchi Tao, a strong person in the late stage of the true Qi realm, with outstanding lightness, especially good at the art of escaping. Many of Linglong Chamber of Commerce's precious things are escorted by such a strong person like him, to ensure that nothing goes wrong. And Yuchi Tao arrived here at noon, but Li Qi was not here, and the things had to be handed over to Li Qi by him personally, so he froze and waited here for half a day, which made him feel very unhappy in his heart. When he saw that Li Qi was only a body-tempering realm martial artist, his heart became even more dissatisfied. At this time, Sui also stepped forward to round up the situation. Lord Yuchi is not to be blamed. Lord Li also had something to go out. It was not his intention to do so. Li Qi came to Yuchi Tao and smiled lightly. I hope your honor is not to blame for the many delays when I went out to fight. It was then that Yuchi Tao noticed what was happening on Li Qi. Li Qi went into battle and killed hundreds of enemies, and the lapel of his body has long been soaked with blood, a red color, emitting a pungent smell of blood, and after killing hundreds of enemies, body stained with murderous intent and fury still haunted Li Qi body, has not yet dispersed. Watching Li Qi that pair of ancient wells without waves eyes, Yuchi Tao heart inexplicably trembled. The aura cannot help but weakened by 3 points. That's just it. Something for you. Yuchi Tao quickly left after handing over the items to Li Qi. When he was facing Li Qi, there was always an inexplicable feeling of palpitations, and originally he wanted to say a few words to vent his dissatisfaction, but the words behind him could not be said. It's as if what you have in front of you is not a person, but a ferocious beast that chooses to devour people. It was as if the next moment this murderer would remove his disguise and swallow himself in one gulp. With Yuchi Towers gone and the items in hand, Li Qi and Su were returned home after a few polite words. He closed the doors and windows and sat down at the foot of the bed, a hint of joy on his face. Well, I'll be able to raise my strength by another wave. Chapter 32, Inverting the Big Dipper? Includable martial arts found. Martial arts in the collection. you get a medium-grade martial art. Xian Yu Gong. Includable martial arts found. Martial arts in the collection. You get the middle-grade martial arts. Shadow in the mirror. After the 2 medium-grade martial arts arrived, Li Qi didn't dawdle and immediately included them in the system. He glanced at the potential points, and he actually had a staggering 230 potential points in his hand right now. So many potential points were enough to raise 10 medium-grade martial arts to the grand achievement level. Even when he stepped into the true element realm and needed to strengthen and upgrade his top-grade martial arts, these potential points would be enough for him to use for a long time. Begin reinforcement immediately. Nearly 300 points of potential were consumed, and these 2 medium-grade martial arts of Li Qi were quickly raised to the state of great accomplishment. After the Xian Yu Gong was accomplished, Li Qi's body had an additional light green true qi, which was Xian Yu true qi. Not only does it ward off all poisons, but it also prolongs life. Li Qi now had an extremely wide variety of martial true qi in his body. There was the white cloud true qi of the crane dancing sword in the clouds, the body protection true qi of the iron refining body, and the Xian Yu true qi of the Xian Yu Kung Fu. The 3 kinds of true qi coexisted in his body, each running separately without interfering with each other. Such a thing was unimaginable to other martial artists. It was difficult to practice both internal martial arts and mind techniques, and even more so, it was impossible to practice them indiscriminately. And if 2 types of martial arts true qi of very different natures existed in the body, there might be huge hidden dangers. The existence of Wudao true qi implicitly conformed to the principles of heaven and earth, and Wudao true qi of different natures might trigger conflicts and injure martial artists. For example, it was difficult for water attribute true qi and fire attribute true qi to be compatible, and a touch between the 2 could trigger a violent explosion. But the water attribute of the true qi can be very compatible and wood attribute of the true qi compatibility. The so-called water begets wood. The 2 complement each other, not only can coexist well, and sometimes will produce unexpected wonderful use. While Li Qi's body now had 3 kinds of extremely strong martial true qi coexisting side by side without any influence or hindrance to each other. Such a thing was enough to shock the eyeballs off the ground when it was said, "This is the power of the system." Li Qi could completely ignore the compatibility between martial true qi. As long as he had enough potential points in his hand, he could practice as many types of martial true qi as he wanted. What's more, for the vast majority of other martial artists, no matter if it was their natural qualifications or resources and energy, it was not enough to support them to cultivate so many different internal martial arts techniques and master too many martial true qi. Li Qi was an alien-like existence among all true qi realm martial artists. In addition to the Xian Yu Gong, the strange art of mirror shining shadow also brought Li Qi quite a surprise. With the slightest movement of the true qi in his body, the muscles of his face squirmed, and in a short while, Li Qi's face was completely changed. Taking the bronze mirror next to him, Li Qi's face has turned into an angsty big man, no longer the same as before. Immediately after that, Li Qi's face changed once again, turning into the appearance of Huang Yuancheng. No matter whether it was his appearance or his temperament, Li Qi became so exquisite that it was hard for people to distinguish between the real and the fake. Immediately afterward, the aura on Li Qi's body quickly dissipated and hid until it was imperceptible. It was as if he had turned into an ordinary stone, with no more breath that a living person should have, and his sense of existence was reduced to the extreme. Even if he stood on the side of the street, there will be no one to look at more than one glance. Astringency? This was another wonderful use of the mirror in the shadow, which was also figured out by Li Qi. Mirror shining shadow was an extreme control over one's true qi and flesh. Once one practiced this feat to its great completion, no matter if it was camouflage infiltration, or infiltration and assassination, it could be described as superb, and that's the greatest value of mirror in the shadow. After upgrading these 2 mid-grade martial arts, Li Qi rehearsed the martial arts for a while to familiarize himself with the usefulness of these 2 martial arts before resting. The night is deep, and the hustle and bustle of the county has fallen silent. Early the next morning, the entire county was once again startled. A big thing happened. Rebels, called over. In the Xinwu army's military tent, Luo Yangnian heavily slapped the table, shocked and angry. What? Those disorganized thugs are actually fighting over here? Reporting back to the general, that's exactly what happened. They are only 10 miles away from the county town and number about 40,000. Abominable. What an abomination. Luo Yangnian was ordered to come to attack the rebels in Fuping County, but the first battle suffered defeat not to mention, but also let these rebels hit the door. How can this be tolerated? Shouldn't you rebels be hiding and living in hiding? How dare you beat down the door? This is the Big Dipper. What a nerve! How dare you? Luo Yangnian's anger is difficult to be. Now his hands only more than 20. Shinwoo army. But the opposite side of the rebels to fight over there are more than 40. If this Chuan County city is really by the rebels to fight down, if the city of Chuan County is really hit by the rebels, I'm afraid that this general of the Rangers will be the end of his life. All hands on deck. Meet the rebels with me. After a loud shout, all of the Shinwoo army soldiers moved and rushed out from the camp. The gates of the county town were already closed, and a large number of soldiers stepped onto the walls and stood in wait. Smoke and dust filled the sky in the distance, and the roar was loud and getting louder and louder. Like thunder, it was the sound of a large number of horses' hooves he made on the ground. Soon, a powerful army came under the walls of the county city, and a tough general crossed the crowd and shouted, "Dog thieves of the Shinwoo army, come out quickly to die." As the saying goes, yesterday, the Shinwoo army attacked Fuping County with great vigor, but it is a pity that they left in a bit of a mess, and now that they are being beaten to the door, Luo Yangyan's face has a wonderful look. The disorganized ministers and thieves, you guys are so bold, how dare you hit the door, cut the crap and die quickly. All generals listen to the order, follow me to take this city. After a shout, the rebels rushed forward, and a large number of siege equipment was pushed forward, attacking towards the city walls. It was evident that the rebels were well prepared, and the massive siege equipment was very complete. The big battle is imminent. Before the two sides got close, strong bows and crossbows were shot towards each other, and the stone throwers also began to wield their swinging arms, throwing out a huge flying stone. Some martial artists with outstanding lightweight skills even stepped on the city wall as if they were walking on the ground, and rushed up in a few steps, jumping into a group of Shinwoo army soldiers and killing them in a big way. And in the blink of an eye, a large number of soldiers were killed. Get these guys who are rushing up down there. Kill them. Archers, shoot them for me. Whether it was on the city wall or beyond it, violent chaos and killing erupted, with shouts of murder. Such a commotion alarmed everyone in the city, and everyone looked with a look of panic at the aspect of the city wall, where heads were gathered and people were constantly falling from the wall. The rebels have attacked the city. Chapter 33. The city is in an uproar, and all the people are in arms. The rebels had come to attack, and had been clamoring frantically outside the city, determined to kill the last of the county's divine warrior army, which had brought the tension between the two sides to a breaking point. With such a turn of events, the situation on the side of the Shinwoo army is not optimistic, and Luo Yangyan also sent the distress letter out early, and reinforcements will also arrive. The Shinwoo army is one of the several strong armies in Dahan. Its population totaled more than 500,000. If the entire Shinwoo army is here, these rebels can be destroyed at the snap of a finger. But the Shinwoo army in Chuan County City is just a small portion of them, and they are not powerful enough to face the rebels who are twice as many as themselves. The attack on the battlefield turned sharp, and several waves of men had already hit the walls, and although they were pounced upon in time, they caused a fair amount of death, injury, and confusion. The battle is critical. Luo Yangyan stood on top of the city wall, looking at the rebels outside the city, his eyes cold. The thieves are powerful. I'm afraid it's difficult to hold on until reinforcements arrive here. He turned around and looked at the scene of song and dance in the city, especially that one gang's compound. A cold smile emerged on his face. We are fighting to the death here. What gives you the right to watch the show from behind? Come on, man. Pass on my general's orders. A few messengers quickly caught up to the walls and then quickly left again. An even bigger storm swept through the county once again. Pass on the order of the general of the Divine Martial Army. All men over the age of 18 in the county must assist the Divine Warrior Army in carrying ordnance, or building the city. All gang members must ascend the city walls and assist the Divine Martial Army in fending off the rebel attack. Those who disobey, behead. The city is in an uproar. The people's grievances are boiling over. Immediately, it triggered a great deal of discontent among many people, especially those gangs in the county. They had just drawn a lot of manpower to serve as cannon fodder for the Divine Martial Army, and a lot of people had died during the attack on Fuping County. Now that the bones of those people are still cold, how dare you conscript men to attack the rebels? And before it was just 50 people drawn from each gang, now it's all of them that have to be on it? Is there any law left? Is there any justice? All the gangs were furious and refused to cooperate, and the Shinwoo Army side's tactics were extremely cool. Immediately thousands of soldiers assembled and rushed into a few of the most violent gangs, frantically hacking and killing them. After a frantic killing spree, killing heads and destroying 3 gangs, the remaining gangs were silent. A group of soldiers like wolves and tigers were right in front of him, and as long as he dared to say a single word of no, these soldiers would swarm all over him. The rebels are raging, and you and others are unwilling to go into battle to kill the enemy. Not to mention that you dare to shirk your duties, create confusion, and disturb the heart of the army? His heart is in the right place. What's the use of keeping such unruly people? We should behead them to stabilize the army. That's what the Shinwu army is saying. As long as you dare to say a no, you're a rebel and an unruly man. You deserve to die. Li Qi laughed coldly in his heart after hearing these words. The rebels only said that they wanted to kill all the Shinwu army. They did not say that they wanted to slaughter the city. They did not say that they wanted to kill the people. And you, the Shinwu army, has now made a move on the people of the city. Despite everyone's extreme reluctance, the situation was stronger than the people, and under the threat of a butcher knife, the people could only walk up to the city wall and assist in defending the city. The rebels who had called were so numerous that they had surrounded the city walls on all four sides, and the Rui gang that Li Qi was a part of was assigned to the south wall, and the overseer in charge of them was also a familiar face, Che Yingfeng. All of you lazy bones, keep an eye on this place, and if a single rebel rushes the walls, watch out for your heads. Cha Yungbang scolded the crowd while arranging the deployment of the place. The rebels below are shooting arrows and flying stones towards the top, as well as throwing hooks and claws, building ladders, and some martial artists with good light skills are even directly leaping, and the battle situation is scorching. Li Qi's head was slightly tilted and an arrow grazed his ear and flew behind him. Then there was a slight sigh. He was only off the battlefield yesterday, but now he's actually on the battlefield again, which makes him a little helpless. Such a battlefield made him feel no half of the pressure. Just like shopping in a food market, he could always pull out if he needed to, whether it's changing forms with mirror in the shadow, or faking death to get out of it. It's a very simple thing to do, but after all, there was a constant stream of potential points that could be harvested here, and Li Qi was in no hurry to leave. If he was asked to storm an army the size of tens of thousands of people alone to harvest potential points, it would still be a bit of a stretch for him. And now it was still quite good to squeeze in and fight the wind and harvest a huge amount of potential points without having to put in much effort. It's just, play with you guys first. I'll leave when I'm tired of playing. After strengthening the two martial arts techniques, Shen Yugon and Shadow in the Mirror, Li Qi's potential points fell to over 1,000. But after coming to the city wall, the potential in his hand quickly broke through 2,000 again and continued to rise at an extremely fast rate. A sound of breaking wind came from above his head. Li Qi's body was slightly flanked, and a huge stone the size of a water tank smashed into a Shinwu army soldier next to him, and he was directly smashed into flesh on the spot. Potential points +1. Nearby, another Shinwu army soldier was hit in the eye socket by an arrow, his eyeball bursting into pieces, blood splattering out, and even more arrows emerging from the back of his head. Potential points +2. Even if Li Qi didn't do anything, he would still be able to harvest a huge amount of potential points in a steady stream. So he ignored the rebels who had already rushed onto the city walls. You fight your battles, I touch my fish. At this moment, a cold voice sounded behind Li Qi. I remember you. You have interesting sword skills. These rebels are no match for you. If I see you doing nothing again, you'll be waiting for the military cane. Li Qi turned around to see that it was Cha Yingfeng who came behind him. The other party's eyes were full of scrutiny, staring at Li Qi with a deadly stare. Previously, Li Qi had left a deep impression on Che Yingfeng with his outstanding sword skills during the battlefield charge in Fuping County, but Li Qi's performance today was a complete contrast to yesterday. Where could Cha Yingfeng not see that Li Qi was being passive-aggressive? He immediately spoke out to rebuke him. Being chided, Li Qi wasn't annoyed, only that there was a hint of coldness in his eyes as he looked at Cha Yingfeng. Understood. Without seeing Li Qi's objection, Che Yingfeng coldly grunted and turned away. Not only Li Qi, almost all of the gang members on the city wall were rebuked by him. Even Huang Yuancheng, the gang leader, was not an exception. Huang Yuancheng was a strong person in the middle stage of the True Qi realm. Being rebuked in public, his face was green for a while, but he didn't dare to take offense. Although Che Yingfeng was only a martial artist at the early stage of the True Qi realm, he was a lieutenant of the Divine Martial Army, and behind him was the entire Divine Martial Army. And his foundation was far from being comparable to that of a Jianghu recklessness like Huang Yuancheng. Looking at Huang Yuancheng's greenish-white face, Che Yingfeng sneered and stopped paying attention. As the rebel offensive intensified, more and more men rushed the walls, nearly breaking through the defenses on the walls. Wastes, it's all crap. What are you all doing? The rebels almost ran through. Get up now. As long as you're not dead, stand on the walls. Cha Yingfeng's voice was stern and he shouted loudly, constantly kicking and punching some of the gang members who had already fallen to the ground injured. Han Yanqiu's left leg was pierced by an arrow and bled a lot. His face was pale and weak. He could only lean on the battlements of the city wall and could no longer stand up. Cha Yingfang saw Han Yangqiu, who was sitting against the seat, and a nameless fire welled up in his heart, so he rushed over and heavily kicked Han Yangqiu in the chest. Stand up! I told you to stand up! But no matter how much Cha Yingfang kicked and punched, Han Yangqiu was never able to stand up, and he barely waved his hand to block Cha Yingfang's kicks and punches while begging for mercy. I've no more strength. Cha Yingfang's eyes were crimson, and the long knife in his hand was sheathed, slashing directly toward Han Yangqiu. You losers! Just then, Li Qi, who was dealing with a few rebels, stumbled and staggered forward a few steps, kicking a walnut-sized piece of gravel under his foot. The true qi in his body instantly exploded. This debris was kicked by his foot and flew in an arc through the gap between the crowd. It hit Cha Yingfang squarely in the forehead. Boom! The rubble exploded. Cha Yungbang's forehead sunk into a small pit. The insults from his mouth came to an abrupt end. The long knife in his hand fell to the ground, and his body fell straight back. Chapter 34, The Dark Hand. Because of the Shinu army's extreme efforts to block the rebel attack, it barely repelled the rebel attack, and when the setting sun sloped to the west, both sides also retreated separately. In the middle of the army tent, Luo Yangyan listened to his men's report on the battle, but when he heard that Cha Yingfang was dead, he froze. Cha Yungbang is dead? Yes, General. How did it die? Not sure yet. Not sure? Hearing the dissatisfaction in Luo Yangyan's voice, a group of subordinates didn't dare to slow down and immediately carried Cha Yingfang's corpse over. He saw that Cha Yingfang's face was covered in blood, his forehead had collapsed into a small pit the size of an egg, and his eyeballs were bulging out, almost falling out of their sockets. Cha Yingfang died in a very hideous state, and those who don't know, I thought it was an evil spirit demanding his life. Reporting back to the general, the injuries on Captain Che have been checked. There is only one fatal injury on his body, and that is the injury on his forehead, which should have been struck on the forehead by some kind of extremely heavy-weighted blunt weapon, and his skull collapsed, and that's how he died. But according to the soldiers who were in the vicinity at the time, Captain Che died from a sudden attack, and no suspicious person was near him. My subordinate thought, should be the rebel side of the concealed weapon masters, to Iron Lotus Seed or Flying Locust Stone a class of concealed weapon assassination. The car lieutenant a moment not to check, only then was hit and died. After speaking, this subordinate bowed his head and arched his hands, not saying any more. A master of concealed weapons? A hint of doubt flashed in Luo Yangyan's eyes. Is there such a person on the rebel side? Although there are many people who practice concealed weapon techniques, the vast majority of them are just ordinary level, and can kill a lieutenant at the early stage of the real Qi realm. What kind of level of concealed weapon expert would he be? The number of rebels that fought over was as many as 40,000, and no one could guarantee that there were no such experts on the opposite side. But Luo Yangyan always felt that there was something wrong somewhere, and the color of doubt in his eyes became heavier. A true Qi realm martial artist was a talent in the army, and now the death of a Cha Yingfang caused Luo Yangyan to feel a hint of heartache. It's just a matter of burying him in a thick grave. Yes, after Cha Yingfang's death, Luo Yangyan rearranged another lieutenant to be in charge of the garrison of the southern city wall, and specially instructed a few words for this lieutenant to keep an eye out for that possible concealed weapon expert. The next day, after the Shinwu army once again survived the one-day rebel attack, something that made Luo Yangyan shock and anger happen again. The lieutenant he had just arranged to go there was also dead, and the state of death was exactly the same as that of Cha Yungfang, who was also hit in the head by a concealed weapon and died on the spot. Asshole! Asshole! 2 lieutenants were killed in the same place, on the same occasion, by the same maneuver. This is clearly a naked provocation. This made Luo Yangyan furious and feel humiliated. Come on man, belonging, tomorrow you all go together. While chaos reigned in the army tent of the Shinwu army, Li Qi had already returned home. The 2 days of defending the city did not bring any effect to his, and he even had the leisure to get a couple of small glasses of wine to drink. He had already secretly shot and killed 2 lieutenants of the Divine Martial Army, and these lieutenants were also really hateful, treating people like animals and recklessly disregarding life and death. Li Qi doesn't care about the rest of the Rui gang, but if he wants to move Han Yangqiu, that's not going to work. Li Qi valued Han Yangqiu. When he was at his weakest it was Han Yangqiu who helped him and gave him the ability to survive in the gang. For Han Yangqiu Li Qi had always been grateful. When the rebels attacked the city on the first day, he saw that Han Yangqiu was about to get killed, and Li Qi made a decisive move to kill that lieutenant. Behind him came another lieutenant. This guy was so dead that he also set his sights on Han Yangqiu, and also wanted to lay his hands on him. Li Qi struck again and got the second lieutenant killed. In response, Richie's inner peace. even wanted to laugh a little. It's just a matter of killing 2 lieutenants of the Divine Warrior Army. How big a deal is that? Li Qi's soul was a modern man from the information age, with no groveling gene in his bones and no half-hearted fear of imperial or military power. For there are sacrifices to be made. Dare to teach the sun and moon to change the new sky. Speaking of people like him, kill a couple of lieutenants. Totally pedo. On the 3rd day, a new lieutenant arrived and Richie smiled. I see that you are not afraid of death at all. He's become a bit of an addict. Li Qi found a suitable opportunity and used the same maneuver to kick the crushed stone again. Under the outbreak of true chi, the crushed stone drew an arc and flew towards the new lieutenant's head. The speed at which the rubble flew was extremely fast, but just as the rubble was less than 2 feet away from the lieutenant's head, a silver spear stabbed out from the side, instantly blocking the rubble. The head of the gun shook and sparks erupted. The rubble exploded directly into a cloud of debris. How dare you! The man with the gun was Luo Yangyan's personal guard, a strong person at the late stage of the true chi realm. This person was ordered to come and lurk in the vicinity of this lieutenant, ready to find out that concealed weapon expert hiding in the shadows. After noticing the abnormality and blocking the attack of the crushed stone, this personal guard carefully felt the unique force coming from the lance and restored the flight path of the stone in his mind. Soon, the pro guard's eyes widened angrily, locking onto Li Qi's figure with deadly accuracy. So it's you! This Luo Yangyan's personal guard let out a sharp cry and came at Li Qi with his gun. Death to the harlot! The cultivation of the late stage of the true chi realm erupted, and the pro guard's toes stomped heavily on the ground. His figure shot out with electricity, stabbing out a gun with full force towards Li Qi, vowing to kill Li Qi under the gun. And Li Qi's face is still a cloudy look. Alas, still discovered. The dragon-marked sword turned in his hand, and the true chi in his body exploded as he slashed at the incoming spear. Crane dance sword in the cloud of crane wings converging feathers. This sword was extremely fast. Not only did it block the pro guard's attack, but a sword chi erupted between the two of them, spreading out in all directions. Some of the divine martial army that were close by were directly chopped into several pieces. The pro guard crossed his spear in front of him, and was toppled by a powerful sword chi that caused him to keep retreating, directly exiting 5 paces away. He raised his head with a stunned expression. True chi realm? Li Qi had stepped into the true chi realm at such a young age, and the strength of that sword was barely weaker than his own, causing this personal guard to be incredulous. When he looked towards Li Qi, he had already lost the other party's figure. Where are the people? At this moment, Li Qi had already performed the light skill of flying on grass. His figure rapidly disappeared far away, quickly detaching himself from the battlefield. From the time Li Qi struck out to the time he got away and left, the entire process was only in the blink of an eye. This personal guard gave a loud cry. After them. He was not the only one. A figure once again rushed out from the crowd, rushing towards the direction where Li Qi had fled. Chapter 35. This is the last of my tenderness for you. Li Qi performed a lightweight stance and crossed the sky. His figure swept over the heads of a group of rebels. He was extremely fast, and in the space of a few breaths, he broke away from the battlefield between the rebels and the divine martial army and burrowed into the distant woods. Immediately behind Li Qi, there were also several figures with powerful auras following closely behind him, and these people also performed lightweight body techniques and chased into the woods. Rebel, how dare you attack and kill 2 lieutenants of my divine martial army? Why don't you bind your hands? Today, even if we go up to heaven and down to earth, we will kill you. Don't be quick to die. A figure not only chased after him from behind, but also scolded from afar. They are all Luo Yangyan specially selected good hands. Not only strong strength, but also a light skill is not weak. Is in order to find out that the secret shot of the person after not letting him get away, vowed to kill him. Only then can we solve the problem. But the more these men pursued, the more alarmed they became. How did he run so fast? Is that fly on grass? Can grass fly that fast? And when that guy performs flying on grass, how come there's a cloud of energy following his feet? These people chased after Li Qi closely. From the initial anger, they gradually became incredulous. There were too many unfathomable things that kept appearing in Li Qi. Flying on the grass is not some secret and profound lightweight skill. On the contrary, this martial art has been widely circulated, and many people have practiced it. Only a small gang like the Rui gang would treat this light skill as a treasure. Immediately after Li Qi performed the lightweight skill, flying on grass, some of the pursuers behind him recognized the origin of this lightweight skill, and there were even people among them who had practiced this lightweight skill. But it was precisely because of practicing this lightweight skill that these people were incredibly surprised, because they felt that the flying on grass that they had practiced and the flying on grass that Li Qi had cast out were simply two different things. When an ordinary martial artist performs flying on grass, At most, he can only step on the branches of grass and trees and use the force to walk, crossing a distance of 3 to 5 feet in the air. But the person in front of the flying on grass almost do not need to borrow extra strength. Direct foot on the clouds. A gentle leap is dozens of feet away. Its posture is ethereal and agile, driving the fog, just like the descending exiled immortals. What kind of fly on the grass is this? A few of the pursuers' faces changed, and they said in a deep voice, "There's something wrong with this son, so all of you be careful." Good. A few people made a color to each other, and their hearts were also on guard, with one more point of caution. No longer as reckless and wild as in the beginning, Li Qi ran ahead for a while, and after he had run for tens of miles, his footsteps lurched and stopped. He stood on a branch among the mountains and forests and looked back at the few pursuers behind him. Soon, several figures sprinted and surrounded Li Qi. "Run? Why don't you run? I said I would definitely cut you down by the sword. Now you can't get away. If you bow down and beg for mercy, maybe we'll let you go too." Had ha. A total of 5 late-stage True Qi Realm Divine Martial Armies surrounded Li Qi, blocking all of his paths, with hideous smiles on their faces, each of them uttering words of mockery. Li Qi, on the other hand, still had a calm face and said indifferently, "Why should I run? The ones who should run should be you guys." Several powerful members of the Divine Martial Army laughed out loud at these words. "Ha ha 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 ha, I think this guy is scared silly and talking nonsense here. Kid, you shouldn't have killed 2 of my Divine Martial Army's lieutenants. Feel free to die. Bring back his head, and the general will reward him heavily." Li Qi shook his head, unconcerned about these people's words. If Li Qi fully utilized his light power, it would be impossible for these strongmen of the Divine Military Army to catch up with him, and then supplemented with the Mirror Shadow's ability to change his face. It would be even easier for him to escape from under the noses of these strongmen of the Divine Military Army. But he didn't. Li Qi gave the Shinwu army to play a few days of white labor. Not only did not get a penny not to mention, but also suffered a stomach of bird gas. Just turn around and run away. It is not his character. How can we not collect a little interest from the Divine Warrior Army? And these strong men of the Divine Warrior Army who came after them? Is the interest? Li Qi stood in the middle of the crowd. His body stood straight as if he was a sheathed sword. He looked around the circle. His gaze crossed from the face of one of the strongest members of the Divine Martial Army. He also looked towards the green mountains in the distance. A relieved smile appeared on his face. "This is a place of poetry and mountains and pleasant scenery. You can rest in peace even if you sleep here for a long time. This is my last tenderness for you." A strong man had stopped talking to Li Qi. He sprinted and instantly arrived behind him, stabbing Li Qi in the back of his heart. At the same time, Li Qi's figure shook, and several sword chi directly came out through his body, hovering behind him, instantly condensing into a foot-sized sword chi shield. Although this chi shield was small, when the opponent's long knife landed on this chi shield, it unexpectedly made a sound of gold and iron, as if it had chopped on a piece of metaphysical iron. As his own attack was blocked, this strong man's face changed drastically, and he looked at the sword chi shield hanging behind Li Qi in horror. Sword chi transformation? Sword master. If a martial artist stepped into the true chi realm, he or she would be able to exude true chi and injure the enemy 100 paces away. And chopping out a blade or sword chi would be a very simple thing to do. But if you want to achieve the ultimate control of sword chi and change the form of sword chi at will, it is difficult to be difficult. And if someone can do this drop, must have extraordinary attainments in the sword art together. To achieve the so-called sword art master's realm cannot. Sword art patriarch. That was a distant word. There were many sword practitioners, but they had never heard of anyone who had reached this realm. But they had never thought that the thief they were chasing today was the legendary sword art grandmaster. My turn. As soon as the words fell, Li Qi's figure was like electricity, instantly appearing in front of a strong person at the late stage of the true chi realm, and in the moment when the other party didn't react, boundless sword light drowned his figure, crane dancing sword in the clouds, of crane sounding in autumn water. The huge amount of true chi infused into the dragon-marked sword, and the sword trembled, emitting a loud and clear sound of a crane that shook 100 miles. This strong man was instantly chopped into pieces by Li Qi. A large amount of broken meat and guts fell from the heights, blooming a flower of blood on the ground. How is that possible? He killed Nightling. How is he so fast? With Li Qi's speed exploding at full force, these pursuing strongmen didn't even have a clear view of Li Qi's movements before one of the strongmen was killed by him, causing the crowd to be shocked and furious. A good companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. You can go on your way in peace. Li Qi laughed softly. His figure was like electricity, passing back and forth between a strong man. The boundless sword light drowned these people, between the mountains and the forests. The loud and clear sound of cranes continued to ring out, but then quickly fell silent. Only silence was left. It wasn't long before another figure arrived here, and their faces changed drastically when they saw a field of mutilated limbs and arms, but not the target of their pursuit. Not good. That guy got away. All our men are dead? How is that possible? They're all late-stage True Chi realm powerhouses. How could they not be able to defeat that guy? There's been a change in the matter. Go back and report to the general at once. Chapter 36 The Crane. Surprise! In the Divine Martial Army's military tent, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Many people gathered here, looking at the piles of limbs and arms that were brought back to the ground, their faces grim. These broken meat are all the strong people who chased the murderer before, half a day away. It has been muddled to the point that it is almost unrecognizable. Luo Yangyan's face twitched and his cheeks turned red, clearly on the verge of violent anger. That master of the concealed weapon found? Yes, General. We've checked. That man's name is Li Qi, an ordinary member of the Rui Gang. The Rui Gang? Luo Yangyan had a bit of an impression of this name. The Rui Gang was just a small gang in Chuan County City. So it was an ordinary member of the Rui Gang who did this? He first killed 2 of my school lieutenants, then killed 5 of my good men in the late True Chi realm, and finally escaped? Luo Yangyan laughed angrily, his tone morose. He felt that his intelligence had been insulted. Someone who could kill so many powerful people in one breath could never be an ordinary gang member of a second-rate gang. Not to mention that Huang Yuanqing of the Rui Gang wanted to kill these powerhouses. Even if Luo Yangyan personally went on, he probably wouldn't be able to kill all of these people. But that leech guy actually did it. There must be something wrong with that Li Qi. There are laws of the land and rules of the trade. How dare you kill my divine martial army's people? The local gangs are just too impolite. Since they're from the Rui Gang, bring Huang Yuanqing here. I have something to ask him. Yes, my subordinate will retire. A Jian pawn quickly left, while Luo Yangyan's gaze turned and landed on the body of the person who collected the bodies of those 5 late-stage True Chi realm powerhouses. Tell me what you saw and heard. Tell me all about it as it is. At that time, after Li Qi and several strong people quickly broke away from the battlefield, there was actually a group of people chasing after them at the back, only that their speed was not as fast as Li Qi and the others, and they greatly pulled out a long distance behind them. These people did not directly intervene in the battlefield where Li Qi and the others fought, nor did they see how Li Qi actually beheaded the 5 personal guards, and could only analyze and restore what exactly happened at that time through the traces left at the scene. And after surveying the scene, these men came to a conclusion. That was that Li Qi's strength was extremely terrifying. Having killed 5 late True Chi realm powerhouses in a very short period of time, the opponent's strength was most likely peak True Chi realm. It's incredible. After these people learned that Li Qi was nothing more than a young man who had not yet reached the crown, it became even more difficult to understand. Such a young peak of the True Chi realm, even looking at the entire Jianghu was enough to stand proudly over all the males, and was bound to be an unimaginable martial arts genius, and would certainly be subjected to the acceptance and snatching of all the forces. But it is such an amazingly qualified martial arts genius, actually ran to this tiny Chuan County city and joined a second-rate gang, and then got several officers in the Xinwu army killed. Isn't that absurd? Are you guys saying that Li Qi killed 5 of my late True Chi realm powerhouses head-on in a very short period of time? Yes, the traces left at the scene do. You guys still say he's at the peak of the True Chi realm? 90% sure. Luo Yangyan was silent, speechless for a moment. If the truth is really like what these people say, then even if he personally goes forward to deal with that Li Qi, whether or not he could take down the other party was still a matter of opinion. Noticing that a few of his men had a different look on their faces and looked like they were about to speak, Luo Yangyan continued to ask, "What? Something else?" One of the men spoke up, reporting back to the general. "It's like this, when my subordinate and the others were rushing towards the scene, they had heard a few cranes from afar. That crane sound is really weird. My subordinate suspects that it was the sound from the special gong method practiced by Li Qi. Certain martial arts techniques have more obvious external characteristics. For example, there is a tiger whistling and dragon chanting golden bell shield. When performing this martial art, the sound of tiger whistling and dragon chanting will emanate from the body of the practitioner, which can be heard from a long distance away. Another example was the martial art of powerful eagle claw hands, which would likewise emit an eagle whistling sound when performed at full strength. It is for this reason that these people are so judgmental." Luo Yangyan's face looked strange as he slowly said, "The sound of cranes?" He shuddered and seemed to think of something. His figure flashed to the pile of crushed flesh on the ground, picking up a bloody piece of armor from it and carefully observing the sword marks on it. A moment later, Luo Yangyan's face changed and he lost his voice. "This is the crane dancing sword in the clouds? Pine and Crane Manzanita sect? Luo Yangyan marched and fought for many years, traveled all over the world, and his eyesight and insight Yuan is far from being comparable to any other person. After he heard these subordinates say that they heard the sound of a crane, and then combined with the traces left on the armor after Li Qi performed his sword art, he had already recognized the opponent's heel, the martial art used by that Li Qi, who had decapitated several of the strongest members of his Shinwu army. Surprisingly, it was the crane dancing sword in the clouds. This is no ordinary martial art. This sword art has a great origin. It is the mastery of the Pine and Crane Wancho sect. The secret is not to be spread out. Only the disciples thereof can practice it. And this Songhe Wanshaman is even more uncomplicated. Not only has the sect been open for hundreds of years, and there are great masters in it. If a true Qi realm martial artist breaks through the limit and condenses the true essence of martial arts, then he or she is an innate martial artist. And if the innate martial artist can break the limit of the spiritual realm, touch the mysterious and mysterious spiritual power, condense the true meaning of martial arts, that would be a supreme powerhouse of the true intent realm. People at that level are also known as Grand Master. A Grand Master could easily live past 300 years old, even though many dynasties in history did not have 300 years of statehood. While a Grand Master could sit back and watch the rise and fall of dynasties and changes in the world, no one would offend a great master. Even if you are the king of a country, you will not easily go to mess with a great master. Once you have annoyed this level of existence, and you are missed by a great master, this emperor's position is not stable. Luo Yangyan was not an emperor, he was just a member of the military generals, and there was a difference of 2 great realms between him and the great master. Although he was a martial artist at the peak of the true Qi realm, in the eyes of a great master, there was no difference between him and an ordinary person on the side of the road. A snap of the fingers can extinguish it. Why does Li Qi know how to dance with a sword in the clouds? Could it be that he's from the Pine Crane Longevity sect? Thinking of this, Luo Yangyan's face was ugly. He is not qualified to arm wrestle with the Pine Crane Wancho sect. The Pine Crane Wancho sect is not an ordinary Jianghu gang. If you want to make a move on this level of the sect, even the great Han Emperor would have to think twice. Originally, Luo Yangyan still wanted to widely distribute wanted notices for various officials to catch Li Qi. But at this moment, he had to put down this idea for the time being. If Li Qi is really someone from the Pine Crane Longevity sect, then why did he make a move against my divine martial army? Killing several of my divine martial army powerhouses was his own intention. Or is it the Pine Crane Manifestation sect's intention? The Pine Crane Longevity sect has always acted in a low-key manner and rarely intervenes in the imperial program. Whatever, let's put down the matter of Li Qi for the time being, and first ask the Pine Crane Longevity sect side what they mean. No matter what, after killing so many of my people, always have to give me a statement. Luo Yangyan fixed his gaze and drank. Fetch a pen and ink. Soon, a secret letter was taken away by a carrier pigeon and flew quickly in the direction of the Pine and Crane Mansion gate. Chapter 37, The rightful owner comes to the door. After killing a few of the strongest members of the divine martial army, Li Qi's mood was incomparably soothing, and he ruthlessly let out a mouthful of bad anger. Leaving that small and depressing Chuan County city, Li Qi felt that his vision had opened up a lot, and felt that the scenery in front of him was so bright and moving. Finally, I can get out and about. This wind, this sun, this wonderful new world. Li Qi didn't go far and came to Heguan County next to Chuan County, where there was neither Shinwu army nor rebels, a rare piece of peace in the chaotic world. Looking back at all the things he experienced after coming to this world, Li Qi's heart sighs, this is a chaotic world. Killing more than one, Li Qi in the flood of chaos to go with the flow. He doesn't kill people, people have to kill him, all the way. The number of dead souls that have fallen under his sword is nearly 1,000. So, that's what got us this far. Li Qi sighed inside in his heart. Fortunately, those days of fighting all the time had come to an end, and now he could finally relax. After arriving in Heguan County, Li Qi found a large restaurant, booked a soft bedroom, plus a table of other banquets, and stayed at ease. He had long had the intention of leaving, and was also ready to run away at any time. With quite a lot of silver money on his body, naturally, he chose the best to enjoy. In my last life, I had no choice but to live a stingy life, but in this life, I can't compromise myself. After landing in Heguan County, Li Qi didn't cover up to hide his whereabouts or change his face. Although he gave the Shinwu army a hard time, he didn't worry that people from the Shinwu army's side would rush over to retaliate against him. His strength had already been displayed. If an unusual martial artist came over to deal with him, it would be for nothing, and he would kill as many as he could. Even if Luo Yangyan, a peak true Qi realm martial general, came over personally, the result would be the same. he would kill him as usual. Li Qi's strength is now above the true Qi realm, even if it is the peak of the true Qi realm like Luo Yangyan. He also regarded it as if it was a piece of grass. If Luo Yangyan hadn't been staying in the Divine Martial Army barracks, and the risk of directly impacting the scale of tens of thousands of people was too great, Li Qi would have directly forced his way into the barracks and chopped off Luo Yangyan's dog's head. Unless a true Origin Realm martial artist stepped forward, Li Qi would be afraid of one or two things. After no one disturbed him, Li Qi also stayed in Wagwan County. He was as cozy and relaxed as any ordinary rich gentleman, watching theater and drinking tea, enjoying flowers and walking birds, and even going to a poetry meeting. A few days later, midday, Li Qi was settling for lunch at Taiha House, ordering a table full of dishes and eating happily. At this time, 3 figures walked up to the second floor of Taiha building. One of them saw Li Qi and his eyes were certain, so he walked towards Li Qi, and the remaining 2 also followed. These 3 people were an old man and 2 young men, and the older one was an old man with snow-white beard and hair yet with a reddish color, hale and hearty. The other 2 were young men in their 20s. After these 3 people approached Li Qi, they directly sat down at Li Qi's table. 4 eyes met, and for a moment there were no words. You are? As early as the first time these 3 people looked over, Li Qi noticed these people, and when these 3 people sat down at the table, Li Qi was even more secretly vigilant. He had already detected a hint of malice from these people. The white-haired old man smiled faintly. You are Li Qi? It's me. I, Wang Huan, am an elder of the Pine and Crane Wansho sect, and I came here specifically for you this time. Upon hearing the words Pine Crane Longevity Sect, Li Qi's pupils contracted violently and his heart shook tremendously. He had never expected that the people from the Pine Crane Manifestation sect would find him, and still come of their own accord, which was greatly out of his expectation. The visitor's enemy was unknown, and Li Qi had already put his whole body on guard. He has already felt a hidden and powerful pressure from this Wang Huan's body, which can make a martial artist like him who is at the peak of the true Qi realm feel pressure. Could only possibly be a true element realm powerhouse, the realm of the true essence? Li Qi took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. I don't know what senior is here for this time? Wang Huan did not beat around the bush and said directly. Let me ask you, where did you learn your crane dance sword in the cloud? A sword dance in the clouds? This shocked Li Qi even more. Not only did the other party find him, but he even knew that he had already learned the crane dance sword in the cloud? 5 days ago, Luo Yangyan of the Divine Martial Army arrived at our sect with a letter, saying that a ferocious disciple had decapitated several of his generals with the crane dance sword in the clouds, and asked us to give him an account. That's why the old man came out of the mountain, specially to find you. You're not a disciple of my Pine and Crane Wansho sect, then where did you learn this crane dancing sword in the cloud from? With those words out of his mouth, Wang Huan's eyes had an extra hint of coldness in them. The crane dancing sword in the clouds is the school's best skill and the school's foundation, and now it's actually being learned by an outsider. So what's wrong with that? The leakage of the sect's merit law was a matter of great importance, and if this matter was not clarified, such a thing would happen again in the future. Wang Huan and the other 2 young men were in a left-right encirclement, surrounding Li Qi in the center, and if Li Qi made the slightest move, they would make a decisive move to take him down. There was a great deal of tension in the air. Even the other guests who were dining on the second floor of Tai Hilu also sensed something bad, and one by one they ran out without settling the bill. The shopkeeper received the news and hurried up. Seeing the 4 people in the middle of the confrontation, the terrifying aura on Wang Huan's body had already emanated. The restaurant's shopkeeper was just an ordinary person. He wanted to open his mouth to persuade a few words, but he couldn't open his mouth. He couldn't even speak under the pressure of the huge aura. The restaurant's shopkeeper could only stand far to the side, looking at the few people with a sad face, only hoping that these few people would not break too many things after making their move. And Wang Huan straight Li Qi is trembling. He can already determine that the person in front of him was a supreme powerhouse of the true Origin realm. Answer me, where did you learn your crane dance sword in the clouds? Li Qi barely managed to withstand Wang Huan's pressure and said with a dry smile, Senior, wait a moment. With that, he reached into his arms. Wang Huan's face was unchanged. On the other hand, the young men sitting on the sides who didn't say anything narrowed their eyes and leaned their bodies forward slightly, so that if what Li Qi pulled out was a concealed weapon or something like that, they would strike in an instant. But what Li Qi pulled out of his arms was not a concealed weapon, but a scroll. The late generation's crane dancing sword in the clouds is exactly where it comes from. Chapter 38, The Missing Elder. Sun Yenyun, green clouds and white crane's figure is worth 100 gold. And which hidden martial arts skills? The stem is not small. Li Qi is ready to run away naturally, will not leave it behind. Today the rightful owner came to the door. Li Qi did not say much and immediately took out this green cloud and white crane picture. The late generation's crane dancing sword in the clouds is exactly where it comes from. Receiving the scroll and taking a look, Wang Huan's face changed drastically. This painting? This is Su Nianyun's handwriting. Wang Huan lost his voice. The moment he saw this picture of green clouds and white cranes, he knew what was going on. Hidden art in painting. The person who made the painting hid the masterpiece, crane dancing sword in the cloud, in it with his powerful brushwork and painting skills. And if someone can see through the subtleties of it, he may be able to comprehend the sword technique hidden in it. And it was from this painting that Li Qi had gotten the secret sword technique of the Pine and Crane Wancho sect. But the key is not the painting, but the person who made the painting. Where did you get this painting? My dad passed it down. And where did your father come from? Buy it. Where is your father? 3 months ago, the rebels crossed the border and my father was killed by the rebels. Wang Huan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "This is not the place to talk. Follow me." With that, Wang Huan grabbed Li Qi's wrist and pulled it in a smooth motion. In Li Qi's horrified gaze, what he saw in front of his eyes was dramatically pulled and distorted, and in the space of a few breaths, he crossed a distance of 1,000 feet to an uninhabited forest. Wang Huan held the green cloud white crane diagram, his heart agitated. "Speak clearly with me, how exactly did this green cloud white crane diagram come about?" Li Qi had no choice but to carefully explain it to Wang Huan. His thoughts seemed to be pulled back to the past. The scene where he once lived with the old showman resurfaced in front of his eyes, and Li Qi slowly recounted his past experiences. When he said that the old showman had bought this painting of green clouds and white cranes from a suspected grave robber, Wang Huan's voice changed and he lost his voice. Grave robbers? How is that possible? You're saying that this picture of a green cloud and white crane was excavated from a tomb? Su Nianyun is dead? As soon as these words came out, even the 2 young men next to him who hadn't said anything all this time panicked, and one of them even shouted, "Impossible! This guy must be cheating! How did Uncle Su die? Even if all the people of the Pine Crane Longevity sect died out, Uncle Su she won't die." As soon as these words came out, Wang Huan's face darkened and he backhanded the kid's head and knocked a violent chestnut on it. "Moken, what nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean? All the people of the Pine and Crane Manifestation sect are dead? If the other elders hear this, you will be locked up for half a year less." Despite the blow to the head, the young man had a stubborn look on his face. Li Qi looked at the young man named Muhan with surprise, as if the person named Su Nianyun was very important to him. "Who is Su Nianyun?" Li Qi opened his mouth and asked. Wang Huan and a few others looked at each other, so they explained a few words to Li Qi. It turned out that Su Nianyun was also a person from the Pine Crane Wancho sect, a third-generation disciple of the sect, the same generation as Wang Huan, and one of the elders of the Pine Crane Wancho sect. However, just a year ago, Su Nianyun broke away from the Pine Crane Manifestation sect for some reason and never returned. At that time, there were many people who went to look for Su Nianyun's trail but could not find it. To this day, there are still people in the Pine Crane Manifestation sect searching for this elder Su, but she has been missing for a long time. Until today, Wang Huan found Li Qi. He originally thought that Li Qi was a thief who used some method to steal the sword art of our school, but they never thought that the crane dancing sword in the cloud that Li Qi's learned was actually related to the runaway Su Nianyun. Li Qi also froze. He didn't think that this sword art was even related to an already missing elder of the Pinehearth Wancho sect. Is Seo Nim Yun really dead? That was the question on everyone's mind. Wang Huan calmed the uneasiness in his heart and quickly pondered over the possibilities. That grave robber sold this painting of green clouds and white cranes for 3 taels of silver cheaply. This would have been abnormal. This shows that the other party is by no means a professional grave robber. Those real grave robbers, which is not a guy with a sharp eye, how can they not see the value of this painting, and will never sell it cheaply? So, that should be the nearby crofter, who was moved to think something he shouldn't because of the hard times of the chaos, and dug up Nianyun's tomb, which allowed the green cloud and white crane picture in the tomb to be circulated. In that case, let's find Nianyun's tomb first. Wang Huan explained his guesses, and the crowd thought it made sense. Friends of Shu, disciple in. You go to the villages near Chuan County to look around and find if there is a grave of your Uncle Su. If you find it, don't act rashly. Come back and tell me right away. Yes, the disciple named Friend of Shu was very good at the art of tracking and searching, and immediately led the order to leave. After arranging the disciples, Wang Huan also looked at Li Qi with a puzzled expression and opened his mouth to ask. So, you were originally a scholar who joined the Jianghu 3 months ago and started practicing martial arts. Then you realized the crane dancing sword in the clouds from Su Nianyun's green cloud and white crane diagram? Yes. You just have 3 months. Broke through the limit of body tempering? Achieving the peak of the true Qi realm? Li Qi could only stiffly claim yes. Mu Han, who was next to him, let out a gasp and looked at Li Qi with the eyes of a monster. A person breaking through from an ordinary person with no foundation to the peak of the true Qi realm in 3 months' time? What kind of monster is this? Could it be the reincarnation of an immortal? This time even Wang Huan's breathing became a few points harder and thicker, and there was no more hostility in his eyes when he looked at Li Qi, but instead there was more than a hint of eagerness. Let's see you perform the crane dancing sword in the clouds. Li Qi nodded without saying much as he joined his fingers to form a sword, his finger gently chopping out to the side. Crane dancing sword in the clouds, of crane sounding in autumn water. A loud and clear crane call rang out. Only a strand of sword chi flew out from Li Qi's fingertips and chopped at a one-person high boulder next to him. Since Wang Huan asked him to show his hand, then Li Qi didn't mind showing a little more. Li Qi's mind moved, the martial true chi in his body surged, and the sword chi that was still in the air shook violently. Only the head and tail of this sword chi twisted and connected, turning into a circular sword ring. The sword ring let out a shrill whistle, shattering the boulder next to it. At this sight, Wang Huan was almost shocked and jumped up from the ground. Sword chi transformation? Swordsmanship. Sovereign. Chapter 39, Swordsmanship Master. Li Qi had mastered the ability of sword chi transformation a long time ago, but he had never understood the true meaning of this ability. Previously in the fierce battle Luo Yangyin's guards, the other side said sword master or something, and today Wang Huan saw also exclaimed sword master. So Li Qi is a little confused. The other party asked him to show his hand. Li Qi directly displayed the crane dancing sword in the clouds of the grand completion realm. He didn't care to let the other party know about this ability of his. The crane dancing sword in the cloud is only a part of the puzzle of his strength. If you think that you know this card and think that you can see Li Qi's strength, and think that you can pinpoint him, you are delusional. It is delusional. While Li Qi was pondering over the various aspects of it, Wang Huan and Shu Han were still immersed in the shock after Li Qi's display of his means, and were unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Sword Art Patriarch, how is that possible? It's only been 3 months of martial arts training, and not only is he already at the peak of the true Qi realm, but he's also achieved Sword Master? What kind of natural talent is this? What kind of demon is this? Even if the ancestor of my Pine Crane longevity sect were alive, would never have such qualifications. Is he really human? Wang Huan only felt that his worldview had been completely turned upside down and had fallen into deep self-doubt. Crane dancing sword in the clouds, he had also practiced this sword art and had practiced it for hundreds of years, but he had not comprehended the realm of sword chi transforming into form either. This junior, who was new to the world, had reached this realm in 3 months' time? It's hard. Skeptical, bewildered, shame, kindly, all sorts of feelings came over me, and it was a mixed bag for a while. So says, what is a sword master? I'd been told that before, and I never quite understood it. At these words, Wang Huan almost spat a mouthful of reverse blood out of his mouth. Heaven see pity. Wang Huan practiced sword all his life. Day and night study dare not have the slightest slack. Even so, he also did not reach the realm of the sword master. But now there's actually a person who has already reached this realm, running over to ask you, what does it mean to be a sword master? Is that even possible? A young junior who knew nothing had reached this realm in such a haphazard manner? This is the most difficult clam problem Wang Huan has ever met in his life. After trying to suppress the churning in his heart, Wang Huan patiently explained to Li Qi, the so-called Sword Art Master is the honorific title for someone who comprehends the transformation of sword chi, sword energy and form. What a wonderful word. This is the lifelong pursuit of every sword practitioner. This was a very extreme ability that represented absolute control over sword chi. It also represents an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship. Without amazing sword talent, never think of comprehending sword chi transformations. Wang Huan has been practicing sword for many years, but he always feels that he is one step away from the realm of sword chi transforming into form. But it is this small step, but it is like a mote in the sky, a stone's throw away. And Richie figured out the reason for this and muttered, oh, so I'm this good? Wang Huan had a coughing fit, and it took him half a day to get his breath back. Now that things have been clarified, Li Qi's crane dancing sword in the clouds came by accident, not from theft, and Li Qi is also an unimaginable swordsmanship genius. After standing here for a long time, let's go back to the tavern and sit down first. Several people once again returned to the Taiha restaurant, while Wang Huan and Shu Han each opened a room and temporarily stayed in this restaurant. Friends of Shu had already gone out to look for Sun Yinyun's tomb, and it was estimated that it would take some time. This matter could not be rushed. The crowd could only wait in place. After checking into Taiha house, Wang Huan didn't let Li Qi leave, letting him follow him first. After all, Li Qi had already learned the mastery of the Pine and Crane Wansho sect. so he couldn't let him go for the time being, and Li Qi didn't object. After all, Wang Huan's strength far exceeded his own, just that terrifying speed Li Qi couldn't hope for. Even if he quietly escaped, he would be caught back. Moreover, Li Qi sensed that Wang Huan's hostility towards himself had disappeared, and had likewise taken up residence at Taiha House. During this time, Wang Huan avoided Li Qi and called Shu Han over, saying in a deep voice, "Shu Han, arrange for you to do one thing. Do it immediately. Elder, please, you go and investigate Li Qi's background, what he's done, how he is as a person. Get all of this out of the way. Then come back and tell me." Shu Han's eyes glared. "Elder, could it be that you are thinking?" Wang Huan nodded. "Yes, go and do it." "Yes, disciple will go at once." Shu Han's body voice led the order, and he performed light energy to rush towards the direction of Chuan County. At this point, only Wang Huan and Li Qi were left on the side of Taiha House. After a small half-day of contact with Wang Huan, Li Qi found that Wang Huan was not difficult to get along with, and gradually put his heart down, and the two spoke more casually. "Elder, come, have a seat. I just ordered another table of drinks and food. You've come a long way. Sit down and eat something." Wang Huan nodded and gladly took his seat. Li Qi looked around. "What about little brother Chu Han? Why don't you look at him? Come along and have some. I sent him off to do something about it." "Oh, that can't be helped. We'll eat first." After everyone stopped shouting and fighting like in the beginning, the atmosphere was also much more cordial, and after a few cups of wine, Li Qi asked tentatively, "Senior, I have learned your sex sword art. I wonder what you will do with me." Wang Huan sipped a glass of wine and glanced at Li Qi. "This matter is not urgent. Let's talk about it every other day." "Oh." Li Qi shrugged and drank a glass of mulled wine as well. The two of them sat on the second floor of the Taiha building by the fence, where the scenery was just right and they could see a long way. Although there is no rebel rebellion here, and there is no Shinu army rampage, but there are also many stragglers fleeing to this place. Li Qi saw a thin mother holding a young child as begging along the street. The heart cannot help but sigh. He picked up a piece of sugar cookie from the plate and flicked it toward the floor, dropping it accurately into the begging mother's arms, and the mother downstairs saw Richie above, and thanked and saluted from afar, while Richie waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for thanks. Wang Huan, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, glanced at Li Qi in surprise, but did not say anything more. The world is in turmoil, and people are suffering. Does Elder know what this chaos is caused by? Richie asked as he drank. Wang Huan, on the other hand, gave Li Qi a puzzled look. "You don't know?" "I don't know." Richie shook his head, remembering that Li Qi was once just a scholar who spent all his time reading behind closed doors, and after he entered the gang later, he was just a bottom feeder with limited vision. Wang Huan released his mind as he explained. "It's just the great Han dynasty in turmoil, a game of power. In the past, the great General Tan Ding repelled foreign enemies and pacified civil strife, laying down a great peace and prosperity for Great Han. However, the emperor was worried that Tan Ding had overshadowed his master, so he found a reason to depose the great general, and even sent him to prison, and his family was implicated. Such treatment caused resentment among Tan Ding's old troops, so counter-armies rose up everywhere, vowing to fight their way up to the imperial capital and rescue the great general." And Richie nodded. "So it is." He also heard some rumors in the city between the wells, but catching news cannot be accurate. Today only learned the real reason for this chaos. Li Qi drank a cup of wine, leisurely inside. Taiping was originally set by the general, not allowed to see the general Taiping. At these words, Wang Huan looked at Li Qi with a shocked expression. "Good. Well said. Good one. Taiping was originally set by the general, and the general is not allowed to see Taiping." Chapter 40. The piece was originally set by the general, and the general was not allowed to see the piece. Taiping was originally set by the general, and the general is not allowed to see Taiping. Wang Huan has never heard such words before, but it is such a simple sentence. But it says the true meaning of the power game in the courtroom. The birds are out of the bow. This is the darkest side of the court. Ha ha ha. Well said. Wonderful words. A wonderful word indeed. Wang Huan palm and sigh. He did not think Li Qi but a city scholar, a Jianghu reckless. He didn't think that Li Qi was just a scholar in the marketplace, a reckless man in the jungle. His eyes were filled with laughter as he looked at Li Qi. "I had thought that you were just an ordinary scholar who could have this understanding. Many people are inferior to you." Li Qi laughed. Random nonsense. Letting senior laugh. He was originally a modern soul. His eyesight and understanding were naturally not low, and his understanding of many things was even more unique, far beyond the comparison of people in this realm. The box was opened. Wang Huan and Li Qi also casually chatted. As the topic between the two sides become more, Wang Huan more marveled at Li Qi's thinking and cognition. Some unique insights are even more so that he was amazed by the heavenly beings, but he also sensed something unusual about it. That is, Richie has an extreme lack of certain common sense, but a high level of understanding of many people and things, making him feel very conflicted. As the saying goes, read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles, but it's as if Li Qi has never been out to sea and hear understanding of things but can go straight to the essence. It was as if the person was born knowing. Could he really be a genius? This idea had surfaced in Wang Huan's mind for I don't know how many times, and it made him look at Li Qi even more favorably, and Li Qi's weight in his heart skyrocketed. By the way, Senior, I would like to ask, what exactly is the martial realm behind the true Qi realm? Latecomers' days of martial arts training are still short, so I don't know much about all this. Wang Huan was obviously a true element realm powerhouse, and as he was an elder of a sect, his knowledge of martial arts was far beyond normal, and as this elder Wang and he seemed to be chatting, Li Qi took the opportunity to open his mouth and ask for advice. Hearing Li Qi ask this question, Wang Huan was helpless and looked at Li Qi with a complicated face. A man who has comprehended the transformation of sword Qi, but does not know what a sword master is. A martial artist at the peak of the true Qi realm, but not clear about the martial realm behind. How did this make him feel in Wang Huan's heart? After sighing, Wang Huan slowly said, when a martial artist reaches the peak of the true Qi realm, they can attempt to liquefy their true Qi and turn it into martial true essence, which is the true Yuan realm. True element realm martial artists are also known as innate martial artists, and while innate martial artists hammer the true element within their bodies, they also need to constantly quench and strengthen their spirits. When an innate martial artist's spirit breaks through the limit and condenses the true intent of the martial Tao, they step into the higher level of the true intent realm. An existence at the true intent realm is also known as a Grand Master. And the sect leader of my Pine Crane Longevity sect is a Grand Master. Li Qi's eyes were glowing. So that's how it is. Above the true elemental realm is actually the true intent realm. The moment he heard of that martial true intent, Li Qi knew that it was extraordinary, making him incomparably yearn for it. Then may I ask, above the true intent realm, is there a stronger martial realm? Wang Huan smiled faintly. Of course there is. The top of the true intent realm is known as the secret hidden realm. Strong people at this stage can tap into the deeper secrets and potentials of the human body and spirit, and develop all sorts of incredible abilities. That is the martial arts aptitude. Existences that have stepped into the secret hidden realm and mastered the martial arts aptitude, also known as a land god immortal, a lifespan of 500 years. The secret realm, land gods. Richie's eyes widened and his breathing became ragged. With just a few words, Li Qi could realize how powerful an existence in that realm was, close to an immortal god. Is there even an individual that powerful in this world? At the mention of the land immortals, a hint of admiration also surfaced in Wang Huan's eyes, and he leisurely said, whoever practicing martial arts doesn't want to become a land immortal? But that realm is hard as hell. Even my Songha Manso sect's contemporary sect master, that amazingly talented person, has not stepped into that realm. When he said this, Wang Huan's tone was stuttered. Then he looked dead at Li Qi, and the light in his eyes was so bright that it was scary. Li Qi was scared by the other party's look and said somewhat uncomfortably, Senior, why are you looking at me like that? Wang Huan, on the other hand, said definitively, other people can't achieve the land immortal, and the sect leader didn't do it either. But you definitely can. You can definitely reach the realm of the land immortals. Li Qi opened his mouth wide, then gave a dry laugh. Senior is joking. Wang Huan shook his head and said seriously, I'm not joking. You can definitely achieve land immortality. Your talent for martial arts practice has never been seen in the past. Li Qi knows his own business. If he is not carrying the system, he could not have today's strength. But the matter of the system cannot be said outside, can only be silent. Although he was modest with his mouth, Li Qi still had some certainty about that secret hidden realm. As long as there were martial arts techniques at that level, coupled with enough potential points, breaking through the secret hidden realm was not a problem. Looking at Wang Huan's eager gaze, and a look of hope, Li Qi's heart snapped, feeling as if he had vaguely guessed Wang Huan's thoughts. In the following time, Li Qi lived in Taiha House at ease, without being disturbed by outsiders. The two of them drank tea and chatted every day, and understood each other a lot. 2 days later, Chu Han returned and brought the news Wang Huan wanted. In the room, Chu Han reported in a respectful voice, Elder, I have probed about Li Qi. Say, Li Qi, aged 18, a native of Chuan, raised by his father since his mother passed away at an early age. His father was a Shiotsai, so he let Li Qi study poetry and books, wanting to take the examination. but a few months ago his father was killed by the rebels, and Li Qi left his poetry and books behind and ran away to the Rui gang in the county town of Chuan. Li Qi's prestige in the Rui gang is not low. He has saved many lives, and those who have heard of his name have all praised him. It's just that Huang Yuanqing, the Rui gang's leader, seems to be quite critical of him. According to my investigation of Li Qi's past experience, this person is of good character and has not committed any crimes. Hearing this, Wang Huan smiled with satisfaction. Very well, go get Li Qi. Yes, soon. Li Qi and Chu Han arrived in Wang Huan's room, and Wang Huan opened his mouth to ask, Li Qi, would you like to join my Pine Crane Manifestation sect? Chapter 41, The Sect's Hidden Secrets. After learning about Li Qi's martial arts talent, Li Qi's role in Wang Huan's heart changed completely. Wang Huan never expected that this time he went out to investigate the leakage of the sect's martial arts. Not only did he accidentally learn of Sun Yinyun's whereabouts, but he also picked up a martial arts genius that was enough to shake the ancient world. After a long period of observation and trial and error, Wang Huan was certain that she was definitely a true supreme genius. There's no semblance of water. He then had the idea of taking Li Qi into his door wall. Wang Huan is over 150 years old, and he has seen too many people and things in his long life. And he can also see that Li Qi is probably not the kind of person who is a great traitor and a great evil person. But if he wants to take him into the sect, still have to be cautious and a little more secure. So he instructed Chu Han to go out for a trip to investigate Li Qi's past life. Although the side of the Divine Martial Army had also provided some information about Li Qi, but that could not be counted. Wang Huan was more than clear about what kind of goods the people of the Divine Warrior Army were, and could never listen to the Divine Warrior Army's side of the story. Although Wang Huan did not explicitly say so, Chu Han also accurately understood Wang Huan's meaning, and he spent 2 days carefully investigating all of Li Qi's past experiences. After knowing that there was no problem with Li Qi's birth and character, Wang Huan was overjoyed and immediately summoned Li Qi to him. Li Qi, would you like to join my Pine Crane Manifestation sect? Wang Huan asked with a smile. If we don't take advantage of this moment to include Li Qi in the door, and let such a genius hang around outside, waiting for someone else to take him away? If such a thing is known to the others in the door, wouldn't they be so excited that they would whack their own eggs? Looking at the smiling Wang Huan and Chu Han, Li Qi was blessed and bowed. Disciple is willing. After he left Chuan County, free of attachments, he was still thinking of going around to find a place to settle down. And now that the mysterious Pine and Crane Longevity sect had actually opened its doors to him, how could he refuse? Immediately, he agreed. Wang Huan struck a sigh and laughed. Well. My Pine Crane Longevity sect deserves to prosper greatly. Wang Huan was so unhappy. He felt like he hadn't been as happy as he was now for many years previously, because both sides had not yet spoken out about this matter. Wang Huan and Li Qi still had reservations about talking to each other, but now there were no more scruples. Li Qi, since you have already agreed to join my Pine Crane Wancho sect, even though you haven't formally paid your respects yet, you are also a disciple of my Pine Crane Wancho sect. Then there are some things I can conveniently say to you. My Pine and Crane Wancho sect has been inherited for more than 600 years under the master Jing. Jing ancestor all cultivation to participate in the creation of the work, has broken the void and go. Only one of the second generation disciples is still alive, and the rest are gone. And that surviving second generation disciple is the supreme elder of my Pine and Crane Manjusri sect, and you will naturally be able to meet him when you have the chance in the future. The third generation disciples of the Pine and Crane Wancho sect are those of us, including the headmaster, me, the other two elders. Another one is Sun Yinyun, who has been missing for a long time. As for Chu Han and friends of Shu, they were fourth generation disciples. The entire Pine Crane Longevity sect has more than 200 people, and their strength is top-notch in the entire Jianghu, so you definitely won't regret your decision to worship the Pine Crane Longevity sect today. Speaking of the past of the Pine Crane Longevity sect, Wang Huan had a proud face, and Chu Han, who stood next to him, also had a look of honor with him. A little while later, Wang Huan continued with a tone. Li Qi, your crane dance sword in the cloud came because of Sun Yinyun. I have to say, this is also a rare destiny between you. Sun Yinyun is also an elder of the Pine Crane Wancho sect like me, and is also the youngest third generation disciple. Her martial arts qualifications are also not bad, and back then, she was spotted by the Tai Chang elder and taken under his door. So, what I mean is, suggest that you worship under Sun Yinyun. You learned her crane dance sword in the cloud, although there is no name of master and disciple, but have the reality of master and disciple. Regarding this Sun Yinyun, Li Qi was also curious and immediately inquired about the other party, while Wang Huan also explained to Li Qi. After Sun Yenyun was accepted by the Pine Crane Longevity Sect's Supreme Elder into the door wall, he revealed his extraordinary martial arts talent, and his martial arts cultivation progressed at a rapid pace, but he had already stepped into the True Element realm at the Flower Faithful years. He had already entered the True Element realm, and had become an innate martial artist. What's more rare is that Sun Yenyun not only has an outstanding appearance, but is also proficient in music, chess, poetry and painting, and is an extraordinary talent, and she treats people calmly and takes good care of the disciples in the door, and is well liked by everyone. With an apprentice like this, then the Supreme Elder has no regrets. But there is only one thing that has been troubling the Supreme Elder for a long time. That is, Sun Yenyun is already in her 20s, but she has not yet been betrothed to a good man. If you get older and become a half-aged woman, how can I get married? This was an emergency for this Supreme Elder. Elder Taishan usually on Sun Yenyun baby, the marriage matter cannot be delayed. So immediately for Sun Yenyun opened a marriage. But what everyone didn't expect was that Sun Yenyun would not even see anyone and leave in the night. The sect was stunned. And that Supreme Elder was even more furious. Somehow Manhwa sect immediately arranged for manpower to search for them. But no trace of Sun Yenyun was ever found until Wang Huan sought out the clues of Sun Yenyun due to Li Qi's matter. After hearing this all kinds of, Li Qi is also a burst of shock. He did not expect that this has not been masked. Beautiful master is so personalized. The wedding event said to run away. This world is not like what Li Qi once was. It is not that open. And those who can do the thing of running away from marriage are by no means people who follow the rules. Li Qi was also a little more curious about this Sun Yenyun, wondering what kind of person this was. I have already told you about Yenyun. In the future, if you see this master, don't offend her by talking nonsense. Sun Yenyun escaped from the wedding out of the matter of the entire Sungha Manshima no, and Wang Huan did not hide Li Qi. The whole thing, and Li Qi said clearly, so that he pinpointed a good proportion. See the main body, do not talk nonsense. Li Qi also nodded his head and said, disciple understands, don't worry elder. Wang Huan nodded with satisfaction as he continued to talk to Li Qi about some sect matters. There was no longer any semblance of rawness between the two, and the atmosphere was cordial. 3 days later, friends of Shu also rushed back, reporting back to the elder. Senior Uncle Nian Yun's grave has been found. Chapter 42, The Lonely Grave. Reporting back to the elder. Senior Uncle Nian Yun's grave has been found. Wang Huan stood up from his seat in a flash, and his breathing became a few points rougher. What place? Near Shijia village, Chuan County. Good. Although Sun Yenyun's tomb was found, even the calligraphy and paintings in the tomb were circulated. But Wang Huan never believed that Sun Yenyun was dead. In his heart, Sun Yenyun must still be alive. This was why he would advise Li Qi to worship Sun Yenyun. Pack up and let's go. Soon, a few people hurriedly left the Taiha restaurant and headed in the direction of the Shi family village. At this time, friend of Shu also knew that Li Qi had already worshipped the Pine and Crane Wansho sect, and he also congratulated Li Qi a few times. A few people cast their lightweight skills at full speed to catch up, when the people once again noticed the abnormalities on Li Qi. This is flying on grass? But is this what fly on the grass looks like? The fly on the grass I've seen doesn't seem to look like this, and no one else is as fast on the grass. Wang Huan and the three of them saw Li Qi's feet generating cloud energy and stepping on clouds. His stance was ethereal, and he was extremely fast. Several people had thought that Li Qi's lightness would not be too strong, but they had not thought that the other party's lightness was also so arcane. Just an unusual, flying on grass, had been cultivated to such a state. And Wang Huan also saw the doorway. I see. It's a flying on grass performed with white cloud true chi. Not only is this sun's white cloud true chi incredibly majestic, even the lightweight skill of flying on grass has been cultivated to an extremely profound level. It's what gives him this amazing speed. He was originally worried that the limited feats that Li Qi had learned might not be able to keep up with the speed at which they were advancing, but he had completely overthought it. Li Qi's current speed might not be as good as his true element realm elder, but it was far above the duo of Chu Han and friend of Shu. What a terrifying talent for martial arts. Wang Huan sighed in admiration in his heart. It seemed that if he was not paying attention a little bit, Li Qi would always bring him surprises. A few people hurried at full speed, and it only took them half an hour to arrive at the Stone family village. Friends of Shu led the way in front, and the group arrived at a mass grave near Shijia village. Here a mound of earth, new or old. It seems that a number of people have been buried again lately, as is the case in many places in troubled times. Within a few steps, the group stopped in front of a small, isolated mound at the edge of the burial post. Only a slender board was inserted in front of this earth bag with 4 large letters. Nian Yun's tomb. In this situation, Wang Huan could not help but feel a pain in his heart and took a slight half step back. and he saw a 2-foot-wide robber's hole at the back of the earth bag, pitch black and slanting deep into the ground, straight into the tomb. Wang Huan was even more furious. Don't let me know which animal did this, or I'll break his legs. After calming down, he turned to Shu's friend and asked, have you ever touched anything in this tomb? No. Disciples followed elders' wishes and returned immediately after finding this place, without touching anything here. That's good. Wang Huan's gaze fell on the humble wooden tablet and he was silent. After a long time, Wang Huan said in a deep voice, I will never believe that Nian Yun is dead. With that, Wang Huan raised his hand and pressed forward, then violently pulled upward. The majestic martial true essence within his body directly penetrated his body, hardening Su Nianyun's tomb. Li Qi's eyes almost glazed over as he witnessed a true origin realm powerhouse strike for the first time, and saw what this true origin of martial arts looked like. The pure white martial true essence was so viscous that it had completely liquefied, flying in the air like waves of water. With just one look, Li Qi could feel the terrifying power contained within. If one of the strands of the true essence of martial arts falls on his body and gives him such a blow, Li Qi felt that he would definitely be seriously injured. This is the true essence of martial arts? Awesome! Wang Huan didn't notice Li Qi's shocked expression, and after he lifted the tomb with one hand, he saw the empty coffin below, and his heart was finally relieved. There's no body. He took a closer look and could determine that the coffin was just empty, and there was no sign of a body having been put here except for some bits of clothing. That's the best news. After digging up and taking a look to find that this is just a clothing grave, then, Su Nianyun must still be alive, and Wang Huan also took a long breath of relief. His eyes stared, carefully checking the surroundings, identifying some hidden and difficult to detect traces. Trouble. Do not miss. 6 months. Must return. Su Nianyun had joined the Sangha Manso sect for many years and knew the secret codes used for contact within the sect, while Wang Huan had also detected some hidden codes left in the vicinity and deciphered some information from them. Your senior uncle Nianyun is fine, but he has encountered some trouble and cannot return to the sect for the time being, but she said she would return to the sect within 6 months. With Wang Huan's words, Shu Han and Shu Jiyu also let out a long sigh of relief. It's good that it's fine. It made me worry for so long. I haven't been able to sleep well these days. As for Li Qi, his heart was also slightly at ease. He was still very grateful to this Su Nianyun. If it wasn't for the other parties, crane dancing sword in the clouds, that allowed him to get through the initial weak stage, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to go so smoothly on this journey. He still had a good feeling about this Su Nianyun, and naturally, he didn't want anything to happen to the other party. Although Wang Huan said so, he was still a bit uneasy. Obviously, this one clothing grave was laid by Su Nianyun himself, but exactly what kind of trouble actually required a true origin realm powerhouse to fake his death to get out of it? Su Nianyun has gotten into some trouble, although there is no risk to his life, but it would never be any ordinary trouble either. Wang Huan's gaze sank as he commanded, Shu Han, we found Elder Su's whereabouts. This is a major matter. So immediately return to the sect and inform the sect leader of this matter. Disciple understands. Then Wang Huan looked at friends of Shu and Li Qi and slowly said, since I have decided to introduce you into my Sangha Manchu sect, Shinwu army side it will be necessary for me to make a trip. You too, follow me to Chuan County Town. Chapter 43, It's true that Mr. Luo made a mistake. Chuan County City, Shinwu Military Camp. Luo Yangyan sat in the military tent and comfortably drank a cup of wine. His heart was free. 2 days ago, the reinforcements from the Divine Martial Army also arrived and repelled those rebels, relieving him of his immediate needs. If the county was really attacked by the rebels, there were bound to be a lot of deaths and injuries, and then he would definitely not be able to keep his black hat. At that moment, a Jin pawn ran outside the door. General, Wang Huan of Sangha Manchuman is outside seeking an audience. Wang Huan? Let him in. The other day, Luo Yangyan wrote to the Sangha Manso sect and told the other party about this side of things, and immediately an elder named Wang Huan came. That was a powerful existence of the true origin realm. Just the slight aura exuding from the other party's body made him feel an immense amount of pressure. Facing such a top clan elder, Luo Yangyan didn't dare to put up a fight, and immediately told Wang Huan about Li Qi's situation. Now that so much time had passed, he thought that Li Qi should have already been resolved. Soon, Wang Huan walked into the military tent, and his companion was friends of Shu. After seeing these two, Luo Yangyan immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. The high people of the Pine and Cranewancho sect have come. Please sit down. Please sit down. General Luo. Excuse me. Wang Huan made a polite remark and sat down with friend of Shu. After pouring drinks for the two of them, Luo Yangyan also opened his mouth and asked, I wonder if Elder Wang has captured that murderer who attacked my divine martial army during this trip? Wang Huan's face was unchanged, and he said lightly, I have found it. Not only did that ferocious disciple learn the sword technique of this sect, but he even dared to make a mess of it, and this Fong has already been killed by me. Hearing Wang Huan say this, Luo Yangyan smiled broadly. Good. Come, Elder Wang, I'll toast you. With that, Luo Yangyan raised his cup and drank it. Although his thought was to let Wang Huan be able to capture the person and hand him over to be sentenced, but since the person had already been struck down, then there was nothing that could be done. It was good to be dead. Wang Huan also took a gentle sip of his drink before continuing. General Luo, there is one more thing I need to tell you, but there's no harm in saying it. Although the murderer who attacked the divine martial army has been killed by me, that murderer is not the Li Qi you speak of. The killer. Someone else. The wineglass in Luo Yangyan's hand didn't hold on to it and fell straight to the ground. He stiffly raised his head and looked at Wang Huan. Elder Wang, I don't understand what you mean. My point is simply that you've got the wrong people. It wasn't Li Qi who attacked the Shinwu army. The murderer was someone else. And Luo Yangyan's breathing became ragged. He felt like he was being teased and looked at Wang Huan with more than a hint of mischief in his eyes. The murderer is Richie. But Wang Huan, an elder of the Pine Crane Manifestation sect, denied it. So it's obvious. Something must have changed in this. Elder Wang, are you not teasing Mr. Luo? I wouldn't dare. General, calm down. Wang Huan took a sip of his drink and moistened his throat, then looked at Luo Yangyan and said something that made Luo Yangyan a bit puzzled. When I have nothing to do, I will ponder over some of the art of people watching, and I am considered to be slightly versed in this way. As early as the first time I met General Luo, I could tell that the general had been stuck at the True Qi realm for many years and was having trouble advancing an inch, and since the general has been fighting and killing for many years, his body has deposited too many old injuries and dark diseases, which is one of the reasons why he would be stuck in the True Qi realm for many years. And Luo Yangyan froze for a moment. We were just talking about Li Qi. Why are you suddenly treating me? And Wang Huan's words weren't wrong. His body did have quite a few secret injuries, and he had indeed been stuck in the True Qi realm for a long time. No matter how much he cultivated, he had trouble raising his realm. His body's old injuries also went to find a lot of doctors have seen, but the silver money spent a lot of also did not cure. Can only stop. Luo Yangyan couldn't code what Wang Huan meant, so he could only ask tentatively, Elder Wang, what do you mean? And with a faint smile, Wang Huan took out a small wooden box from his arms and handed it to Luo Yangyan. The old man observes that the general's military life is not easy, and it is difficult to treat the old wounds on his body. So his heart is sorry. Coincidentally, old me just happens to have a heavenly fragrance pill with me. This Dan is the secret medicine of my Pine Crane longevity sect. Not only can it heal the body's old injuries, but it can also purify the body's martial arts True Qi, and the chances of breaking the True Yuan realm can be increased by 40%. This medicine will be given to General. I don't know what the General thinks. Knowing the effect of this heavenly fragrance pill, the eagerness in Luo Yangyan's eyes almost turned into substance as he hurriedly opened the wooden box and saw a purple-red pill quietly placed in it. A strong medicinal scent came to the surface. Just by taking a whiff of the medicinal fragrance, Luo Yangyan felt that the old wounds in his body had soothed quite a bit. Good medicine. Good medicine. Now Luo Yangyan also understood Wang Huan's meaning. The other party vehemently denied that Li Qi had attacked the Shinwu army and wanted to keep this person. And this heavenly fragrance pill is the bargaining chip. This is no ordinary elixir. It's a secret medicine in the Pine and Crane Manju sect, and it's worth thousands of dollars. Even money can't buy good things. Luo Yangyan's face was full of smiles, and without a trace, he took the heavenly fragrance Dan into his arms. Ha 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 ha. Elder Wang is taking care of me like this. Mr. Luo is not very grateful. As for that murderer who attacked the divine martial army, it was indeed Mr. Luo who was mistaken. If it wasn't for the elder stepping in and killing him, Mr. Luo would still be in the dark right now. Shame, shame. Come, Mr. Luo toasts the elder. Saying that, Luo Yangyan drank a cup of pain. His heart was very happy, and when he thought of the heavenly fragrance Dan in his bosom, his heart became even more excited. He was only a 5th-ranked traveling cavalry general, and regardless of his strength or background, he was not qualified to ask the people of the Pine and Crane Wancho sect. However, Li Qi had killed a number of his men with the sword technique of the Pine Crane Manjusri sect, and he needed the Pine Crane Manjusri sect to give him an explanation. Otherwise he can't even fart after so many good men died. How can he lead people in the future? How else can you lead an army into battle? Wang Huan wanted to protect Li Qi and gave a Tianxiang Dan, a precious secret medicine, is what Luo Yangyan needs to account for. This Dan was precious. Not only could it cure his old injuries, but it could also drastically increase his success rate of breaking through the true element realm. He simply couldn't refuse such a bargaining chip. As long as he breaks through the true essence realm, with his ability, this official position can still be raised upwards. This is his chance. As for the lieutenants and personal guards that were killed by Li Qi, they had been completely put behind Luo Yangyan. It's a war. How can people not die? How big a deal? It took Luo Yangyan a second to think of an excuse for himself, and the matter of Li Qi was thus revealed. After seeing Luo Yangyan accept his heavenly fragrance stand, Wang Huan's mouth curled up, knowing that the matter had been settled. No one on either side had spilled the beans, and the furor over Li Qi's attack and killing of the many experts of the Divine Martial Army had subsided. Come, Elder Wang, another toast to you. The banquet in the army is a bit simpler, but it's also a piece of Luo's heart, so don't mind it. Today we will not return without getting drunk. In the army tent of Shinwu Army, the cups are pushed and exchanged, and the atmosphere is harmonious. Chapter 44, Upper Grade Martial Arts. While Wang Huan and Luo Yangyan were playing dumb riddles with each other, Li Qi was not present. After all, this matter concerned him. If Li Qi, the rightful owner, was present, Luo Yangyan on the opposite side might not be able to hold his tongue, and once the other party acted excessively, things would not be easy to handle. So, while Li Qi did not show up, he also informed Wang Huan that he still had some things he needed to go home to take care of, and Wang Huan agreed. And Wang Huan was worried about Sun Yinyun's whereabouts, and planned to search around Chuan County some more, because Sun Yinyun's clothing grave was found in Shijia village in Chuan, and there might be some clues elsewhere in Chuan County. The two sides agreed to meet outside the county town at noon 3 days later and return to the Pine Crane Manifestation sect together. Li Qi returned to the county this time. There were indeed some things that needed to be dealt with, and they were important. Li Qi found an unoccupied corner, changed into black clothes, changed his face with shadow in the mirror, then put on a black scarf and sneaked into Chuan's Linglong Chamber of Commerce to find Suwo again. Steward Su, I don't know what I have under. Can have landed? A low voice suddenly sounded behind Suwa. Suwa was so shocked that he almost jumped up. He turned around and wanted to look behind him and saw Li Qi, who was dressed as a masked man. It's you? Suwa also recognized the visitor. It was the benefactor who saved himself from the Jade Dragon Gang's horse bandits that day, and his hanging heart was released. Li Qi sneaked into Linglong Chamber of Commerce with his outstanding likeness and entered Sui's room without disturbing anyone, but he almost scared Sui to death, and Sui glanced at Li Qi with some sadness. Your Excellency really loves to tease me, so I'd better not do that next time. Regarding the top-grade martial arts that Your Excellency needs, we already have it. Saying this, Suwa flipped out a secret letter from the table and handed it to Li Qi. This is a secret letter from the headquarters. It contains information about the top-grade martial arts. Please take a look at it. Li Qi nodded with satisfaction and accepted the secret letter, which was the reason why he was here. He had ordered a top-grade martial art from the Linglong Chamber of Commerce long ago, and this time, he was fortunate enough to be able to worship the Pine Crane Wancho sect, and he didn't know if he could leave the mountain gate at will after entering the Pine Crane Wancho sect, and he didn't know when he would come back here again the next time. While there was still time, Richie came over to take a look. If the Linglong Chamber of Commerce side of the good did not find the top-grade martial arts that can only be dismissed, but Li Qi was lucky. The Linglong Chamber of Commerce was still very helpful and had already found a top-grade martial art these days. Li Qi opened the secret letter and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Dragon Gate Seal, one of the top-grade martial arts Chi-Men seals. This seal takes the meaning of fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, passing through and becoming a dragon, and can stimulate the body's potential and strength, temporarily and significantly increasing combat power. However, after performing the Dragon Gate Seal, the body will fall into a period of weakness, and if the Dragon Gate Seal is maintained for a long time, it will cause serious damage to the body. This was the martial arts technique that Linglong Chamber of Commerce had found during this period of time. But this, Dragon Gate Seal, was not a complete top-grade martial arts, but rather one of the many seals of the Chi-Men seal. And the origin of this Chi-Men seal is not simple. It is said to be years ago a certain land god created out of the strange work. The seals inside are each wonderful and very uncomplicated. After reading the information on the secret letter, Li Qi is very satisfied. This Dragon Gate Seal is very suitable for him. This skill is similar to the heavenly demon unraveling, such as the outbreak of secret arts. In critical moments can be based on this method of fighting for their lives. Earn a ray of hope. I have my eye on this Dragon Gate Seal. How much can I buy it off? And Suwo held out 2 fingers. 2,000 taels of gold. This is not a complete Chi-Men seal. The price is also cheaper, as long as 2,000 taels of gold can buy it. If it is a complete Chi-Men, then the price can be expensive. Oh, right. It requires your lordship to pay gold and silver before someone will escort this dragon gate seal from the headquarters. Li Qi nodded his head. 2,000 taels of gold he could still afford to take out. He walked to the desk next to him and sat down, took out a pen and paper and began to write and draw. Suwa froze and came to Li Qi's side, realizing that Li Qi was actually depicting a map. The center of this map was the city of Chuan County, and the mountains and rivers of the nearby 100 miles of land were also drawn, with some important geographic locations being labeled to make it clear at a glance. After drawing the map, Li Qi marked 11 more dots on the map and explained the exact locations of these dots, then handed this map to Su He. Keep this map, don't lose it. The location of the dot above has gold, silver, and jewels that I buried. You immediately send someone to take out the gold, silver, and jewels. It should be enough to pay for the purchase of the Dragon Gate seal. Do it as soon as you can. I'll be out of here in 3 days. The map was marked by Li Qi buried gold and silver jewelry. A month ago he went out to hunt and kill the mountain bandits obtained. These bandits robbed a lot of people, merchants, scourge a lot of people, get their hands on a lot of gold and silver jewelry, naturally also a lot. And these things are too much and too heavy to carry. Li Qi close to find a hidden place to bury, in order to wait for his day to take. Now it's the bling that comes into play. The mountain thieves and bandits were destroyed by Li Qi in dozens of waves, and Li Qi only took a small portion of them, which was already enough to be used. Looking at this map in his hand, Su He showed a look of surprise, combined with the scene when he met Li Qi. He vaguely guessed a few points. He didn't say much and quickly left with the map. Under Su was arrangement. Someone immediately found the buried gold and silver jewelry and transported them back to the city. These gold, silver and jewels were in large quantities. Not only were they enough to purchase the Dragon Gate seal, but there was even a surplus. Li Qi asked Su He to exchange the extra gold, silver and jewelry into large denomination silver tickets, so that he could easily carry them with him. After the money was in place, Su He immediately sent a fiery message to the Linglong Chamber of Commerce's headquarters to have the martial arts techniques escorted over. It would take some time, and Li Qi wasn't in a hurry. He didn't go out either, so he quietly waited in the Linglong Chamber of Commerce in Chuan County City. 1 day later, a martial arts powerhouse came from outside the city and entered the local Linglong Chamber of Commerce without alerting anyone. The stuff has arrived. Where is Suwa? And Suwa also rushed over. Lord Lu himself has arrived. There is a loss of distance to welcome him. I'm sorry for being rude. The visitor's name was Lu Rongtian, and he was actually also a true origin realm powerhouse, one of the pillars of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. How precious the top-grade martial arts were. If they were to be circulated, it would be enough to make all parties of powerhouses and forces go crazy. And only a true element realm escort like Lu Rongtian could ensure that the merit law would be delivered safely. Where are the buyers? Li Qi was in the Linglong Chamber of Commerce and also quickly rushed over. It's the Dragon Gate seal I bought. Seeing the black scarf covered Li Qi, Lu Rongtian's face was strange and he didn't say anything. Linglong Chamber of Commerce side of what kind of guests there are. Many people do not want to reveal what they bought here. Will cover their face? Head wearing a black scarf dress is not rare. Lu Rongtian handed over a booklet in his hand to Li Qi, and after confirming that there were no problems, this true origin realm powerhouse quickly left. Includable martial arts found. Martial arts in the collection. You get the top grade martial arts. Dragon Gate seal. Chapter 45, The End of All Things. After the item arrived, Li Qi's heart was excited. He was previously carrying medium and lower grade martial arts. Now he also finally had a stronger upper grade martial art. Although he was about to head to the Pine Crane Longevity sect, and there would definitely be top-grade martial arts in the sect as well, and the number of them would definitely not be small. But you can't have too much of a good thing like top-grade martial arts. Being able to get a top-grade martial art before entering the Pine Crane Manifestation sect was also quite good. Dragon Gate seal required a cultivation level of the true element realm to be able to execute it, and Li Qi was not in a hurry to upgrade this technique. This technique would wait until he stepped into the true element realm. After the Gongfu arrived, Li Qi didn't stay long and left the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. It was late at the moment, and Li Qi walked on the deserted street, the dim lights beside him stretching his shadow. Walking along, Li Qi stopped. Alas, after following me for so long, you guys can come out now. Richie turned and looked behind him, and at the end of the street, at some point there were already 5 figures standing there. After the whereabouts of these several figures were called out by Li Qi, they immediately rushed and surrounded Li Qi, the malice in them even more undisguised. These few peoples were also covered in black scarves, unable to see their faces, just like Li Qi's current costume. Excuse me, do I know you guys? Li Qi asked calmly. One of the men at the head of the group stepped forward. You don't have to know us. let me ask you, did you kill Wei Biao? Wei Biao? A big man's face appeared in Li Qi's mind. Li Qi's heart was clear. He knew who these people were and why these people came. Dare I ask if this is the face of Zhao Yulong? Master Zhao? This black-robed man in front of him narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. This person was none other than Zhao Yulong of the Jade Dragon Gang, the #1 gang in Chuan County City, and just like Luo Yangyan, he was also a peak true Qi realm martial artist. Now that this person had come to his door, Richie quickly pondered where he had gone wrong. He came to Linglong Chamber of Commerce this time. He sneaked in quietly. Apart from Su He and that Lu Rongtian, it should not be possible for anyone else to know his whereabouts, and as he had just left Linglong Chamber of Commerce on his own front foot, someone immediately blocked him. Li Qi guessed what was going on after a little thought. The mole. The Linglong merchant caravan's traveling route should be kept secret, but more than a month ago, the Linglong Chamber of Commerce's merchant caravan was blocked outside of the city, and even Su He, the steward, was in danger. It was obvious that Linglong Chamber of Commerce had a mole, leaking the route of the caravan to the outside world. I'm sure that after that incident, Suo must have cleaned up a bunch of the mole after returning to the city as well, but not cleaned it up. This time, Li Qi came back to the city to Linglong Chamber of Commerce and asked Su He to send people out to excavate and transport gold and silver jewels. Even though he had already acted covertly, he still attracted the attention of people who were interested. Some people had already guessed that the masked man who had killed Wei Biao had returned. When the news was leaked, Zhao Yulong came to the door. That guy Sua is really not doing things cleanly. Li Qi shook his head and laughed helplessly. That's right, Wei Biao, that two little cuties. It was me who killed it. What are you going to do about it? Seeing that Li Qi directly and generously admitted it, Zhao Yulong's gaze chilled. In that case, don't blame us for being ruthless. No matter who you are, since you killed Wei Biao, I'll take your life. Zhao Yulong's tone was sinister, while his eyes had an extra touch of greed. And that top-grade martial art you just got your hands on, I want it too. This battle was unavoidable. Li Qi spread his palms outward slightly and made a gesture of invitation. I've long heard that Master Zhao's hand of Jade Dragon Sword technique is extraordinary. Today, I'm going to learn from you. In the middle of the silent and dark alley, 5 figures moved in unison and surrounded towards Li Qi. Zhao Yulong sheathed his long sword. A sword Qi chopped out. A slight sound of a dragon's roar sounded, and a sword stabbed above Li Qi's throat. At the same time, the attacks of the remaining 4 landed on Li Qi's body with dull sounds. Die! Zhao Yulong's sword blade touched Li Qi's skin, but it erupted into a sliver of sparks, as if it had struck a piece of fine iron, and was not allowed to advance an inch. I don't know when, but the skin on Li Qi's body had been cross-dyed with a touch of lead gray, and his entire body exuded a rich metallic hue. As for Li Qi, his entire body's muscles had even swelled up, his tendons and bones protruded outwardly, full of power, and even his height had skyrocketed by almost a foot's height. At a glance, Li Qi was almost a human-sized tower, iron refining body, of pagoda style. This was a defensive move among the iron refining body, which could easily block the enemy's attacks, and Li Qi's iron refining body had long since become a great success, and he had even comprehended such a special physique as the iron body, which had made his defense even more terrifying. Under the infusion of true Qi, Zhao Yulong fought to stab his sword abruptly. Even the sword had bent out an astonishing arc, but he was unable to pierce through Li Qi's throat. Zhao Yulong's face showed a horrified expression. This is iron refining body? Zhao Yulong's mind was shaken. He didn't know why this person also knew Wei Biao's iron refining body, and his mastery of the iron refining body had already reached a very terrifying realm, the Jade Dragon Sword technique. But that's all. In the instant before Zhao Yulong could react, Li Qi's palm probed out and grabbed the longsword at the throat in a death grip. 5 lead-gray fingers clenched hard. Click 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 click. This sharp sword that had followed Zhao Yulong for many years could no longer hold on and was directly cracked and broken by Li Qi's grip. He's not even human. Not only were the attacks of these 5 true Qi realm powerhouses useless against Li Qi, the other party had destroyed Zhao Yulong's weapon in such a violent manner that these people were appalled. The strength of the person in front of them was far above them. Knowing that they would not be able to defeat them, several people turned around to run, but it was already too late. Li Qi formed a sword with his fingers together, and a strand of foot-long sword Qi gulped at his fingertips, as if it was a ferocious soldier that chose to devour others. Crane dancing sword in the clouds, of treading crane across, his body transformed into a phantom, quickly passing between these 5 people, and even more so, a sharp sword light intertwined back and forth on several people. Several figures that were preparing to escape gave a violent lurch and directly stopped, as if they were a frozen stone statue. Li Qi dispersed the sword Qi at his fingertips and turned to leave. In a few moments, the 5 figures collapsed, turning into a ground of broken flesh. Chapter 46, Entering the Mountain Sect. Day 3. In a stone pavilion in the mountains 5 miles east of the county city, Li Qi arrived early and quietly waited for the other two. A day ago when he came out from Linglong Chamber of Commerce, he was blocked by the Jade Dragon Gang, which was greatly out of Li Qi's expectation. But it wasn't a big deal, and the guys were easily taken care of by him. At this point, the many grudges in Shuan County have been settled. Li Qi has no more worries and can leave at ease. By the time noon rolled around, Wang Huan and friends of Shu had also arrived here, and seeing Li Qi, who had been waiting here for a long time, Wang Huan had a smile on his face. Things all worked out? Aha! Let's go then. The 3 figures got up and hit the road, heading for the distance. Along the way, as they walked and chatted, Li Qi learned about the experiences of Wang Huan and the two of them in the past few days. They searched all over Chuan County City again, and unfortunately did not find the mark left behind by Sun Yanyan again, so they could only call it quits and rushed back to take Li Qi away. And Li Qi knew how Wang Huan had solved his troubles on the side of the Shenwu army, using a heavenly fragrance elixir as hush money. Shut up, Luo Yangnian. Since Wang Huan intended to introduce Li Qi into the Pine Crane Wanshou sect, he naturally wouldn't let Li Qi have a tainted reputation on him. Otherwise a traitor who had decapitated several Shenwu army generals entering the Pine Crane Wanshou sect might be exploited by someone with a heart of gold, which would not be good for either the sect or Li Qi himself, and shutting law up is the best way to do it. With just a few words, Li Qi knew that the heavenly fragrance pill was precious, and Wang Huan's willingness to use a heavenly fragrance pill to give him a good aftermath was even more appreciated by Li Qi's heart. Disciple thanks elder. Wang Huan, on the other hand, laughed. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's just an elixir. Don't take it to heart. Wang Huan gently patted Li Qi's shoulder, his heart becoming more and more satisfied with him. Is the celestial scent pill precious? Of course it's precious, but compared to Li Qi, a martial arts genius, then it's nothing. Not to mention a single heavenly fragrance pill, even if it was 10 or 100, it would not be worth as much as Li Qi's. The deal was worth it. The 3 of them traveled in a hurry and came to the border of the Great Han, where thousands of miles of barren mountains were sparsely populated. This place is located at the border of Hanchi and the Pine and Crane Wanshou Gate is located here. Here we are. In front of us is the mountain gate, Wang Huan said. The crowd climbed all the way up, and soon came to the top of a big mountain, and everyone saw a huge vermilion red mountain gate, Pine and Crane Wanshou Gate. Looking at the 5 large lacquered gold characters, which were covered with traces of age, Li Qi's heart was excited. The 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the gate, and the disciple guarding the gate immediately came forward to pay his respects. Disciple has met Elder Wang. Aha! This was a young disciple in his 20s, and after saluting Elder Wang, he greeted friend Shu as well, and then looked with some curiosity at Li Qi, who was standing beside Wang Huan. After Li Qi also greeted this disciple, the 3 of them walked into the mountain gate. There were many disciples of the Pine and Crane Wanshou sect, and those they met on the road came forward to salute Elder Wang, and then they all turned their eyes to Li Qi, who was beside Wang Huan. Chu Han had already returned ahead of schedule, and the matter that Elder Wang would be bringing back a new disciple had gradually spread, and some people had even heard that this new disciple's martial arts talent was extremely terrifying. Is that man Li Qi? It should be. Chu Han said that his martial arts talent is astonishingly divine, and that he's a martial arts genius for the ages? I think Chu Han is bragging. How can it be that exaggerated? It's also true that this kid Chu Han is usually out of tune. It's not clear how talented this Li Qi is, but his looks are quite civilized. It's estimated that there will be many senior sisters who will like it. Li Qi's 5 senses were sharp, and the murmurs coming from all around him, commenting on him, made him a little tense. But some of these comments are still very pertinent, saying that what recruiting senior sister like, Li Qi can only say. Seeing people is really accurate. Seeing Li Qi's face change color, Wang Huan signaled the other party not to be nervous. Li Qi, first follow me to see the sect leader. The 2 arrived at the depths of the mountain gate, in the middle of a large hall, and met a tall man, who, although his face looked young, only in his 30s, had a vicissitude in his eyes. Elder Wang, you're back. Wang Huan stepped forward. Greetings to Master Sect Leader. Did the trip go well? Did you find Nian Yun? Shame on me for not being able to find Nian Yun. There's no harm. Nian Yun will be fine. Then Wang Huan also introduced both sides to each other. Li Qi, this is the sect leader of my Songhua Wanshou sect, Pang Jing. Li Qi stepped forward. Greetings, sect leader. And Pang Jing also looked at Li Qi, carefully sizing him up. And after a moment, Pang Jing faintly laughed. Interesting. You're young and your cultivation is already not bad. I heard that you broke through the body hardening limit in 3 months of martial arts practice and reached the peak of the true chi realm. Yes, and also comprehended the transformation of sword chi into form, achieving the sword art patriarch? Not bad, not bad. Indeed, the natural talent is amazing. At this time, Manhwa also explained to Pang Jing about the various things related to Li Qi, and with this elder's endorsement, Pang Jing also let go of the many doubts in his heart. Friend of Shu, go find a place to stay and let Li Qi stay in the mountain gate now. The friends of Shu, who had been following along, led the way and left with Li Qi. When only Wang Huan and Pang Jing were left in the place, Pang Jing asked, "So you're saying that you plan to have Li Qi worship under Sun Yinyun?" "I do. What if Sun Yinyun doesn't take on a disciple?" "That's great. Richie, I'll take it." Upon hearing this, Pang Jing shook his head helplessly and laughed faintly. "It's really rare to see you so attached to your junior disciples. This elder Wang usually seldom accepts disciples, and very few people can get into the eyes of this elder. And today, looking at Wang Huan's very attentive appearance to Li Qi, it was rare." Wang Huan's eyes glared. "Li Qi is different. He is a true genius." Pang Jing nodded. "I have no problem with you letting Li Qi worship the Pine Crane Manifestation sect. When Sun Yinyun comes back you can consider the matter of letting Li Qi formally worship the master. Recently there have been some insights. I will soon be closing my eyes and won't have the energy to take care of the others. Since Li Qi's talent is so good, he will be taught by you during this time. Don't bury his talent." Wang Huan nodded his head heavily and said, "Don't worry, Master Sect Leader. I'll keep an eye on Li Qi." Pang Jing turned to leave. His voice carried from afar. "Isn't it time to choose the chief disciple recently? I'm curious. What kind of performance Li Qi will have?" Chapter 47, Rapid Integration. Friends of Shu took Li Qi all the way around and brought him to the disciples' residence, and on the way, when he met some familiar disciples, friends of Shu would also greet them, and at the same time, he would also introduce Li Qi to everyone. Along the way, Li Qi also recognized many people one after another. "Li Qi, you can stay in this courtyard for now. This courtyard has been unoccupied, and my place is right next to it, so you can come see me later if you need anything." This courtyard hadn't been occupied for some time, and the friends of Shu even helped Li Qi to clean it together, and the courtyard became tidy again. "Go, I'll take you to the mountain gate for return." The residence had a backwardness. Shu's friend hemmed and hawed, and walked outward. Li Qi was curious about the things inside the Pine and Crane Longevity Gate, and also followed friend of Shu out. The Pine and Crane Longevity sect covered a large area that stretched over several hills, and as the two of them walked on the path between the hills, Shu's friend pointed out while introducing Li Qi, "There is the sect master's hall. You just came out of the hall. In the future if anything important happens everyone will be summoned there. See that small 3-story building? That's the sect's dining hall. You can go there to eat when you're hungry, and the meal will be served on time when mealtime comes. That open space is the sect's martial arts field, and there are often disciples practicing their martial arts there. That big cabin was a warehouse where miscellaneous items were stored. That mountain range is the sect's forbidden land. The elders are all meditating over there. Don't wander over there if you're fine." As friends of Shu walked and talked, Li Qi familiarized himself with the entire sect. "Well, we're at the place. This is the sect's hall of hidden scriptures. There are quite a few martial arts techniques inside. As long as your sect's contribution is enough, you can exchange it here for the techniques you need." The hidden scripture hall that friends of Shu referred to was a huge 3-story stone building that was lofty and ancient. The first level of the Hall of Hidden Scriptures allowed disciples of the body tempering realm and true chi realm to enter it to exchange for techniques. The second level required the true elemental realm and true intent realm to enter. As for the topmost floor, an elder was permanently stationed here, and once there was a disturbance in the Hall of Tibetan Sutras, this elder would kill from above to ensure the safety of the Hall of Tibetan Sutras. We're all true chi realm martial artists, so for the time being, we can only exchange martial arts techniques at the first level, but even the first level has quite a lot of good stuff. With that, friend of Shu walked in with Li Qi, and Li Qi also noticed that friends of Shu mentioned a keyword: sect contribution. "What is this sect contribution you speak of?" "It's simple. You complete some tasks and commissions for the sect, and you'll get the corresponding contribution points. Let's say for example, let's talk about myself. I didn't go out with Elder Wang this time to investigate the leakage of the Cloud Crane Dancing Sword. That is, your matter. As long as I investigate the cause of this matter clearly, I will be able to get 20 points of sect contribution. There's also the fact that when we just entered the mountain gate, didn't we meet senior brother Dewey who was guarding the mountain gate? It's also a mission for him to guard the mountain gate, and for guarding the gate for 2 days, you can get 1 point of contribution. After some explanations, Li Qi also figured out the usefulness and origin of sect contributions. In the Songha Manchu sect, sect contribution was a very important resource, and its role was equivalent to the circulation of currency in a small area, which could be used to trade to buy the resources one needed. Whereas to obtain contributions one needed to complete tasks, one needed to go to a place called the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs, which was specialized in issuing and settling tasks. Sect-arranged quests vary in difficulty. Some are dangerous, some are time-consuming, and the corresponding sect contribution varies. For example, guarding the mountain gate is a very simple task, usually nothing life-threatening, just time-consuming and boring, and the contribution points gained are also relatively small, only 1 point for 2 days. However, it was said that Dewey had gone off the deep end while practicing kung fu some time ago and suffered some injuries, which is why he took up this mission, so that he could earn a little sect contribution while recuperating from his injuries, without delaying things, which was also quite good. There were quite a lot of instructions for taking quests to earn contributions, and friends of Shu talked to Li Qi about some of them, so he learned a lot. Thank you, brother Shu, for your guidance. Ha ha, you're welcome. The two of them talked a lot, and without realizing it, they got a lot closer. After entering the first floor of the Hall of Hidden Scriptures, Li Qi couldn't help but stare in disbelief. There are quite a few martial arts techniques inside the sect. Looking at Li Qi's stunned expression, friend of Shu also revealed a look of pride. That's natural. Our Pine Crane Manifestation sect has been opened for hundreds of years, and with such a long period of accumulation, the martial arts techniques we possess are far beyond those small forces outside. Li Qi picked up a thick redemption inventory and found that there were an extremely large number of martial arts techniques recorded in it, with more than 400 lower-grade martial arts and more than 100 middle-grade martial arts. That much? Li Qi recalled his previous days of hanging out in Rui Gang. Rui Gang has only a few martial arts techniques available for the gang to exchange, and compared to the side of Pine Crane Longevity sect, it's just like a street vendor. Seeing that there were so many martial arts, Li Qi was excited and checked out the place. About an hour later, Li Qi had read through the introductory descriptions of all the martial arts techniques on the first level. This is the sect's Hall of Hidden Scriptures, and it's where the disciples of the sect often come, and it's also the place that consumes the sect's contributions the most. But there are other things that can be exchanged here besides martial arts techniques, such as pills, weapons, and the like. Apart from the Hall of Hidden Scriptures, friend Shu also took Li Qi around the rest of the sect, allowing Li Qi to quickly familiarize himself with the place. Not long after Li Qi and friends of Shu returned to their residence, Wang Huan, an elder, also made a trip over and threw Li Qi a jade coin. This is your contribution jade money. Because you are an initiated disciple of the true Qi realm, you have 100 points of sect contribution. Don't spend it recklessly. It's not easy to earn contribution. Also, the 3-year chief disciple competition is about to begin, so perform well and find a way to compete for the chief. There are a lot of benefits. Chapter 48. Instead of going to make money as a laborer, you should just go and make money as a laborer. After explaining to Li Qi, Wang Huan quickly left. The other party gave him a piece of contributing jade money and told him to put it away properly. This piece of jade money in Li Qi's hand is the size of 2 fingers, turquoise in color, with a beautifully carved relief script. 100. This represented 100 points of sect contribution, which could be used to exchange for trading items, and was also his startup capital after entering the Pinehearth Wancho sect. If those 100 points of sect contribution are used up, you will have to find a way to get sect contribution in the future. In addition, Wang Huan also told Li Qi something very important. Chief Disciple Grand Competition. This matter had also been talked about before when he was hanging out with friends of Shu in the sect. In the Pine Crane Manzu sect every 3 years a disciple competition would be held, in which the strongest person would be the chief disciple. The chief disciple is the strength of a group of disciples to bear, but also the face of the sect. The sect will increase the cultivation of the chief disciple. There will be a great tilt of resources, a lot of benefits. That's why every disciple competition for the chief is a big deal. The group of disciples from the Pine and Crane Wancho sect were even rubbing their fists over it. But as good as the chief is, not just anyone can become one. The chief disciple is appointed once every 3 years. If you're good, you're on. If you're not, you're replaced. It was because of this competitive mechanism that greatly stimulated the motivation of the disciples of the sect and maintained the vitality of the entire sect. And about the competition candidates for the chief disciple, friends of Shu also talked to Li Qi, Huangfu Ji and Tang Yishang. Huangfu Ji was the current chief disciple, although Tang Yishang is only a woman, but the strength in Huangfu Pole compared to only a line. 3 years ago lost to the hands of Huangfu Pole. This year she is the chief disciple of the strong competition candidates. The most crucial thing is, Huan Fuji and Tang Yishuan were both true origin realm martial artists. That's all that matters. Li Qi was still only at the true Qi realm. If he faced these two true Yuan realm martial arts powerhouses during the disciple competition, he would be at too much of a disadvantage. And even if he used all his means, he wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat these two. After all, the realm was one big level lower. There's still more than a month to go before the disciple competition. We have to find a way to step into the true origin realm. Richie glanced at his potential points. Potential points, 4,310. A full 4,000 or so potential points, which came from his and the Divine Martial Army's attack on the rebels of Fuping County plus the Battle of the City Watch. Enough for him to use for a long period of time without having to worry about not having enough potential points to use in the future. But now the potential points are enough. It's only proper to go and get a top-grade martial art that can break through the true Qi realm. Although Li Qi had a top-grade martial art, Dragon Gate Seal, it was only a secret art of bursting at the true element realm, which did not involve the internal heart method of the true element realm, and would not allow him to break through to the true element realm with this method. I remember there's a Pine Crane 10,000 longevity technique, returning to the elemental, on the first floor. This technique can help me break through the true elemental realm. Li Qi had looked at the inventory of feats on the first floor of the Hall of Hidden Scriptures and roughly figured out the systematic structure of the Pine Crane Manifestation sect. The reason why the Pine and Crane Longevity sect is called this name is precisely because of the Pine and Crane Longevity Kung Fu, this strange work, which is rumored to be created by the founding ancestor of the school, J.I.ing, and contains infinite mysteries. Pine Crane 10,000 Longevity Kung Fu is profound and profound. Not only does it contain internal Kung Fu techniques, but also light body techniques and sword techniques, with which you can directly cultivate to the realm of a land god. This technique was one of the underpinnings of the Pine Hearth Wansho sect, and it was also the origin of this sect's name. The cultivation threshold of Pine and Crane 10,000 Longevity Kung Fu is very high, and it is difficult for ordinary people to practice it. Crane Dancing Sword in the Cloud is just a simplified version of Pine and Crane 10,000 Longevity Kung Fu, which is specifically for disciples to get started. As for Li Qi, his martial realm had now reached the peak of the true Qi realm, and he was qualified enough to cultivate this Pine Crane 10,000 longevity technique, but he didn't have enough contributions in his hand. Pine Crane 10,000 Longevity Kung Fu, Return to the Elemental Chapter, is a true elemental realm martial arts technique, a top-grade martial arts, and to exchange it into his hands would require 300 points of sect contribution, while Li Qi only has 100 points in his hands right now, which is less than half of that. It's not good. I've only just entered the sect, the time I've accumulated is too short, and I only have 100 points of sect contribution in my hand. Is there any way to gather 300 points of sect contribution within a month? After pondering for a moment, Li Qi headed towards the Hall of Miscellaneous Matters that Friends of Shu had mentioned. The Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs was the place where sects issued tasks to their disciples. After receiving a task here and completing it, they would be able to collect the corresponding contribution. Li Qi was going to go to the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs to see if he could find some suitable tasks that would allow him to get a large amount of sect contribution in a short period of time. Soon Li Qi arrived in the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs, where there were many disciples coming in and out, either coming to receive tasks, or those whose tasks had been completed coming here to collect their contributions. The Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs was a wide courtyard, and when Li Qi walked into it, he saw a bulletin hanging on the courtyard wall around him. Collecting the materials for the sect's secret medicine, the Purple Sky Pill, 30 roots of ginseng beard grass, will earn you 20 points of contribution from the sect. Instructing 5 disciples to cultivate the Golden Silk Sword technique in 3 days will earn you 10 points of sect contribution. Patrolling the mountain gates at midnight every night for a total of 1 month will earn you 30 points of sect contribution. Various kinds of tasks were hung all over the courtyard wall of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, and from time to time, a disciple could be seen going up to take down the task bulletin that he was interested in, and hand it over to the steward who was responsible for handing over the task. Li Qi circled around the courtyard wall of the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs and looked over all the tasks, shaking his head in his heart for a while. It's not that these missions are bad, it's just that there are no suitable ones for Richie. Li Qi now needed to gather 300 points of sect contribution within a month's time, and the quests here either rewarded too little contribution or took too long. Neither of which met Li Qi's requirements, but it wasn't unproductive for him to check out all of these missions. Li Qi had already read the needs of the sect through these tasks, and also read the needs of these disciples, knowing what these disciples needed most. Secret medicine. Li Qi was carrying a system that allowed him to raise his martial arts techniques and martial realm with enough potential points. but it wasn't so easy for the other disciples. It is not easy to learn martial arts. Want to learn to be successful need to pay a huge amount of time and effort. If the qualifications and potential is poorer, practitioners also need to supplement the secret medicine in order to progress and breakthrough. And secret medicines are widely available. One could use secret medicines when breaking through the martial realm, and one could also use secret medicines when practicing some martial arts techniques. And some martial arts techniques even had specialized secret medicines. For example, when practicing a light skill called Flying Floss Lightness Skill, there was a secret medicine called Lightness Scatter. Taking Lightness Scatter while practicing this skill could accelerate the speed of cultivation by 40%. Let's get this lightweight skill up to speed quickly. The effects of this secret medicine could not be described as less powerful. Therefore, almost every disciple in the Pinehearth Longevity sect would come into contact with and use secret medicines, and most of the contributions they earned were spent on the consumption of secret medicines. If you can make a secret medicine that is of good quality and sells very well, why worry about earning sect contributions? Li Qi's idea is very simple. He will not go step by step to do the task to earn sect contributions, rather than go to make money as a laborer. It is better to go directly to earn money as a laborer. After reading these mission bulletins in the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs, Li Qi had already figured out which secret medicines were the best sellers, and he immediately rushed towards the Hall of Hidden Scriptures. There's something there that he needs. Chapter 49, Secret Pill. Arriving in the Hall of Hidden Scriptures, Li Qi quickly found a martial arts technique he needed. 3-color air flame kung fu. This was a very interesting martial arts technique. This technique could transform the martial arts true chi in the body into flames to attack the enemy. In Li Qi's memories, there were quite a few martial arts techniques that possessed the attribute of flame, such as Hatamaji's flame sword from the 8 parts of the Heavenly Dragon, the fire cloud palm of the fire cloud evil god from the newly written Dragons and Tigers, and the eclipse sword technique of interrupting waves from the wind in the clouds, and so on, and all of them were related to flames, and were able to use flames to fight against the enemy. And this 3-color chi flame technique that Li Qi was looking for was the same. With the deepening of the 3 colors chi flame technique, the flame that can be catalyzed will become stronger and stronger, and as the temperature of the flame lowers and rises, the color of the flame will also continue to change. The weakest is red flame, then there was the blue flame, and finally there is the green flame. But the most amazing thing about the 3-color chi flame technique is not that it can be used to attack against the enemy, but that it can be used in the refining of certain secret medicines, such as Qi Condensation Pill. The Qi Condensation Pill was a good thing, one of the many secret medicines in the Pine Crane Manifestation sect. This elixir could condense and purify the martial true Qi in the body, which was extremely beneficial to martial artists at the true elemental realm, even for breaking through the true elemental realm. If an ordinary martial artist wanted to break through the realm and let the acquired true Qi in his body liquefy into the advanced true essence, one of the very important steps was to continuously condense and purify the martial true Qi in his body, and he had to polish it continuously. Otherwise, it was likely to fail during the process of liquefaction of true Qi, and even if he barely succeeded in breaking through to step into the true element realm, the hidden dangers in the future would not be small. Therefore, to all true Qi realm martial artists, the Qi Condensation Pill was a very important secret medicine, and refining the Qi Condensation Pill precisely required the use of the 3-color Qi Flame technique. After Li Qi found the information on the 3-colored Qi Flame technique, he found the disciple in charge on the first floor of the Hall of Hidden Scriptures and said, "This senior brother, I would like to exchange for the 3-colored Qi Flame technique's technique." 3-color Qi Flame Kung Fu? This steward disciple in charge gave Li Qi a surprised look. "You're trying to refine a secret medicine, right?" "Yes. The difficulty of refining the secret medicine isn't low. Are you sure you want to exchange it for this tri-colored Qi Flame technique? After all, earning contributions isn't easy, so I suggest you reconsider." "Sure, I'm sure." This steward disciple's persuasion was also well-intentioned. There were quite a few disciples who had come to exchange for this technique before, all with the idea of refining secret medicines. However, this technique was not good for practicing, and the secret medicine was even worse for refining, so many people had touched their noses, and the contributions they had spent had been wasted. Seeing how determined Li Qi was, the disciple in charge did not say any more, took the jade money Li Qi handed over to contribute, and handed Li Qi the 3-color Qi Flame technique. "Here, keep it, don't lose it." "Thanks." You look so familiar, don't you? I don't think I recognize you." "It's normal that senior brother doesn't recognize me. I'm new here. I just came here today." "New? You wouldn't be Richie, right? You know me?" "Of course I know. Chu Han told us about it. This kid said to everyone that a new disciple named Li Qi is about to enter the gate. How Li Qi is so powerful. Naturally, I've heard about it as well. Li Qi also couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh at his words. I've made everyone laugh. The steward disciple, on the other hand, shook his hand and laughed. Ha ha, today I can be considered to have met the rightful owner. Next, after spending another 30 points of contribution to buy the refining formula and materials for the Qi condensation pill, Li Qi left. After returning to his residence, Li Qi closed the door to his room and went through all of the three-color Qi flame technique, letting the system include this martial art, and then he began to strengthen it. After consuming 200 points of potential, he successfully cultivated this martial art to the grand completion level. Raising his hand, a green-colored flame floated up from Li Qi's palm, and the flame roasted the air to a distortion, from which a shocking heat emanated out. Is this the flame of the three-color Qi flame technique? And it's still a green flame. The vast majority of the practitioners of the three-color Qi flame technique were unable to reach this realm. At best they were able to master the next level of blue flame, and the green flame required an extremely high level of mastery of the three-color Qi flame technique to be able to do so. But Li Qi was able to master this type of flame in a short amount of time of 1 T's worth of work. The green flame was constantly burning in Li Qi's palm, and Li Qi could also feel that the martial true Qi in his body was rapidly burning and consuming. But because he had also practiced the secret art of mountain and river walking Qi technique, the total amount of true Qi and the recovery speed of true Qi had increased dramatically, so he could maintain the burning of the green flame for a long period of time. Slightly shaking the green flame in his palm, Li Qi felt the power in this flame. If he threw it out and then detonated it, it was enough to blow this courtyard of his up to the sky. What a nice martial arts technique. After dispersing the green flame in his palm, Li Qi once again left his courtyard before rushing towards another important place in the sect, Dan's room. The site was secluded and complete with all the instruments, a place specialized in refining secret medicines. The disciples of the Pine Crane Longevity sect were close to more than 300. So many disciples needed to consume an extremely large amount of various secret medicines on weekdays. It was simply not something that those few elders could maneuver down. That was why many of the secret medicines in the sect were refined by the disciples themselves. And this was especially true for some of the more basic secret medicines. The elders in the door are much stronger in number or few, and they are usually only responsible for the refining of a few core secret medicines, such as Tianxiang Dan, and secret medicines like Qi condensation pills were usually refined by disciples in the sect. After arriving at the Dan room, Li Qi found the disciple in charge here and said, "This senior brother, I need to use a Dan room for refining secret medicines. Using one of the Dan rooms requires 10 points of contribution a day. I'm sorry, but I've used up my contribution." "Then you can't use it until you've earned enough to contribute. Senior brother, take a look at, can you accommodate me?" Saying that, Li Qi handed over a 100 taels silver ticket. Contributions and silver taels were not interchangeable in the sect, but that didn't mean that silver taels were useless. And when he saw the 100 taels of silver tickets in Li Qi's hand, the gaze of the disciple in charge of the Dan room flickered for a moment. Li Qi continued, "I'll use the Dan room for 1 day, 10 points of contribution on credit first. I'll definitely make up for it within 3 days." After a moment of silence, the disciple in charge accepted Li Qi's silver ticket. "Remember what you said, go in." After all, it was only 10 points of contribution, not a large amount, and there was no such thing as being unable to pay it back. And Li Qi is willing to pay an extra 100 taels of silver notes, which is very sincere. If the silver notes are converted into gold, then that's 10 taels of gold. 10 taels of gold isn't a small amount of money no matter where you put it. To earn 10 taels of gold in 3 days on credit, this deal is not a loss no matter how you think about it. The disciple in charge didn't make things difficult for Li Qi and allowed him to enter the Dan room without any problems. There were a total of 12 Dan rooms here. Li Qi chose an unoccupied Dan room and walked into it. And after sitting down in front of one of the Dan tripods in the Dan room, a hint of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Alright, finally we can start refining the Qi condensation pill." Chapter 50, Qi condensation pill. The walls of the Dan room were thick and soundproofed well, so that one could avoid suffering from outside disturbances while refining secret medicines. In the entire Dan room, the most expensive apparatus was this half-human high alchemy tripod in front of Li Qi. This tripod weighed more than 300 pounds, so it would be expensive if he had to buy the next one. The good news was that this tripod didn't need to be bought, and could be used for a day by paying some sect contributions. Li Qi sat down in front of the pill refining cauldron and took out the materials for refining Qi condensation pills and set them out one by one beside him. He had spent a total of 10 points of contribution to buy 20 materials. If the refining went well, he could refine 20 Qi condensation pills. Of course that's the ideal situation and no one can guarantee a 100% success rate. If one could have a 50% success rate when refining secret medicines, one would be considered a good hand in this. An ordinary chi condensation pill was worth 4 contribution points each, which meant that Li Qi would need to refine at least 5 chi condensation pills to ensure a 25% success rate in order to not lose money. This was almost impossible for a newcomer who had just been introduced to pill refining. So if one wanted to successfully master the refining of a secret medicine and profit from it, not only did one need to consume a great deal of effort, but one also needed to consume huge amounts of materials and resources to practice, requiring a great deal of upfront investment to do so. This is one of the reasons why there are not many people in the Mountain Gate who are proficient in this path. Instead of consuming so many sect contributions to delve into pill refining, it would be better to directly use these contributions on martial arts training, and perhaps raise several small realms. However, Li Qi was not an ordinary rookie disciple, and he naturally had a huge advantage that others did not possess when he chose the pill refining course. Li Qi raised his hand and a green flame appeared in his palm. Then he raised his hand and pressed forward. The green flame skyrocketed and enveloped the entire pill refining cauldron. Open the furnace and refine the medicine. Following the instructions on the Dan formula, Li Qi quickly threw a portion of the ingredients into the pill refining cauldron and carefully grasped the fire of the pill refining. Compared to others, Li Qi's greatest advantage lies in 3-color Qi Flame Gong. Trying to refine a secret medicine, the control of the fire had reached an almost harsh point. There are times when more firepower is needed. There are times when it's smaller again. There are also times when the fire needs to have continuous and tedious changes to maximize the medicinal properties of the herbs without damaging them. If one used the way of chopping wood and burning charcoal to refine medicines, it would not be able to satisfy the changes in firepower needed during the refining process. Only this kind of martial arts technique that could harness the power of flames would be able to do so. With the martial true chi in the body to generate a flame, the size and temperature of the flame changes by heart, to the extent that it is like an arm and a leg. In order to successfully refine the secret medicine, the most difficult part of this is the refiner's mastery of the 3-color Qi Flame Gong. Once there is an error in the mastery of the flame, all the materials in a furnace are directly scrapped, and Li Qi had consumed 200 points of potential to raise this technique to the state of great accomplishment, and his mastery of flames had reached its peak. The biggest obsession for him no longer exists. That's why Li Qi chose to earn sect contributions by refining secret medicines, and if he still couldn't refine secret medicines despite having such a big advantage, then he also admitted it. Li Qi sat in front of the pill refining cauldron, carefully controlling the fire in it, feeling the temperature in the cauldron and the changes in the herbs while throwing the remaining herbs into the cauldron. Time passed by, and after 2 teas, Li Qi threw a material called golden thread flour into the pill refining cauldron, but soon it wasn't right. The refined medicinal liquid in the cauldron glowed with a touch of black, and an unusually fishy odor wafted out from it. Li Qi frowned, noticing the abnormality. It seems like a mistake. He stopped the refining of the secret medicine and dispersed the flames on the tripod to uncover the lid and found the scrapped materials inside. Taking out the Dan formula from his bosom and carefully checking it over, he realized that he had been a bit hasty when he put in the golden thread flowers, and the fire had not yet reached the right level, so the refining of the medicine had failed. Li Qi reflected on the process of refining the medicine just now and carefully read the Dan formula a few more times before starting the second refining. It's a bit troublesome. If only the Dan formula could also be included by the system and strengthened with potential points as well. Richie muttered in a small, somewhat regretful voice. The formula of the Qi condensation pill was not a martial arts technique. It could not be included in the system, and it could not enjoy the enhancement bonus of potential points. Otherwise, by directly strengthening this Dan formula as well, Li Qi would never fail in refining the Qi condensation Dan, and he now needed a little bit of trial and error to master the method of refining the Qi condensation pill. But even so, he was still progressing too much faster than the others. Half an hour later, Li Qi failed to refine for the 5th time, but he was not in a hurry and cleaned out the scrapped materials from the pill refining cauldron before continuing to refine. The 6th refining, he finally succeeded. A milky white elixir lay quietly at the bottom of the pill refining cauldron. Li Qi took out the elixir and examined it carefully. Is this the Qi condensation pill? Li Qi carefully examined it. This was the first time he had seen the Qi condensation Dan. A faint medicinal fragrance emanated from the Qi condensation Dan. Li Qi distinguished it according to the quality identification method on the Dan formula and realized that it was just an ordinary Qi condensation Dan. Ordinary Qi condensation pills were worth 4 points of contribution each, and high-quality Qi condensation pills were even more expensive, worth 7 points of contribution. This was the first time that Li Qi had successfully refined a secret medicine. and after carefully reviewing the process of refining the medicine he had just done, absorbing and understanding the techniques and insights, he continued to refine it again. After having one success, the chances of Li Qi's refining failures became significantly smaller, from 6 successes apiece in the beginning, to 4 successes apiece in the back, and finally to 3 successes apiece. Half a day later, Li Qi's hand had 5 more qi condensation pills in his hand. Ha ha, no profit, no loss, great. The 20 ingredients refined 5 qi condensation dan. Li Qi's mouth quirked as he put these 5 qi condensation dan away and walked out of the dan room. Coming outside, Li Qi once again found the disciple in charge. Senior brother, I have a few qi condensation pills here. Do you accept them? Qi condensation dan? Of course I'll take it. This disciple in charge's eyes lit up and immediately responded. This side of the dan room was not only used to refine secret medicines, it was also responsible for the recovery and sale of secret medicines. There were many disciples in the sect, and the various secret medicines that needed to be consumed every day were a huge number. In order to maintain the cultivation of the disciples and the functioning of the sect, all kinds of secret medicines needed to be stocked up so that they could be called upon at any time. The qi condensation pill that Li Qi had refined was precisely one of the secret medicines with the highest demand. After recycling the qi condensation pill to the disciple in charge at a price of 4 points of contribution apiece, Li Qi once again had 20 points of contribution in his hand. He exchanged another 40 materials here before returning to the dan room to continue refining. In the middle of the dan room, Li Qi continuously operated the 3-colored qi flame technique to refine the pills, and the sound of a monstrous river rushing unceasingly came from within his body, relying on the boost brought about by the mountain river qi xing technique. As if he was tireless, Li Qi kept refining one pill after another. As he continued to refine, the success rate rose. As long as there were no glaring mistakes, he could guarantee a success rate of nearly 40%. After the success rate was guaranteed, Li Qi began to refine in large batches, putting 5 or 10 ingredients into the pill refining cauldron at once, which caused the efficiency of his refining to increase drastically. Soon, the 40 materials were consumed by him, and he had 16 more qi condensation pills in his hand. Taking a closer look, Li Qi realized that there were even 2 excellent quality qi condensation pills among them. Li Qi didn't dawdle and immediately found the disciple in charge of the dan room and offered all of these qi condensation dan. And that disciple in charge also saw that something was wrong. He touched one of the 16 qi condensation pills and scrutinized it. This one doesn't seem to be an ordinary qi condensation pill. Chapter 51. The production team's donkey wouldn't dare to refine it like this. This one doesn't seem to be an ordinary qi condensation pill. The disciple in charge immediately discovered the abnormality of the pills that Li Qi had refined. You actually refined a high-quality qi condensation pill. That's not easy. If a high-quality elixir was refined during the refining of a secret medicine, it meant that the other party had reached a considerable degree of fire in the refining of this secret medicine. Without a certain level of skill, it was impossible to refine high-quality secret medicines. The effects of high-quality secret medicines were much stronger than ordinary secret medicines. Take the heavenly fragrance pill for example. Ordinary heavenly fragrance pills could increase the chances of breaking through the true elemental realm by 40%. While high-quality heavenly fragrance pills could increase the chances by 60%. This kind of boost was already terrifying, which meant that high-quality secret medicines were also more expensive than ordinary ones. Elder brother has good eyesight. I intend to offer all of these qi condensation pills, including these 2 high-quality qi condensation pills. Okay, hold on a second. The disciple in charge counted Li Qi's pills, then carefully put them away and settled the contribution jade money to him as well. A total of 70 points of sect contribution. By now, Li Qi had completely mastered the art of refining qi condensation dan and was able to profit from it. After he settled the 10 points of contribution that he had rented the dan room on credit, he still had 60 points of contribution left in his hand, and then he exchanged all of it for the materials for refining the qi condensation pill, which amounted to 120 portions. In the following days, Li Qi spent almost all of his time in the dan room except for eating and sleeping, refining the qi condensation pill without stopping, and then putting it out again, and so on and so forth in reverse. In just 3 days, Li Qi refined nearly 500 qi condensation pills. After getting rid of all of them, the sect contribution in his hand reached a staggering 620 points. Enough! Enough! Senior brother has refined more than enough qi condensation pills. We won't accept them if we continue to do so. The disciple in charge of this place said to Li Qi with a bitter smile on his face. He has seen Li Qi go back and forth between the dan room and his place again and again in the past 3 days, and has sent out a large number of qi condensation pills. And now, among the many secret medicines in the sect's reserve, The chi condensation dan is the most abundant. The number has exceeded 500. It could satisfy the disciples in the door for a long time. If it's any more than that, you can really stop taking it. After pouring out the chi condensation pill, Li Chi nodded with some regret. Oh, well then. He stretched and braced his muscles. It's also true that I'm a bit tired, so it's time to go out and rest. A little tired? The disciple in charge in front of him looked at Li Chi somewhat speechlessly. In just 3 days' time, nearly 500 chi condensation pills were refined. The donkey in the production team wouldn't dare to refine like this. For Li Chi to actually be able to refine pills with high intensity for such a long period of time, the disciple in charge was also puzzled, as if this person's physical strength could not be used up. He paid careful attention and vaguely saw a few things, guessing that Li Chi might have practiced some sort of secret art that could speed up the recovery of his true chi. However, because this matter involves the privacy of others, the disciple in charge did not ask or say more, and just ignored it. Li Chi's heart was happy after he left the damn room. He carried a large handful of contributing jade money in his arms, like an old farmer after a good harvest, revealing a pleased smile. Now it's finally time to trade out that pine and crane manifestation. Li Chi circled around all the way to the Hall of Hidden Scriptures and found the disciple in charge. Elder brother, labor. I want to trade out the pine and crane 10,000 lifespan technique of returning to the origin. The one stationed in the Hall of Hidden Scriptures was still the same steward disciple from last time, and he glanced at Li Chi in surprise. Pine crane 10,000 longevity kung fu? You're not supposed to be contributing anymore. This disciple in charge had a deep impression of Li Chi, who had come 3 days ago in exchange for the 3-colored chi flame technique, as well as the refining formula and materials for the chi condensation pill, and the 100 points of contribution he had on him had already been spent. On the other hand, Pine Crane 10,000 longevity technique, returning to the origin chapter, required 300 contribution points to redeem. Could it be that Li Chi had gathered this amount of contribution points in such a short period of time? It can't be, can it? But what these stewardship disciples didn't expect was that not only had Li Chi long ago earned the contribution points needed to purchase the Pine Crane 10,000 longevity technique, returning to the elemental chapter, but he even had far more, over 1,600 points of sect contribution. Li Chi's current wealth is unimaginable for a disciple who has just entered the sect. Even if you look at the entire Sangha Manchu sect, there weren't many disciples who had as many contribution points on them as he did. Ha ha, good luck, just got this contribution. With that, Li Chi handed the 3 denomination contribution jade money to the hidden sword point steward disciple. The other party received the jade money with a shocked face and looked at Li Chi incredulously. Feeling that the jade money in his hand was heavy, 300 points of contribution was not a small amount. If one were to go on a quest to save up contributions, it would take a long time. And Li Chi was impressed that he managed to get this contribution in such a short period of time. Senior Brother Li is truly a wonderful person, making Senior Brother sweat. The disciple in charge shook his head helplessly and found the secret book of Pine Crane 10,000 lifespan technique, returning to the element, and handed it to Li Chi. Senior Brother, keep it. This is the gongfu you want. After the gongfu arrived, Li Chi thanked him and returned to his courtyard, closing the doors and windows. Richie let out a long breath of relief. Alright. It's time to try to break through the true origin realm. Chapter 52, Terrifying Aura. Alarming the sect. The first strong person that Li Chi saw at the true element realm was Wang Huan, and just the little power that Wang Huan casually displayed made him feel a huge pressure. There was a large realm difference between him and a true origin realm powerhouse, and the difference in strength was even more appalling. If a strong person of the true origin realm wished to make a move against Li Chi, it would not be good, and he could only choose to escape. And now Li Chi didn't have to worry about that, because he would soon be able to step into the true element realm as well. Includable martial arts found. Martial arts in the collection. You get the top grade martial arts. Pine and Crane 10,000 longevity technique, returning to the origin. After flipping through the secret book in his hand, the system also smoothly included this top grade martial art, and he saw the details of this martial art. Pine and Crane manifestation of longevity, returning to the origin. Grade, upper grade martial arts. Mastery level, uninitiated, 10 points of potential can be expended to initiate. Moves, wings dance in spring and autumn, crane wings and feathers, crane walking, crane shadow chasing the wind, crane sounding in autumn and water, crane dancing in 9 heavens. Introduction, this is the Pine Crane Longevity Sect School of Excellence. This method is far-reaching, amazing potential. You can rely on this method to cultivate to the realm of the secret treasure. Achievement of the Land Immortal. This is a very strong martial arts technique. Not to mention the subsequent secret hidden realms. This return to origin chapter was already enough for Li Chi to break through to the true origin realm. Begin reinforcement. The potential in Li Qi's hand rapidly decreased by 10 points, and a large amount of cultivation memories continued to pour into his mind, and the martial true qi in Li Qi's body also began to change. The true qi in his body began to continuously gather towards his dantian and began to compress continuously. Originally, his martial true qi was majestic and incomparable, like a storm swirling and roaring in his dantian, and now, a pattering sound of water actually began to appear in this stormy true qi cyclone, as if heavy rain was about to fall. Drops of thick liquid began to appear in the true qi storm. The texture of these liquids was very thick and heavy, like mercury. Li Qi's spiritual consciousness was all focused in his dantian qi si, and he was able to clearly see that strands of martial true qi continued to converge and condense into drops of martial true essence. Each portion of martial true element required a minimum of 10 portions of martial true qi to converge in order to condense and be born. Although the martial true qi in Li Qi's body was dwindling, the aura on Li Qi's body was constantly rising. He is obviously only 7 feet tall, yet he exuded a sense of loftiness like a mountain. Li Qi, as the aura on Li Qi's body continued to pull up, an invisible pressure continued to extend outward along his body, and the ground was unable to withstand the pressure, and fine cracks began to surface. The first to notice the abnormality was Shu's friend who lived closest to him. Friend Shu was meditating in his small courtyard, practicing a sword technique called Return Wind Dancing Willow Sword, stabbing out with one sword, the tip of the sword constantly trembling. Friend of Shu was shocked. The tip of his sword was trembling, not that he intended to do it. Rather, his entire arm was trembling. What's going on? Friend of Shu was startled as an inexplicable feeling of palpitations surged through his heart, while his entire body trembled uncontrollably. At the same time, a huge and terrifying sense of oppression came from a certain direction on his side. This is True Origin Realm's aura. With a horrified look on his face, Friend of Shu turned his head to the side of his body. This direction. Is it Li Qi? Li Qi has broken through the True Element Realm? Shu Jiyu was familiar with several of the sect's True Element Realm powerhouses, whether it was the sect leader of the Pinehearth Wanshou sect or those elders, or the 2 disciples who had already broken through to the True Element Realm, Huangfu Jie and Tang Yishuang. Shu Jiyu was able to distinguish between them all, but this sudden appearance of the True Element Realm aura was so strange and powerful. This was not any True Origin Realm that had ever been seen. There's only one reason for this to happen. This was a newly emerged True Origin Realm powerhouse, and from the distance, it was Richie. How is this possible? Li Qi has only been in the gate for 3 days. How did he break through the True Elemental Realm? Also, he shouldn't have a technique to break through the True Element Realm. The Pine Crane 10,000 lifespan technique of returning to the Elemental chapter requires a full 300 points of contribution to redeem, and he doesn't have enough contribution points. There were too many questions that kept surfacing in Friends of Shu's mind, and he wanted to go over to Li Qi's side to see what was going on, but he could no longer move. The sense of oppression emanating from a True Origin Realm powerhouse was so terrifying that Shu Jiyu was like a bug that had been frozen in amber. Not to mention taking a step, even a turn of the neck, is incredibly difficult. More and more martial true qi in Li Qi's body was transforming into true essence. He didn't only have the white cloud true qi from the crane dancing sword in the clouds in his body, he also had the protective true qi from the iron refining body, and the Xianyu true qi from the Xianyu Kung Fu, and these true qi were starting to transform into martial true essence as well. Soon more than half of the true qi was converted into true essence, while the range of Li Qi's qi envelopment further became larger. It wasn't just friends of Shu alone. The other disciples residing nearby were also enveloped and confined by Li Qi's aura, unable to move. Even some of the people passing by were affected, and all of these people looked towards the core area of this aura with shocked faces. This is the aura of a true origin realm powerhouse. Who is this man? This aura is unfamiliar. Could it be that an alien true origin realm powerhouse has infiltrated the sect? Or is it that a disciple has broken through the true origin realm? The commotion made by Li Qi was not small, and it startled the existence deep inside the gate, and several figures sped to this place. Friend of Shu was squeezed by the huge pressure. His face was green and white. His body was shaking. Just at the moment he was about to fall, his body was light. The pressure on his body swept away. Ugh! Before friends of Shu could figure out what was going on, they felt their collars tighten, and their bodies were directly picked up, flying away from the core area of this huge aura. After his body was quite comfortable, Shu Jiyu looked back and saw a familiar figure standing behind him. Elder Wang? Why are you here? Wang Huan gently stroked his long beard, his eyes full of suppressed laughter. With such a big commotion, how could I not come over to take a look? This person was none other than Wang Huan. How keen was the perception of the true element realm? When a strange and strong aura suddenly appeared in the mountain gate, Wang Huan detected it at the first moment. It wasn't just him. There was also an elder named Puyang Changqing who also sensed the abnormality and rushed over as well. The two elders' bodies flashed in succession, bringing out all the disciples who were oppressed by Li Qi's aura shroud, and then the two of them appeared in Li Qi's courtyard with a flash of their figures. How marvelous! Such a young true origin realm. Elder Wang, is this the Li Qi you were talking about? Yes. This son is by no means a pool animal. Elder Wang, you've picked up a treasure, Puyang Changqing said with a face of admiration, and Wang Huan's heart was filled with emotion. He never thought that just by going out and wandering around, he would meet a person of such amazing talent. Li Qi was not yet as young as the weak crown, and after practicing martial arts for less than a year, he had already broken through to the true element realm? What kind of demon is this? The two elders no longer spoke. They stood in the middle of Li Qi's courtyard, one on the left and one on the right to protect Li Qi, quietly waiting for the end of Li Qi's breakthrough. After several teas had passed, all the true Qi in Li Qi's body had been completely transformed. His Dantian sea of Qi and the horror of the true Qi storm has disappeared, and instead of, was an oceanic sea of true essence. True essence surged in the Dantian, turning up a shocking wave. Li Qi slowly opened his eyes and saw the two elders guarding in front of him and smiled faintly. Disciple has met the two elders. Wang Huan immediately stepped forward and heavily patted Li Qi's shoulder. His face was a color of suppressed excitement. Richie, well done. You're doing great. Chapter 53 Words of Response. Genius Aura. After successfully being promoted, Elder Wang Huan also asked his biggest doubt. Li Qi, how did you break through to the true origin realm? What is the gong method? Normally, the elders of the Pine Crane Manifestation sect would not ask too much about their disciples' privacy, but Li Qi's breakthrough was too unbelievable. One of the biggest areas of doubt is the feats. Many of the disciples of the Pinehearth Wansho sect were from prestigious families, and there were many of them who had brought their arts to join the master, and they had top-grade martial arts that could allow them to break through to the true elemental realm even if they didn't rely on the Pinehearth Wansho sect. There were even quite a few disciples whose family martial arts were top-grade martial arts, but that doesn't include Richie. Wang Huan had investigated Li Qi's background. Li Qi's family was just ordinary people, without any semblance of martial arts origins. It was reasonable to say that Li Qi shouldn't have brought his own top-grade martial arts cast to the right. As for Li Qi, he had only been in the sect for 3 days and did not have enough contributions on him, and he was unable to exchange top-grade martial arts from the sect. Then the question arises, where did Li Qi's top-grade martial arts for breaking through the true element realm come from? Could it have been conjured out of thin air? Li Qi looked calm. He just broke through the realm when he couldn't take care of the outside world, causing a not-so-small commotion. It would definitely cause the senior level of the door to notice, and there would definitely be people questioning the doubtful points on his body, and he had a long time ago drafted about how to answer. Reporting back to the elder, the technique used by disciple to break through the true elemental realm is the Pine Crane 10,000 lifespan technique returning to the elemental chapter, which was exchanged from the Hall of Collected Scriptures. Li Qi did use hundreds of contributions to exchange from the Hall of Hidden Scriptures. There are disciples in charge who can testify. A casual check will be clear, and there is no way to make a false statement. Wang Huan looked surprised. Didn't you only have 100 points of contributed jade money? Where did the extra jade money come from? When I was flipping through the inventory of feats in the Hall of Hidden Scriptures, I found a 3-colored Chi Flame feat, and I also saw that there were also some Dan formulas regarding the refining of secret medicines, so I had the intention to do so. Disciple has been staying over at the Dan room for the past few days, refining some Chi condensation pills and selling some contribution jade money. This is how Richie responded. Mold yourself into a genius, an all-around genius. He was carrying a system, and all aspects of him would surely improve at a rate far beyond normal, and would surely cause others to wonder and probe. The existence of the system naturally couldn't be exposed, and this kind of thing that was completely beyond common knowledge would surely cause unnecessary trouble. In that case, molding yourself into a genius is the only way. Genius is rare, but it's still there, and the existence of such a being as a genius is not considered to be beyond perception. As an all-around genius, it was also very reasonable to know how to refine some secret medicines. After hearing this from Li Qi, the two elders in front of them were stunned. You also know how to refine secret medicines? Have you learned it before? Condensing Pine Crane 10,000 lifespan technique returning to the elemental chapter requires 300 points of contribution, and you only have 100 points of contribution in your hand, which was used up when you exchanged the 3-colored Chi Flame technique and the Dan formula and the materials for refining medicines. The Chi condensation pill is 4 points of contribution apiece. That means, You've successfully refined at least 75 qi condensation pills in these 3 days? Refining secret medicines was a skillful job as well as a labor of strength. It wasn't easy to refine the qi condensation pill for a long period of time. It would consume a large amount of true qi and physical strength. Li Qi had refined 75 qi condensation dan in 3 days, and that was just the ideal situation. If he added those waste dan that were scrapped, the number would be even higher. Definitely not less than 200. The two elders all looked at Li Qi with shocked faces, while Li Qi gently nodded and slowly said, "Exactly. I don't dare to deceive the two elders. The steward brother over at the Dan room can testify to that, and it will be clear once I check. The situation is also as Richie said. He didn't have a single false statement, and he's not afraid of anyone checking it out at all." Wang Huan and Puyang Changcheng, on the other hand, were completely in shock. Li Qi's martial arts talent is already unbelievable, having broken through to the true element realm at such a young age, and he actually has such an unbelievable talent in refining secret medicines as well? It's just unbelievable. Refining secret medicines also required talent. Even if one looked at the entire Pine Crane longevity sect, there were only a dozen or so disciples who had the talent to refine secret medicines. But none of these people's talent could be compared to Li Qi's. To be able to get started on refining pills in 3 days' time, and to be able to profit from it, if the facts weren't right in front of their eyes, these two elders wouldn't have believed it at all. Is there really such an all-powerful genius in this world? Could it be that this person was a son of fortune favored by the heavens? Could it be that I, Sangha Manchu sect, am about to have a big boom? At this point, Li Qi's weight in the hearts of these two elders had been elevated to an extremely high level. Alas, if it wasn't for the fact that senior sect leader was already in seclusion, I really wanted to report this matter to him immediately. What's the rush? It's not too late to tell him after master sect leader comes out. That's a surprise for him. I'm curious what kind of expression the master sect leader would have at that time. Li Qi, why don't you not wait for Sun Yinyun? The old man would like to accept you as his disciple. Puyang Changqing had already started to snatch people, while Wan Huan next to him immediately couldn't sit still. Hey, what are you talking about? I'm the one who brought Li Qi back, and if I want to take on an apprentice, I'll be the one to do it first. Besides, Li Qi has now broken through the true element realm, the same realm as you and I. How much more can you teach him? In my opinion, I'm afraid that only the Supreme Elder and Sect Master are qualified to teach Li Qi now. Once these words came out, Puyang Changqing seemed like a deflated ball of leather, and all of a sudden lost his spirit. Wang Huan said the key point. With Li Qi's talent, I'm afraid it won't take long to reach the limit of the true element realm. Try to break through the true intent realm to achieve the Grand Master. Then he would really be incapable and unqualified to teach Li Qi. That's just it. Let's call it quits on the matter of accepting disciples. Puyang Changqing Yen Road. While the two elders were arguing, Li Qi closed his eyes and kept on familiarizing himself with the true essence power in his body, controlling it so that the huge qi would return to his body. After initially controlling his power, Li Qi's body did not see any loftiness, as if he had become that ordinary scholar again. And Wang Huan looked over and said, Li Qi, come with me, there are some things for you. Chapter 54, A Visit. Among the hundreds of disciples of the Pine Crane longevity sect, there were more than 100 disciples in the true qi realm. Any one of them would be a powerful party if they were released to the Jianghu, enough to maintain the operation of a gang or to support a huge family. However, among the hundreds of disciples of the true qi realm, those who could successfully break through to the true yuan realm, there were only 3 of them. Previously, it was Huang Fuji and Tang Yishan, but now there was an additional Li Qi. Being able to break through the true origin realm is already enough to prove a disciple's talent and potential, and will likewise be subject to the sect's key cultivation, enjoying a tilt in resources, perhaps not as strong as that of the chief disciple, but definitely not too small either. After Li Qi successfully broke through the true element realm, Wang Huan once again bestowed a large sum of contribution jade money. Li Qi, you've done well, to have broken through to the true element realm so easily. I really wasn't wrong about you in the first place. Keep these 300 points of contribution jade money. You can go to the Hall of Sutras to exchange for your favorite technique, or exchange for other things. Li Qi's eyes lit up as he took the contribution jade money handed by Wang Huan. Disciple thanks elder. Wang Huan waved his hand, signaling that he didn't need to care. There's no need to thank me. Disciples in the sect will receive 300 points of contribution no matter who successfully breaks through the true element realm. It's not easy to practice martial arts. Disciples are courageous and refined. There will naturally be a reward. A true origin realm disciple was already considered a core member of the Pine Crane Wanshou sect, and even though Li Qi had just been initiated and his foundation was still shallow, and many people only heard of him but did not see him. Wang Huan and the others were still not stingy in cultivating him. After encouraging Li Qi, the two elders let Li Qi leave. Interesting, this time in the disciple competition, there is one more true origin realm. Do you think Huang Fuji can continue to win the chief disciple? It's hard for me to see. Honestly, I've never gotten a good look at Li Qi as a person. Every single thing he's done has exceeded my expectations. Wang Huan slowly replied. Even among the millions of people he has seen in his 100 years of life, Li Qi was the most special one. As far as I know, this time it might not just be Li Qi who breaks through the true origin realm. Jin Wenyang has been in seclusion for more than a month and will definitely come out of seclusion before the disciple competition this time. He likewise has a high degree of certainty that he can break through the true origin realm. Jin Wenyang was also one of the disciples of the Pine Crane Wanshou sect and had reached the peak of the true Qi realm 2 years ago. During this period Jin Wenyang had 2 attempts to break through to the true element realm, but in the end he was a little short of the mark and those 2 breakthroughs failed. Although the 2 breakthroughs were unsuccessful in advancing to the true element realm, Jin Wenyang had also accumulated quite a bit of experience, and this 3rd closed-door breakthrough had a great certainty of breaking through to the true element realm. Ha ha ha. Fast and Furious. Huang Fuji, Tang Yishuang, Li Qi, and Jin Wenyang. My Pine Crane Manifestation sect will have 4 true origin realm disciples emerge. It's really fast. This disciple competition is bound to be much more exciting than before. My Pine Crane Longevity sect will surely prosper. Elder Puyang, would it be alright to drink with me? As it should be. The 2 elders joined hands. After returning to his place, Li Qi felt the raging martial true essence in his body. Only after truly stepping into this realm, only then can one truly feel how powerful a true element realm powerhouse is. Raising his hand, a purple flame appeared in Li Qi's hand. Amazing heat radiated out from it, and its power was much greater than when the true Qi realm performed the 3-color Qi flame technique before. If the purple fire before could blow his small yard up to the sky, now the power of this fire is horrible. Was enough to open mountains and break mountains. Originally, he was still thinking of continuing to raise the Pine Crane 10,000 longevity technique, returning to the origin chapter, to continue to raise his realm, but Li Qi gave up after feeling his current state. He had just broken through the true element realm, and the martial true Qi in his body had only just been transformed into true element, and his realm had yet to be stabilized. In that case, it was better to consolidate the realm and talk about it after 3 or 5 days. The Pine and Crane 10,000 lifespan technique return to the elemental chapter is inconvenient to continue to improve, but the Dragon Gate Seal can. Dragon Gate Seal is a secret art of eruption, a top-grade martial art that can only be practiced by true element realm martial artists. It does not involve the elevation of the martial realm, and there is no major obstacle to elevating it a bit. Strengthen the Dragon Gate Seal. The potential points on the system page were rapidly decreasing, and the mastery level of the Dragon Gate Seal was rising. Getting started. Skilled. Proficient. Dashang. In just a short period of time, the Dragon Gate Seal had already been elevated by Li Qi to the state of great accomplishment, and the huge and complicated cultivation memories continued to pour into his mind, quickly being grasped and absorbed. Li Qi felt as if he had spanned decades of time, decades in which he diligently practiced Dragon Gate Seal, day and night, constantly experiencing the knack of eruption, constantly squeezing his potential and physical strength, until he had cultivated this technique to the realm of no advancement. 830 potential points? Richie saw his system page and froze for a moment. Just now he raised the Dragon Gate Seal to the state of great accomplishment. It actually consumed a full 830 points of his potential. This was the first time he had upgraded his top-grade martial arts to a grand completion, and he had never expected that it would actually consume so many potential points, and if he didn't have enough potential points in his hand, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to complete this enhancement. Consuming such a huge amount of potential was worth it. Right now even Li Qi himself could hardly imagine how strong he would be after performing the Dragon Gate Seal, an outburst of the secret technique, and he didn't dare to take the risk of trying it. He just made such a big commotion when he promoted to the true element realm. If he explodes again, then it wouldn't be heavenly? Just as Li Qi was physically comprehending the Dragon Gate Seal, after it had just been upgraded, there was a knock on the courtyard door. Brotherly? Yes? It was the voice of the friends of Shu. Li Qi got up and opened the courtyard door, welcoming the other party in. Brotherly, congratulations, congratulations, actually broke through the true element realm. Makes me sweat. After Li Qi broke through the true element realm, friend of Shu was the first to rush over to congratulate him, and his title had changed. Before it was by name, now it's Brother Li. Once Li Qi wins the disciple competition, friends of Shu even need to call him by his first senior brother. strength, which is a very realistic thing. The world of martial artists is even stronger. As long as you are strong enough, you can win the respect of others. Friend of Shu came to congratulate him, and Li Qi was also very happy. Friend of Shu had always been very nice to him, and was the closest person to him in the entire sect. Just then, the courtyard door was knocked on once again, and a nice voice sounded outside the door. Is Master Li Qi available? Tang Yisheng, come and visit. Chapter 55. The 3-year period has arrived. Tang Yisheng, come and visit. A female voice sounded outside the door, and Li Qi and Friend of Shu were stunned for a moment, glancing at each other in dismay. Tang Yixuan was also one of the true element realm disciples within the sect, and the other party had actually taken the initiative to look for them. Li Qi went forward to open the door and saw a graceful woman. The other party's age was about 20 years old, in the prime of her youth. Senior sister Tang? Li Qi tried to address him, and the other party looked at Li Qi with a stunned expression. You're Li Qi? You are much smaller than I thought. Richie snorted and welcomed the woman in. When Friend of Shu saw the visitor, she also got up and greeted the other party. Greetings to senior sister. Tang Yisheng smiled and nodded before looking at Li Qi. Senior brother Li, I hope you'll forgive me if senior sister takes the liberty of interrupting. Li Qi moved a chair and let it sit down. Not disturbing. I don't know that senior sister has come. This time, Tang Yisheng smiled coquettishly. There's nothing else. It's just that I heard that senior brother has successfully broken through the true element realm, so I've come to congratulate him. Senior sister doesn't have anything else to give away, only a yuan quenching pill to take. I hope that senior brother won't mind. Saying that, Tang Yisheng pulled out a wooden box and placed it on the table. In fact, not only Tang Yisheng, Shu's friends also brought congratulatory gifts. Li Qi did not refuse and accepted them all. Senior brother is so young to break through the true element realm, and I heard that senior brother's martial arts training time is very short. It really puts senior sister to shame. Elder sister is flattering. This was the first time Li Qi had met with Tang Yisheng, and he had thought that the other party would be a condescending and difficult person to get along with, but it turned out to be unexpectedly good. Senior brother, in a month's time it will be the disciple competition. At that time, senior brother will surely show off his skills. Then I'll borrow senior sister's good advice. After disturbing senior brother for a long time, it's time to leave, so I'll see you in the ring in a month's time. After Tang Yisheng left, one after another, disciples from the sect came over to visit. Although Li Qi was a strong person at the peak of the true Qi realm before, the peak of the true Qi realm was not a minority in the sect. When Li Qi broke through the true Yuan realm, the nature of which was very different. The true essence of the realm of martial artists in the Songhe Wanlefu door is the top pillar of the general existence, is the core of the sect's fighting force, but also closer to the core circle of the sect. This level of existence, not to mention as a chief disciple, is the future as a sect elder. The first time I saw this, I was able to see it. What's the point of thinking about this kind of person if you don't hit the ground running in time? If you don't take advantage of now to show your face and pay a visit or two? If you have something to ask for in the future, people may not recognize you. The disciples of the sect had come to visit and congratulate. Not just Tang Yisheng, even Huangfu Ji had come. Looking at this current chief disciple, Li Qi was also a bit surprised. Originally Li Qi thought that Huangfu Ji would be a sharp and brilliant man, but the real Huangfu Ji appeared to be a bit mute and silent, and his speech was also simple and simple. Senior brother has broken through the true origin realm, and Huangfu Ji has come to congratulate him. After sending down his own congratulatory gift, Huangfu Ji also left. After the courtyard was quiet again, Li Qi shook his head somewhat helplessly. He didn't think that there were unexpected benefits after his breakthrough to the true element realm. The congratulatory gifts sent by the disciples in the sect were not small. What surprised Li Qi the most was that the atmosphere of the Pine Crane Longevity sect was surprisingly good. When Huangfu Ji and Tang Yisheng came to the door, he thought there would be a verbal fight because he had threatened the other party's identity and status. This was by no means the case, however, and all the people I met were quite good-natured and didn't make a nasty scene. This Songho Wanshuman, not bad at all. Richie smiled faintly. He was a Jianghu reckless, alone, out of the Chu, and also thought of finding a place to settle down, and then accidentally came to the Songha Manshuman, and here, it is exactly what he needs, a resting place. After feeling a bit of emotion in his heart, Li Qi organized and counted the congratulatory gifts sent by the disciples in the sect and put them all away. Drawing out his dragon-marked sword, Li Qi stood with his eyes closed and began to perform the sword style of the Pine and Crane 10,000 longevity technique, returning to the origin chapter, familiarizing himself with the new realm and power. The sword light danced and stirred up the wind and clouds, and there were leaves falling from the big tree next to it. The leaves of the trees were affected by the waves of the powerful sword light and instantly turned into pieces. As Li Qi's sword light danced, the slight rustiness between his moves quickly disappeared, becoming mellow and natural. 1 month later, Songha Manchuman Martial Arts Field. The ring and bleachers had long been set up here, and the disciples of the sect had all gathered here. At the moment there is a lot of noise and clamor. How time flies. Another 3 years have gone by. Ha ha, it's time for the Chief Disciples Competition Tournament again. We love this hilarity. Who do you favor this time? Who else could it be? Senior brother Huang Fuji. Last time it was him who won the Chief Disciple seat. It's definitely him this time as well. That's what you don't understand. The True Element Realm disciples have another Li Qi this time. His martial arts aptitude is higher than senior brother Huang Fuji. I'm more optimistic about him. Senior brother Li is very powerful, but after all, his days of practicing martial arts are still short and his experience is still lacking. I'm still more optimistic about senior brother Huangfu. Hey, there's something you guys don't know yet, right? What is it? Just now, senior brother Jin Wenyang has come out of the gate. He has also managed to break through the True Element Realm. There are even more people capable of competing for the Chief Disciple this time. Senior brother Jin has also broken through the True Origin Realm? That's for sure. I can't lie to you. Just as the crowd was in the middle of their talk, a cold snort came from the side. Humph, rat's eyes. No matter if it's Huang Fuji or Jin Wenyang and the others, I can break them all in one go. The crowd was startled and looked at the voice, realizing that it was a very young disciple of the sect. The crowd didn't dare to be arrogant and asked tentatively, "This senior brother, could it be that you've broken through to the True Origin Realm as well?" The young disciple snorted coldly with a haughty face. "No, the period of 3 years has arrived. Do not deceive the youth. Even if I have not yet broken through the True Essence Realm, I am the same." No sooner had the bull finished blowing, than this young disciple was interrupted. "Noisy, how dare you, a guy who isn't even a true elemental, run over here and blabber? Get the hell away." The crowd laughed. While the disciples in the sect were bickering, several elders arrived. The sect master had already closed his doors. There was an elder who had been guarding the Hall of Hidden Scriptures for a long time and would never go out if there was nothing going on. And there was also Sun Yenyun who was not in the sect. And there were only 2 elders who could come here to preside over the great competition of the disciples, Wan Wan and Puyang Changcheng. After the 2 elders arrived, the crowd fell silent, all gazing at the 2 of them. The disciple competition of my Pine Crane Longevity sect is held once every 3 years, and the winner is the chief disciple. Fellow disciples compete, point to point. If someone dares to lay a deadly hand, then don't blame the old man for being impolite. After Wang Huan said the rules of the competition, this disciple competition officially began. Chapter 56 is not the way to fight. The once every 3 years disciple competition was a big event. Not only was the chosen chief disciple greatly benefited, if the name of the great competition could squeeze into the top 10, there would also be a good reward. The top 10 would each receive 100 points of sect contribution. 100 points of sect contribution was not a small amount, and if you had to save up this contribution by doing quests, it would take a long time to do so. If someone in the disciple competition time to emerge, into the eyes of the master or a certain elder, was accepted as a personal disciple, it's not impossible. It is because of all the benefits involved that disciples in the sect will participate enthusiastically. 4 rings were arranged on the martial arts arena, and the disciples drew their signatures and ascended the stage to compete with each other in turn with their respective signature numbers. Li Qi's signing number was 143, ranking relatively low, and it wasn't his turn for a while. Disciples whose signatures are number 1 and number 2 please take the stage. After a disciple in charge called out, 2 disciples immediately ascended the stage. These 2 disciples were both true Qi realm martial artists, and both of them were at the early stage of the true Qi realm. And after confirming that there were no problems with the identity and signatures of the 2 of them, the first bout began. Disciple signing number 1, Yi Chang, versus signing number 2, Du Liang. The bout begins. As soon as the words fell, the 2 disciples were in a fierce battle. Li Qi watched with great interest from the stage. Given his current realm, the strength of both of these men was worthless, but the 2 of them had similar strengths, and the fight was still very good to watch. Yi Chang's crane dancing sword in the clouds was also a hand that had reached the state of proficiency, and the moves were still noteworthy between performances. On the other hand, what Yi Chang's opponent, Du Liang, was using was a handful of sword techniques, the Wild Goose Wings blade technique, which was his family's martial arts, and it was also a top-grade martial arts. The grade was not low. Although Du Liang also practiced the crane dancing sword in the clouds, his attainment in sword arts was not as good as his family's sword skills, and at this moment, he was using his family's sword skills to fight Yi Chang. The two of them fought back and forth with one sword and one knife, both of their moves coming out in unison, and the light of the swords and shadows of the knives and swords shrouded towards all parts of each other's bodies. Crane dance sword in the cloud, of crane shadow chasing wind. This was a stance amongst the crane dancing sword in the clouds, which allowed for rapid movement, like a crane traveling through the wind, making it difficult for the enemy to catch on. With the sword light enveloping his body, Yi Chang sprinted towards Du Liang, wanting to take the other party down in one fell swoop. Li Qi, who was standing at the bottom of the stage, however, slightly frowned. He could see that although Yi Chang's style, crane shadow chasing the wind, was fast, his stance was slightly messy and less agile. If this wasn't a ring fight and it was a real life and death struggle, such a break is enough to be fatal. Obviously, Yi Chang's mastery of the crane dancing sword in the clouds was still lacking in fire, and there were deficiencies in understanding and controlling some of the subtleties of the stance. Although there was a break in Yi Chang's stance, Du Liang on the opposite side did not seize the opportunity either. His family's sword technique, although of good quality, was not practiced to the fullest. Both sides fought half-heartedly. Watching the two men pecking at each other's vegetables and chickens, Li Qi's wrinkled brows gradually loosened. Then he helplessly shook his head. This is the real status quo of people practicing martial arts. There is no one who can be like Li Qi. As long as there are enough potential points, any martial arts techniques can be raised to the realm of perfection. The understanding and mastery of the moves is pure and flawless. Normal martial artists had some problems with their moves to a greater or lesser extent, not just the two disciples in this ring, but the other three as well. When the disciples on the stage made their moves, Li Qi could tell that there were some problems in their stances. That's not how you fight. If it came true, would already be dead. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the side. Li Qi took a look. It was Huang Fuji. This current senior brother had also come under this ring and stood next to Li Qi. When Huang Fuji saw Yi Chang and Du Liang on the stage performing sword and knife skills, he had a disgusted look on his face and felt like a dog shaking his head when he looked at them. Li Qi froze and greeted Huang Fuji. Senior brother Huang Fu. Huang Fuji nodded, his eyes gleaming. Li Qi, you can also see something wrong with their moves, right? Yes. Huang Fu pole on the stage pointing, mouth rambling, that is to say, you look at this, crane wings convergence feather, obviously a hidden and difficult to defend the sword. The tip of the sword slightly trembling, such as the crane wings convergence, as light as the intention of, and Yi Chang but with a wide open, swinging the sword like swinging an axe, and that Du Liang's goose wing blade technique is not practiced. That style of wild geese returning to the southern sky is so exquisite. Obviously 3 chops are enough. This guy froze and chopped 5 chops out, wasting stamina, not to mention delaying the time to chase your opponent. It really pisses me off. Looking at the rambling Huang Fuji, Li Qi could not help but look at him in dismay. In January, Li Qi had met with Huang Fuji, and the other party's mute and silent demeanor had left a deep impression on him. And now Huang Fuji seemed like a different person. The expression on his face was unusually rich, not to mention that his mouth was also baring his mouth, and his eyes were glowing, and it felt as if he was going to rush up at any time to correct the two people on the stage. Discovering that Li Qi standing next to him did not answer, Huang Fuji turned back to see a stunned Li Qi, lost his smile and said, "Ha ha, let the senior brother see the joke." Senior brother, a moment of excitement. Words are a little too much. In the Pine Crane Manifestation sect, Huang Fuji was known as a martial arts madman. Although this guy usually had a listless and silent look, as long as he saw someone fighting with their hands, he would instantly come on like chicken blood. If there was a chance for him to do it himself, to get on the field and spar, it would be even more delightful, like an old drunkard seeing agar jelly. It was also because of this dedication to the martial arts path that was different from the norm that the present-day Huang Fuji was accomplished, allowing him to sit steadily as the chief disciple for many years. Although Huang Fuji, who opened his words, made Li Qi stunned for a moment, but then released, Li Qi could see that Huang Fuji was a very pure person. Such a person does not make people feel annoyed. Ha ha, no matter, senior brother is quite good like this. When you and I are on the same stage later, I hope that senior brother will be merciful. Ha ha ha, wherever, senior brother is too polite. After having a common topic, both sides also chatted, talking about some of the problems they would meet in practicing martial arts, and the atmosphere was lively, and Huang Fuji was getting more and more surprised by Li Qi. He had met a lot of problems in his martial arts training, but no matter what kind of questions he asked, Li Qi was able to answer them and give his opinion. The subtleties of some of the insights were even more astonishing to Huang Fuji. Wonderful, truly marvelous. Merely talking with senior brother for a few moments has opened my eyes. Senior brother's martial arts talent is truly amazing. Huang Fuji had a great impression of Li Qi and had a feeling of hating each other. Just as the two of them were chatting, the steward presiding over the competition bellowed, "No, 35 Huang Fuji, versus no, 36 Su Tang, please take the stage, both of you." Huang Fuji's eyes lit up as he hemmed and hawed, "It's finally my turn. Senior brother, I'll leave for a moment and return later." Saying that, Huang Fuji held his long sword in his hand, and with a flash of his figure, he instantly appeared on top of the ring with an extremely skillful lightweight body technique. Huang Fuji took the stage, and everyone present looked over. This current chief disciple had a high level of cultivation and amazing battle power, and had always been the center of everyone's attention. And Li Qi also looked at Huang Fuji in the ring. He was also curious about this current chief disciple, exactly what kind of strength he had. Chapter 57, I'm all over the place. There were some people that were the most impossible to meet in the disciple competition, such as Huang Fuji. As long as this kind of true element realm martial artist came out, there was almost nothing left for the ordinary disciples. Once they met this kind of opponent like Huang Fuji, there was absolutely no hope of winning. Split into a group with the true origin realm disciples, also known as the group of death. There was no need to think about how to get out of the line, just think about how to go down with dignity. Su Tang, who was assigned to the group of death, had a bitter smile on his face. He was a disciple at the late stage of the true Qi realm. If his opponent was someone else, Su Tang still had some certainty. If he was lucky, he might still be able to get a good ranking. But if his opponent was Huang Fuji, he was completely out of luck. Looking at Huang Fuji, who had a look of excitement in front of him, Su Tang smiled bitterly. "Senior brother Huang Fu, please be merciful." Huang Fuji heatedly smiled. "Don't worry, I guarantee that I won't let you get hurt." "It won't hurt you?" The smile on Su Tang's face became even more bitter. "The bout begins." After a loud shout, the bout began. Su Tang's eyes glared. The long sword in his hand instantly unsheathed. The sword light danced, and a sword chi chopped towards Huang Fuji. He had to get ahead of the game. If Huang Fuji had struck first, he probably wouldn't have even had the chance to draw his sword. How suffocating would it be to be knocked out of the ring without even drawing your sword? Seeing Su Tang on the opposite side grabbing an attack, Huang Fuji didn't rush to counterattack. He held his long sword, knocking away or chopping off the flying sword chi, his footsteps unmoving, his demeanor calm. After chopping out 7 or 8 sword chi in one breath, Su Tang also approached Huang Fuji. The long sword in his hand shook, and the dense sword light headed towards Huang Fuji's circumference. Crane dancing sword in the clouds, of wing dance in spring and autumn. This style of swordsmanship has its sword spreading out, the sword and the arm flying together, as if the wings of a flying crane were dancing in the air. The eyes of Li Qi standing below lit up. Su Tang's crane dancing sword in the clouds was much better than Yi Cheng's from before. There were no obvious breaks, and the timing of the execution was just right. And Huang Fuji bellowed, "Good timing!" With a pull of the long sword in his hand, he also met the opponent with a sword, blocking his attack. Crane dancing sword in the clouds, of crane sounding in autumn water. A huge amount of true essence was infused into the sword, and a loud and clear crane call resounded. Huang Fuji similarly responded to Su Tang's attack with the sword art of crane dancing sword in the clouds. Although the crane dance sword in the cloud is only a pang chapter of the Pine Crane Wancho Sect's introductory sword art, Huang Fuji has been practicing the sword for many years and enjoys the cultivation of a large number of resources. Not to mention the Pine Crane Wancho Kung Fu returning to the Yuan chapter. He had practiced a lot of other higher quality sword arts. However, he did not respond to Su Tang with any other higher quality sword art, and like Su Tang, he executed the crane dance sword in the clouds as well. Both sides used the same sword technique. Everyone quickly saw the gap. Every time senior brother Huangfu performs the crane dance sword in the clouds, it's always this pleasing to the eye. Elder brother Huangfu's crane Ming Qiu Shui can still be used like this? It's really something. If my expectation is correct, Su Tang will last another 5 moves at most before he loses. If senior brother hadn't let him lose in a single shot, where would he have lasted until now? The crowd under the stage watched as the two exchanged blows and debated, while Li Qi, who was standing under the stage, had his eyes light up after seeing Huang Fuji strike. Good swordplay. Huang Fuji's crane dancing sword in the clouds had already reached the realm of small success. Even if it was not far from the great success, the execution of the moves was flawlessly rounded, and it already had a bit of the flavor of ancient simplicity and truthfulness. As for Huang Fuji, Su Tang was much worse. Despite the fact that he had already used all of his means and his face was red, he still couldn't help the other party in the slightest. If not for Huang Fuji enjoying the feeling of both sides as they fought and competed, and intentionally delaying, The battle could have ended in just a split second when both sides exchanged blows. After Huang Fuji and Su Tang exchanged a dozen or so sword strokes, their mouths scad with a satisfied look. Then he slapped Su Tang's wrist with the spine of his sword. The opponent's long sword came off, and the battle came to an end. Su Tang sighed helplessly, picked up his long sword, and arched his hand toward Huang Fuji. Senior brother's sword skills are amazing. Senior brother has been taught. Ha ha ha, no harm done. It's good that it didn't hurt senior brother. After the two left the stage, Huang Fuji walked towards Li Qi. Senior brother has waited long. It hasn't been a long wait. Senior brother Huangfu's crane dance sword in the clouds is truly outstanding. Ha ha, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. I'm all messed up. Saying that, Huang Fuji seemed to have remembered something. He looked towards Li Qi. I heard that senior brother's sword art has reached the realm of sword chi transforming into form. When we compete on the same stage later on, I will definitely have to ask for some lessons. After looking at Crazy Wu with the intention of going to the top, Li Qi snorted and pulled away from the topic. As one match continued, Li Qi saw other True Element Realm disciples take the stage to compete. Tang Yishang executed the crane dancing sword in the clouds, as well, and easily defeated her opponent. People of their level didn't even need to utilize any special means to meet ordinary sect disciples. They could solve the problem with just a single hand of the crane dancing sword in the clouds. Besides Tang Yishang, Li Qi saw a disciple named Jin Wenyang who was also at the True Element Realm, and likewise defeated his opponent with ease. Jin Wenyang had only just broken through the True Element Realm, and his realm was all still a bit unstable, but it was still enough to deal with these ordinary disciples. Li Qi had a number in his mind. In this disciple competition, the chief disciple would only come from among the four of them at the True Origin Realm. As one bout advanced, it wasn't long before it was Li Qi's turn. No. 143 Li Qi versus No. 144 Guzishi. Another True Element Realm disciple ascended the stage, and everyone looked over. Li Qi was a new disciple who had only been initiated for a month, and almost everyone had never seen him make a move. Everyone was curious as to how strong Richie really was, if it is compared to Huang Fuji and Tang Yishang, these veteran disciples. And how would it be? Li Qi's feet were born of cloudy air, and he took a step forward to the top of the ring. His lightness was already quite impressive, and his lightness status was even more terrifying after his strength was promoted to the True Element Realm. More than 90% of the people present did not see how Li Qi actually got on stage. This lightness is a bit outrageous. Senior Li Qi's lightweight skill looks a bit like flying on grass. But is flying on grass that fast? Let's not talk about how senior brother Li Qi's sword skills are. Just with this outstanding hand of lightness, will be invincible. Don't meet him during the bout later. As the crowd murmured, Gu Zishi, who was standing across the room, had a hint of helplessness in his stony face. Gu Zishi is the peak of the True Qi Realm disciple. Strength is only second to those True Yuan Realm disciples. Originally he also thought that this big competition can fight for the top 10 places, but he never thought meeting the True Element Realm in the first round of the competition. How else is this going to play? Being brushed off in the first round of the competition, the top 10 was definitely hopeless. After confirming that the signatures of both sides were correct, the person presiding over the bout let out a loud bellow. The bout begins. Chapter 58. Okay. You guys are playing like this, right? The Pine and Crane Wansho sect opens its doors to teach its disciples, and with the exception of a small number of people, most of the disciples in the sect have learned the sword art of crane dancing sword in the clouds. So did Gu Zishi. As the bout began, Gu Zishi's long sword was raised and the blade stabbed at Li Qi's figure. Crane dancing sword in the clouds, of treading crane across. The speed of this sword was extremely fast. It was a combination of sword strokes and body techniques, which could be used to break into the opponent's side extremely fast, seeking an opportunity to kill the enemy in one strike. However, the crane dancing sword in the cloud is just a basic version of the Pine and Crane 10,000 longevity kung fu, and something that Li Qi has long played with the rest of the world. Although the peak of the True Qi realm Gu Zishi's strength is not weak, his attacks are still far from being enough in Li Qi's eyes. Li Qi lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his body flickering back and forth like a phantom, easily dodging the opponent's attack. Fly on the grass. The sword light was intertwined back and forth right in front of Li Qi's eyes, the blade of the sword rubbing against his lapel and cutting through. The distance between the two was only millimeters, but it never really touched his body. Gu Zishi body of True Qi surging, milky white cloud true essences through the body surface, such as boiling water like tumbling, surge, True Qi realm peak strength thoroughly show, but still useless. Any Gu Zishi long sword dance out of the static shadow, forehead see sweat, His sword blade is always away from Li Qi, difference between millimeters of distance. But it's this insignificant distance, yet it is like a mote in the sky, difficult to cross. Not only the many disciples above the stands, even the two elders on the high platform revealed shocked expressions. Elder Wang, this Li Qi's lightweight stance is truly remarkable. Indeed, the two of them were top-level powerhouses at the peak of the true element realm, so how could they not see that Li Qi's lightweight stance was extraordinary, and that they were able to easily dodge the attack of a peak true Qi realm member at a leisurely pace? They could even see that this wasn't even the limit of Li Qi's light stance. Unconsciously, the two elders brought themselves into Gu Zixi's role, and then came to a conclusion that was hard for them to accept. If Li Qi's level of lightness was completely displayed, I'm afraid that even their two elders would have difficulty touching each other's bodies. What an extraordinary martial arts genius! I'm afraid it won't be long before Li Qi will be able to surpass us. Pruyang Changqing sighed slightly and lamented. Next to him, Wang Huan also nodded his head in agreement. Let's not talk about what will happen in the future. What I'm curious about is, what will the scene be like when Li Qi meets Huang Fuji and Tang Yishang and the others later? I can't wait a little bit. After dodging a dozen or so attacks from his opponent, Li Qi felt that it was almost time, so he stopped dawdling and flashed to the back of Gu Zixi with an absolutely fast stance, then pointed a finger at the back of Gu Zixi's head. The fingertips flashed with a sharp and dangerous aura, and a bit of sword aura gulped on its fingertips. A cold deathly aura came from the back of his head. Gu Zixi stiffened and stopped swinging his long sword, knowing that he had already lost. As long as the sword on that finger behind him explodes, he would instantly die through his brain. I lost. After admitting defeat, Li Qi also withdrew his finger and calmly said, "Understood." Gu Zixi turned back a bit stiffly, nodded his head towards Li Qi in greeting, and left the ring. His own first bout over, Li Qi stepped down from the ring and Huang Fuji immediately greeted him. "Senior brother Li Qi, your likeness is truly remarkable." "Ha ha, senior brother is flattered, but you're too cunning to even use swordplay, and I didn't even get a chance to enjoy it." The disciples in the sect all knew that Li Qi had comprehended the sword Qi transformations and had achieved the sword art patriarch, and just now when Li Qi came on the stage all of them watched with bated breath, wanting to see what kind of gate the legendary sword Qi transformations really were. However, Li Qi only displayed a hand of incredibly strong lightweight stance and defeated his opponent. The feeling of not being able to ask for anything was hard for the crowd, and it was hard to get anywhere. Li Qi did this. Naturally, it was intentional. Just now, he had witnessed a group of true element realm disciples striking out, but it was as if all of these people had negotiated to actually defeat their opponents with the Ukraine dancing sword in the clouds, a basic sword art. These people were all very cunning, using only the most unusual sword techniques against those ordinary disciples, never revealing too much of their base cards. As for their respective bottom cards and killing moves, that was all reserved for the other true origin realms. Good. You guys play like that, don't you? Since you are so cunning, then don't blame me for being even more cunning. Li Qi didn't even use his sword. The dragon-marked sword had never been drawn from the beginning to the end, and he defeated his opponent with lightness alone. I'm just asking if you're convinced. Looking at the crowd with somewhat mournful expressions, Li Qi lightly smiled and did not say much as he continued to watch the live bout. After an hour had passed, the first round of bouts ended completely. There were only 80 or so disciples left on the field, and the area around the ring became empty with less people all of a sudden. Those disciples who had already been eliminated from the tournament also returned to the surrounding stands and found a seat to watch the subsequent bouts. Round 2 begins. Most of the disciples who participated in the competition were at the true Qi realm, but there were also a few disciples at the body tempering realm who participated, and it was impossible for them to make it into the top 10, much less achieve chief. The reason they participated in this competition was they wanted to increase some practical combat experience. Anyway, the danger of competing in the same sect was not high. Next to them there were elders watching. Safety was still guaranteed. Or maybe it is holding the mindset of trying to see. Maybe he or she got into the eyes of a certain elder during the competition and was accepted by him or her as a personal disciple. Then you will be able to soar into the sky. However, after the second round, those who stayed were all strong disciples, and those at the body tempering realm were few and far between, with only a few sporadic ones surviving. When the second round of bouts began, another group of disciples mounted the ring and fought each other furiously. It was the same old story for all of them, with their means reserved, and all of them defeating each other with the most unusual means. While the opponent that Li Qi met this time was a disciple at the late stage of the true Qi realm, his strength was not as good as the first one, and he once again utilized his lightweight stance to easily defeat the opponent. When the big competition came to the third round, a bout attracted everyone's attention. There were two true Origin Realm disciples who had actually bumped into each other early. Tang Yishuang and Jin Wenyang, the two silhouettes stood above the ring, and the atmosphere was grave. Huang Fuji, who was standing beside Li Qi, hemmed and hawed. Interesting, it will be the two of them. This is going to be a good one. Chapter 59, True Element Realm Collision. Tang Yishuang and Jin Wenyang were both True Element Realm disciples, and the two sides were facing each other from afar, the auras emanating from their bodies constantly colliding. Although both sides were in the same realm, there was a clear gap in strength. Tang Yishuang had achieved the True Origin Realm for a long time, and although she was still in the early stages of the True Origin Realm, she had accumulated quite a bit at this stage. And Jin Wenyang had only just broken through the True Element Realm a few days ago. Not only had he not even stabilized his realm, he had not even practiced and understood the Pine Crane 10,000 lifespan Kung Fu Return to the Elemental chapter, which was a top-grade martial art. So it was really too much of a disadvantage for him to go up against Tang Yishuang right now. Even so, Jin Wenyang didn't flinch in the slightest. Senior Sister Tang, I've long wanted to ask you for some lessons, so I hope you won't be stingy with your advice. The aura on Jin Wenyang's body erupted explosively as he rushed towards Tang Yishuang. The long sword was sheathed, and a sword light intertwined. The martial true essence within both sides surged wildly, and a raging sword chi chopped at the other side. The two elders sitting on top of the high platform also straightened up slightly, staring intently at the two people in the ring, ready to intervene at any time. True Element Realm powerhouses were not idle. Even the two elders, Wang Huan and Puyang Changcheng, were only at the peak of the True Element Realm, and both Tang Jin were powerhouses of the same great realm. Once something went wrong when Tang Jin and his duo exchanged blows, or if their moves spread to the nearby spectators, the only people on the scene who had the ability to save the day were the handful of them at the True Origin Realm. Wang Huan glanced at Li Qi and thought of Li Qi's outstanding lightness. If Tang Jin's exchange of hands went out of control, Li Qi could also save the day in time with his unbelievable lightness. Regardless of whether they were True Element Realm powerhouses or ordinary disciples, they were all watching the duo exchanging blows in the ring intently, especially those ordinary disciples who couldn't even blink their eyes. It was a rare scene for a strong person of the True Element Realm to exchange blows. If you can understand the reasoning behind the fights, and learn a thing or two about the essence of God, then it will be of infinite use. Tang Yishuang was dressed in a long, moonlight white dress, with an ethereal and agile posture, as if she were a white cloud that had fallen to the mortal world. Jin Wenyang, on the other hand, was wearing a long gray shirt, as if a manic storm was constantly attacking Tang Yishuang. Crane dancing in the nine heavens, Jin Wenyang's body rose up from the ground, like a white crane flying into the clouds, his feathers stretching and hovering high in the sky, his long sword waving, his sword spinning with his body, attacking in the air. This is a killing move of the Pine Crane 10,000 longevity technique, returning to the elemental chapter. Only after truly stepping into the true elemental realm, only then would he be capable of completely displaying the power of this move. Facing Jin Wenyang's fierce attack, Tang Yishuang's face was calm and composed. A sword chi chopped out, flew towards Jin Wenyang. Jin Wenyang attacked from the air, either dodging to avoid, or swinging his sword to block, although received Tang Yishuang's sword chi, but the aura on his body is unconsciously less than 20%. There was also less of a hint of sharpness. Taking advantage of Jin Wenyang's slight weakness, Tang Yishuang chopped at Jin Wenyang with a sword. Both long swords touched each other. A strange sticky force led Jin Wenyang's sword to one side, easily dissolving the other party's attack. One strike was unsuccessful. Jin Wenyang was not discouraged and continued to attack Tang Yishuang continuously, although he had all the means at his disposal. In the end, the time he had taken to break through the true element realm was too short, and he lacked some fire. Not only did he repeatedly attack to no avail, but instead, he also consumed quite a bit of his own true element. After both sides exchanged dozens of moves, Jin Wenyang felt a hint of exhaustion. The crowd of disciples on the stands saw Tang Jin's two true element realms fighting, and some of the highlights were even more enjoyable. Only a small portion of them really saw the true trend of this fight. Jin Wenyang almost lost awe. Huang Fuji, who was standing next to him, slowly said. He looked at the two in the exchange of hands, his eyes flashing. Within 7 moves, there will be a winner and a loser. Li Qi didn't say much and agreed with Huang Fuji, and the fact is not out of Huang Fuji's expectations. After 2 moves, Tang Yishuang seized a Jin Wenyang after the forces difficult to follow the break. The hand of the sword dancing continuously. Sharp blade constantly stabbed at Jin Wenyang's body of all the vitals. Once she seized the opportunity, Tang Yishuang completely changed her fighting style, showing a ferocity that didn't belong to a woman, pressing Jin Wenyang all the way and attacking fiercely. Jin Wenyang kept retreating, and the gap between the two sides in terms of victory and defeat increased further. At this moment, the two elders on top of the high platform had already gripped the armrests of their chairs, while Huang Fuji's body was slightly leaning forward, ready to strike at any time. Tang Yishuang and Jin Wenyan were about to share the victory. If Tang Yishuang couldn't collect her strength at the last moment, Jin Wenyang might be injured as a result. This time was also the most dangerous time of the entire bout, and several true Origin Realm powerhouses were ready to save the day. But what was expected did not happen. The moment Tang Yishuang split Jin Wenyang's sword circle with her sword, her blade hung an inch in front of Jin Wenyang's throat. Winning results. It's already clear. A bitter smile also surfaced at the corner of Jin Wenyang's mouth. I'm not talented. It was senior sister Tang who won, and a good-looking smile surfaced on Tang Yishuang's face, slowly withdrawing her long sword. I also barely won. Senior brothers still need to practice hard in the future. After both sides politely exchanged a few words, they left the field, and the few true Origin realms beside them that had been tightly strained breathed a sigh of relief. The exchange between the two true Origin realm disciples came to a close. In the end, it was Tang Yishuang who won. Such a result excited the disciples watching from all around. Sure enough, it's still senior sister Tang who won this one. Even though senior brother Jin Wenyan lost, he's still strong enough to beat the likes of me can beat 10. I'm so envious of them. I also want to become the true Origin realm. Practice hard. There will come a day. One day, I will be able to become a chief disciple too. Now that there are only 3 people left in the true Origin realm on the field, you guys say, who will become the chief of this term in the end? Then there's no need to say? It's definitely still senior brother Huang Fuji. I'm actually more optimistic about senior brother Li Qi. After all, he's a genius who has already comprehended sword chi transformation. A crowd of disciples talking. Just the true essence realm powerhouse exchanges greatly stimulate them. All are excited. The bouts continued, and as the number of disciples left behind became smaller and smaller, the speed of completing each round of bouts became faster and faster. Some disciples encountered strong enemies in succession. Their true chi was being continuously consumed, and injuries were accumulating on their bodies. So in the end, they could only retreat helplessly, and some disciples met opponents who were much weaker than themselves, and without much effort they won several rounds in a row, surprisingly easily advancing into the top 8. When the bout came to the 5th round, 2 very important characters finally collided. No. 35 Huang Fuji versus No. 143 Li Qi. At these words, the whole room was silent. The final duel had yet to be reached now, but the 2 seeded players, Li Qi and Huang Fuji, had already met together. Chapter 60, The Eccentric Sword Sect. The Sound of Madness. Whenever a true elemental realm disciple took the stage, the other several rings would pause their fights, and everyone would stop to watch the true elemental realm disciples' fights in order to learn and observe. When Li Qi and Huang Fuji ascended the stage, all the people stopped, all of them looking at the duo on the stage with unblinking eyes. I didn't expect that senior brother Huang Fu and senior brother Li Qi would have run into each other early as well. Great! Senior brother Huang Fu was already very strong 3 years ago. I'm very curious as to what level senior brother Huang Fu has reached now. How much has he improved compared to 3 years ago? I'm more curious about senior brother Li's sword chi transformations, and now I can finally see it with my own eyes. They're about to start, so don't blink, everyone. Not only the crowd of disciples on the stands, even the 2 elders sitting on top of the high platform were also staring at the duo on the stage with their full attention. Elder Wang, back then, you witnessed Li Qi's sword chi transformation. How did it feel? Very strong, very talented. Old man is ashamed of himself, then compared to master sect leader. And how? Pang Jing, the sect leader of the Pinehearth Wanshou sect, had also comprehended the sword chi transformation early on, and had similarly reached the realm of the sword art patriarch. However, this sect leader hadn't made a move in decades, and even the 2 elders' memories of Pang Jing displaying his sword chi transformations were much blurred. Wang Huan recalled, then shook his head and slowly said, "It's hard to say. I can't compare Li Qi's sword chi transformation with senior sect leaders. Li Qi's sword chi transformation, I always feel that something different. Oh, well, I'll be sure to check it out." While the 2 elders were talking in whispers, the bout in the ring began. The signatures are correct. The bout begins. After a loud shout, Huang Fuji drew the long sword at his waist and went on full alert against Li Qi, who was not far away. Senior brotherly, today is a rare opportunity, so I hope you won't be stingy with your advice. Li Qi also drew out his dragon sword and laughed softly. As it should be, the 2 of them stood with swords, the auras emanating from each other's bodies almost turning into substance as they collided with each other. and the air gradually became distorted and solidified. Even the ground underneath the two's feet began to emerge with silk cracks. Some of the disciples who were watching nearby leaned in too close, and a huge pressure hit them. Their faces changed, their bodies and spirits were overwhelmed by the pressure, and they hurriedly staggered back, pulling away from the duo in the ring. After Li Qi and Huang Fuji confronted each other for a few moments, their figures both flashed before simultaneously rushing towards each other, treading crane crossing. The two of them made the same sword style, their bodies transformed into a trail of shadows, and heavily clashed together. In an instant, the two true Origin Realm powerhouses chopped out nearly 100 swords. The swords cut through the air, rubbing violently against it, and the swords in the two men's hands were vaguely red from the searing heat. The intensity of the battle is rapidly elevated. The two chopped out a sword gas toward each other, and the distance between the two sides is extremely close. If it is an ordinary person facing such a close sword gas, it will be borne between the elbows and armpits is difficult to avoid. However, both Li Qi and Huang Fuji were not unusual people, and the sword chi they chopped out often flew out no more than half a foot away before being chopped by the other party with their swords, and did not injure the other party. And the shattered sword chi turned into dots of starbursts and shot out in all directions. A thumb-sized fragment of sword chi fell to the ground, striking a round hole the size of an egg in the ground without a sound. The depth of these holes was even more astonishing, going more than 10 feet into the ground. If these fine sword chi landed on top of the human body, the disciples of the true chi realm would definitely be seriously injured instantly, while those weaker disciples would only die and be destroyed. And now, there were already a large number of fine sword chi shooting toward the surrounding stands. The faces of the two elders on the high platform all changed as they moved in unison and rushed towards the ring. The two elders stood on both sides of the ring on the left and right, the true essence in their bodies surging as they lifted their palms to strike a wall of chi, slapping these scattered fragments of sword chi away. This wall of chi was long-lasting and surrounded the ring, avoiding the aftershocks of the fierce battle in the ring from hurting the onlookers. While the two elders were saving the day, the style of the two people exchanging blows in the ring changed violently, and they fought once again. Huang Fuji used Crane Wing's Convergence Feather. This was a sword technique that was secretive and unpredictable, strange and difficult to defend against, and Huang Fujie had utilized this characteristic to the extreme. His body flickered like a phantom, passing back and forth around Li Qi, and the sword in his hand was like a poisonous snake spitting out its letter, stabbing at the vitals of Li Qi's body at all sorts of unimaginable angles. There are so many paths to the top of the great sword art. There is fierce and invincible dominance. There are strange and hard to defend shenanigans. There is the King's Way of King's Landing. There are transcendent holy paths. And Huang Fuji just with this hand of strange and difficult to defend, Crane Wing's Convergence Feather. He had already stepped 1 foot into the avenue of the tricky Dao sword sect. As Huang Fuji transformed his combat style, the moves in Li Qi's hands also changed greatly. Crane Song Autumn Water. Huge martial true essence was infused into the dragon-marked sword, and the body of the sword trembled continuously, and the sound of cranes chirping resounded. It was just that the crane-sounding autumn water that Li Qi was now casting out was very different compared to before. The sound of a crane's roar emitted after casting, crane-sounding autumn water, was usually loud and clear and melodious, full of ethereal meaning. But now Li Qi's voice after casting, crane-sounding autumn water, was so sharp and urgent. It's full of pain and madness. It was as if a white crane was struggling and hissing with a death grip on its neck. Everyone practiced the same technique, but this was the first time they had seen such a strange and grotesque sword style, and it was a sight to see the crowd's scalp go numb for a while. What they used, is it still the sword art of this sect? Looks a little like it, but not quite. Say, how did you practice this kind of crane autumn water? I feel like that white crane is about to die, regardless of how the two senior brothers' moves are. I feel that if I were to take the field, would only be killed by them instantly. Could it be that this is the correct way to open the pine and crane manifestation? Could it be that what I usually practice is wrong? The crowd that witnessed the exchange of blows had expressions of disbelief. What had happened was beyond their comprehension, and only a few understood what this grotesque sword style meant. The moment, deep in the pine and crane mansion, a tall man in meditation slowly opened his eyes. His gaze traveled thousands of feet and saw the two figures who were exchanging blows and fighting in the ring, and a hint of amazement surfaced in his eyes. Ha! This is Chapter 61, True Intent of Martial Dao. Terror erupted. Ji Shi Chang, the Pine Crane Manifestation Sect's Supreme Elder, had long since stepped into the peak of the True Meaning Realm, and was the closest group of people to breaking through the Secret Residence Realm and achieving land immortality. On weekdays, Ji Zhang mostly meditated in the depths of the sect, and the affairs of the sect were handed over to Pang Jing and a few elders to take care of, and seldom asked about things outside. The matter of Sun Yinyun's departure was even more traumatizing for this Taishan elder, who had been in seclusion and meditation here for a little over half a year. However, just now, some loud noises coming from the sect startled this supreme elder, who opened his eyes, his gaze extending to see the two figures on the ring of the disciple competition. Ha! This is... Ji Shichang's expression had an extra point of dismay in it as he straightened up and watched those two young figures keep exchanging blows. Huangfu Ji's, crane wings converging feathers, is strange and bizarre, deadly in every move. Li Qi's, crane-sounding autumn water, painful epilepsy, like a wailing, a lofty intention, elegant and unorthodox, pine and crane 10,000 longevity kung fu, froze to let these two people practiced a few points of the flavor of the devil's kung fu. These two guys. Ji Shichang's gaze kept glancing between Li Qi and Huangfu Ji, the look of astonishment in his eyes growing stronger. As a second-generation disciple of the Pine Crane Longevity sect, Ji Zhizhang worshipped under Grandmaster Jiaying back then, but he had seen with his own eyes how the Grandmaster performed this Pine Crane Longevity Kung Fu. One of the swordsmanship moves was outstanding, with the intention of being out of the dust and high and insignificant, which left an extremely deep impression on him. While the swordsmanship of the two men at the moment had changed greatly in appearance, one had strange and bizarre moves, and had almost stepped onto the path of the trickster sword sect. The other guy's long sword swing was even more of a wailing sound, giving people goosebumps and creeping them out. Apprentice grandchildren are unworthy. The apprentice grandson is unworthy. Ji Zhizhang felt his breath catch a little and felt like he was about to tense up. He had a mind to chide a few words, but the words came out of his mouth. The sword technique of these two people. A fierce glance seems to have a big disease, but there is no fault. Ji Zhizhang took a deep breath. With his eyesight it was impossible to not see the key. He naturally knew why Huangfu Ji and Li Qi's swordsmanship looked like this. It was because the two of them had an extremely deep understanding of the sword stances in the Pine Crane 10,000 longevity technique, which had already exceeded the barriers of the sword technique itself, reached the realm where things change by heart. The realm of change by heart. In martial arts, the most important thing is to be adaptable. If you can only read from the book, there is a limit to what you can achieve in the end. Only by breaking through its original barriers, in order to reach a higher realm. Huangfu Pole, this chief disciple, is okay. Crane Wing's convergence feather, is the strange and weird type of sword skill. Although Huangfu Pole now use extreme a little, but there is no excuse. Not so with Richie. His crane-sounding autumn water painting style has changed so much to the point of being hot. It's almost degrading. But Li Qi's sword moves although magic a little bit, but the subtlety of it is not lost in the slightest. The timing of the moves also pinpointed not the slightest difference. Rounded and flawless. Ji Zhizhang watched for a long time. I can't find any faults in it. This son. Yet it is extraordinary. This was Ji Zhizhang's evaluation of Li Qi, and although he was a bit helpless, he had to admit it. The two people who were exchanging blows gave a violent lurch, and then separated, standing far away from each other. Senior brother Li Qi's swordsmanship is truly outstanding. It hurts. It really hurts. And Li Qi was happy. This was the first time he had fought a strong person of the true origin realm. The feeling of constantly declaring his power was so mesmerizing. Slightly toned down for a moment, Huangfu Ji's eyes had more than a hint of gravity in them. Senior brother, beware. I'm ready to get real. When these words came out, not only Li Qi, but even the two elders who had been guarding the side also gained an extra hint of seriousness, only to see Huangfu Ji standing at his original position. His body's aura changed differently. A faint white cloud shadow appeared behind Huangfu Ji, emitting an incomparable light and ethereal meaning. Pine and Crane Wanshou Kung Fu true intent, of, White Cloud View. This is no longer the upper-level martial arts of the Return to Yuan. This was a higher-level true intent realm martial art. If a martial artist at the true origin realm wants to continue to improve his strength, he has already involved that mysterious and untouchable spiritual power. And if he can condense the complete true intent of the martial way, then one would have completely stepped into that realm. Just now, Huangfu Ji and Li Qi had sparred for hundreds of moves, but they were unable to help each other in the slightest, which made Huangfu Ji's heart appalled. He knew that even if he used more conventional means, it was impossible to take down Li Qi. Have no choice. He could only use some unconventional means. Upon seeing the white cloud shadow behind Huangfu Ji, the two elders beside him even exclaimed in shock. This is the true intent of martial arts? Nope. This isn't the complete true intent of the martial Tao. The white cloud concept is the least difficult conceptual diagram to cultivate in the true meaning chapter, and Huangfu Ji's understanding of this conceptual diagram is still less than 30%. This is only an incomplete white cloud conceptual true intent. The two elders were well informed and instantly recognized what the white cloud silhouette behind Huangfu Ji was. That, surprisingly, It was the true intent of the martial way, although it wasn't complete. It proved to see that Huang Fuji was extraordinary. Shame on you. You and I have long since reached the peak of the true element realm, and we've also had our comprehension of the Pine and Crane 10,000 longevity techniques viewing diagrams, yet our mastery of the white cloud view is only 80%, which is only a bit stronger than Huang Fuji. It's a real shame. Huang Fuji is now able to comprehend 30% of the fire of the white cloud view at this realm. It's really not bad. The future is promising. The future is promising. Not just the two elders, the heart of Li Qi, who was standing in front of Huang Fuji, was even more alarmed. He heard the words of the two nearby elders and knew that it was the true intent of the martial Tao, which was by no means simple. When a martial artist reached the true intent realm, the true intent of the martial arts would be combined with the original stances, reaching the point where both form and spirit were present. This is a great addition to the power of the move, and the killing power is quite amazing. In the eyes of people at that level, the moves performed without comprehending the true meaning of martial arts are all empty, and the moves lack flesh and blood and bones, as well as the true meaning of the divine essence, like that tower in the sky, can be extinguished at the snap of a finger. I can't keep this up for too long. Senior brother, be careful. As soon as the words fell, Huang Fuji instantly raised his sword to kill. His spiritual energy was being violently depleted almost every second, and he had to take down Li Qi in the shortest possible time in order to do so. Crane dancing in the 9 heavens, Huang Fuji's body rose up in the air. The white cloud truth shadow surrounding him filled the air, concealing his figure like a white crane flying into the clouds. This was a killing move from the Pine Crane 10,000 longevity technique that was extremely powerful, and after combining the incomplete true intent of the martial Tao, the power of this killing move skyrocketed. Clang! The sound of a sword ringing rang out. The white clouds in the air were sliced by a sword, and Huang Fuji's true essence boiled around him as he chopped down with a sword. The terrifying sharp intent came. Li Qi didn't dare to be slow. His lightweight stance was exerted to the extreme, dodging Huang Fuji's attack in a hair's breadth. The long sword chopped down to the ground, directly cutting the ring into 2 halves, leaving an extremely thin yet deep sword mark on the ground. The sword sheath that swept in all directions blew Li Qi back continuously, and the sharpness of it caused his skin to ache. In the face of such a powerful strike, Li Qi's face also gained a trace of a smile. He grinned, revealing teeth that were white. Interesting, it's just so much fun. At the same time, an unusually terrifying aura erupted on Li Qi's body. In a matter of moments, Li Qi's eyes fairy tinted with a touch of scarlet, and even more so, the sound of the watery waves of a monstrous river rushing through his body resounded from his body. Shanhe Xingqi technique, Dragon Gate seal, of the first Dragon Gate. Pounds of majestic martial true qi came out from through his body, rolling over his body surface like flames, seeming to burn everything that came near, and the aura on Li Qi's body had more than doubled. Okay, now play nice with me. There was more than a hint of a sardonic smile at the corner of Richie's mouth. The tip of his foot stomped heavily on the ground, exploding a deep pit, and his figure rushed towards the opposite Huang Fuji like a cannonball. Chapter 62, Huang Fu Senior Brother, don't begrudge yourself. Let's continue. After seeing Huang Fuji's change, Li Qi figured out one thing. The true intent of martial arts is also an explosive means 1. When true intention and moves are combined, will bring out the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Although Huang Fuji's true intent of martial Tao was still incomplete, the enhancement to the power of his moves was not small. It had already been a month since Li Qi had joined the Pine Crane Longevity sect, and his martial realm had long since arrived at the middle stage of the true element realm, a small level higher than Huang Fuji in terms of realm. However, after Huang Fuji executed the true intent of martial Tao, Li Qi unexpectedly felt a sense of trickiness. Since ordinary moves have been difficult to achieve victory after, Li Qi also do not mind to show a little more bottom card. Speaking of explosive means, he also has Shanhe Xingqi technique, Dragon Gate seal, of the first Dragon Gate. The aura on Li Qi's body instantly rose several levels, emitting a terrifying sense of oppression. Running the mountain and river walking qi technique, with all his might made the true essence in his body run like a mighty river, and after casting the Dragon Gate seal, it was like a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate. The battle power increased dramatically. After opening the first Dragon Gate, Li Qi's battle power directly doubled. After that, every time you cross another Dragon Gate, battle power will continue to double. The changes in Li Qi's body equally stunned the crowd, while the two elders who were closest were also completely stunned. Wang Huan looked at Li Qi, who had changed a lot, and his mind was racing. He quickly saw what the door was. This is the Dragon Gate seal. Surprisingly, it's one of the strange door seals. Dragon Gate seal. There is no such secret technique in the sect. Where did Li Qi get this secret technique from? Just in the moment when the crowd was stunned, the two silhouettes in the ring once again sparred together. Originally, Huang Fuji, who had executed the true meaning of martial Dao, was still able to gain a slight upper hand, but when Li Qi also executed the same tactic, he helplessly realized that he couldn't help Li Qi again. After executing the Dragon Gate seal, Li Qi's sword stance was fast and heavy, swinging his sword like a hammer, splitting his head and smashing down. Huang Fuji staggered back. Huang Fuji swung his sword to block Li Qi's chopping attack, but his opponent's strength was transmitted along the moment their weapons collided. The force of the heavenly collapse continued to invade Huang Fuji's body, and his internal organs received a not-so-small shock. No, this is not going to work. Huang Fuji's face had an additional unnatural flush, and a mouthful of reverse blood surged up his throat, feeling like it would spurt out at any moment. After struggling to block Li Qi's chopping blow, Huang Fuji used his strength to retreat and pull away from Li Qi. White cloud view of cloud destruction, only to see the blurry martial true intent behind Huang Fuji distort for a while, then transformed into a shadow and drilled into the sword in his hand. The sword was crossed. Huang Fuji gently swept towards. The movement was gentle as if he was trying to sweep away the dust on the ground. Although Huang Fuji's movements were unusually gentle, the power of this sword technique was extremely terrifying. A bright to dazzling sword light chopped out and arrived in an instant. Li Qi's pupils contracted dramatically. He didn't dare to be careless and similarly slashed out with his sword. Wing dance spring and autumn. A huge sword chi chopped out. The sword chi flew up but 2 feet away, then twisted and distorted, from which pieces of feathers were born. In an instant, this sword chi directly changed into a 10-foot-long crane wing with pieces of feathers on it. It was as vivid as life. Sword chi transforms into form. Swordsmanship patriarch. The brilliant sword light and the feathered sword chi clashed together. Explosions rang out, and terrifying air waves erupted. The wall of chi that had been stretching across the 4 directions was shattered by the waves of chi. The terrifying shockwave transformed into a ripple visible to the naked eye, sweeping in all directions. The disciples on the stands were unable to dodge, and for a moment, people tumbled over. However, because the 2 elders' chi walls blocked them for a moment, consuming some of their strength, the disciples who were affected by the chi waves were not injured. This fight had reached this point. Li Qi had completely let go. In the midst of the smoke and dust, Li Qi opened his arms wide and laughed, his face flying recklessly. Ha 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 ha. Fun fun fun. Go on. Li Qi let out a low drink, and his aura actually climbed up again. The Dragon Gate seal of the second Dragon Gate. The veins on the surface of his body were high, his eyes were crimson, almost dripping with blood, and the burning martial true essence on his body was directly skyrocketing 3 feet high. His entire body, almost transformed into a human-shaped torch. Senior brother Huangfu, don't be stingy with your power. Come on, let's follow. Oh, Li Qi was like a humanoid beast as he took steps to force his way towards Huang Fuji's direction, when suddenly Li Qi froze violently before stopping in his tracks. The smoke clears. Huang Fuji grabbed the ground with his face and fell into a coma. Victory and defeat have been decided. A loud drink rang out, announcing that the curtain had fallen on this bout. Just now when Li Qi was about to continue, Huang Fuji couldn't hold on any longer when he saw the ferociously powerful Li Qi, who had barely suffered half an injury, pressing towards him once again. After giving a bitter laugh, he fell to the ground and passed out. Looking at the collapsed Huang Fuji on the ground, Li Qi was silent for a moment, shaking his head and could only withdraw his gong method. The burning true essence on his body gradually extinguished, and his crimson eyes gradually regained their clarity, changing back to their original appearance. Immediately after the bout ended, someone came on stage and carried the unconscious Huang Fuji away to be rescued. The ring was made of hard stone, but now it had been completely shattered by Li Qi and Huang Fuji and could no longer be used. And after Huang Fuji was carried away, Li Qi also stepped down from the shattered ring. One gaze fell on Li Qi's body one after another, the meanings of which were each different, or awe, or admire, or fear, or maybe it's jealousy. Richie could feel it clearly. In this battle, Li Qi proved his strength in front of everyone. From now on, there will be no one else who dares to underestimate themselves. At that moment, Wang Huan's ears twitched as if he had heard something, and his face showed a stunned expression. A moment later Wang Huan came over and said to Li Qi, "Richie, follow me. The Supreme Elder wants to see you." Chapter 63. Richie, follow me. The Supreme Elder wants to see you. He had already alarmed that Supreme Elder. Li Qi was shocked in his heart, but he kept his face blank and calmly said, "Yes." Wang Huan and Li Qi traveled together, heading towards the depths of the Pine and Crane Wanshou Gate. Neither of them spoke. Li Qi looked calm while Wang Huan looked at Li Qi from time to time with admiration mixed in his gaze. Soon, in a secluded courtyard, Li Qi saw a tall man. "Greetings, Uncle Ji." Wang Huan stepped forward to greet him, a trace of excitement added to his expression. "Senior uncle, you've finally come out of the gate." This man smiled faintly. "It can't be said that it is out of the gate. Your commotion has startled me. I then came out early." Hearing the other party say this, Wang Huan smiled helplessly before introducing Li Qi. "Li Qi, this is my Pine Crane Manifestation Sect's Supreme Elder Ji Shi Chang. Come over and greet me." Li Qi stepped forward and respectfully said, "Disciple has met Elder Ji." He could hear rumors about this Supreme Elder from time to time when he was walking around in the sect. It was rumored that this Supreme Elder had once followed Jing, the ancestor of the Pine and Crane Wansho sect, and was now the oldest being in the sect in terms of seniority. Ji Zhang had already reached the true meaning realm, with a lifespan of 300 years, and he was already more than 200 years old, but at a glance he looked like a sturdy middle-aged man, not showing any signs of old age at all, making Li Qi's heart wonder. As Li Qi was gazing at this Taishang elder, the other party was also looking at him, and Ji Zhang's gaze had an extra hint of appreciation in it. Not bad, to have this kind of cultivation at such a young age. Not only is he already in the middle stage of the true element realm, he has also comprehended the sword chi transformation. He doesn't lose out to that boy Pang Jing. The elder is flattered. Only now did Li Qi realize that the original sect leader Pang Jing had actually comprehended the sword chi transforming into form as well. But no one had ever said anything to him about it. No wonder Pang Jing didn't look too surprised when he knew about the sword chi transformations that Li Qi had comprehended. So it turned out that the other party was also an expert in this. Ji Shichang carefully looked at Li Qi's face and said in confusion, "I have not seen you before. Are you a new disciple who has just been initiated?" At the time of Li Qi's initiation, this supreme elder had been in seclusion, and Wang Huan and the others didn't go forward to disturb him. Wang Huan, who stood next to him, immediately explained Li Qi's origin to Ji Zhang, and also mentioned Sun Yanyan's whereabouts. You found out about Yanyan's whereabouts at Chuan's? The old cloth remnant mound. Trouble? Ji Zhang's brows furrowed slightly, and then gradually stretched out after a few moments. There's no harm, Nian Yun. This child has always been vigilant, and I've also brought him up with my own hands, so it's not that easy to get into trouble, since she said she will return in 6 months. Then let her. Speaking of this, Ji Shichang sighed helplessly. Nian Yun, this child has been spoiled by me. If this outing suffers a setback, it will allow her to grow up somewhat. Would also be a good thing. Next to him, Wang Huan also stepped forward to offer a few words of relief. After clearing up Sun Yinyun's matter, Ji Zhang once again looked at Li Qi. Li Qi, it is also heavens will that you have amazing natural talent, and that you have such a destiny to worship in my Pine Crane Manifestation sect. Both your parents are gone. In the future, you can consider the Pine and Crane Manifestation sect as your home. This supreme elder thought highly of Li Qi and accepted him personally, and Li Qi was grateful. Disciple thanks the elder. Ji Zhichang nodded his head and continued, "For the disciple competition in the back, I don't see the need for you to go anymore. You are the chief disciple of this term. I'm sure the others won't have a problem with that." Everyone saw what scene Huang Fuji was in when he was fighting Li Qi just now. Huang Fuji used a power that did not belong to his level, overdrawn his body and spirit, and exploded into a strength that far exceeded that of the unusual true Yuan realm. Even so, still lost to Li Qi. Because of the excessive overdraft, Huang Fuji was afraid that he would fall into a period of weakness later on, and would have to heal for a while before he could do so. On the contrary, Li Qi had opened the Dragon Gate seal to the level of the second Dragon Gate, but now there was nothing wrong with it, and no trace of weakness could be seen from his body. Li Qi's expression was as usual, relaxed and natural, so he knew that the outburst just now didn't have any effect on him. Compare with Huang Fuji, the highs and lows are immediately judged. Ji Zhang was aware of the Dragon Gate seal, the secret art of eruption, and after seeing Li Qi's current state his heart also sked in wonder, sighing with emotion at Li Qi's strength and the power of his heritage. Hearing the Supreme Elder's arrangement, Li Qi did not object. Disciple obeys the Elder's will. For Li Qi, this disciple competition was over, and he was the chief disciple of the Pine Crane Manifestation sect. When the other disciples saw him, they all had to respectfully address him as senior brother. After Li Qi and Huang Fuji left the ring, the fight on the remaining 3 rings continued, and the top 10 of this fight were chosen, and each one of them received 100 points of sect contribution. All of them were satisfied, and the decree of the Supreme Elder was also passed out. Li Qi is the chief disciple of this term. Everyone was fine with it. This title of chief disciple, is well deserved. Thinking back to Li Qi's amazing performance in the ring before, all of the disciples were in awe, and none of them were unconvinced. And Ji Shichang looked at Li Qi with a smile. Since you have become the sect's chief disciple, then I also have some goodies for you. Chapter 64 The Second Seal. Floating Light Seal. Li Qi, can you tell me of your Dragon Gate Seal? Is how it came to be? Ji Zhizhang opened his mouth and asked. Li Qi didn't hide it either. Disciple bought it over at Linglong Chamber of Commerce when he was walking the rivers and lakes. Ji Zhichang nodded. I see. Since that's the case, then you should know that the Dragon Gate Seal isn't complete, and that it's only a part of a certain gong method, right? Disciple knows that the Dragon Gate Seal is a seal among the Chi-Men seals, and Ji Zhizhang nodded and smiled. Indeed. Speaking of that Chi-Men seal also has a great origin. It is said to be the creation of a certain unknown land god, in which the sealing method is strange and subtle, mysterious and infinite. Saying that, Ji Zhizhang raised his hand and a volume of books floated over from the bookshelf in the room next to him and fell into his hands. Coincidentally, earlier in the year when I was wandering around outside I also obtained one of the seals from the Chi-Men seal, so I will pass it on to you today. Receiving the booklet handed over by the Supreme Elder, Li Qi fixed his eyes on it. Floating light seal? Li Qi immediately flipped through it, and the system recognized the technique. Includable martial arts found. Martial arts in the collection. You get the top grade martial arts. Floating light seal. After being included in the system for inclusion, Li Qi learned the details of this sealing technique. Floating light seal. Grade, upper grade martial arts. Mastery level, uninitiated, 10 points of potential can be expended to initiate. Stance, floating lights and shadows. Introduction. This is one of the top grade martial arts Chi-Men Yin's sealing method. This sealing method takes the meaning of skimming the light. Fleeting, which is an extremely clever lightweight stance. If you cultivate it to a high level, your speed will be unimaginable. Li Qi had understood the Chi-Men seal, and knew that all the various types of seals in it had been scattered and lost long ago, and it would not be easy to find one of them. And want to find all the Chi-Men seal, altogether, is even more difficult. However, Li Qi never expected that the Supreme Elder would happen to have a floating light seal here, which was really fortunate. You have already obtained 2 of the Chi-Men seals, which will greatly benefit your cultivation. In the future, you can also try to look for other Chi-Men seals again. If you can find some more Chi-Men seals, it will also be extremely good for you. After Li Qi accepted this floating light seal, Ji Zhizhang smiled and encouraged, and Li Qi thanked the Elder again for his generous gift. After a few brief words, Li Qi and Wang Huan also left the place of purification of the Supreme Elder, and the benefits belonging to the chief disciple were rewarded. In addition to a large amount of contributed jade money, Li Qi also got a very nice sword, the Flowing Cloud Sword. This sword has been refined by skillful craftsmen, and its body is as tough as silk and as rigid as iron, so it can be folded and bent without any loss of sharpness. The sword body is 3 feet 2 inches long, thin as a cicada wing, the spine of the sword above the carving of flowing clouds pattern, like the sky floating clouds, flowing with the wind, the intention of leisurely. This sword is precious. If you don't have $1,000, it is difficult to take it down. Li Qi held the flowing cloud sword in his hand and played with it for a few moments, feeling that this sword's quality was tough, its shape was elegant, and its gas was overpowering. It was a superior product, and his heart was not very happy. Thank you, Elder, for your generous gift. Ha ha, you are the chief of this sect. This is all what you deserve. There is no need to thank me. With logistics plus cultivation, there will be more benefits. Never slack off. Disciple obeys, and will live up to his expectations. After Li Qi became the new chief disciple, Wang Huan also congratulated him and the two parted ways. After returning to his residence, Li Qi also took a long breath of relief. It's finally over. The disciple competition was the most significant event during this period of time. Li Qi had the intention to compete for the position of chief, and also successfully earned it into his hands, and was also accepted and rewarded by the Supreme Elder. By now, Li Qi is considered to have completely stabilized himself in the Pine and Crane Wanshou. He had just traveled all the way from the Elder Supreme's place of purification, and on the way, he had encountered quite a few disciples who treated Li Qi with respect. When you see them, you will call them Elder Brother, and there is no one who is not convinced. Alright, continue to raise the Pine Crane 10,000 longevity technique. Start lifting. His system page was missing 200 points of potential, and his Pine Crane 10,000 longevity technique, Return to the Origin chapter, had been raised to the level of minor accomplishment. Another huge stream of cultivation memories kept pouring into his mind, and at the same time, huge amounts of martial true essence appeared out of thin air and kept pouring towards his dantian. Originally, The ocean of true essence in Li Qi's dantian was already amazing, and with the influx of huge amounts of martial true essence, the size of the ocean of true essence once again expanded by several times, and Li Qi smoothly stepped into the late stage of the true essence realm. With Li Qi's current base, he was stronger than an unusual peak true origin realm powerhouse. There was no problem with crossing a small realm to face the enemy. Even against the several elders of the Pine and Crane Manifestation sect, Li Qi was certain that he would be able to win the battle, and the match with Huang Fuji just now also gave Li Qi a wake-up call. He could now also try to get in touch with the cultivation method of the true intent realm. Huang Fuji, a martial artist at the early stage of the true element realm, was able to practice a little bit, so how could he, Li Qi, not be able to? Li Qi changed out of his dusty and sweaty clothes, briefly rinsed them off, and changed into clean clothes before heading in the direction of the Hall of Hidden Scriptures. It wasn't long after the disciple competition ended. A graceful figure came from the distance and stood before the mountain gate. This figure had long hair up to her waist, a head of hair blown by the mountain wind, revealing a hint of frustration. She quietly gazed at the plaque on the mountain gate, her gaze complex, her heart mixed. Pine and Crane Manzanita Gate. I'm back. And the guard disciple at the entrance of the mountain also saw the figure and exclaimed, Uncle Su, you're back? Only to see this disciple run over with a face of surprise, saluting the figure. You finally returned. Senior uncle. Great. Su Nianyun smiled sweetly and pulled up the hair at her temples. Well, back. This disciple's eyes lit up as he seemed to remember something and snorted. Senior uncle, you are really slow in coming back. Your disciples are all still coming back before you. Apprentice? I've never had a student? Su Nianyun was puzzled in his heart. Disciple? What disciple? Ha ha, I won't tell senior uncle about this. Senior uncle will naturally know when he enters the mountain gate. And there's something else happening in the gate that will surely surprise senior uncle. Seeing that the watchman disciple was playing dumb with himself, Su Nianyun's eyebrows knitted slightly, and she bent her fingers in the shape of a violent chestnut, making a gesture to knock. Kid is poor and oily. Looking for a fight. The disciple hastened to beg for mercy. See the disciple or not say. Su Nianyun helpless sigh, can only walk into the mountain door in style. Chapter 65, the people of my Songhua Wancho sect are not to be touched by these lowlifes. After entering the mountain gate, many of the disciples who saw Su Nianyun were pleasantly surprised and gathered around. Disciple meets senior uncle. Uncle Su, you're finally back. Everyone misses you. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Senior uncle, you seem to have lost weight. Looking at the familiar faces, Su Nianyun guffawed as her gaze crossed from one face to another. Well, I'm back. After greeting these disciples, Su Nianyun walked towards the place where the Supreme Elder was purifying himself. After being out in the world for a long time, it was time to go see his master. Soon, Su Nianyun stood in front of the door of a secluded courtyard. She stopped there and raised her hand to knock on the door, but then stopped. What? Been hanging out for so long. Gutted? Afraid to even knock on the door? A disinterested voice came out of the door. Don't come in yet. A smile appeared on Su Nianyun's face, and after knocking on the courtyard door, he pushed the door and walked into it. The two figures looked away, one frowning, the other mumbling. A few moments later, Nianyun has met master. And you know I'm a master? Almost didn't die from your anger. The disciple knows that he is wrong. Poof. Ji Zhichang hummed, then took a sip of tea. Su Nianyun walked over to Ji Zhizhang's side and refilled the tea obediently, then quietly stood aside. And Ji Zhizhang's frown spread a bit, slowly nodding his head. Not bad. This disposition is quite a bit more composed than before. When he thought of Su Nianyun's previous jumpy personality, often without a proper look, Ji Zhizhang would feel a headache. But now Su Nianyun had more composure and a much more settled character. Trouble out there? Aha. Solved? Not even close. Talk to me. The two of them chatted about the topic, and Ji Zhizhang learned about Su Nianyun's experience after leaving the sect. When Su Nianyun ran away from her marriage and traveled outside, she felt so uncomfortable as she walked all the way around. Previously in the sect, the master has been in charge of her, everywhere uncomfortable, and later even want to arrange a marriage for her. Where can she stand this? Now that she was finally free, Su Nianyun felt like she had never been so happy. Her figure passed through one city in the Great Han, seeing many landscapes that she had never seen before, and her girlish nature completely exploded, eating, drinking, and touring the mountains along the way. It was just that the world was already in chaos at that time, with chaotic armies crossing the border and soldiers and bandits running rampant, and Su Nianyun had seen quite a lot of chaos and tragedy along the way, making her feel emotional in her heart. She even witnessed some more shocking and tragic events later in the day. Someone is actually practicing evil kung fu with living people. When Sun Yenyun passed through a small mountain village, he realized that everyone in the village had disappeared. Obviously, the clothes were all just hung out to dry and still dripping, and the meal was just ready and steaming hot. Even the flames in the stove hadn't yet been extinguished, but the entire village was actually missing. Something's wrong. Sun Yenyun realized something bad and knew that something must have changed in this village, so she immediately searched for the whereabouts of these villagers. Sure enough, she detected some traces in the vicinity of the village of an expert operating in this area. She traced these traces all the way back, and then saw a sight that horrified her. In an empty cave, 180 villagers are here, but these villagers are not in a good position. Their bodies were bound with ropes and they could not move. Several blood-clothed strong men with notable skills guarded these villagers, and one of them, a young man dressed in blood, even pierced the chest of a village woman with a sword, only to see wisps of blood gas continuously gushing out of this village woman's chest, and then drilled into the sword. The village woman let out a mournful scream. Her body dried up as fast as a balloon. Aha! Let me out of here. I don't want to die. Please, please let me go. I'm still young. I don't want to die. All of you mutilate the people. You shall not die. Ha 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 ha. I'm so fucking dead hot. Cries and cries rang out in the cave, begging for mercy and cursing angrily. Only this blood-clothed man who had pierced the village woman with his sword didn't react half-heartedly, as if he hadn't heard it. In a short span of 10 breaths, the village woman's body completely dried up, as if it was a dry and rotten wood. Next to the village woman such as this dry body there are many as 20 or 30. The man who had finished devouring the village woman's blood cheek comfortably stretched his neck with an expression of pleasure, as if he had eaten a full meal. He turned to the faces that were either cursing angrily or begging for mercy, and smiled faintly. The villagers of Castle Peak Village encountered horse bandits, were looted and killed in a cave and burned, and the bandits left. But don't worry, I, Li Chobai, will definitely take revenge for you all. I vow to seek justice for you all. The road to the Yellow Springs is far. I apologize for not seeing you off. Please also go on your way in peace. Li Chobai Jie laughed strangely and once again stabbed out his sword, stabbing at the chest of a mountain village teenager. Right at this moment, a stern and unparalleled sword she attacked and chopped towards Li Chobai. Li Chobai reacted extremely quickly, and in a matter of moments, his body made several turns and changes of direction to avoid this fatal blow, and the person who struck was none other than Sun Yenyun. She recognized the man's identity, the young master of the blood clothes building, Li Chobai. And what the other party was using was a piece of evil technique called the blood transformation sword technique, slaughtering villagers and practicing swords with living people. This was something Sun Yenyun could never tolerate. She immediately stepped in and saved the mountain village boy who was about to die by the sword, and this angered Li Chobai. Oh, I can't believe there's a little mouse running around. Kill her. The several blood-clad strong men next to him moved in unison, killing towards Sun Yenyun. Li Chobai is a peak True Origin Realm martial artist, and his 6 men are also strong in the middle stage of the True Origin Realm. Once they are surrounded by them, 9 deaths and 1 life. However, Sun Yenyun, as an elder of the Pine Crane Manifestation sect, and having been carefully taught by Ji Zhang, a true meaning realm grandmaster, for many years, his strength was equally not weak. Sun Yenyun was also a strong person at the peak of the True Element realm and had outstanding sword skills, facing the several blood clothes building powerhouses that were besieging her. Her face was calm and steady as she dealt with them carefully, and 2 of the blood clothes building's powerhouses were soon beheaded by her, and this completely enraged Li Chobai, who let out a cold snort and dashed to join the array of people surrounding Sun Yenyun. Sun Yenyun is very smart. In the face of Li Chobai, such a top strong man, she knows that she cannot be hard with it. Directly turn around and disappear. The 6 of them fought and retreated, switching between many places, and later on, Sun Yenyun found an opportunity to behead a few of the blood clothes building's strongest men. When Li Chobai's men died out, the 2 peak True Origin Realm powerhouses frantically fought and bloodied for a day and a night. Eventually, Li Chobai was unable to defeat Sun Yenyun and was cut down by his sword. Although Sun Yenyun killed Li Chobai's group and saved the villagers, she herself was seriously injured and immediately disappeared to recuperate. The Blood Clothes Building was a famous assassination organization, and the young master being killed by someone was a big deal. The owner of the building, Li Xiaozhou, was outraged, vowed to break his son's killer into pieces. The entire organization had been alerted, and a large number of assassins had followed the trail, and there were even gold medal assassins who had made the world turn pale. The gold medal assassins were extremely strong. The weakest of them were all peak True Origin Realm powerhouses, and there were even True Intent Realm monsters among them. Sun Yenyun's trail was found, and she fought and fled, killing 2 gold medal assassins. It was too much for her to sustain in the back, so she used a trick to get out. She had set up an empty mound and a dark mound to cover her tracks and confuse the killers, which did buy her a lot of time to recover from her injuries. After she had completely recovered from her injuries, she returned to the Pinehearth Wansho sect after avoiding the eyes of all the assassins. Although I have tried my best to avoid exposing traces of my sex martial arts, there is still a chance that someone from the Blood Clothes building will see through the origin of the sword technique. Disciples this time has even burdened the sect. Please also chastise Master. The elder of the Pine and Crane Mansho sect killed the young master of the Blood Clothes building, and if the other party comes to the door, the consequences will be endless. Sun Yenyun had a guilty look on his face as he admitted his mistake to Ji Zhang. Ji Zhang, however, looked calm and said slowly, "You did a good job. What is wrong with that? Even if the ancestor were to face you, he wouldn't blame you." With Ji Zhang's words, Sun Yenyun's heart was warmed, and the suffocation and depression that had been accumulated from being hunted down and killed dispersed quite a bit, and Ji Zhang continued, "A mere Blood Clothes house, a bunch of lowlifes, don't take them to heart. If that Li Xiaozhou dares to come here to spread wildness, I'll take it with all my might. The people of my Pine Crane Wansho sect are not to be touched by these lowlifes." Sun Yenyun's eyes were slightly red as he bowed, and Ji Zhang's face had an extra smile. "Nyen Yun Dal, you've been away from the mountain gate for a long time. Go out and take a look around, and walk around with your brothers and sisters. There's someone else you should meet. His name is Richie." Chapter 66 Sun Yenyun. After arriving at the Hall of Hidden Scriptures, Li Qi quickly found the follow-up technique. Pine and Crane 10,000 Longevity Kung Fu True Meaning Chapter. This was a great master's cultivation gong martial arts feat of extremely high quality, and Li Qi had spent a full 1,500 points of contribution to redeem this feat. After exchanging this technique, Li Qi's contribution points in his hand were no longer much. Originally he was thinking of exchanging it for a higher quality lightweight technique. Although his flying on grass was very good, but it was only a mid-grade martial arts, with a limited potential, and it had gradually failed to keep up with his current pace, and he hadn't thought that he had obtained a floating light seal from Ji Zhang, which just solved this problem and saved him a considerable amount of contribution points. After the Gongfu arrived, Li Qi was excited and was ready to go back and study it. "Has senior brother changed his feats? Aha! Elder brother, take care. Come and play often when you have time." After dealing with the enthusiastic steward disciple, Li Qi walked out of the Hall of Hidden Scriptures, then suddenly stopped in his tracks. A woman stood outside the Hidden Scripture Hall. The other party's long hair reached her waist, her clothes fluttered, her posture was beautiful, and she was even more out of the world. None of this is even close to being the most important. Most importantly, the aura emanating from this woman was extremely strong. The peak of the true element realm? Li Qi's face froze. "You are?" the woman asked instead of answering. "You're Richie? It's me." Sun Yenyun carefully looked at Li Qi's face before revealing a hint of a smile. "I'm Sun Yenyun." Li Qi was thunderstruck. "This is Sun Yenyun? She's back?" Li Qi stepped forward and saluted. "Disciple has met the elder." Sun Yenyun wore a smile on his face. "Come with me." In a stone pavilion by a pond at the Pine and Crane Mansho gate, 2 silhouettes sat opposite each other. "Do you still have my painting with you?" Saying that, Li Qi took out the scroll of the green cloud and white crane diagram and handed it over. Sun Yenyun received the 3-foot scroll with a great deal of emotion in his heart. When she was chased by the gold medal assassin of the Blood Clothes house, she fled all the way to Shijia village in Chuan County, dug a pit close by to set up the empty mound, and threw in some of the miscellaneous things she had with her, before quickly leaving. But the world is unpredictable. Her empty mound was not discovered by those killers. Instead, it was targeted first by some little varmints. The empty mound was excavated, and the words and paintings in it flowed out, then came to Li Qi's hands by mistake. What's even more incredible is, Li Qi had actually realized the complete crane dance sword in the clouds. From it, Leech has also risen strongly as a result. My plague. His blessing? Sun Yenyun long sigh. The heart lamented. She this some outing. She really made a lot of noise. Li Qi, it is truly rare for you to realize the complete crane dance sword in the clouds from this hand painting of mine. Ha ha. The elder has flattered me. I'm just having a moment of good luck. Sun Yenyun shook his head. There's no need to be modest. Your martial arts talent is obvious to everyone. You practice martial arts time is still short, still less than a year. Will be able to arrive at such a realm is really rare, even if those ancient mighty, also not more than so. You also defeated Huang Fuji and became the chief of this term. You're very good. Sun Yenyun sighed in admiration in his heart. lamenting the unpredictability of this world. Saying this, Su Nianyun handed this Qingyun white crane picture to Li Qi again. You and I are destined to. This green cloud white crane diagram will be gifted to you. Richie was startled, then gladly accepted it. After a moment of silence, Su Nianyun continued. Just now, Elder Wang Huan had a chat with me, and he suggested that I accept you as my disciple, but I refused. Su Nianyun recalled her own encounters during this period of time. She had messed with the Blood Clothes house and brought trouble to the clan. Even she herself had been hunted by assassins for a long time. She can't even take care of herself. And where would she have the extra energy and heart to teach her disciples? At this moment, he was physically and mentally exhausted. So the matter of accepting disciples was put to rest. The two of them had a long talk. Li Qi also learned about Su Nianyun's encounter during this period of time. Seeing the other party's face tired color, his heart vaguely guessed the other party's thoughts. Disciple obeys. Li Qi answered with a slight smile. Su Nianyun looked at Li Qi and smiled faintly. And you don't really need a master. With your natural talent even on your own you can walk out far enough. Besides, there's nothing more I can teach you. Li Qi used shadow in the mirror to conceal his aura, only revealing his cultivation at the middle stage of the true element realm. And even that was amazing enough. The two also chatted about martial arts insights during their long conversation. And just Li Qi's mere words made Su Nianyun astonished, lamenting that Li Qi's martial arts talent was extremely high. I've returned to the sect for the first time. I'm a bit tired, so I'll go rest first. Take care, Elder. Su Nianyun got up and left, his figure slowly disappearing between the paths. After witnessing the other party leave, Li Qi felt emotion in his heart. Not only did he still meet Su Nianyun this time, but he also learned about the trouble on the other party. Su Nianyun was being targeted by the Blood Clothes building, and the other party would hit the door at any time. And as Li Qi was a true element realm warrior, Su Nianyun didn't hide the truth from him, and informed him of what had happened. If the Blood Clothes house will really fight over, it might be a bit troublesome. Li Qi's heart was in awe as he got up and rushed towards his place. Chapter 67 Realm Breakthrough. True Intent of Martial Tao. Pine and Crane Manifestation of Longevity. The True Meaning. Level, Extreme Divine Power. Mastery Level, Uninitiated. Moves, Wings Dance in Spring and Autumn. Crane Wings Convergence. Crane Walking. Crane Shadow Chasing the Wind. Crane Sounding in Autumn Water. Crane Dancing in Nine Heavens. And Wings Breaking the Green Underworld. Observations, White Cloud Observatory. Flying Crane Observatory. Green Underworld Observatory. Introduction. This is the Pine Crane Longevity Sect School of Excellence. This method is far-reaching. Amazing potential. You can rely on this method to cultivate to the realm of the secret treasure. Achievement of the Land Immortal. Upon returning home, Li Qi immediately included this Pine and Crane 10,000 Longevity Technique True Intent chapter in his system. He saw the level of Pine Crane 10,000 Longevity Technique True Intent chapter. Absolute Divine Gong. This was the first time he had seen a gongfu of this level. It turns out that above the top grade martial arts are the Supreme Divine Arts. The True Intent chapter is a higher version of the True Intent chapter, which overwrites the lower level Return to Yuan chapter. And compared to the Return to Yuan chapter, the True Intent chapter has 3 more ideas for viewpoints. And a killing move. Wing Breaking the Green Underworld. This killing move needed to be realized after comprehending all of the concepts of the viewpoints before its power could be thoroughly utilized. Li Qi looked at this gongfu, and there was a hint of urgency along with excitement in his heart. Those outlaws from the Blood Clothes building could hit the door at any time. And I heard that there were even monsters of the True Intent realm among those gold medal assassins, which made Li Qi very uneasy. He knew that the Supreme Elder Ji Xichang was fierce, and that the sect leader Pang Jing was also a powerhouse at the True Intent realm. But Li Qi was worried about whether or not the two of them would be able to cover it. The Bloodcoat upstairs door is still dangerous. In that case, you can't dilly-dally yourself. Boosting feats. The martial true essence in his body surged once again, and Li Qi's realm directly came to the peak of the true element realm. Then he looked at the white cloud view again, a hard look in his eyes. Keep lifting. After consuming 20 points of potential, his white cloud view was initiated, and Li Qi felt a wave of marvelous changes taking place in his body. A great deal of experience of visualization flooded into his mind, and he could also feel the changes in that metaphysical spiritual power. It was as if his spiritual energy had transformed into wisps of watery misty gas that steamed up and condensed and converged high in the air, into a single cloud. These clouds grew and finally joined together, turned into a sea of clouds, and in the midst of this massive cloud birth and convergence, Li Qi could also feel his spiritual power growing rapidly. White Cloud view. This view of the greatest role of the idea, Just keep strengthening and exercising the spiritual power of the practitioner. Once the practitioner's spirit is strengthened to a certain limit, and then successfully condenses the complete true intent of the martial arts path, then one has successfully stepped into the true intent realm. Achievement of the Grand Master. When the White Cloud View was initiated, Li Qi felt that his spiritual power had grown by about 10%. Go on. Li Qi's eyes lit up and he drank low. The system page was once again reduced by 100 points of potential. White Cloud View was raised to the realm of proficiency, and there was a 30% increase in spiritual power. At the same time, a faint blurring shadow emerged at Li Qi's back. This was an incomplete martial true will, and Huang Fuji was also in this realm. When the potential points were reduced by 300 points again, White Cloud View reached proficiency, while Li Qi's mental strength increased by as much as 50%, and the true intent of the martial Tao behind him had also solidified quite a bit, no longer as illusory as it had been in the beginning. There were still 240 potential points left on the system page, and after consuming another 1,000 points, his White Cloud View directly reached the realm of minor accomplishment. By now, Richie's finally touched that limit. His spiritual power directly doubled, and the true intent of martial Tao behind him was also completely solidified. Like thick ink outlined in heavy colors, there was no longer a hint of illusory intent. On the system page, Li Qi's realm has also changed. Realm, Early True Intent Realm. A new Grand Master was born. Because he had made too much commotion when he broke through the True Element realm before, Li Qi had learned his lesson. And this time when he broke through the realm he had a high concentration and was always operating his Qi convergence technique, so he didn't let the commotion spread out. Everyone in the Pine Crane Manso sect didn't realize a great master had actually been born in the sect. White Cloud View was already a minor success, and to raise it to a major success would require a full 2,000 potential points, and the potential in Li Qi's hand was no longer enough. After looking at his system page, Li Qi directly consumed 840 potential points to raise the floating light seal to the grand completion level and stopped. Well, that's all we can do for now. Richie was helpless. The higher the grade of the martial arts technique, the more potential points were consumed to strengthen and enhance it, and when he stepped into the true intent realm, the amount of potential points needed became more and more terrifying, and he realized that he still didn't have enough potential points to use. After the reinforcement was completed, Li Qi only had a pitiful 400 potential points left. That's just it. With this kind of strength, self-preservation should be no problem. Feeling the brand new power in his body, especially the strong spiritual power, it filled Li Qi with a sense of security. Even if the assassins of the Blood Clothes house hit his door, he didn't need to panic. The strength of Li Qi's current strength was second only to Ji Zhang and Pang Jing in the Songha Manifestation sect. After resting for a few moments, Richie's mind came alive. He had never been one to follow the rules, and since there weren't enough potential points in his hand, finding a way to get some would be the way to go. Li Qi's mind raced, and after a few moments he had an idea. He got up and left his place, heading in the direction of the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs. There were quite a few quests awarded in the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs, and Li Qi had seen some interesting quests there that could just solve his problem. It's been over a month in the gate. It's time to go out for a spin. Chapter 68, The Danger of the Shepherd's Family. In the Hall of Miscellaneous Matters, Li Qi arrived and attracted the attention of many people. Eldest brother is here? Sit over here, eldest brother. Have a cup of tea first. A group of disciples were enthusiastic and gathered around. Li Qi also smiled and responded to these disciples, then browsed under the courtyard wall and began to look for the tasks he needed. Soon, Richie made a discovery. Assist disciple Mu Xingyu in transferring his family's industry, escorting his family members and industry materials, transferring a route of 300 miles, and earning 120 contribution points upon completion of the task. Mission requirement: the weakest needs to be at the peak of the true Qi realm. Upon seeing this mission, the corner of Li Qi's mouth curled up slightly. This is the mission. There were many disciples who had worshipped the Pine Crane Longevity sect, more than 200, and most of the identities of these disciples were also not simple. Some of them were either rich or wealthy, and some of them were even a powerful party. And there are many reasons for these disciples to worship the sect. Some of them are to worship the master to learn the art, and to grow the family after resigning from the mountain in the other day. And some disciples worship the mountain gate, while they seek refuge. Being a disciple of a top-tier sect, with the sect having a grand master at its helm, these disciples had the tiger skin of the Pine Crane Manzu sect draped over them, and the families behind them were able to be sheltered as a result. After all, no one is willing to offend the top clans behind these disciples. If they mess with the terrifying great masters, would be guaranteed to suffer. However, the mountain gate will not give assistance for free, and there is also a price to pay if you want to ask the strongest person in the sect to come out, such as contribution points. Mu Xingyu, who had issued this quest, had saved up for a long time to gather these 120 points of contribution, and this amount of contribution was able to invite a peak true Qi realm powerhouse to make a move. The 120 points of contribution wasn't much to Li Qi. What he valued more was the quest itself. Li Qi uncovered the mission's bulletin and found the disciple in charge next to him. I'll take this mission. After checking a glance at the information of this quest, the disciple in charge nodded and said, "Alright, I'll call Mu Xingyu over right away." Soon, a disciple dressed in white hurriedly rushed over, and after seeing Li Qi not far away and the mission bulletin in his hand, the white-clothed disciple showed joy and hurriedly came in front of Li Qi. "Greetings, eldest brother. I really didn't expect that it would be eldest senior brother who took over my mission. It's really great." Xingyu thanks eldest senior brother. Li Qi nodded his head and smiled lightly. "No need to be polite. Come, talk to me about this mission." After the two came to a less crowded place, Richi said, "Tell me the details of your side of the story." And Mu Xingyu explained, "Turns out posting this quest is still the reason for this mess. The Mu family, which Mu Xingyu was a member of, was a family of merchants and had quite a few industries, but because of the turbulent times and the displacement of the people, many of the industries had taken a hit and were not doing well. As a last resort, the Mu family's industries in Nanfu County were ready to move all of them, intending to relocate to a higher level of prefecture. It was bigger, more prosperous, and relatively more stable, and the environment for running an industry was so much better than the counties below. But the long road is long. The county to the capital city is more than 300 miles away. The road can be quite a lot of mountain thieves and horse bandits, and the migration in the pastoral family team with a lot of belongings. This journey was not destined to be peaceful. Li Qi nodded his head, a touch more smile on his face. If it's just ordinary mountain thieves and horse bandits, with the strength of your Mu family should also be able to cope with it. Recruiting more guards is, and how could one think of spending contribution points to recruit a strong person at the peak of the true Qi realm in a sect? Li Qi checked the strength of Mu Xingyu. The other party was at the middle stage of the true Qi realm. Such strength was not considered weak. If they found some more guards to accompany them, the unusual small grubs would never hit their minds on the Mu family. But now, offhandedly, someone has done it. Obviously, there must be a hidden agenda. Those who dare to do so have something to fall back on. And a trace of embarrassment was added to Mu Xingyu's face before he bitterly laughed, still being seen by senior brother. "Yes, this matter really isn't that simple. My Mu family's industry is preparing to move out. Such a matter is bound to be quite a commotion. It has already attracted the attention of people who are interested in it. The Shu family of Nanfu County and my Mu family have been rivals for many years, and they are bound to not allow us to arrive at the prefectural city safe and sound. We've already received wind that the Zhu family side has contacted 13 groups of mountain thieves and horse bandits, wanting to eat my Mu family's team in one fell swoop. The opposite side has a large number of people, and trying to deal with them my Mu family is already very weak. And that's not even the most worrying thing. The people on the Zhu family's side still seem to be involved with the Five Colors sect, and we're still worried that someone from the Five Colors sect will make a move. So that's why I've released this quest at the mountain gate. Li Qi raised an eyebrow. Five Color Cult? His time in the world was still short, and he had not yet heard of the name Five Color sect. And where does this Five Color Cult come from? After Mac Xingyu's explanation, Li Qi also knew what was going on. It turns out that this Five Color religion is a cult organization. 20 years ago the mighty did a lot of appalling cruelty, but also because of the momentum is too big, and suffered from the siege of the court of the Great Han. Five Color religion by the Great Han Dynasty siege for several years. The door of the strong almost dead, only 3 or 2 big cats and small cats left. After the Five Color religion also from the bright to dark, gradually disappeared. However, the Five Colors sect had only hidden itself and had not completely died out. Now that the world is in turmoil, the Five Colors sect is gradually raising its head and running out from the shadows. Li Qi slowly nodded his head. So that's how, when a chaotic world is born, there will be demons, and this Five Color sect ran out. Mu Xingyu also said hatefully, who says it isn't? Not to mention those streams of bandits. If the demons of the Five Colors sect really run to attack my Mu family, then our Mu family really can't stand up to them. But senior brother, don't worry. Back then when the Great Han Dynasty besieged the Five Colors sect it was a deadly effort. The experts in the Five Colors sect died out. There were only 3 or 2 big cats left, and the ones who survived were at most some strong people of the true Qi realm. An eldest senior brother has already broken through the true origin realm. If there is a senior brother out there, this matter is bound to be foolproof. Speaking here, Mu Xingyu paused, then gritted his teeth. Senior brother. I know that 120 points of contribution is a little less to ask for your help, but that's really all I have on me. After this matter, I'll find a way to make up the contribution points to senior brother. 120 points of contribution could invite a peak true Qi realm powerhouse to make a move, but it was almost impossible to invite true Yuan realm existences to make a move, and their appearance fees were very high. Instead, Li Qi waved his hand, signaling Mu Xingyu to be at ease. I'll take this mission. We'll talk about the contribution points later. Max Xingyu was overjoyed. He was afraid that Li Qi would brush it off when he learned the details of it, as the contribution points he gave were indeed much less, but he never expected that Li Qi would still accept the task so readily. Li Qi's strength was something that Mu Xingyu had seen before. It was even fiercer than Huang Fuji. With Li Qi, the great god, out, this mission is bound to be foolproof. Thank you, eldest senior brother. It's really too much to thank. Mu Xingyu was grateful and thanked Li Qi profusely. Li Qi patted Mu Xingyu's shoulder and told the other party that there was no need to be like this. The reason why he had taken this mission was mainly because of the potential points, and when he heard that 13 gangs of bandits were targeting the Mu family, Li Qi almost didn't laugh out loud. That's right, the more people the better. As for that 5-color sect, Li Qi didn't care about it. A group of rats that had been suppressed by the imperial court for many years were just a bunch of rats that dared to come out and make trouble only after there was turmoil in the world. These petty criminals. What is there to fear? When will your Mako family's group depart? 2 days later. Well then, let's go pack up and get ready to go. Chapter 69. What a good judge of character. Huling Prefecture, Nanfu Jun County City, the Mao family residence. 2 silhouettes with swords and hats arrived in front of the Mu family's residence, and one of them said, Senior brother, this is it. We've arrived. The bucket hat next to him also lifted up, revealing a clear face, and looking towards the luxurious and expansive Mu family residence. This person faintly smiled and said, a good place. The guard at the door also saw the duo, then exclaimed, Young master, you're back. The 2 guards hurriedly walked over and greeted Mu Xingyu before receiving the other party's traveling bag, and after they realized that Mu Xingyu had an unusually respectful attitude towards Li Qi next to him, they also knew that this person's identity was bound to be extraordinary, and they also bowed to Li Qi. Alright, elder brother, let's go in. Aha! The 2 walked into the mansion. There has been a small boy to go in to inform the go. Soon there is a large group of people from all parts of the mansion rushed over. An old man in fancy clothes trotted over. Xingyu, you're back? Yes, Dad. It wasn't just this old man. There were quite a few of Mu Xingyu's family members who had also rushed over. These people were gorgeously dressed and looked noble, and Mu Xingyu introduced both sides to each other. When the people were shocked to learn that Li Qi was a true element realm powerhouse, they hurriedly greeted Li Qi. Mu Xingyu was a disciple of the Pine Crane Manifestation sect, so how could his family not know what a true element realm martial artist meant? No matter where they were, a strong person of the true origin realm was in existence that could not be ignored. In this Nanfu county, as long as a strong person of the true origin realm stomped his foot, the entire county would have to shake 3 times. As the principal of the Mu family, Mu Xingyu's father, Mu Zhuolin, hurriedly greeted, Forgive me, the small house is a bit shabby. The hospitality is not good. Please move inside the mansion. Surrounded by a group of people, Li Qi and Mu Xingyu took their seats, and immediately an underling brought snacks and tea. To be able to have a senior brother to protect you, this trip is bound to arrive at the prefecture safely. Come, senior brother, I'll toast you with tea instead of wine. After sharing a drink, Li Qi also discussed the matter of traveling to the prefecture with the people of the pastor's mansion. Senior brother, this is the roadmap for our team's advance. Please take a look. Li Qi received a map handed over by Mu Xingyu, which had already depicted a curved route forward, while Mu Xingyu continued to explain beside him. We'll pass through 3 villages and 4 towns on this trip, and if things go well we'll reach the prefecture in 4 days. Saying that, Mu Xingyu pointed out a few more circled places on the map and said, These places are more dangerous and may be attacked here. Richie nodded, then looked around the room. There were only a handful of senior members of the Mu family in the room, and there were no idlers present. So Li Qi opened his mouth. Since all these things are caused by that Zhu family, then if I go and kill them all now, will the trouble be solved? I remember you said that the Zhu family is also from this county town. As he said that, a faint murderous intent emerged from Li Qi's body, while Li Qi's smile also had an extra hint of moroseness. At these words, the room fell silent. Everyone was looking at Li Qi with shocked faces. Just from Li Qi's words and that calm attitude, One could tell that Li Qi was a person who was decisive in killing, and combined with Li Qi's current martial realm, he was definitely capable of doing so as well. Mu Xingyu also stared wide-eyed, then shook his head with a bitter smile. I've thought about this method, but it can no longer be done. The Shu family was indeed from Nanfu County City in earlier years, but they lost when they competed with us for business, and have since withdrawn from here. Although they have also left some marginalized small industries in the county, their core personnel are not here, and I'm afraid they are all in hiding now. So this method won't work for now. Li Qi shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, that's just it. Let's go according to your plan then. The crowd was still making their final preparations today, and early tomorrow morning the team from the Mu family would set off for the capital city. After finalizing the forward program for the next few days, Li Qi was also arranged by the herdsman to go to rest. In a courtyard with a beautiful view in the pastoral mansion, Li Qi reclined on one of the recliners by the pond, and on the side were several subordinates fiddling with tea and snacks, carefully serving Li Qi. Li Qi picked up the cup of tea, sipped tea. Not to say it is quite good to drink. After a long time of rushing, some fatigue is also quickly dispersed. At that moment, a delicate figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, walking in a graceful manner. A few underlings came forward to salute. Miss, you guys stand down. Yes. After dismissing her subordinates, the woman came to Li Qi's side and bowed with a flourish. My slave has met the gentleman. You are? My name is Mu Qianling, Xingyu's sister. Oh. Li Qi carefully sized up Mu Qianling and realized that she was actually still a peak body tempering realm martial artist, and he was afraid that it wouldn't be long before she could be promoted to the true Qi realm. The people who practice martial arts are mostly men, and there are very few women practicing martial arts, and the women who can practice a little bit of fame, that's even fewer. Mu Qianling bent down, revealing a deep gully, and fiddled with the tea set on the table. The subordinates are clumsy. It's better to let Qianling serve your excellency. Good. Mu Qianling's hands were very dexterous. Obviously, having learned the art of tea, not only did she make tea with beautiful movements, but there was even a strong aroma of tea coming from her. Your excellency, the tea is brewed. Taste the slave's handiwork. Aha! Receiving the tea handed by the woman, Li Qi took a sip and it was indeed much better. Not bad. Very good. It's good that the gentleman likes it. With that said, Mu Qianling sat down close to Li Qi's side and gossiped with him, also chatting about some interesting things in Nanfu County. A nice-smelling woman's body fragrance drifted over from Mu Qianling's body when Li Qi came to the Mu mansion. But instead of Mu Xingyu coming to entertain him, it was the other party's sister, Mu Qianling, who came to accompany him, and Li Qi guessed what the other party meant, probably trying to use beauty to bring themselves closer to the Mako family. If he now put forward some slightly excessive requirements, perhaps Mu Qianling would also agree. Mu Qianling is also considered a lady of the house. The Mu family arranged her to Li Qi's side, and lured her with beauty. A hint of playfulness surfaced at the corner of Li Qi's mouth. In response, all he had to say was, "What a good judge of character. There is a good company and served with care. No matter how to say it is still very cool. Li Qi also enjoys it. It is better than his own here to drink rooibos tea." Interesting. Mu Qianling's performance was very good. Not only was her posture beautiful and graceful, but her temperament was even more gentle, making it easy for people to feel good about her. Of course, it's not without its drawbacks. That is, Maki Qianling isn't quite put out yet. Those girlfriends that Li Qi dated in his past life, that one is capable, not to mention other. There is nothing wrong with the per capita Acacia sex holy maiden. Compared to them, Mu Qianling was still a bit short of the mark. Gonzi, what are you thinking about? You seem to have gotten a bit lost in thought just now. Nothing, remembering the old days. Let's keep talking. Chapter 70. Early the next morning, a long procession was in place, ready to depart from the county town of Nanfu. Li Qi walked on the streets of Nanfu County City and found that there were few pedestrians on the streets, and many mansions were already empty and dead inside. The scourge of the rebels intensified, and many places were affected by the war. And the first to bear the brunt was the common people. Many people died in vain under the rebels, and many died under the official army. So many people have moved away to make a living in more stable places. This time, when the Mu family moved their family, surprisingly, it didn't attract too many onlookers, as if the people in the city felt that it was a matter of course. Mu Xingyu and Mu Qianling followed Li Qi's side. These two looked at the familiar streets and city. Their faces were complicated. They grew up in the county city. This time they left, and they did not know when they would return in the future. After a long time, Mu Xingyu sighed slightly and said to Mu Qianling, "Sister, you accompany senior brother Li. I'll go to the front to take a look." After bidding farewell to Li Qi, Mu Xingyu drove his horse towards the front of the group. "My lord, let's get into the carriage as well." "Good." The two boarded a nearby wagon, and the whole party started off. The procession of the Mu family was very large, with 20 wagons and 50 ox carts, loaded with the Mu family's dependents and household goods. There were even nearly 100 guards accompanying the caravan on horseback, scattered on both sides of the entire procession, guarding the safety of the caravan at all times. The carriage was spacious, with tables, chairs and soft couches on it, and even an ancient zither. "Sir, it's a long way to travel, so I'll play the zither for you to relieve your boredom." "Very good." A tranquil zither sounded. The sound of the zither was like water, ringing in everyone's ears. "Tears fill my clothes when I leave my homeland. There is no deadline for returning to. Dreaming of returning. I only hope to return home again soon." Ruwashi, Mu Qianling sang softly as she stroked the zither. This is a song titled, Returning Home, and the words and music express the longing and reluctance to leave one's hometown. Just like Mu Qianling's state of mind at this moment. Move your family at this moment, or never to return. The gentle song rang out, drifting past the ears of every member of the shepherd's family, and everyone who heard it was moved. The long caravan, like a long worm moving slowly forward, drove out of Nanfu County City, then gradually disappeared on the yellow mud road between the mountains. Time passes slowly. The driver of the horse was very skillful, and the carriage was very smooth, with few jolts. Suddenly, the swaying of the wagon became more and more intense. It creaked. Li Qi opened his eyes and retreated from the state of meditating and hammering his spiritual power. "Shiliang, where are we?" Mu Qianling, who was burning incense, softly said. "Back to Gongzi. We've arrived at the Mud Mule Ridge." Li Qi realized that the Mud Mule Ridge was a rugged mountain range, a place where the official road was broken and narrow, making it difficult to pass, and the swaying of the wagon intensified. Moreover, the Mud Mule Ridge is in a special location, where the mountains and rivers are rugged and the forests are thick, harboring a lot of outlaws here, and if any merchants pass by, they will be robbed by them. When Mu Xingyu had given him the map before, he had mentioned this place, saying that the Mud Mule Ridge was poor and mountainous, a good place to kill people. If any place is likely to be attacked by thieves, this Mud Mule Ridge would be one of them. "Are we at Mud Mule Ridge already?" Li Qi slowly said, while his face took on more seriousness. The invisible aura on his body moved, turning into wisps of cloudy qi dispersing out in all directions. These clouds were extremely thin, nearly transparent, and indiscernible to the ordinary eye, and soon spread out to 1,000 feet away, spreading between the forests and trees in this area. This was one of the means of a strong person of the true intent realm. After his spiritual power had been refined to a considerable degree and had successfully condensed the true intent of the martial way, Li Qi was able to comfortably manipulate his spiritual power, allowing it to transform into a tentacle that penetrated outside of his body for the purpose of probing the four directions, which was somewhat similar to the Yuan Shen's out-of-body experience. The stronger the mental power, the wider the range it could cover and the clearer it could probe. Li Qi secretly used his secret method to probe around and did not find any thieves secretly hiding, and Mu Qianling, who was closest to Li Qi, also detected an abnormality. She realized that the aura on Li Qi's body had changed vigorously, becoming morose and dangerous, so that she didn't dare to move. Du Q. After retrieving his own spiritual power, Li Qi gave Mu Qianling a relaxed look, signaling the other party not to be afraid, and then continued to meditate and quench his spiritual power to go. He had just stepped into the true intent realm and realized that something like spiritual power was really interesting, and just as he was observing and hammering his spiritual power, he figured out several wonderful uses for it, and this method of spiritual probing was something he had just figured out. After mastering this technique, Leech will be unafraid of the vast majority of sneak attacks. With Li Qi, the great god, escorting them, the caravan crossed the Mud Mule Ridge peacefully. After traveling for a day, the caravan came to a place called Clearwater Village. There were people here waiting to receive them, and the caravan unloaded its provisions and stationed itself in the village of Qingshui. The people are all worried about walking for a day, not to mention the 13 groups of bandits. Even a small grub did not meet. Everyone hanging heart also let go. After dinner, the crowd took an early rest. Everyone was tired after walking all day. Early the next morning, the crowd packed up immediately after breakfast and headed off. No one dawdled. The longer they stayed out there, the more dangerous it became. They had to reach the prefecture as soon as possible. But to everyone's surprise, not only was there no accident on the first day, but even the next 2 days were uneventful. Everyone even thought that Mac Xingyu's information was wrong, and that no one actually wanted to hit the Mac family. Day 4, the caravan was traveling between a mountain forest, and Mu Xingyu, who had been busy, came to Li Qi's side and laughed. Senior brother, it won't be long before we reach the prefecture city. Escorting all the way these days has been really hard. Li Qi shook his head. It's not hard, but rather it's the hospitality of your Mu family that has been troublesome these days. Mu Xingyu laughed. Ha ha, senior brother is polite. In the future, if there is nothing to do you can come often. My Mu family will definitely welcome you with open arms. This trip has been smooth sailing. No one has come to attack. I will definitely drink a cup of wine with senior brother when we enter the city later. And Richie laughed. No, you've got it wrong. Someone is already coming. Get ready. As soon as these words came out, Mu Xingyu was stunned, and then burst into flames, suddenly shouting in a stern voice. Enemy attack. Alert! In Li Qi's perception, densely packed auras saturated with malice touched his spiritual realm and were rushing towards the direction of the caravan, and Richie's smile grew more and more morose. Finally, it's here. Chapter 71 Sparring. A large number of figures sped through the nearby mountains and forests, making a rustling sound as an oppressive and terrifying aura enveloped the area. Now every one of them sensed something was wrong. The crowd that had been easily rushing along panicked all of a sudden, and many women and children even cried out, which made the caravan even more chaotic. Don't panic, everyone stay where they are. No running around. Guards on guard outside. The leader of the guards was a martial artist at the early stage of the true Qi realm. He exhaled and shouted. This was also one of the backbones of the Mu family's side. On weekdays, it had always been this guard leader who manipulated the safety of the Mu family's top and bottom, and with this voice of his, the originally tumultuous caravan immediately settled down. But this move by the escort leader also made him the bird of prey, and someone was already onto him. An arrow containing a huge amount of true Qi sped up and shot in front of him in an instant. The guard leader's eyes rounded and his long sword slashed out, wanting to block the extremely fast arrow. But the moment the long blade and the arrow touched, true Qi erupted and his long blade directly broke into two. After shooting off the long blade, the arrow landed on the guard leader's heart protector, hitting him squarely in the chest. He was directly shot off the horse's back by the massive force from the arrow, his body flying across the ground several feet away and falling into the grass. But the arrow didn't kill him. The arrow shot into the heart protector 2 inches, did not completely penetrate, hurt the tendons and bones, but did not injure the internal organs inside. The guard leader rolled over and climbed up, pulling out the blood-stained arrowheads with a horrified look on his face. Peak true Qi realm. Soon, a big bald man with a huge bow rushed out from among the trees, accompanied by a large group of men with fierce faces. Soon there were more than 500 people surrounding the entire caravan, like a pack of hungry wolves circling around. These people are all bandits who have been waiting here for a long time. The bald big man looked at the guard leader who was in a bit of a mess and laughed. Some skill. This didn't even shoot you to death. What a great life. It's just a pity. You must die here today. Mu Xingyu leaped out of his horse and blocked in front of him, sternly shouting, Don't be wild. The thieves, retreat quickly, or kill without pardon. All the bandits laughed. Damn, this kid isn't scared stupid, is he? How dare he tell us to leave? I'll take this kid's head and chop it off for a vase. These women are mine too. Ha 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 ha. The bald big man burst into a strange laugh and looked at Mu Xingyu with pitying eyes. Kid, don't blame me. We are also entrusted by someone. Today this place is your burial place. Mu Xingyu took a deep breath and slowly said, It was Elder Zhu who called you guys, right? The bald guy cocked his head. Guess I'll tell you? Cut the crap and get on your way in peace. Kill. The two parties immediately sparred. At the same time, a faint shadow hurriedly detached itself from the carriage and killed towards these bandits as well. Richie did it too. He had just scrutinized the nearby area again with his spiritual power to check if there were any more enemies hiding in the vicinity, but he hadn't found any. All the bandits should be here. Since this was the case, he no longer dawdled and made a decisive move. These bandits could all be potential points. He had been looking forward to this for many days. Today these guys finally came to his door. There was no reason to let them go. Treading crane crossing, densely packed sharp sword Qi surrounded Li Qi's body, turning him into a humanoid reaper as he charged straight into the group of bandits. Wherever Li Qi went, blood and flesh flew everywhere, limbs and broken arms flew up high, and wailing and screams rang out. Something's rushing past. Damn, so many dead and wounded brothers. That guy is dangerous. Get out of the way. Ah, there he goes again. The bandits were besieging the caravan, and it was originally the Mu family side that was thrown into a panic. The bandits were extremely numerous and came in force, causing a great deal of pressure on many people. But after Li Qi made his move, the panic instead quickly turned to the bandit side. Potential points +1. Potential points +1. Potential points +3. Potential points plus 10. Densely packed hints continued to cross in front of Li Qi's eyes, which made him even more excited, and his potential points, which were already insufficient, were growing rapidly. Li Qi was protected by his sword Qi and rampaged through the bandits without a single enemy. As soon as his figure rushed past, it would open up a 5-meter vacuum area among the bandits. The bandits among them were strangled by him into a field of broken flesh. Seeing that the high-ranking person from the Pine Crane Manifestation sect had already made a move, the crowd of the Mu clan also finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the situation began to tilt towards the Mu clan side. That bald man at the head of the group burst into a fit of rage, and while dealing with Mu Xingyu's attacks, he angrily shouted, "Wastes, you trash! Stop that guy right now!" As soon as the bald man's words fell, Li Qi's figure turned and changed direction, killing directly towards this bald man. In the instant that the bald man did not react, the head of this peak true Qi realm bandit was chopped off by Li Qi. In just a few breaths of time, more than 100 people had died at the hands of Li Qi, and the remaining bandits were shocked. Although they were still besieging the convoy, they were already considering whether there was any point in continuing the fight. While the herder family and the bandits were fighting, a few men stood still on a distant hill. Under the cover of the shade of the trees, they quietly watched the two warring sides. "Oh, there's also a good fighter from the True Origin realm? Interesting." Chapter 72, You're just a couple of losers? Since the Five Colors sect had suffered the full force of Dehan's siege, several great masters in the sect whose strength had approached that of the land immortals had also been killed. The great patriarch was extremely strong and had comprehended the true meaning of the martial Tao, so it would be difficult to kill the great patriarch of the Five Colors sect if he tried to do so with just Dehan. But back then, the Five Colors sect had too much momentum and too much fame, and it wasn't just Great Han that besieged the Five Colors sect. Several strong top sects were also persuaded by the royal family of Great Han to participate in the siege as well. In this way, the Five Colors sect naturally fell into the wind. Several great masters perished one after another. The sect also turned from bright to dark, into a few small forces, and since then gradually disappeared. The Black Lotus sect is the sect that has long been active in Huling province. Back then, the Five Colors sect was divided into 5 halls under the Five Colors sect, led by each of the Five Colors fragrance masters. And after the Five Colors sect was dispersed, the small group of people who survived the Black Hall reorganized their manpower and created the Black Lotus sect once again. There are also 4 other sects: the White Lotus, the Green Lotus, the Red Lotus, and the Yellow Lotus, which are also developing in secret. When the 5 lotus flowers meet again, is when the Five Colors sect makes a comeback. Half a month ago, the head of the Zhu family in Nanfu County approached him, wanting to ask the Black Lotus sect's people to take down the Mu family's migratory caravan, and promising a heavy amount of money in return. Fong Long, as the helmsman of the Black Lotus sect, he originally did not look at the Zhu family promised that bit of gold and silver, and was about to open his mouth to refuse when he heard that the pastor's side of the family actually has the background of the Pine and Crane Mansion sect. Then the nature of the different. When the Five Colors sect was besieged, the Pine and Crane Longevity sect was among them. One of the Five Colors sect's Grand Masters had died precisely at the hands of the Pine Crane Manifestation sect. Pine and Crane Manju Gaida. Fong Long's mind immediately became alive. He had recently heard some rumors that the Pinehearth Wansho sect side had gotten into trouble, and it seemed that someone was about to make a move against the Pinehearth Wansho sect, and the current situation was very delicate. Pine and Crane Wansho sect is not a small force, and the person who intends to strike at Pine and Crane Wansho sect seems to be from a small source. This is undoubtedly an opportunity. If this time, Fong Long assisted the Zhu family to make a move to kill the disciples of the Pine Crane Manifestation sect, and the Pine Crane Manifestation sect reacted very little or not at all, then it would mean that the Pine Crane Manifestation sect had encountered great trouble this time, and the other party no longer had the extra energy to take care of the disciples in the sect. If that's true, then it could not be better. Fong Long he then led his men to fight directly on the Pine Crane Manso gate. Regardless of who was planning to take on the Pinehearth Wansho sect, they could tag along and fight the good fight, then take advantage of the opportunity to reap some benefits. If the conditions are right, it is not impossible to completely overthrow the Pine Crane Longevity sect. After all, back then, the Pine and Crane Longevity sect had severely injured the Five Colors sect, and this revenge could not go unrewarded. As for the matter of the Pine and Crane Wansho sect, Fong Long had also informed the helmsman of the other 4 Lotus sects, just waiting for the time to be ripe, so that we could all advance and retreat together. They were men who struggled to survive in the shadows, sharp and deadly as sharks, swarming at the slightest whiff of blood and gobbling up their prey. In the end, Fang Zhuo agreed to the Zhu family's side's request, promising to help them deal with those from the Mu family. The Shu clan's headmaster went away in joy, while Fong Long sneered coldly, as he seemed to have already seen the scene of the Pine Crane Longevity sect's impending catastrophe. For this siege of the Mu family's caravan, Fong Long had waited early with a few good men from the Black Lotus sect, quietly watching the battlefield where they were fighting in the distance. Lord Fong, are you still not going to do it? The ones I'm looking for are dying out. A fat man with a thick and short stature said anxiously from the side. Those people from the Mu family are about to run out. And Fong Long remained calm and slowly said, don't worry, Zhuzhua Gung, this seed is here, they won't be able to run away. Finding out that there was even a true element realm martial artist in the Mu clan's team who had made a move, and that the other party was still using the Pine Crane 10,000 lifespan technique, caused Fong Long to become even more excited. Then let's kill you first. Then let's see how the Pine Crane manifestation sect reacts. Fong Long had a fierce smile on his face as he let out a low shout. You guys, follow me and kill. A group of strong figures from the Black Lotus sect moved in unison and killed towards Li Qi. A strong killing intent came from one side. Li Qi raised his eyebrows and turned his head towards the distance, only to see several figures speeding towards him. 3 true element realms. There are also 4 true Qi realms. The aura emanating from the other party was gloomy and cold, very different from the other martial artists. Li Qi's heart was clear, guessing that these people were the remnants of that 5-color cult. Li Qi held his sword and swept it. The sword Qi formed a ring and radiated out. All the bandits within 100 paces nearby were all cut down by Li Qi's waist and died miserably on the ground. Such a tactic also caused the few Black Lotus sect powerhouses who had rushed in to change color slightly. Sword Qi transformation? This is a swordsmanship grandmaster? In an instant, Fong Long and the others rushed to the battlefield, their faces grave. I really didn't expect to see a sword art master here, but unfortunately, you must die here today. Mu Xingyu, who was fighting with the remaining bandits, suddenly changed color. He also saw the incoming Fong Long and the others, and felt the aura from the other party as well. 3 true origin realms? How? He had investigated the information of the local 5-color sect remnants, saying that there was a high probability that there were no true origin realm powerhouses, only some small players at the true Qi realm, which would not be difficult to deal with. But now that 3 true origin realm existences had actually run out, it horrified his heart. How can this be? Although eldest senior brother is also at the true origin realm, it's still too dangerous to fight 3 against 1. Pain and regret flooded the mind one after the other. Maybe the Mako family shouldn't have relocated, and maybe they shouldn't have called Big Brother. Just as Mu Xingyu was terrified and panicked in his heart, Li Qi's face remained clouded. Trying to kill me? With you losers? As soon as the words fell, Li Qi rushed toward these remnants of the 5 colors sect with his sword. Chapter 73, I Become a Man of Talent. Li Qi did not display his battle power at the Grand Master level, and to outsiders, he was still the same mid-true element realm martial artist, so much so that it gave these few Black Lotus cultists the false impression that they were able to take down Li Qi. Fong Long was holding a long sword. His true Qi transformed into black flames wrapped around the blade, constantly chopping at Li Qi, while there were also several Black Lotus sect good fighters who were surrounding Li Qi on the left and right, wanting to chop Li Qi to death. Wing Dance Spring and Autumn. Li Qi hurriedly swung his flowing cloud sword and chopped at these demons. A sword Qi flew out, instantly twisting and changing, transforming into a pure white plume that strangled towards several people. If they were at the true element realm, they were okay, and they could barely block Li Qi's chopping blows between their struggles, while those few guys at the true Qi realm were not so lucky. How sharp was the sword Qi after transforming? In an instant, 2 true Qi realm Black Lotus sect experts were cut down by the sword Qi, and all of them were broken into 2 with their swords. 2 people were killed in just a single glance between the 2 sides. Fong Long was not angry but happy, and looked at Li Qi with a trace of appreciation in his eyes. Young man, your sword skills are exceptional. It would be a shame to die like this. Let me give you a chance. How about sparing your life if you join us? Li Qi slashed back a Black Lotus sect powerhouse with his sword and snorted. What time is it? And you're still thinking of recruiting me? Are your brains broken? Fong Long made a retreat and pulled away from Li Qi, not caring about Li Qi's taunts. He looked at his subordinate who had been broken in 2 on the ground not far away, skimmed his lips, and then looked at Li Qi. Young man, you don't know it yet. Your Pine Crane Longevity sect has already gotten into quite a bit of trouble. I'm afraid that it won't be that easy to get through this time. Now you can choose to join us. Of course you can also choose to burn with the Pine Crane Manifestation sect. Hearing Fong Long say this, Li Qi's face sank. What trouble? I don't understand what you mean. Want to know? As long as you are willing to join us and serve the sect, then I will tell you. Li Qi stopped speaking. He had just tried to trap the other party, but Fong Long didn't take the bait. Even if Fong Long didn't say anything, Li Qi probably guessed what was going on. It has something to do with Seo Nim Yun. Trouble comes from the House of Blood. Su Nianyun had mentioned something about the Blood Clothes Building when he had a long talk with Li Qi. The young master of the Blood Clothes Building, Li Chobai, had died in the hands of the elders of the Pine and Crane Manifestation sect, and the other party was bound to not let it go. It looked like the Blood Clothes Building side had already found out Su Nianyun's followers and was already preparing to fight over. Even these remnants of the Five Colors sect got wind of it. It's not looking good, Li Qi's heart muttered, but he didn't show it on his face, and said in a cold voice to Fong Long and the others, "Just don't say it, and go to hell with those words." Fong Long burst of strange laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, like you, so outstanding sword skills is really rare. This seat up the heart of talent intends to go out to save you, but it's even rarer to see a stubborn, uncertain fool like you, who doesn't budge when a path to life is laid out in front of him. In that case, then you'll go to hell with the Pine Crane Manifestation sect." Black flames skyrocketed on Fong Long's blade, and then there was a violently burning flame blade chi chopping towards Li Qi. Burning silence black blade, densely dotted blade chi enveloped Li Qi's figure. Li Qi's gaze remained calm as the true essence in his body boiled, and a huge lifelike feathered sword chi chopped out towards the Black Lotus sect crowd. In the blink of an eye, 2 more true chi realms were killed, and now there were only 3 true Yuan realm powerhouses left on the Black Lotus sect side, and Fong Long let out a stern cry. "How dare you! Don't think that you can do anything just because you've accomplished the sword art master. You will be rounded up and killed here today," said 3 true element realm powerhouses. Attack became more and more fierce, continuous and endless sword-like chop towards all the vital points on Li Qi's body. But something that puzzled them also happened. Regardless of how they increased the strength of their siege, not only were they never able to take down Li Qi, there was even a hint of relaxed languor on the other party's face. It was as if their attacks were like a breeze on the face. If these people knew that they were besieging a great master, I'm afraid that their souls would be scared out of their wits, and they would have run away long ago. So how would they still be here to make mischief? And Richie would never let these people get away. The aura on his body erupted explosively, and his martial true essence was like a burning flame coming out through his body. Dragon Gate Seal, of the Second Dragon Gate, a sword light that was so fast that it was unimaginable lit up in everyone's eyes. And then the heads of 2 true Origin Realm people were beheaded. After a horizontal slash resolved the 2 Black Lotus sect powerhouses, only Fong Long was left on the opposite side of the room. Li Qi's sword blade turned, and a sudden thrust went through Fong Long's head. Fong Long's ferocious expression was also forever fixed on his face. With a shake of Li Qi's long sword, Fong Long's body was thrown far away and fell to the ground, no longer silent. Potential points plus 100. Li Qi alone killed the incoming Black Lotus cult, and the rest of the bandits were killed by the Mu family's guards, and Mu Xingyu also rushed over. "Eldest brother, you're not hurt, are you?" "No. Senior brother is just too powerful. These 3 true Origin realms were all killed by you, worthy of being the chief of my Pine Crane Manifestation sect." At this moment, Mu Xingyu worshipped Li Qi to the point of no return, and just now, a group of strong enemies had attacked, and he had even thought of his last words, but then it peaked later. Li Qi showed his terrifying strength and killed all these strong enemies, saving the entire Mu family, for which Mu Xingyu was grateful. "Senior brother, this battle is over. Let's go back and rest." Li Qi faintly shook his head and laughed. "No, it's not over yet." He looked in the direction where Fong Long and the others were rushing from, and from afar, he saw a fat man turning around and running away, fleeing in distress among the mountains and forests. Funny, didn't even realize there was someone hiding over there at first. Li Qi's figure flickered and disappeared, and a few moments later he returned carrying a fat man, throwing this fat man with a dead face at the feet of Mu Xingyu. He then asked, "Do you know this fat guy?" And when Mu Xingyu saw this fat man's face, he exclaimed, "Shuzhua Geng?" Chapter 74. After returning to the carriage, Mu Qianling said with a look of awe, "Gongzi, you're back. Well, get me a cup of tea." Mu Qianling hurriedly went to boil water to make tea. Just now Li Qi's performance really scared him. So many bandits came to attack. There are also several true Yuan realm powerhouses came to attack. All were killed by Li Qi. Even that strong man at the peak of the true Origin realm was no match for Li Qi, and he was chopped up in an instant, slaughtered like a pig or a dog. In a short time, more than 200 lives died at the hands of Li Qi. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Mu Qianling couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. Don't look at Li Qi, usually temperament elegant and calm, a very good talk appearance. In fact, for the slaughter of more than 100 Jianghu murderer, after the tea was brewed, Mu Qianling carefully handed the tea to Li Qi. "Sir, please drink the tea." Having just cut down so many people in one breath, Li Qi was indeed a little thirsty, and he drank the sweet tea in one gulp. Comfort. Li Qi leaned down on the soft couch of the carriage, and his tense tendons stretched out, then took a long breath. And beside her, Mu Qianling also came back to her senses from the initial shock, and the way she looked at Li Qi had completely changed. If at first she treated Li Qi with a few hints of playing along, then now she had nothing but admiration for him. Li Qi wantonly declared his power, charging back and forth through the crowd of bandits, killing all the incoming enemies and saving the entire Mu family. Such a sight brought a great impact to Mu Qianling. In any world, women are Mu Qiang. She slowly came to Richie's side and gently squeezed and pressed Richie's arm. Your Excellency has worked hard. Are you tired? No, not tired. Thank you for your hand in saving the entirety of my Mu family. If it wasn't for this time my Mu family would be in danger. I said I'd protect you guys. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Qianling mumbled, Gonzi, such a great favor. The Mu family is not proud to repay. Qianling would like to always accompany Gonzi around in the future. I don't know if it's okay? When Li Qi did not respond, Mu Qianling carefully looked up and found that Li Qi had already fallen asleep on the soft couch with his eyes closed, while a light snoring sound rang out. Mu Qianling was secretly annoyed and could only helplessly return to sit in front of the nearby desk table and fiddle with the guqin. After faking a nap, Li Qi's mind sank to the system page and began to check the harvest this time. Potential, 2000. In this battle alone, Li Qi had harvested 2000 points of potential, and could already raise the white cloud view once more. Elevate. A large amount of observational memories flowed into his mind, and Li Qi felt like he had spanned decades of time, and his mental power was constantly quenched and fully strengthened during this long period of time. Li Qi's spiritual power surged once again, compared to the very beginning. His spiritual power had increased by as much as 2 times. After the white cloud view became a great success, not only did it make Li Qi's true intent of martial Dao stronger, it also allowed him to step into the middle stage of the true intent realm. Great! Li Qi was happy in his heart. It hadn't been in vain that he and the people of the Mu family had been out for so many days, and now it had all paid off. After reaching the middle stage of the true meaning realm, if one wanted to continue to raise their realm, they would need to go and cultivate the other 2 viewpoints, the flying crane viewpoint and the Yi-green underworld viewpoint. These 2 viewpoints were different from the white cloud view, and their main effect was not to enhance spiritual power, but had another wonderful use. If one were to cultivate these 2 viewpoints to a high level, one would be able to reach the peak of the true intent realm. But once again, Li Qi's now had not enough potential points to use, so he could only call it quits. The Mu family's caravan moved slowly, and was getting closer and closer to the capital city. That Zhu Zuogung, who was captured by Li Qi, fell into the hands of these people from the Mu family, and naturally, it will not have a good outcome. This time, the Mu family was attacked. Despite Li Qi's timely action, the Mu family side was still casualties, dead and wounded more than a dozen guards and family members. If it is not the Zhu family from the chaos, there will not be such a thing happen. Zhu Zuogung was given a good beating by the Mu family's guards and screamed miserably. After torturing him, he did not get any useful situation from Zhu Zuogun's mouth, so he was beheaded by one of the guards and abandoned his body in the wilderness, and fell into a miserable end. After the caravan entered the city, the pastor's family also settled down immediately. The Mu family also has properties in the prefecture, and has some followers here, not counting starting from scratch. After entering the new mansion, the Mu family hurriedly prepared a banquet, entertained Li Qi. This time the Mu family people smoothly arrived in the capital city. Li Qi great credit, a group of people busy over the toast. The atmosphere is very happy. The meal faded late into the night. Early the next morning, Li Qi packed up his things, then bid farewell to his pastoral family and headed towards the mountain gate. Mu Xingyu had resigned from the sect for a month. He had to deal with some matters in the clan and would stay in the prefecture for a period of time. Li Qi embarked on his return journey alone, returning quickly towards the mountain gate. Fong Lon's words earlier made his heart a little uneasy. It seems that the blood-clothes building side will soon make a move. We need to return to the mountain gate as soon as possible. Chapter 75, All Parties Surge. Crisis is coming. Soon, Li Qi returned to the mountain gate. He first headed to the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs and handed over his tasks. Before doing so, Senior Brother, Mu Xingyu's flying pigeon message has arrived. It has been verified that the task taken by Senior Brother has been completed. This is the contribution for completing the task. Please keep it. The disciple in charge handed 120 points of contribution jade money to Li Qi, who put it away and turned to leave. A disciple soon entertained Li Qi and said, Senior Brother, the sect leader has summoned and asked Senior Brother to go to the sect leader's hall. Li Qi's heart fluttered, secretly saying that something was coming, so he rushed towards the sect master's hall. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, he found everyone here. Ji Zhang, sect leader Pang Jing, a few elders, and the True Origin Realm disciples were also here. Pang Jing, who was seated in the first seat, smiled and said, Li Qi, you're here. Li Qi arched his hand. Disciple completed a mission and just returned to the mountain gate from outside. Pang Jing nodded with satisfaction. Not only was Li Qi's strength progressing at an amazing rate, he would also take the initiative to take on missions and share the sect's worries. This made Pang Jing feel better about Li Qi. Well, good, hard work. After a few words of praise, Pang Jing also got down to business. I'm afraid you've guessed the reason for summoning everyone here this time. That's right, it is precisely because of the Blood Clothes building. I've received news that the Blood Clothes building side might make a move against us. As soon as a month, or as slow as 2 months, they'll hit us. The atmosphere in the air was a bit stagnant. Everyone didn't utter a single word, while Sun Yunyun's face even carried a trace of guilt. Humph, the district Blood Clothes building. If they dare to come here to act recklessly, I will make sure they have no return. The Supreme Elder Ji Zhang snorted coldly. The aura emanating from his body was like an abyss, causing people to look sideways. Among the scene, the only one who hadn't figured out what had happened was Jin Wenyang, who had just been promoted to the True Element realm for a short period of time, and he wasn't clear about many of the news that the higher-ups knew. And Wang Huan next to him whispered some explanations to Jin Wenyang, and Pang Jing continued. I'm clear about the situation over at the Blood Clothes building. The owner of the building, Li Xiaozhou, is a late-stage True Intent realm powerhouse, and a few of the gold medal assassins under his command are at the early stage of the True Intent realm. The Blood Clothes building's strength isn't as good as our Pine Hearth Wanshou sect yet. According to reason, it's unlikely that Li Xiaozhou would be so unwise as to choose to clash hard with our Pine Crane Manifestation sect. That would only allow outsiders to take advantage of the situation. But if Li Xiaozhou dares to do this, he must have something to fall back on. I think the other side may have also united other forces, so everyone should be prepared. Maybe not only the Blood Clothes house would hit the door, but other forces would be involved. This was a heavy piece of news, and everyone in the audience was shocked, and Richie thought he should say something too. Sect Master, Disciple has something to report. Oh, say, a gaze fell on Li Qi, and Li Qi told everyone what happened when he escorted the Mu family's caravan, with the focus on the attack on the caravan by the remnants of the Five Colors sect, which caused everyone to change color. What? The Five Colors sect even knows about this matter? Didn't those people disappear a long time ago? Now they're resurgent? That leader of the group has flatly stated that my Pine Crane Longevity sect will attract calamities, and obviously knows some inside information. I remember that one of the Five Colors sect's great masters back then was killed by us. Since there is such a grudge, I'm sure the Five Colors sect side won't miss the chance to take revenge. The Five Colors sect will definitely make a move as well. Well then, the forces that would be unfavorable to this sect will count the Five Colors sect as one. The crowd murmured and speculated about the possibilities, and sect leader Pang looked at Li Qi in shock. Li Qi, those 3 True Origin realms of the Five Colors sect were all killed by you? Yes. The crowd lapsed into silence while Pang Jing continued to ask. Li Qi, then can you tell me exactly what your current strength is? After a moment of silence, Li Qi slowly said, Late True Element Realm. Saying that, a matching aura erupted from Li Qi's body. Li Qi still hadn't shown his true strength. It had only been 2 months since he had worshipped the Pine Crane Longevity sect, and his strength had already broken through the middle stage of the True Meaning realm, achieving Grand Master. Such a thing was so appalling that it had gone completely beyond the cognizance of the crowd. If he showed his true strength, there would only be people who suspected that he was carrying an unknown exotic treasure that would bring him unpredictable trouble. Maybe the people of the Pine Crane Manzu sect wouldn't have any extra thoughts or actions towards him, but if the news leaked out, what would the people outside think? That would be unknown. If a land god is really alarmed and intends to run over and rob Li Qi away, the entire Pine Crane Manifestation sect wouldn't be able to protect him. One must proceed with caution. Even though Li Qi had only displayed a small portion of his strength, he still shocked the crowd. What the hell? Another realm breakthrough? Weren't you still in the middle stage of the True Origin realm the other day? Genius. A true genius. Alas, it's a pity. How good would it have been if we could have discovered Li Qi earlier? So much so that the pearl has been lost to the dust, and it is only now that Li Qi is being received into the mountain gate. The crowd was horrified and emotional, thinking in their hearts that if Li Qi could have been initiated earlier, could have started practicing martial arts earlier, then how high would Li Qi's achievements be now? Maybe they've already achieved the status of a land god. The gazes of the crowd looking at Li Qi were filled with envy, and the sect leader sighed with his palm. Li Qi, you've done a great job. I didn't expect another breakthrough in just a short time. If the Blood Clothes House comes to attack, you will be an important combatant for this sect, Li Qi said in a deep voice. Don't worry, sect leader, I will do my best. After discussing some ways to deal with the Blood Clothes building, the people left on their own. A short while later, Elder Wang Huan found Li Qi and handed a small cloth bag into Li Qi's hands and said, Li Qi, these contribution jade money and you keep it. The sect leader said that you don't need to worry about anything else, and that you only need to do your best to raise your strength in the next period of time. Li Qi opened the bag and took a look, only to see 5 pieces of contribution jade money quietly placed inside, each with an amount of 1,000. This is a full 5,000 points of sect contribution. Li Qi took a deep breath. The weight of this bag was not small. He said in a deep voice, Elder, please turn back to the sect leader. The disciple will live up to his expectations. Chapter 76 Incoming Attack. In the Pine and Crane Longevity sect, as long as one's strength breaks through the true element realm, one can receive 100 points of contribution jade money every month. If one was a chief disciple, then the more contributions one could receive, 300 points per month. The reason for this arrangement was to allow these true elemental realm disciples more time to cultivate their force and enhance their strength, which could allow these disciples to not worry about their contribution points. Just now, Wang Huan had already distributed all of this month's contributions. The other true element realm disciples only had 100 points, while Li Qi here had a full 5,000 points of contributions. With so many contributions, Li Qi was also very happy. Although he could also earn contributions by refining secret medicines, it would take time and quite a lot of effort. This move by Sect Master Pang Jing saved Li Qi a lot of time. He once again went to the Hall of Hidden Scriptures and exchanged some more martial arts techniques that he had his eye on. Now that Li Qi didn't have enough potential points in his hand, he had a mind to go out for another spin and hunt for some potential points. But because the Great War was imminent, those people from the Blood Clothes building would hit the door at any time, and the sect master had said not to go out as much as possible if nothing was wrong. Once a big war broke out, it would be bad if you couldn't make it back in time after going out. Moreover, no one could say what exactly the situation was outside right now, and if any disciple acted alone outside and was targeted by the miscreants, it was very likely that something would happen. It was not only those true origin realm disciples who were forbidden to leave the mountain gate, even those ordinary disciples were grounded and could not leave. The matter that the Blood Clothes building would attack was still only in the core circle of the sect and hadn't spread out. The ordinary disciples didn't know the details of it. Even so, there were still many disciples who detected the abnormality, and the entire mountain gate was filled with an air of gravity. Time passes slowly, and one after another there are a few good news came. Since the former chief disciple Huangfu battle Li Qi lost, that battle to Huangfu brought great inspiration. The body's injuries recovered logistic practice, realm breakthroughs, and now has been the realm of the true essence of the middle stage. Huangfu Ji broke through the realm, and many people went to pay their respects. In addition, there was another person who had also broken through, but not many people knew about it. Co Nimyun. Ever since she broke away from the mountain sect and drifted outside for a long time, encountering many chases and narrowly escaping death to return to the Pinehearth Manifestation sect, it had brought her great excitement and a great deal of growth. Su Nianyun smoothly broke through to the true intent realm right after the retreat, achieving the Grand Master. The whole process went smoothly, surprising the sect leaders group. With a great enemy on the horizon, it would be excellent to have a new Grand Master in the sect. Day by day, the matter of the Blood Clothes building coming to attack also gradually spread out. The disciples in the door were all shocked when they heard about it, but they didn't say anything, they just prepared for it unanimously. At noon a month later, everyone had just had lunch when an inexplicable aura struck and enveloped the entire mountain gate. In the depths of the Pinehearth Wancho sect, Ji Zhizhang, who had been in closed-door meditation, slowly opened his eyes. It's coming. At the foot of the mountain gate, a dense crowd of people appeared. These people looked up to look at the vermilion-colored mountain gate at the top of the mountain, and each of them looked different. Some sneered, some were grim, some were excited, some were silent, and malice radiated from all. Is this the Pine and Crane Halloween Gate? Nice place. Unfortunately, there will be no more Pine and Crane Manzanita sect in the future. See more while it lasts. Ha 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 ha. It's time to pay the price. I'm going to make your entire sect pay for my son's life. Night Floor Master, don't forget what you promised. A cold voice sounded behind Li Xiaozhou. Li Xiaozhou's body slightly stiffened, then hastily turned toward the person behind him. Senior, don't worry. As long as Senior can help me take down the Pine Crane Wancho sect this time, Blood Clothes House can do 3 things for senior for free. Never break a promise. As long as you remember. The person behind Li Xiaozhou was an old man with a shady face. The aura emanating from the other party was exceptionally strong, and it was clear that he was also a strong person at the peak of the true intent realm, just like Ji Zhizhang, and a fawning smile surfaced on Li Xiaozhou's face. Senior, everything else is fine with this Song Wancho sect, it's just that Ji Zhizhang is really difficult to deal with. I'm afraid we won't be able to take down the other side. The old man shook his head and said in a chilling voice, Ji Zhizhang, you don't need to care, just leave it to me. He and I happen to have some issues. Take this opportunity to end them together. With the other party's words, Li Xiaozhou was also relieved in no small way. He turned his gaze to some of the other people around him and was in a good mood. This attack on the Pine Crane Longevity sect was not just the Blood Clothes House. There were several other forces that were also spoken for. Floating World Society, Valley of the Poison Kings, Black Wolf Gang. These were some relatively small Jianghu forces, and the top-end combatants within them were at most some true element realm martial artists. Not too strong, but still serviceable. What most concerns Li Xiaozhou is another force, the Five Colors sect. The Five Colors sect surprisingly also received the news and approached him, willing to assist him in attacking the Pine Crane Manifestation sect. Li Xiaozhou still knew something about the Five Colors sect. When the Five Colors sect was annihilated by the court of the Great Han Dynasty, it was divided into 5 small lotus sects, of which the White Lotus sect was the most respected, leading the other 4, and the helmsman of the White Lotus sect, Fu Shaoran, had actually broken through the true intent realm as well, achieving the rank of Grand Master, and was still a powerful person in the middle stage of the true intent realm, which represented a different weight. Li Xiaozhou smiled at Fu Shaoran and said, Brother Fu, the attack on the Pine Crane Wancho sect later may also trouble you. The aura on Fu Shaoran's body was cold as he said in a chilling voice, the Pine Crane Wancho sect already had a grudge against my Five Colors sect, and a month ago, my Black Lotus helmsman, Fong Long, even folded in the hands of the Pine Crane Wancho sect's people, so I'll be even more unwilling to let them go. After a few words of relief, Li Xiaozhou let out a loud laugh. Since that's the case, then don't dawdle any longer. All of you, follow me to kill the Pine Crane Wancho sect. Chapter 77 War by War. The vermilion red mountain gate shook violently before bursting into pieces. Pine and Crane Manchuman, all come out to die. An explosive shout containing true chi exploded, and the sound resounded through the mountains. With such a big commotion coming from the mountain gate, all the disciples in the mountain gate turned pale and ran out with swords and knives in their hands. The crowd took a look, and there were already quite a few people stepping through the broken mountain gate from outside. These people are all swineherds, full of flesh. At a glance, we know that it is absolutely not good. Arala face of impious looking at a group of disciples of the Pine Crane Longevity sect, the malice emanating from the body is even more alarming. As the two sides confronted each other, the top echelons of the Pine Crane Longevity sect also arrived, and the person at the head was none other than the Supreme Elder Ji Zhizhang. Li Xiaozhou, how dare you, to actually dare to fight on my Pine Crane Wancho sect? Is it possible that you think there is no one in my sect? Ji Zhizhang let out a stern shout, his body's aura bursting out, enveloping towards the leading Li Xiaozhou on the opposite side. Li Xiaozhou was still in the middle stage of the true intent realm, 2 small realms away from Ji Zhizhang, and with the aura from the opposite side pressing down on him, he was simply unable to resist, and even breathing became difficult. At that moment, a figure stepped out from behind Li Xiaozhou and arrived in front of him, blocking Ji Zhizhang's aura for him. It's been a long time. Ah, old Ji. Seeing the shady old man who stood in front of Li Xiaozhou, Ji Shichang's face changed and he lost his voice. It's you, Ba Jing? You're still alive? The two were enemies for many years. Back then, Ba Jing was penetrated by Ji Zhizhang's sword through his heart vein, but he was lucky not to die and survived. And when they met again today, Ji Zhizhang was horrified in his heart. Ha 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 ha. I was undefeated back then and lost a move to you, but the King of Hell didn't accept me, so he made me come to take revenge. Today you and your Pine Crane Manso sect must all die. Ha 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 ha. The aura on Ba Jing's body also burst out explosively, not inferior to Ji Zhizhang, and it was clear that he was also a peak grandmaster. As his former strong enemy reappeared, Ji Zhizhang recovered from his initial shock and said in a chilling voice, just by you? If I could kill you once back then, I can kill you a second time today. And your luck won't be as good this time as it was last time. You're dead. As the strongest of the two parties confronted each other, next to them, Li Xiaozhou also spoke up. I, Blood Clothes Building, have never had anything to do with your Pine Crane Wancho sect, but you guys are really bullying people too much. Killing my son, This revenge is irreconcilable. Today, I will exterminate the entirety of your Pine Crane Manifestation sect to comfort my son's spirit in heaven. The opposite side was coming on strong, and sect leader Pang Jing's eyes turned more and more dangerous. He had already seen several familiar silhouettes and recognized the origins of these people. The Floating World Society, Poison King Valley, Black Wolf Gang, Five Color Sect, are all here. Good. You curmudgeons don't have much guts. All disciples obey. Kill with me. After a loud shout, a great battle between the two sides broke out. A sword chi and knife chi collided with each other, then escaped and flew in all directions. Wherever the houses and doorways touched by the knife chi and sword chi were cut like tofu and collapsed, and for a while, smoke and dust rose up in all directions. A disciple of the Pine Crane Wansho sect had just beheaded an incoming enemy when his chest was pierced through by a sword from an enemy behind him, and he could only spray blood from his mouth and nose as he planted himself on the ground. And another enemy at the peak of the true chi realm was showing off his power, and was soon strangled by the combined efforts of two Pine Crane Manifestation sect disciples, his body broken into several pieces and scattered on the ground. Almost every second, people were getting hurt and dying. The entire Pine Crane Longevity Gate had been transformed into a giant meat grinder, and the wailing and screams instantly rang out. A gnarled bearded man wielding a long knife penetrated through the waist and abdomen of a disciple of the Pine Crane Manifestation sect. The disciple's blood flowed like a stream and severe pain struck him, but he gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. This disciple held the opponent's long sword with one hand, and swept his sword across the gnarled man's throat, wanting to fight to the death for the opponent's life. The gnarled bearded man's face was filled with mockery. He was a strong person of the true element realm. His neck was slightly tilted back and he easily dodged the disciple's sword. How pathetic. Even if he fights for his life, it's still useless. Just as he was gripping the hilt of his sword horizontally, ready to backhand this true chi realm disciple in two, a sharp sword pierced into the back of his head, the tip of the sword emerging from the inside of his mouth. Without even uttering a single scream, this gnarled bearded man was killed by Li Chi with a single sword strike. Potential points plus 100. The late True Origin Realm Powerhouse directly provided him with 100 points of potential. Li Chi drew out his long sword, shook off the blood and brain flower on the tip of the sword, and gave the disciple whose waist and abdomen had been penetrated a reassuring look before his body flickered out of the area. Floating light seal. Li Chi's body rushed by, like floating light, constantly weaving back and forth across this battlefield. As long as he slashed out with his sword, one person would surely fall under his sword. This time, there were many forces from all sides that came to attack. Not only was the number of enemies large, over 600 in number, and most of them were actually still strong at the True Chi realm, and there were quite a few strong at the True Yuan realm as well. Casually getting a few killed was a large amount of potential points to hand. One was worth more than the other. So how could Li Chi let these people go? As early as when these people broke down the mountain gate, Li Chi had already arrived at the scene. Looking at these incoming enemies, his eyes almost glowed green inside. Treading Crane Crossing, Li Chi's body had transformed into a shadow that was indistinguishable to the naked eye, and after violently attacking and killing a few enemies that were not weak and relieving the disciples in the sect, he directly rushed towards the place where the enemies were most densely packed. Sect leader Pang Jing had been keeping an eye on Li Chi's movements, and seeing Li Chi actually charging directly towards the place with the most enemies caused him to be shocked. Richie, no! The risk of charging across such a battlefield was extremely high. Once caught in the enemy's encirclement, it would be a 1 in 9 death sentence. Pang Jing didn't want a genius like Li Chi to lose his life here. The nearby Sun Yenyun also noticed Li Chi's move, and her face changed as she slashed out with her sword, cutting a deep wound in the chest of a true intent realm gold medalist killer. This gold medal killer stifled a grunt and hastily retreated, but Sun Yenyun didn't continue to pursue even after forcing his opponent back, instead rushing towards Li Chi's side, wanting to rush to his aid. But something that made Sun Yenyun stunned happened. One could only see overlapping sword chi surrounding Li Chi's body, the sword chi changing, feathers clustering, a pure white crane wing protecting Li Chi's body. Not only did the others' attacks fail to break through the protection of the crane-winged sword chi, but they were instead twisted into a bloody mist by these crane-winged sword chi. Li Chi sprinted back and forth amongst the enemies in a straight line, and anyone who stood in front of him was instantly killed, not being able to slow down his advance in the slightest. And Sun Yenyun even saw 3 peak True Origin realm powerhouses striking out in unison to stop him. But unfortunately, in just a single glance, these 3 peak True Element realm powerhouses were pierced through by the dense sword chi, and their bodies with thousands of holes were directly crushed by Li Chi. Soon, Li Chi once again collected a large amount of potential points in his hand. The moves in his hand were unceasing, and he looked at the system page while decapitating one enemy after another. System. Upgrade the floating light seal. Huge cultivation memories continued to pour into Li Qi's mind, and Li Qi felt his legs become more powerful and sensitive. Good. Go on. Chapter 78, The Gold Medal Cometh. Li Qi's displayed strength was the peak of the true element realm, and except for those few true intent realm grandmasters, none of the people present had a single enemy. Raise the battle by the battle, raise it on the spot, is his strategy. Originally, those true element realm and true chi realm enemies couldn't withstand Li Qi's attacks, and when Li Qi's speed skyrocketed, they couldn't do anything about Li Qi even more. In just a few sips of tea, hundreds of incoming enemies were killed by Li Qi. More and more people noticed Richie's presence. That guy is from the Pine Crane Manzanita sect? Stop him. Damn, he's just too fast. This is the floating light seal. This guy actually knows the floating light seal. What are all of you people doing? He's only a true origin realm. All of you stop him for me. Li Qi was killing on the battlefield, rampaging like crossing no man's land. Li Xiaozhou was furious and let out a cry. Soon there was a gold medal assassin at the early stage of the true intent realm attacking towards Li Qi. Sun Yenyun and Pang Jing let out a cry of alarm. Li Qi, come back quickly. The two of them had the intention to support Li Qi, but they had both been deadlocked by their opponents and could not get away. And Li Qi's expression was always cloudy, not seeing the slightest bit of panic as he continued to frantically slaughter the incoming enemies. The gold medal assassins were the same as the ordinary assassins of the Bloodclothes building. All of them were dressed in blood, and their bodies exuded an aura of blood if nothing else. But what was different was that they also had a 3-finger-sized gold medal hanging from their waists. The gold medal is engraved with a strong word kill, which is the symbol of their status. It was difficult to become a gold medalist killer, and one had to have a record of killing grandmasters in order to obtain the status of gold medalist killer. That's why most of the gold medal assassins were already extremely strong, and they were a grand master themselves. If an assassin of the true origin realm succeeded in poisoning or assassinating a grandmaster, he would likewise be able to obtain the status of a gold medal assassin. Seeing a gold medal killer rushing towards him, a hint of playfulness appeared at the corner of Li Qi's mouth. He was also a grandmaster, so naturally he wouldn't be afraid of gold medal killers. It was just that there were so many people here that it wasn't convenient for him to display his strength too much. Kid, how dare you kill so many of my Bloodclothes house's good men? You don't have a lot of guts. Go to hell. This gold medal killer held a thin sword, and the sword light danced like a poisonous snake spitting out a letter, stabbing towards Li Qi's throat in various death points. Yuchuan Kendo. Li Qi did not avoid it, and similarly chopped out with his sword, killing this true intent realm gold medal killer. The golden killer wore a mask on his head, while a hint of a snicker surfaced at the corner of his mouth underneath the mask. A true element realm. How dare you not run and still dare to fight back? Simply take death. There was a blur behind him, and a big twisted river emerged, the water of which was obscure and gloomy, and there were even ghostly shadows in it, as if it flowed from the underworld. This is the gold medal killer's true intent of martial arts, the true intent of the spectral spring. After he revealed his true intent of martial Tao, his spiritual power transformed into a substantial sense of oppression that radiated out in all directions. Many of the people who were enveloped by his true intent of martial Tao had their faces changed drastically, their spirits becoming fearful and shriveled, and their strength instantly weakened quite a bit. This was the terrifying aspect of a true intent realm powerhouse. As long as one displayed one's true intent of martial Tao, just the sense of oppression emanating from the true intent of martial Tao would be able to greatly affect those who had not comprehended the true intent of martial Tao, forming a descending blow. Therefore, a true intent realm powerhouse could easily deal with a dozen true elemental realm powerhouses and win the battle. This was one of the wonderful uses of the true intent of the martial way. But after exchanging blows with Li Qi, this gold medal killer immediately realized that something was wrong. Both sides' long swords kept chopping at each other. Sparks shot out in all directions. Sword chi collapsed. Li Qi's moves were still skillful and pure. His footsteps were still light and sensitive. Even the expression on his face was cloudy and light, completely unaffected by the Pixie Spring's true intent. How is that possible? My true intent of martial arts is useless against you? The Golden Slayer said in dismay. The sword style in Li Qi's hand became more and more furious, constantly chopping at the gold medal killer. There's a lot you don't know. Li Qi was originally a true intent realm martial artist, and his spiritual power was incomparably strong, and it was absolutely difficult to be easily shaken. As an existence of the same realm, the gold medal killer's spectral spring true intent had minimized its effect on him. There's something weird. The golden killer sensed Li Qi's abnormality, and he no longer used his true intent of martial arts to suppress Li Qi, but instead used it to increase his sword style. The slender rapier resounded with the sound of monstrous water between swings, and there was even a ghostly aura flickering on the body of the sword. As the power of his moves instantly skyrocketed by more than a factor of 2, Li Qi was not in a position to display his true intent of martial arts, but he had other means to take care of his opponent. Dragon Gate Seal, of the second Dragon Gate. Li Qi's battle power directly skyrocketed by more than 2 times. Whether it was the speed or the strength of his swordsmanship, there was an all-around increase. The side effects of using the Dragon Gate Seal by an ordinary person are extremely great. After opening the first Dragon Gate, it will produce a serious period of weakness. And if you open the second Dragon Gate, you will be seriously injured. And if you open the third Dragon Gate rashly, you will be in danger of losing your life. But Li Qi didn't have these concerns. Thanks to Li Qi's strong to inhuman physique, even if he opened the second Dragon Gate, it would not have any negative impact on his body. And this level of Dragon Gate was just a regular means for him. After Li Qi opened the Dragon Gate, the opposite gold medal killer had a horrified look on his face as he realized that he was still unable to take down his opponent, who was like a lump of oil and salt, giving him the feeling that he had nowhere to start. Third Dragon Gate. The first time Li Qi opened this level of Dragon Gate Seal, a huge sense of oppression erupted. The gold medal killer closest to him even suffocated for a moment. How can it be? In the instant that the gold medal killer did not react, a sword light arrived instantly and swept between his neck, crane wings gathering feathers. The golden killer felt the world in his eyes go up and down several times before he fell to the ground, and all he could see in his vision was Richie's feet. Soon, the gold medal killer couldn't even see Richie's feet. The world in your eyes is quickly darkening, forever in dead silence. Chapter 79, 10 Directions to Destroy the Tao. Li Qi and the gold medal killer went up against each other, but in just a few breaths of time, his opponent was killed by his sword. Although the two sides exchanged blows a few times, everything happened only between the rabbits. The crowd that witnessed this was even more horrified. How is that possible? That's a gold medal killer of the true meaning realm. That gold medal assassin has already used his true intent of martial arts, and he was still killed? It doesn't make sense. Did he do it on purpose or by accident? That peak true origin realm used a Dragon Gate Seal, and it's a Dragon Gate Seal of extremely high purity. Haven't the Chi Men seals been scattered and lost for a long time? That fellow actually mastered 2 of the seals. On the battlefield of a head-on fight, a true origin realm martial artist had forcefully killed a grandmaster, albeit only a most junior grandmaster, and such a battle result was already shocking enough. Those who witnessed this were all looking at Li Qi in disbelief. After killing the gold medal kill, Li Qi didn't stop for a second and continued to keep charging amongst the enemies, crazily harvesting waves of potential points. The several incoming grandmasters on the battlefield were horrified in their hearts, and after giving each other a wink, they once again surrounded and killed towards Li Qi. Don't be wild, harpies. Watch Grandpa come to take your life. 3 silhouettes surrounded Li Qi, blocking the direction of Li Qi's escape. At this moment, Ji Zhizhan was entangled by Ba Jing, Pang Jing was fighting Li Zhaozhou, and even Sun Yangyun was involved by the gold medalist killer, and was unable to assist Li Qi in time. The situation has reached a very critical point. The 5 colors sect Fu Shaoran, and 2 gold medal assassins at the early stage of the true intent realm. Such a lineup, even Pang Jing would need to be cautious in dealing with it. But Li Qi still had a clouded look on his face. Li Qi's gaze crossed over the faces of these 3 people. The gold medal assassin's face wore a mask, but Fu Shaoran caught Li Qi's attention. The aura emanating from the other party was very similar to that Fan Long, and his demeanor was a bit godly. You're from the 5-color cult? Fu Shaoran snorted coldly. That's right, this seat is his 5-color sect Fu Shaoran. Li Qi understood, then sneered. It looks like the 5-color sect has branched out again, and surprisingly, another great master has appeared. In the face of Li Qi's teasing, Fu Shaoran's face chilled. Kid, with 3 great masters stepping in to kill you today, you're proud enough of yourself. Go on your way in peace. Do it. After a stern shout, the 3 figures its moved and surrounded towards Li Qi in the center. Li Qi still maintained the state of the 3rd Dragon Gate, and once again, he fought furiously with these 3 great masters. After opening the 3rd Dragon Gate, Li Qi finally felt the pressure. His stamina was rapidly depleting, the true essence in his body was rapidly burning, and even more berserk true essence was coming out through his body, burning like a flame. Despite the great exertion, it was still within the range that Li Qi could withstand. His face remained unchanged, and the various sword styles of the Pine Crane 10,000 longevity technique kept chopping towards the 3 grandmasters, and the true intent of the 3 grandmasters' martial arts were revealed as well, and a huge sense of oppression came one after another, enveloping towards Li Qi. Yet something that horrified them happened again. Even the true intent of the martial arts of the three great masters also did not have any effect on the person in front of him. The sense of oppression emanating from the true intent of the martial Tao was like a fresh breeze brushing against one's face. What's going on? This can't be right. All three of us have no effect on him with our true intent of martial arts? This person has either cultivated some sort of secret art that can withstand martial true chi, either he is a great master himself. But, how can it be? The three grand masters were shocked, their hearts constantly speculating about the possibilities. But right now there was no time for them to continue to think more. Li Qi's counterattack had already arrived. Dragon Gate Seal, of the fourth Dragon Gate. Iron Body. Li Qi directly opened the fourth Dragon Gate, and his battle power soared once again, and the consumption of his body intensified once again, reaching a point where even Li Qi found it difficult to bear. So at the same time, Li Qi fully operated Iron Refining Body. This body protection hard power activated the special physique of Iron Body. The Iron Body possessed extremely strong defense and recovery, and the terrifying recovery counteracted the horrifying exertion brought about by the fourth Dragon Gate, allowing Li Qi's current state to reach a delicate balance. Amidst the roaring true essence flames, the skin on Li Qi's body was fairy dyed a rich lead gray color, emitting a metallic hue. It was as if he had transformed into an Iron Man. An unusually terrifying oppression came. Fu Xiaoren's face changed wildly. Just now he felt like he was facing a humanoid beast. His heart missed half a beat. The two gold medal assassins at the early stage of the true intent realm next to them were even worse. Even breathing felt difficult. Not good. This sun is different. Back up. But it's too late. Li Qi thrust the flowing cloud sword towards the ground and stretched out his 10 lead gray fingers, a sharp intent quickly condensing at his fingertips. Pine and Crane 10,000 Longevity Kung Fu, of 10 Directions to Destroy the Way. A sharp and incomparable sword chi continuously chopped out from Li Qi's 10 fingers. The sword chi transformed into a form, giving birth to a crane feather, and chopped at these three great masters. Li Qi's 10 fingers gently stroked, as if plucking the strings of a zither, and was playing a piece of death music. Looking at the terrifying sword chi that chopped out from Li Qi's fingertips, the three grand masters all changed their faces. One by one, they exhaled, and the swords in their hands continuously chopped at these sword chi. It was just that these transformed sword chi weren't that good at blocking them, and the true essence in their bodies was being drastically depleted, and their faces went white all of a sudden. Each stroke of Li Qi's 10 fingers was a chop, a sword technique. 10 fingers will Pine Crane 10,000 Longevity Kung Fu, in the various types of sword skills successively, but do not affect each other. It was as if 10 experts proficient in the Tao of the sword were besieging these three grand masters at the same time. And this is a killing move that Li Qi himself has comprehended. 10 directions of destruction. Too many and too strong sword chi kept chopping at them, and the sword chi transformed into 1,000 different shapes, making people unable to defend themselves. The three great masters felt a tremendous pressure. They felt at the moment that they were so close to death. Was so close. Ah! A miserable scream rang out as a gold medalist killer failed to dodge and had his feet chopped off by a crane-winged sword chi, blood spurting out. After losing the support of his biped, the gold medalist killer planted himself on the ground, and before he could struggle, he was chopped into pieces by more crane-winged sword chi. One grandmaster was decapitated, and the remaining two were shocked and furious, intending to flee. They know that they are not the opponent of this monster. If they continue to entangle with each other would only be beheaded on the spot by the other party. Seeing that the two had the intention of escaping, Li Qi's gaze turned cold, and a large amount of crane-winged sword chi flew left and right, surrounding Fu Xiaoren and the two, never letting them escape. Densely packed crane-winged sword chi continuously chopped from all directions, and the two grandmasters held on for a few moments before they were overwhelmed by the crane-winged sword chi. Two screams rang out, and then there is no more sound. Chapter 80, Floating Light Seal, Great Accomplishment. After killing three grand masters in a single breath, Li Qi lifted the explosive state of the Dragon Gate Seal. Even though he had opened the fourth Dragon Gate, for a very short period of time, it still put a lot of pressure on his body. While maintaining the Iron Body, Li Qi continued to cut down the rest of the enemies, and the Iron Body, as powerful recovery power continued to soothe the discomfort brought about by his violent outburst. Such a sight completely stunned the crowd that witnessed it. He actually killed three grand masters? That Fu Xiaoren, that's a powerful existence in the middle stage of the true intent realm, and he was also killed by him? Why is the three patriarchs' true intent of martial arts completely useless to him? Also, that fellow clearly opened the Dragon Gate seal to the level of the fourth Dragon Gate, but how come he doesn't have any side effects at all? Still so alive and kicking? If an unusual person were to open the fourth Dragon Gate, they would only instantly explode and die. A true origin realm was surrounded by three great masters, And not only did he survive, he even killed the three great masters back. Such a thing had completely exceeded the crowd's cognizance, and gasps of shock rose up. Not only the incoming powerful enemies, even the two peak great masters present looked incredulous. They had lived a long time, had seen so many people and things that few things touched their hearts and minds anymore, but today the two of them felt like they had simply lived in vain. Ha ha ha, it's really remarkable, truly worthy of being the chief disciple of my Pine and Crane Manzu sect, this kind of natural ability and talent. I'm afraid that even the founding ancestor of this sect would find it difficult to compare with it. My Pine Crane Longevity sect deserves to prosper greatly. Ji Zhang laughed openly. He felt as if he hadn't been as happy as he was today for a long time. Unlike Ji Zhang's wanton cheerfulness, Ba Jing, who was fighting with him, had a gloomy look on his face, and he glanced slightly sideways at Li Qi, who was in the midst of a great killing spree, and said in a chilling voice, "Elder Ji, I really didn't expect that your Pine Crane Manifestation sect would still have such an amazingly talented disciple." After a fight, there were already as many as 4 great masters who had died at Li Qi's hands, and those at the True Origin Realm and True Qi Realm were even closer to 200. Such unimaginable strength was unintelligible even to Ba Jing, a peak grandmaster. At first, he couldn't look at Li Qi, the True Origin Realm, but now it was impossible to continue ignoring this person. If we leave Li Qi alone, these strong men who came to attack the Pine Crane Manifestation sect would probably be killed by this freak. Ba Jing's gaze looked towards Ji Zhichang with a mocking expression on his face. Only a thoroughly grown genius is a genius. If genius dies halfway, then it's nothing. After saying that, the long sword in Ba Jing's hand rolled and blasted towards Ji Zhichang with the force of 10,000 pounds. The huge force erupted and blasted him back. Then his figure turned and killed Li Qi at the back. With such a change of events, how could Ji Zhichang not know what Ba Jing was trying to do? He hurriedly chased towards Ba Jing's figure while shouting out a warning under his breath. "Leech, run!" Ba Jing's figure transformed into an exaggerated shadow and instantly approached Li Qi. The blade Qi gulped above his long sword and slashed at Li Qi. Elevate the floating light seal. Li Qi once again gathered a sum of potential points in his hand, and then used them all on the floating light seal, seal style. Floating light seal, Dishang. Ba Jing's speed was extremely fast, and his long sword chopped at Li Qi with unrivaled might. The blade piercing through his chest. Hit it! A flash of delight flashed across Ba Jing's face, but then it disappeared and turned into a stunned look. The long knife in his hand clearly passed through Li Qi's body, but there was no feeling of hitting a physical object, as if he had hit a cloud of air. Li Qi's figure faded into nothingness, while Ba Jing's face was horrified. So fast? What he had just struck was just a mass of shadows that Li Qi's had left in place. It wasn't the other party's main body at all. After the floating light seal had become a great success, the speed of Li Qi had reached a level where it was hard to distinguish between reality and reality, and even Ba Jing, a peak Grand Master, did not see what Li Qi had just done. The moment Ba Jing's attack fell short, Ji Zhichang's attack also arrived, a sharp sword Qi chopping down in the air. Ba Jing, go to hell! Ba Jing's face changed and he was about to counterattack. In this instant another hidden and swift sword light flashed in the corner of his eye. A long sword attacked at a tricky angle. Just now, after dodging Ba Jing's attack, Li Qi didn't go far away. Instead, he took advantage of Ji Zhichang's cover when he attacked and also launched an attack on Ba Jing as well. Li Qi and Ji Zhichang, one on the left and one on the right, with their 2 long swords in an encircling position, killed Ba Jing. Such a situation caused Ba Jing to change color as well. Not to mention that Ji Zhichang, Li Qi had a battle power comparable to the middle stage of the True Intent realm. Being surrounded by these two, his situation was already extremely bad. Ba Jing unsuccessfully attacked Li Qi, but instead put himself in a dangerous situation. This even caused him to appear frozen for a moment. Between life and death, Ba Jing let out a loud cry, and the long knife in his hand chopped through the air, transforming into a heavy knife screen. Wanting to block the attack of Li Ji's duo, swords and knives touched each other, and the berserk knife and sword Qi collided with each other, annihilating and blowing out heavy air currents that swept in all directions. The commotion of the 3 exchanging blows was so great that the aftermath spread out, and a 5-color sex True Origin Realm powerhouse was unable to dodge and was instantly seriously injured. Everyone was looking at the center of the battlefield with horrified faces, looking at the 3 silhouettes that were fighting so hard, and Ba Jing's face also became more and more ugly. Originally he fought Ji Zhichang. The strength of both sides was only in the middle. Who could not help anyone? It was never going to be that easy for the two of them to split up. But when the people attacking him added another Li Qi, the situation began to change, shifting towards a trend that was unfavorable to Ba Jing. It's not good. Chapter 81, The Great War Comes to an End. Ba Jing was a peak grandmaster. Even if Li Qi didn't hide his strength to try to defeat his opponent, it wouldn't be easy. However, Li Qi didn't reveal his true intent realm cultivation, and he was able to pose a great threat to Ba Jing just by relying on his grand completion. Floating light seal, Qi Men seal, was created by the land immortals. The potential is extremely high. If you can cultivate the sealing method therein to the state of great success, it would surely display unimaginable power. After the floating light seal was accomplished, even Ba Jing, a peak grandmaster, had difficulty capturing Li Qi's figure. Li Qi's figure flashed like a ghost, constantly attacking various vital points on Ba Jing's body at various unimaginable angles, causing Ba Jing's scalp to go numb for a while. In the midst of the siege from both Li Qi and Ji Zhang, Ba Jing had his hands full, and several times he almost failed to hold on and was hit by these two. With the extremely fast speed of the floating light seal, Li Qi chopped out nearly 100 swords towards Ba Jing in the space of a breath, but Ba Jing's defense was too tight. Like a turtle shell, water could not be poured into it. Humph! Li Qi coldly snorted, throwing the long sword in his hand, then spreading out his empty palm. His 10 fingers lightly relaxed, the sharp meaning of his fingertips coalesced, and had already locked onto Ba Jing's figure from afar. With this kind of action, Ji Zhang's heart thumped. The Ba Jing who was locked by Li Qi was even more trembling at the tip of his heart. He had just witnessed how Li Qi had decapitated those 3 grand masters. That terrifying sword skill, bordering on the Tao. The majestic martial true essence in Li Qi's body boiled violently, flowing along the tendons and veins all over his body before surging towards his fingertips. The 10 directions of extinction. The 10 fingers plucked the air, and a terrifying sword chi chopped out from the fingertips, whistling towards Ba Jing. Each sword chi was a transformed crane wing sword chi, with lifelike crane feathers on it. The pieces were distinct. It was extremely powerful. Ba Jing feels like he is at this moment, as if he was being surrounded by 10 sword masters. How difficult it was to comprehend the sword chi transforming into form and achieve the realm of a grandmaster. Even if one looked at the entire world, there weren't many sword art grandmasters. Many people are even more likely to go their entire lives without seeing a single sword master. However, Ba Jing was now enjoying the treatment of being surrounded by 10 sword masters. Such treatment was not for everyone. Even Ba Jing, the peak grandmaster, also felt a chill. The densely packed crane wing sword chi intertwined like a net and shrouded towards Ba Jing, and before the sword chi was even close to his body, Ba Jing's skin had already felt the sharp pain of being cut. The sense of threat emanating from Li Qi, especially Ji Zhang. District a true origin realm. A mere sword art master. The old man can break it with a snap of his fingers. Ba Jing no longer had the slightest reservation and used his killing move. The true intent of the martial Tao behind him was a huge black snake, which opened its snout and hissed up to the sky. The black snake's true intent flashed and drilled into the long blade in Ba Jing's hand. A palpitating feeling surfaced in everyone's heart. Ba Jing raised his long sword and chopped at the densely packed crane feather sword chi. A large amount of crane feather sword chi was chopped to pieces by Ba Jing, but it wasn't just Li Qi who launched an attack on Ba Jing. There was another person next to him, Ji Zhang. Ji Zhichang knew that now was the chance. He took advantage of Ba Jing's all-out response to the sharp car's crane feather sword chi and wordlessly approached Ba Jing, who was a peak grandmaster not inferior to Ba Jing, and his combat experience was even more exceptionally old-fashioned. Seeing an opening in Ba Ying's back strength, Ji Zhichang stabbed his sword at Ba Ying's hindquarters. The speed, angle, and timing of this sword was simply impeccable. Ba Jing let out a scream and felt a sharp pain in his waist before a sword tip emerged from his belly. Aha! Ji Zhichang, you shall not die. Ba Jing endured the severe pain and violently made a forward dash, pulled out the long sword behind him, and then turned back to make a chop, wanting to force back Ji Zhang's pursuit, but the end was already predetermined. Previously, when his condition was intact, Ba Jing was difficult to resist the attacks of the two, and now that he was injured and his condition had slipped, he was even more incapable of resisting. More and more breaks began to appear on Ba Jing's body, while Li Qi and Ji Zhang's attacks became more and more vicious. As one after another sword chi continued to fall on Ba Jing's body, the injuries were accumulating, and Ba Jing was frantic in his weakness. Hissing mournfully, a crane wing sword chi chopped at Ba Jing's neck. Ba Jing violently leaned back, although he avoided the result of being beheaded by a sword, but he was cut into the hair bun on his head by this crane wing sword chi. Ba Jing's long hair hanging down, blood-stained face, a face of resentment and ferocity looked like an evil ghost. His eyes were rounded and he glared at Li Qi and Ji Zhang with a deadly glare. Even if I lose to you and others today, you guys will never want to have a good time either. Ba Jing rolled his eyes. His gaze fell on Ji Zhichang, and he said sorrowfully, Ji Zhichang, Do you know why I survived back then? Hey, you wouldn't believe it. Fu Yang Divine Sovereign is about to come. Back then the Pine and Crane Longevity sect had Jing to protect them, and they were still able to do nothing. Now Jing has broken the void and is long gone. And how should you respond? Ha 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 ha. You're all dead. Ba Jing laughed wildly, and Ji Shichang's face changed wildly, as if he had thought of something terrible. Li Qi frowned and flicked his 10 fingers. The dense crane wing sword Qi drowned Ba Jing's figure. Potential points plus 1000. Killing a peak grandmaster allowed Li Qi to get his hands on a full 1,000 potential points. The matter had come to an end, and the Blood Clothes building had united many forces to besiege the Pine Crane Longevity sect. After the death of a peak grandmaster and several ordinary grandmasters, there was absolutely no way that the Blood Clothes building group could defeat the Pine Crane Manifestation sect. Many are already discouraged. Bakeen is dead? How is that possible? Senior Ba Jing is a peak grandmaster. Run for your life. The wind is tight and tugging and whirring. The incoming attacker stopped fighting and turned to run. Li Qi's gaze chilled and he hurriedly cast Floating Light Seal to chase after him. It was rare that so many potential points came to his door of their own accord. So how could he let down the good intentions of these potential points and let them escape at will? His speed was extremely fast, and even Ba Jing, a peak grandmaster, would have trouble fighting back, while it was even more impossible for these ordinary characters to run away. Li Qi's deadlocked these fleeing figures, catching up with them one by one, decapitating them, and continuing to frantically harvest potential points. Soon, all the incoming enemies were killed by Li Qi before he returned to the mountain gate with satisfaction. After the great battle, all eyes looked at each other, celebrating the joy of the aftermath. Eventually, everyone's eyes fell on Li Qi. Ji Zhang, the Supreme Elder, also looked at Li Qi with a complicated face and walked over, slowly saying, "Richie, you did a great job. Thanks to you this time." Chapter 82 Realm of Truth. The Elder was shocked. Immediately after defeating the Blood Clothes house group, the treatment of the injured began. This time, the incoming enemy was completely annihilated, but there were also casualties on the side of the Pine and Crane Wancho sect, and after some counting, the Pine and Crane Wancho sect had more than 20 deaths, and nearly 100 wounded. Although the casualties were somewhat severe, they were still within tolerable limits, and more than 600 enemies were killed at such a cost. It was more of a feat. In this, the one who contributed the most was Li Qi. Li Qi charged back and forth amongst the enemy formation alone, killing a large number of enemies, holding back a large number of enemies on the opposite side, and sharing a lot of pressure for the group of disciples from the mountain gate. The latter is even more frequent means, killed several great masters, and when the incoming enemy was defeated and retreated, Li Qi even chased after him and killed all the enemies before returning to the mountain gate, and the killing nature of his let a person's heart shocked. After this battle, Li Qi's reputation was unprecedentedly high, and his popularity was unrivaled. At Li Qi's feet a disciple collapsed on the ground. The other's face was black and blue. His mouth and nose were overflowing with blood. A palm print was set between his chest and abdomen, and he was groaning weakly. Li Qi knew what was going on when he saw the disciple's appearance. Poisoned. One of the attacking forces was called Poison King Valley, and all the people inside were excellent in poisonous skills. And quite a number of disciples in the sect had fallen victim to the other side's poisonous skills and were infected with severe poisons. Li Qi bent down, reached out and pressed his hand on this disciple's chest, and after revolving the Xianyu Gong, a huge amount of Xianyu true energy surged into this disciple's body. The Xianyu Gong was a nourishing technique that had the efficacy of dispelling toxins and healing injuries, transforming demons and driving away evils. And after the Xianyu true element entered this disciple's body, the toxins in his body were rapidly melting away, and in a moment, they were completely melted away. There were quite a few disciples who were poisoned, and one by one, Li Qi came forward to save their lives. Not only Li Qi, many disciples who were proficient in medical skills also began to save the lives, and the mountain gate that was originally groaning gradually calmed down. After stabilizing the situation, Ji Shichang said to Li Qi, "Follow me." The two of them traveled together and arrived at the retreat in the back of the mountain and found a chair to sit down. No one was around here, so Ji Zhang asked bluntly, "Li Qi, you've broken through the true intent realm, right?" Without answering, Li Qi laughed and said, "Why did the elder ask this question?" Ji Shichang looked straight at Li Qi and said with a certainty, "Because those Grand Master's true intent of martial Dao is useless to you." That's right, it's true that there are some secret techniques that can resist the oppression from the true intent of the martial Dao. But secret techniques like that are extremely rare, and I don't think you have that kind of secret technique on you. Li Qi stopped speaking and just smiled as he looked at Ji Zhang, and Ji Zhang continued. Instead of saying that you have secret techniques on you that can withstand the true intent of the martial Tao, I'm more willing to believe that you've broken through the true intent realm and achieved great master. That's where Ji Zhang's judgment comes in. A Grand Master's true intent of martial Tao had a strong suppressive effect on lower-level martial artists, but it wasn't so good against Grand Masters of the same realm. Everyone had comprehended the true meaning of martial arts, so who was afraid of who? The words had already been said. There was no need for Li Qi to hide them. His body shook and a pure white cloud of true meaning floated behind him, and the aura emanating from him kept pulling up, soon broke through the limit of the true element realm, until it reached the middle stage of the true intent realm. It really is the Grand Master. Even though Ji Zhang's heart was prepared, when he actually saw the true intent of the martial Tao behind Li Qi, he still could not help but be shocked for a moment. Li Qi is so young, not yet the age of the weak crown, and the days of martial arts practice are even shorter. He has already broken through to the middle stage of the true intent realm. If we can give Li Qi a little more time to grow, the heights he can reach would be unimaginable. Ji Zhang took a deep breath, and the way he looked at Li Qi had completely changed. If there was anyone in the entire Pine Crane Manifestation sect who could break through the mysterious hidden realm and achieve land godhood, then this man must be Richie. What kind of talent is that? Sure enough, I really wasn't wrong in guessing that you've already achieved Grandmaster, Ji Zhang muttered. Li Qi was calm and polite as usual. It would have been a good thing for you to reach this realm at such a young age, so why hide your cultivation? Richie rolled his eyes. Why do you want to hide your strength? Of course it was to avoid being noticed by the land gods of this world. He had inquired about the whereabouts of the land immortals, but there was no luck. The land immortals and other existences were so powerful and mysterious that it was difficult for outsiders to know the whereabouts of these existences. There are even people who say that these land gods are either dead or have broken the void and gone. This world does not exist, but Richie didn't think so. It's possible that there's a land god in some corner of this world who has taken refuge in the world, and maybe tomorrow he'll suddenly run out. There were many descriptions about the land immortals. Just mere words made Li Qi feel alarmed, and he knew that it was a very terrifying existence that could never be resisted by himself. Li Qi is carrying a system, and his realm has improved rapidly, so I am afraid that he already has the qualification to let the land gods and goddesses make a move, and if he is really targeted by the land gods and goddesses, then it will be troublesome. However, it was inconvenient to go into detail with Ji Zhang about the reason for this, so Li Qi could only vaguely say, "I'm sorry, Elder. I had to do this for some reasons that I couldn't explicitly state." Ji Zhang was a man of many years, and although Li Qi did not explicitly say so, he had vaguely guessed a few points at this moment. Several times after the previous great battle the words reached his lips. Ji Zhang was tempted to ask Li Qi if he had really broken through to Grand Master, but he held back. It was crowded and I didn't speak up until now. No harm, no foul. He gave Richie a relieved look, signaling that the other man didn't need to be concerned. There was a mutual understanding between the two sides. Ji Zhang valued Li Qi, and Li Qi trusted Ji Zhang, and the matter was no longer discussed. After a few moments of silence between the two, Richie asked a question he cared about as well. "Elder, the Fuyang Divine Sovereign that Ba Jing spoke of earlier, exactly what kind of person is he?" At this moment, Ji Zhang's face also had an additional bitter smile. "That's the other thing I want to talk to you about. Speaking of that Fuyang Divine Sovereign, that's really something. He is a land god." Chapter 83, Divine Lord Fuyang. Fuyang Divine Sovereign, a powerful and renowned figure hundreds of years ago. A hand of Fuyang Divine Power, nothing can be burned, and his battle power is astonishing to the gods. He had even broken through the mysterious collection realm and achieved the land goddess. And although this Fuyang Divine Sovereign's battle power was astounding, the technique he majored in was too overbearing. The Fuyang Divine technique required visualizing the great sun across the sky, and was able to cultivate the Fuyang True Intent. True Lord Fuyang has not only condensed the Fuyang True Intent, but has taken it a step further, reached the realm of 9 suns across the sky. Such a terrifying martial realm has both accomplished him, also backfired on him. As the saying goes, alone Yin will not be born, and alone Yang will not grow. The Voltron Yang Divine Power is the most rigid and Yang Divine Wonderful technique, and it has also been practiced to the extreme, and the calamities are beginning to manifest. As long as you can achieve the land god immortal, you can get a lifespan of 500 plants, and it is easy, disease-free and painless to live for 500 years. However, True Lord Fuyang could only live for 400 years. His Gongfuan realm were like a truly great sun, burning his body and lifespan all the time. Although the Fuyang Divine Sovereign is stronger than the vast majority of land deities, but he also had a shorter life than the vast majority of land deities. How can this be tolerated? After noticing the hidden danger on his body, Fuyang Divine Monarch tried to do everything to solve the problem. His footprints traveled to all corners of the whole world, seeking famous doctors and high-profile people, but he failed to solve the problem on his body. Until one day, he learned of the existence of the Pine and Crane Longevity Sect. The Pine and Crane Manifestation Sect's master skill, Pine and Crane Manifestation Kung Fu, has infinite wonders, which contains the true meaning of the divine essence of the pine never grows old, and has a strong ability to prolong one's life. If one could cultivate to the secret hidden realm with this method, one could even easily live up to 600 years, with a much longer lifespan than other land immortals. In addition, the Pine and Crane Manifestation of Longevity, meaning of the pine never grows old, is wood in its 5 elements, which is a perfect match for the Fuyang Divine Power, fire in its 5 elements. The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing, and wood produces fire. If I can obtain this Pine Crane 10,000 lifespan technique, I will be able to cultivate it in the same way as my Fuyang Divine technique. Not only can it solve the problem of a shortened lifespan, but it can also complement the Fuyang Divine Power, make my Fuyang Divine skill even more powerful. When this idea appeared in the mind of godly monarch Fuyang, his body was thrilled to the point of trembling, and it was even more uncontrollable for him to want to seize this Pine Crane 10,000 longevity technique into his hands. After that, he immediately found the year's ancestor Jing. Want to exchange from Jing's hands for this Pine and Crane 10,000 longevity merit, despite the fact that the Fuyang Divine Monarch is willing to pay a great price to exchange the merit, but it was still rejected by Jing. Pine Crane 10,000 lifespan Kung Fu is Jing's mastery and his life's work. How can it be easily delivered to others? After being rejected, the Fuyang Divine Monarch erupted on the spot, directly striking out to snatch it. By the influence of Kung Fu, Fuyang Divine Monarch character violent like fire. Life rarely happy color time. Today door to the good words to ask. You fucking dare to give me face? How dare you reject me? I'll fucking kill you. You son of a bitch. The 2 land gods fought. The Fuyang Divine Sovereign's battle prowess astounded the gods as the true intent of the martial Tao manifested itself, displaying a terrifying vision of 9 suns across the sky. The earth is burning, the mountains and rivers are breaking, a red earth and thousands of miles of tragic, like a dropped demon coming out of the world. But Ji should not be a character that can be taken recklessly. Not only was Jing also a land immortal, but he was also the type of being powerful enough to break the void and go. The 2 land deities fought and conquered for 3 days, shattering a large part of the mountains and rivers, but no one could do anything about it. The Fuyang Divine Monarch could only leave in anger. In this way, the beam between the 2 sides is considered to be knotted. Behind the Fuyang Divine Monarch and one after another out to rob, attacked Jing. The 2 sides one after another. The beam is getting deeper and deeper, finally turned into a deadly feud. At the end of the day, neither side was able to help anyone, and Jing could only station himself at the mountain gate, sheltering the disciples in the gate while meditating in the mountain gate. Time passes slowly. It was not until Jing had boiled away the lifespan of the Fuyang Godly Monarch, until this world no longer had the name of the Fuyang Godly Monarch. Only then did ancestor Jing shatter the void and leave. After Ji Zhang explained, Li Qi figured out the reason for this, and he said with a shocked face, I can't believe that it would be like this. What had happened greatly impacted Richie's mind. In a trance, it was as if he saw 2 terrifyingly powerful men erupting into an earth-shattering battle, even as the mountains and the earth shattered under their feet. Their ferocious might was like that of a demonic god. Is it the world of the land gods then? Richie murmured as he yearned in his heart, and Ji Zhang, who was sitting across from him, had a worried look on his face as he continued. According to reason, the Fuyang Godly Monarch has long been dead for hundreds of years, or perhaps also shattered the void and left. It's only right that the Fuyang Godly Monarch could never have appeared in the world. But then Ba Jing said that the Fuyang Divine Sovereign is about to kill the door. Could it be that? Ji Shichang's eyes glazed over as he thought of a possibility. Although ancestor Jing did not teach the Pine Crane 10,000 lifespan technique to the Fuyang Divine Monarch back then, the other party might have still found some way to prolong his lifespan and survived. If Ba Jing's near-death resurrection back then was saved by the Fuyang Divine Monarch, then it would mean that the Fuyang Divine Monarch had also mastered some sort of similar ability to be able to come back from the dead. Either way, this is not good news. Ji Shichang told Li Qi his suspicions, and Li Qi's face was as serious as ever. A land god may come to the door to seek revenge. What is the elder's intention? Ji Shichang, on the other hand, looked dead at Li Qi. The key to breaking the game at this moment may lie in you. Chapter 84 The Eldership. The key to breaking the game at this moment may be in you. Ji Shichang looked at Li Qi and said solemnly, "The battle power of the land immortals is terrifying. A great master and an ordinary person in the eyes of the land immortals there is no difference, slaughtered like pigs and dogs, trying to withstand the attack of a great master. Only another great master could do so. Back then, when the ancestor Jing was still around, he was still able to shelter the mountain gate, but now the ancestor is long gone, and the Fuyang divine monarch is about to come to the door again. What should we do? Relying on him? Do not tease good. He Ji Zhizhang achievement peak great master nearly 100 years long, had many attempts to break through the secret realm, but he has never been able to do so. If he, Ji Zhizhang, was able to break through the mysterious hidden realm, then he would have broken through a long time ago. Why would he wait until now? Want to achieve the land immortal which the difficulty of the great. How many peak masters are difficult to break through a lifetime? A lifetime stuck in the real meaning of the realm, can only hold regret and end. Woe is me. What's the point of being futile? However, when Ji Shichang saw Li Qi's talent as well as his current realm, he immediately had a different idea. The horror of Li Qi's martial arts talent is especially worse than that year's ancestor Jing. Since ancestor Ji should be able to break through to the land gods, then why can't Li Qi? Ji Shichang's heart was on fire. Li Qi, you will definitely be able to break through the mysterious residence realm and achieve land immortality. Ji Zhizhang's eyes gleamed as he said with a face of certainty. Li Qi was stunned, then laughed. Ha ha, I do have a few certainties. He didn't deny it. The Pine Crane Longevity sect had readily available secret hidden realm techniques right here, and as long as there were enough potential points, he would be able to break through to the land immortals. Li Qi glanced at his system page, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Potential points, 6,320. It was another large amount of potential points, which should be enough for Li Qi to raise his strength to the level of a peak grandmaster. Perhaps it was still a bit short of the potential points needed to break through to the land immortals, but the gap wasn't too big and could be made up somehow. Li Qi, since you have become a grandmaster, it would be inappropriate for you to continue to hold the identity of a disciple of the sect. Have you considered assuming the position of elder of my Pine Crane Manifestation sect? Even when looking at the entire world, there was no reason for a grandmaster to still be a disciple. A strong existence such as a grandmaster was enough to easily destroy a small country. Even if you are the king of a country, wouldn't dare to ignore the existence of a great master. That was why Ji Zhizhang opened his mouth to invite Li Qi to become the elder of the Pine Crane Longevity sect, and the words could only be spoken by him. If Li Qi were to open his mouth and say so himself, it would not be in the same flavor. As long as one becomes an elder in my sect, then one is a senior member of the sect, and can enjoy the vast majority of the resources of my Pinehearth Longevity sect for free with an elder's order. The various martial arts techniques in the Hall of Hidden Scriptures are yours to learn. After pondering for a moment, Li Qi slowly nodded his head. Alright, I am willing to become an elder. Ji Shichang was overjoyed. He also had his own thoughts when he wanted Li Qi to become a sect elder. Now the great enemy is about to attack, and Li Qi has entered the sect for too short a time and is still a disciple. If he cannot withstand the pressure from the land gods and goddesses to run away, then he, Ji Shichang, could do nothing. Once the Fuyang Divine Sovereign hit the door, Ji Zhizhang could only lead the entire Pine Crane Manifestation sect to burn with the Fuyang Divine Sovereign. Li Qi is now the key to break the situation. Must be tied to it. It's firmly in the chariot of the Songha Manshou sect to do so. Let it as the sect's elders is the most appropriate approach. And Li Qi also guessed Ji Zhizhang's concerns and was not averse to the idea of becoming a sect elder. First of all, he wasn't afraid of that Fuyang Divine Sovereign. Secondly, he also really need the Pine and Crane Manzanita's secret hidden realm cultivation method. That kind of magic method here at your fingertips. And out of the Pine and Crane Manzanita's door want to get this kind of level again. The difficulty can be great. Therefore, it was impossible for Li Qi to choose to break away from the sect at this time. That would not only be bad for his reputation, but also very uneconomical. After Ji Shichang and Li Qi had some secret talks deep within the sect and finalized many details, a heavy news quickly spread throughout the entire Pine Crane Manifestation sect. Li Qi not only soared in strength, but also killed many strong enemies and saved many disciples when the Bloodclothes house group came to attack. With outstanding merits, will take up the position of elder of the Pine Crane Manifestation sect. With this, Li Qi would become the 6th elder of the Pine Crane Manifestation sect. This was an extraordinary piece of news that shook the entire mountain gate. Li Qi's entry time is very short, less than half a year's time, but it is just half a year's time. Li Qi's strength soared, not to mention, first in the disciple competition won the seat of the chief disciple, and now it is to serve as the door in the position of the elder, so that a group of disciples envy. Soon there were many people coming to the door to say thank you, and there was an endless stream of people coming and going in Li Qi's courtyard. After cleaning up the battlefield, treating the wounded, and burying the disciples who died in battle, a grand celebration banquet was held in the mountain gate, with Ji Zhichang, the supreme elder, and sect master Pang Jing presiding over the ceremony. Li Qi was officially inaugurated as the elder of the Pine and Crane Wansho sect. After handing over a beautifully crafted elder's order into Li Qi's hands, Ji Zhichang said heavily, "Li Qi, I'll be relying on you next." Chapter 85, True Intent Fusion. Wing breaking the green underworld. Li Qi's externally displayed strength was still at the peak of the true element realm. On the surface it looked the same as Wang Huan, only Ji Zhichang and Pang Jing knew Li Qi's true strength. This was also intentional on Rich's part. He still needs some time to raise his martial realm, and does not want the outside world to know that he has already broken through to the Great Master. If he really caused that Fuyang True Lord's alertness, and the other party killed over in advance, that would not be good. After the ceremony of assuming the position of elder was over, Li Qi also returned to his residence and began to busy himself with business. Elevate Phi Higuan. After consuming 20 points of potential on the system page, Flying Crane View was also initiated. The Flying Crane concept was one of the three major concepts of the Pine and Crane 10,000 longevity technique, which allowed for the cultivation of the Flying Crane True Intent. And the main function of this martial arts true intent was no longer to quench and strengthen the practitioner's spiritual power, but rather, it produced an extremely powerful increase in the sword styles in the technique. The sword styles in Pine Crane 10,000 longevity technique were mostly named after cranes, mimicking the essence of the crane's divine essence. And after comprehending and mastering the true intent of the flying crane, the true intent and the sword styles complemented each other, resulting in a very strong increase. After Li Qi's Flying Crane View was initiated, a huge white crane silhouette began to appear behind Li Qi, and this was Li Qi's true intent of flying crane. It was just that this white crane true intent was very vague and dim, as if it was a vague mist that would dissipate when the wind gently blew. Keep reinforcing. A large amount of potential points were constantly being consumed. The mastery of the Flying Crane View was getting higher and higher, while the white crane's true meaning behind Li Qi was becoming more and more clear and spiritual. When the Flying Crane View was raised to a great completion, the white crane true intent behind Li Qi was also completely manifested. Li Qi's martial realm had also entered the late stage from the middle stage of the true intent realm, and an unusually powerful aura erupted from his body. Li Qi always operated the secret technique of restraining breath in mirror shadow, and his huge aura only spread out a foot away before it was suppressed by the secret technique and did not allow outsiders to notice it. After breaking through the late stage of the true intent realm, Li Qi didn't dawdle and continued to start upgrading the third conceptual thought, Green Underworld Conceptualization, which was also the most difficult one to cultivate out of the three conceptual thoughts. Soon, the Green Underworld View was also initiated, and once again, a brand new martial true intent appeared behind Li Qi. It was a dome of green and cloudy, with a hint of obscurity and depth, and this illusory dome is the third true intent of martial arts mastered by Li Qi. Green Destiny True Intent. With the large consumption of potential points, the mastery level of Green Underworld View is also rising. Proficient, minor achievement, great success. At this moment, the aura on Li Qi's body changed once again, becoming even more terrifying, and his martial realm reached the level of a peak grandmaster. At the same time, three different martial true intentions simultaneously surfaced behind Li Qi. White cloud of true meaning, the true meaning of flying cranes, the true meaning of the green destiny. Three completely different, but inextricably linked martial true will began to approach each other. Then they began to merge. Li Qi closed his eyes and concentrated, giving his full attention to maneuvering the fusion of the three martial true intent. White clouds wrap around the flying crane, adding a touch of spirituality and loftiness to the crane. And this flying crane vibrated its wings and its figure rose up, directly vanished into the green underworld. It was as if it was about to completely disappear between this heaven and earth. Time passes slowly. I don't know how long it took, but when Li Qi opened his eyes, he realized that the night was already deep, and the three types of martial true intent behind him had completely fused together. This is a brand new true intent of martial arts, wings breaking the green underworld, and this was the true form of the Pine and Crane 10,000 longevity technique, martial arts true intent. Ancestor J.I. Ying's life of astonishing talent has created too many impossibilities, and this, Pine and Crane 10,000 longevity technique, is his masterpiece. Wanting to directly cultivate the Pine Crane 10,000 lifespan technique, true meaning of martial arts, wing breaking the green underworld, it is extremely difficult. Jiaying knew that it was almost impossible for anyone other than himself to cultivate the wing-breaking green underworld. In order for his gongfu to be passed down, he had no choice but to split up the wing-breaking green underworld, which also became the white cloud view, the flying crane view, and the green underworld view. First, the disciples in the sect were allowed to cultivate these three sects of viewpoints individually, and then the three true intentions of martial arts cultivated would be fused into one. It's a tricky path to take. Although the process was a bit more tedious, the difficulty of cultivation was reduced by quite a bit, and it was much easier than directly cultivating and comprehending the wing-breaking the green underworld. But what makes people helpless is that even after all these years there are still very few people in the sect who can do this. Until today, Li Qi had successfully refined three different martial true meanings and fused them into one, successfully cultivating the martial true meaning, wing-breaking the green underworld. If this matter became known to outsiders, it would definitely alarm the entire sect once again. To this realm, Li Qi has not only reached the peak of the great master, he is only 1 foot away from being a land god. After looking at his system page, Li Qi gently smiled. Alright, it's time to go to the Hall of Collected Scriptures to look at the feats of the secret collection realm, and the potential points have been used up, so I'll have to go collect some more. Li Qi slowly got up, pushed open the door of the room and walked toward the Hall of Hidden Scriptures. Chapter 86 The Secret Possession. Li Qi's fusion of the true meaning of martial arts had taken a full day, and at this moment, the night was already deep. The disciples had all gone to sleep and rested, and the mountain gate was quiet. Even so, there were still a few places in the mountain gate that had lights on, and this was the case with the Hall of Hidden Scriptures, which was still manned by disciples late at night. Upon seeing Li Qi come over, the disciple in charge of the Hall of Hidden Scriptures was startled and hurriedly came forward to greet him. Disciple has met the elder. Well, hard work, being on duty here so late at night. With Li Qi's approval, this disciple held his head high and said with a straight face, "This is a disciple's duty, as it should be." Li Qi nodded and walked into it. He didn't stop at the first floor of the Hidden Scripture Hall, but directly walked up to the second floor. The martial arts techniques stored on the second floor of the Hall of Hidden Scriptures were much lesser and much more precious than the first floor, and Li Qi quickly found what he needed. Pine and Crane 10,000 Longevity Kung Fu Secret Collection. This is the most important and core part of the Pine Crane 10,000 lifespan technique, which is also the true heritage of the entire sect. If it is redeemed through normal channels, it would require nearly 10,000 points of contribution to exchange it out. However, Li Qi was an elder of the sect, a core figure of the sect, and could enjoy the vast majority of the sect's resources for free. Even this, Pine Crane 10,000 Longevity Technique Secret Collection, was no exception. After presenting the elder's order, Li Qi then smoothly hoard out this, Pine Crane 10,000 Longevity Technique Secret Collection chapter. Returning to his residence, Li Qi quickly included this technique into his system. Includable martial arts found. Martial arts in the collection. You get the secret method of the ultimate way. Pine and Crane 10,000 Longevity Technique Secret Collection. Extreme Tao's Secret Technique? Li Qi raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had come into contact with a martial arts technique of this level, and immediately began to check the relevant information about this martial arts discipline. Pine and Crane Manifestation of Longevity, the Secret Collection. Level, Extreme Secret Method, Mastery Level, Uninitiated. Secret Stash, Green Underworld Sky. Introduction. This is the Pine Crane Longevity Sect School of Excellence. This method is far-reaching, amazing potential. You can rely on this method to cultivate to the realm of the secret treasure. Achievement of the Land Immortal. After going through the Pine Crane 10,000 Longevity Technique Secret Collection once, Li Qi also figured out the true meaning of this martial art. This level of martial arts technique was known as the Extreme Tao Secret Technique in the system's evaluation, and it was a powerful martial art that could be cultivated up to the secret collection realm. And this stage of the strong can tap into the human body, the spirit of the deeper secrets and potential, and develop all kinds of incredible ability. That is the martial arts aptitude. The human body is an extremely subtle and mysterious machine, and in the eyes of the terrestrial gods, the human body is even a complete heaven and earth. There are endless treasures hidden within. There is an end to mankind, and there is no end to heaven and earth. What the land gods need to do is to keep digging up the treasures in their own little world, tapping into the terrifying power hidden in the depths of the human body. And the secret stash involved in Sanhua Wanlonggong Secret Stash chapter is known as Qingdian. So, what is the green underworld? Located right in the center of the human head, the 100 meetings point is the topmost point in the human body, but 2 feet above the 100 meetings point. Surprisingly, there is also an acupuncture point hidden, and that's the extra meridian acupuncture point. Qingdian. The Qingdian point is not in the 12 main meridians, nor within the 8 odd meridians. It is not even in the human body. It's outside the human body, suspended 2 feet above the head. Every person has a green underworld point, but the location of each person's green underworld point is slightly different, and it needs to be measured with the help of the specialized acupoint measuring method in the Kung Fu in order to accurately find the location of their respective green underworld points. The Pine Crane 10,000 Lifespan Technique Secret Collection was precisely the extreme secret method of continuously developing and tapping into the power of the Qingdian acupuncture point and acquiring martial arts aptitudes. Li Chi flipped through this gong method over and over again, understanding more and more about all kinds of subtle theories in it, and also admiring more and more about that ancestor Ji Ing once. Ji should be able to create this. Pine Crane 10,000 Longevity Kung Fu is really non-trivial, which all sorts of mysterious places to make Li Chi convinced. After flipping through the secret collection chapter for a long time, Li Chi closed the book with a fondness. His heart yearning for the realm of the land immortal was incomparable, only that the potential points in his hand had already been used up and he couldn't continue to upgrade his feats. It's time to go out for a spin. With a sigh, Li Chi put away the secret book and then quickly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Li Chi found the Supreme Elder Ji Zhang and made his intentions known. Elder Ji, I want to go out and take a look around. Kichijang? His heart snapped and his teacup almost fell to the floor without holding it properly. Out? Richie was smiling. Yes, go out for a walk. This point in time was too sensitive. No one knew when that Fuyang Divine Sovereign would come to the door. Li Chi said he was going to leave at this moment. Who knew if Li Chi would come back after he left? It is no wonder that Ji Zhichang had more than a few thoughts in his mind as he tentatively asked, "What are you going out for? Is there anything I can do to help?" Li Chi knew what Ji Zhizhan was worried about, and he explained, "I've already achieved peak Grandmaster, but I'm still a little short of the opportunity to break through the mysterious residence realm, so I want to go out and look for a chance." With that, a powerful martial true intent surfaced behind Li Chi, looking at that auspicious cloud accompanied by a crane, the terrifying true meaning that vanished into the blue underworld. Ji Zhizhan was so shocked that he could barely speak. True intent fusion? Winged broken green destiny? You've actually reached this realm already? Chapter 87 Resignation. Fei Crane gives feathers. Things such as the blood-clothes house bunch hitting the doorsteps did not happen every day, and Li Chi could not expect to sit in the sect and wait for the potential points to come to his doorstep. After the potential points in his hand ran out, he could only think of a way on his own. It was still easy to go out for a spin and collect some potential points. It was just that as he was an elder of the sect, he couldn't just leave the sect at will like he did before, and he still needed to inform Ji Zhizhang. Li Chi also saw Ji Zhizhang's concern, so he directly revealed his strength. Peak Grand Master. And when Ji Zhichang saw Li Chi's martial Dao True Intent Wing breaking the green underworld, simply couldn't believe his eyes. Wing Breaker Qingdao? When he knew what the winged broken green underworld was. That was the complete form of the Pine and Crane 10,000 Longevity Kung Fu, martial arts true intent, and was in no way comparable to the half-assed martial arts true intent of the White Cloud View and Flying Crane View. Ji Zhizhang has also cultivated those 3 kinds of viewpoints and has also condensed 3 different true meanings of martial arts, but just couldn't fuse them into one. Although Ji Zhizhang had been cultivating for many years, his 3 basic martial true intents still lacked some fire and were not yet pure. There was no way for him to fuse the 3. After one attempted breakthrough, Ji Zhizhang tried to forcibly fuse these 3, and not only did he fail again, he also suffered a backlash and was injured and recuperated for a long time afterwards. And today, Li Chi had actually stepped over that threshold and reached a realm that he had not even reached. Ji Zhichang knows what this means. It meant that Li Chi had stepped into the realm of the land immortals on the threshold. Although Ji Zhizhang had thought that Li Chi would be able to achieve the land immortal, and also thought that this day would come soon, but did not think that this day would come so quickly. Ji Zhizhang looked at Li Chi with a horrified face, then smiled bitterly. It is truly remarkable. If the ancestor was here, he would have accepted you as a closed disciple. The elder is flattered. Ji Zhichang took a deep breath. You want to go out for a spin? Just go. He knew that Li Chi's current situation was like a dragon trapped in the shallows. The other party's breakthrough was imminent, but the help the sect could give him was limited. If Li Chi is not allowed to go out, it will only confine the potential of the other party. Li Chi also nodded his head and said, Don't worry, elder. I won't stay away from the mountain gate. I'll probably just walk around the neighborhood. I'll be back as soon as something happens here. This was not Li Chi blowing smoke. His current realm was already a peak grandmaster, and the floating light seal had become a great success, and his speed was extremely fast under the full force outburst. In just 10 or so breaths of time, Li Chi was able to cross a distance of 100 miles and return with fire, and Ji Zhang's heart, which had been taut, relaxed as he nodded. That's good. With that, Ji Zhang's body shook, and a huge white crane also emerged behind him, which was his flying crane true intent. The giant flying crane true meaning blinked, then turned its head and pecked a feather off its own wing, held it in its long beak, and handed the feather to Li Qi. This is part of my true intent of martial arts. Keep it. If you notice that this feather suddenly breaks and dissipates, that means something is wrong here. Richie understood and carefully accepted the feather. The true intent of the martial way was the manifestation of a martial artist's spiritual power, which in turn had the ability to ignore spatial and temporal characteristics, even if they were thousands of miles apart. This spiritual feather in Li Qi's hand would be able to feed back once the spiritual power changed and moved. This was also a very effective means of communication. As long as Ji Zhang's mind moved, he could make this feather shatter and dissipate, allowing Li Qi to notice the abnormality. The spirit feather transformed into a faint shadow and slowly merged into Li Qi's body and hibernated. After receiving the feather, Li Qi slowly said, "Don't worry, Elder, everything has me." After both sides exchanged a few brief words, Li Qi excused himself and left. Looking at Li Qi's back as he left, Ji Zhang was speechless for a long time. His heart was full of mixed feelings and he could not speak for a while. Li Qi left the Songha Manchu gate without alerting anyone except Ji Zhang. In order not to create a storm in the sect, he had only told Ji Zhang alone about this secret outing, and even Pang Jing, the sect master, did not know about it. The mountain gate of the Pine Crane Longevity sect was getting smaller and smaller behind Li Qi. After walking out for some distance, Li Qi stopped his steps and looked towards the repaired Vermilion Mountain gate in the distance. His face was calm, no waves were visible. Come back next time. I should have already broken through to the land goddess. Soon Richie stopped staying and turned to leave, and the mountain gate behind him grew smaller and smaller until it disappeared completely. Chapter 88, Chaotic Border. After leaving the Pine Crane Longevity sect, the next time to prepare to do something Li Qi also had prepared. First to harvest a wave of potential points, and then you can go back to try to poke around for some information about the land immortals. As for harvesting potential points, that's an easy thing to do. What's the most in the midst of chaos? Hashish at best. In the chaotic times, the evil in the hearts of men was fully unleashed, and bullies, mountain thieves, roving bandits and horsemen were simply everywhere, and there was no worry at all about not being able to find them, especially those notorious bandits Li Qi liked even more. These people acted in a high-profile manner, and there were many of them. Li Qi could easily harvest a large number of potential points once he found one. Pine Crane Longevity Gate is located at the junction of Han and Qi, which is in a conflict-prone zone. And now that Han is in civil strife, it is even more dangerous for Qi to be born next to it. In the past 6 months, Qi's army had already invaded the borders of Great Han several times, not only burning, killing, looting, and causing a lot of tragedies, but it was said that they had even broken through a few border towns and cities and claimed them as their own. And the Han side of the official army and the rebels killed endlessly. It is difficult to take into account the border of a city and a place of gain or loss. For Qi's some small actions surprisingly did not have a big reaction. The QI attack was also a test run. When these people saw that there was a lot of fighting in the Great Han dynasty, and that the official army had no time to take care of the border, they became more and more bold, and their actions grew bigger and bigger, and more cities and towns were captured and occupied. This also exacerbated the chaos on the borders of the Great Han. The people are not happy, bandits are rampant, and even Qi's army will have no military discipline for 3 days, burning, killing, looting, and wantonly acting arbitrarily in the city. Li Qi walked on the border of the two countries and saw too many tragic events. His heart was sad. No matter what kind of world they are in, whether they are prospering or declining, the people always suffer endlessly. Rise of the people's suffering. The people suffer when they die. This is the unchanging truth. Li Qi walked on the official road of the border. On the road, from time to time, he could see the fleeing stragglers, or the corpses scattered in the grass. He was calm and silent as water. If at the beginning of seeing these tragic situations Li Qi's heart will still have some touch, but after seeing too much, Li Qi's heart also gradually returned to calm. This young master, reward me with some food. A shabbily dressed old man with a small grandson came to Li Qi's side. The other party looked at the flowing cloud sword on Li Qi's waist and the stern aura that was faintly emanating, and said in a somewhat timid manner. Li smiled faintly. Sorry, I don't have any food on me either. With that said, Li Qi flexed his fingers and an invisible finger wind flew out, hitting a big fat tits on the branch of a nearby tree. Bang! A slight muffled sound came from the great tits body, and a cloud of feathers exploded from its body before it fell straight to the ground, no longer moving. Li Chi pointed to the place where the tits fell and smiled lightly. There's a tits there. Pick it up and take it to eat. The old man knew that he had met a high person and thanked him, so he picked up the tits and left with his grandson in his arms. It was true that Li Chi did not bring dry food on his body, but he did not worry about food. With his body hand to casually fight some wild game to fill his stomach. After casually helping the refugees he encountered, Li Chi continued to walk towards the front. The official road was sparsely populated, and almost all of them were refugees, each with tattered clothes and a vegetable face. It would never have looked like this here in the past. Suddenly, some strange movements came from the nearby mountains, only to see a large number of silhouettes carrying swords and clubs, shouting and rushing out. Robbery! Stand still! All of you! Pay up and don't kill! Both ends of this cut-off official road were blocked by the mountain bandits that suddenly appeared, and the refugees on the road had no way to escape. And when they saw one fierce and vicious mountain bandits pressing over, they all cried out. A thin man was knocked to the ground by the mountain thieves, who then rummaged through the other man's body to find a rag bag containing several pieces of broken silver. With a happy face, this mountain bandit stuffed the cloth bag containing the broken silver into his arms. The man who was knocked down struggled to get up despite the injuries on his body, clutched the other man's leg and hissed, "That's my last silver. That's my life. You can't snatch it away." This behavior completely angered these mountain thieves, and more mountain thieves surrounded them, punching and kicking this skinny man. These mountain bandits will not only rob the passing merchants, but also these refugees. Some of the refugees still had a little silver money on them. Very little, but it was still money. Even if a fly flies over, they can scrape out 3 or 2 oils. Even if these refugees really don't have any money on them, they can still rob them. Grabbers. A somewhat elegant woman's face deliberately smeared with dirt. A pudgy look, but still by these mountain thieves see through the end. One by one, laughing and carrying the woman up to the side of the mountain forest drilling. The woman cried and flailed frantically to escape from the hands of the mountain bandits. But it was useless. Everyone knew what would happen next. A few knife-wielding mountain thieves immediately surrounded Li Chi when they saw that he was beautifully dressed and looked like a rich son. "Kid, hand over the money if you don't want to suffer. That's a nice shirt you have on. Take it off. I'm fucking talking to you. Do you hear me?" Looking at these mountain bandits' reckless and wild appearance, Li Chi knew that they were all repeat offenders. His eyes traced over the faces of these mountain bandits one by one, his gaze penetrating with a hint of coldness before he let out a slight sigh. "You all deserve to die." A few mountain bandits were shocked and angry. They had been on the rampage for a long time and had never seen anyone who dared to talk to him like that. "The harpies are rampant. Cut him down." A few mountain thieves snapped and were about to make a move towards Li Chi, but Li Chi's movements were faster. He flicked his fingertips, and a sharp sword chi shot out from his fingertips, slicing through the necks of each mountain bandit. With just one casual strike from Li Chi, dozens of mountain thieves who were originally screaming stopped, their bodies standing motionless in place, and a thin line of blood was added to their necks. Put, put, put. The sound of liquids gushing followed one another, and a head rolled to the ground. Dozens of headless bodies were transformed into human fountains, with blood spewing out of old heights. After decapitating dozens of mountain bandits, the crowd of refugees at the scene were stunned. A deathly silence. A moment later, an instantaneous burst of terrified yelling erupted. Many of the refugees were so frightened that they fled down the road, not daring to stay long. Only a few bold refugees came forward and carefully thanked Li Chi, who had stepped in to save them. Li Chi nodded his head and didn't say much to these refugees as his figure flashed and instantly disappeared. After finding a secluded place, Li Chi stopped. He looked at the system page with the thousands of potential points he had collected, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's time to try to break through to the land gods. Enhance the secret chapter of the Pine and Crane 10,000 Longevity Technique. Chapter 89, Secret Stash. Green Underworld Sky. After consuming a few hundred points of potential, the Pine Crane 10,000 Longevity Technique Secret Collection was raised to the level of proficiency, and a large amount of cultivation memories continued to pour into Li Chi's mind. And Li Chi felt as if he had already been cultivating for several long years. Li Chi executed the acupoint measuring method from the secret collection chapter and began to search for the Wenqing Dian acupoint outside his body. A large amount of spiritual energy transformed into a wisp of fine silk drilling out of the body, like a dandelion slightly swaying outside the body. And then these slender filaments of spiritual energy continuously surged toward the top of Li Chi's head. Silky spiritual energy continuously weaves and intersects, covering every inch of space above the head. Soon, a map of the starry sky woven by spiritual energy was born. Dots of stars twinkled in the starry sky, as if the night sky was a brilliant scene of starry men, metaphysical and incomparable. At this moment, Li Qi's consciousness penetrated his body and disappeared into the starry sky. It's on. Li Qi took a deep breath and then acted according to the method of measuring points. His consciousness slightly vibrated in the mini starry sky above his head. A transparent fluctuation swept through the entire starry sky, and soon a large number of stars dimmed. It was as if his consciousness had transformed into a heart, emanating rhythmic rhythms, and with each rhythmic movement, fluctuations would radiate the entire starry sky, while a large number of stars would dim. Gradually, more and more stars hid away, never to be seen again, and fewer stars remained in the starry sky, while the aura emanating from Li Qi's body grew stronger and stronger. 10 breaths later, less than 100 stars remained in the starry sky still shining. 100 breaths later, the number of stars above Li Qi's head halved again to less than 50. 2 incense sticks later, there were only 9 stars left overhead. Half an hour later, there were only 3 stars left that were still lit up. Soon, another star was hidden. Only the last 2 stars were still twinkling. Richie's heart tightened. The location of the Green Hell Cave. It was among these last 2 stars. As Li Qi continued to run the method of measuring acupuncture points, his mental power and physical strength were also being consumed, and when Li Qi's forehead was slightly sweating, once again a star was hidden. Up to this point, only the last star remained above Li Qi's head. Found it! Richie let out a bellow. This star that is still flickering is located 2 feet, 3 minutes, 9 centimeters and 4 millimeters above Li Qi's 100 meetings point on the top of his head, and the place where this star is located was Li Qi's Qingdian acupoint. Li Qi used his own spiritual power to simulate the boundless starry sky, and then used the acupoint measuring method to lock onto the only correct one among the vast number of stars, determining the location of his Qingdian acupoint. Drink! Li Qi let out a low cry and locked onto the star with a death grip. Then all of his essence surged towards the star. It began to open up this extracorporeal wonder point with all its might. A crane sound sounded. Li Qi's martial arts true intent wings broke through the Qingdao through the body. The giant crane's long pointed beak stabbed at this last star. This star directly burst open. The sharp beak of the crane pierced through the void, seemingly touching a mysterious place, and a burst of clicking sounds kept coming from the depths of the void. Void vibrations. Loud booming sound rises. The giant crane silhouette continuously chirped lowly, its sharp beak resembling a sharp sword as it continuously stabbed hard into the depths of the void. This piece of heaven and earth where Li Qi was shaken, and vibrations and booms came from the space continuously, and the originally clear sky was also covered with cloudy clouds. Suddenly, the resistance coming from the crane's beak was violently lighter, and then it violently stabbed a large portion of the void, as if it had finally broken through some kind of barrier. Li Qi was mentally connected to the true meaning of the martial way, and he was able to clearly feel through the giant crane that a small dot if any had been pierced through by the crane's beak. This small dot is hidden deep in the void. It is clearly not inside Li Qi, yet it was closely connected to Li Qi. Opened successfully. Li Qi's eyes lit up. He didn't dare to dawdle. His boiling essence finally found its way and kept pouring towards the siffy dot. The small dot hidden in the void shook violently, became clearer and brighter, and began to emit a faint glow. At the same time, Li Qi's martial true intent wing broken green underworld also made a move as it leapt violently and directly disappeared into the small dot. Under Li Qi's continuous essence infusion, his Qingdian acupuncture point was becoming more and more perfect, no longer as illusory as it was in the beginning. Li Qi felt as if his Qingdian acupuncture point was like a small heaven and earth and a side of emptiness. It is being born and evolving. And this is the secret stash covered in the Pine and Crane 10,000 Lives Kung Fu Secret Stash chapter. The Green Underworld. After Li Qi had infused 30% of his own essence into the Green Destiny acupuncture point, the opening of the Green Destiny acupuncture point also finally came to an end. And Li Qi felt that the connection between his own essence and the Green Destiny acupuncture point was so tight. Although it was a small world hidden in the void, it was like a part of your own body. Within reach, the Green Destiny point was not in the body, but deep in the void outside the human body, like a marvelous fulcrum between the human body and the outside world, with which Li Qi could pry the entire heaven and earth. After successfully opening up the Green Underworld heavenly mysteries, Li Qi also finally broke through the limit of the true meaning realm and stepped into the mysteries realm, achieving land immortality. And he also comprehended his first martial arts aptitude at the same time. Body escape from the Green Underworld.